An unexpected twist of fate brought not just a journey through time, but also the grim reality of terminal cancer. In Beijing's hospital room, Qin Yi stared blankly at the medical report handed to him by the doctor. Boldly printed at the top were the words, Stage 4 liver cancer. The doctor's sigh, accompanied by the grim prognosis of just 1 month left, echoed in the room. Only a few days ago, this young man had been enjoying drinks with friends. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would wake up in a parallel world eerily similar to his own. The initial thrill of discovery was soon shattered by the harshness of reality. This world had experienced a spiritual energy revival a century ago, unveiling countless mystical realms and expanding Blue Star's landmass by tens of times. The emergence of alien races and rampaging beasts forced humanity into a 100-year struggle for survival. Confronted with enemies capable of withstanding nuclear blasts with their bare bodies, scientists developed a cultivation system tailored for humans. Unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with Qin Yi. This body he now inhabited was completely devoid of martial talent, incapable of even cultivating the most basic 5-card qi and blood. At just 18, he had started working in a factory, and 3 years later, he was diagnosed with liver cancer. With no family or savings left, he returned to his cramped rental room to await the end of his life. Lying on the wooden bed, Qin Yi writhed in agony from the relentless torment of cancer. As he muttered unwillingly under his breath, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was a personal data panel, displaying his near-death condition. The most striking feature on the panel was a talent called adaptive cellular evolution. As the excruciating pain began to subside, Qin Yi's cells astonishingly adapted to the cancer, evolving into new abilities: cellular regeneration and pain resistance. His physical condition improved dramatically, and his recovery rate now matched that of a second-rank martial artist. The joy of survival had barely settled when an overwhelming sense of thirst and hunger hit him. Yet, Qin Yi chose to endure instead of immediately seeking food or water. 3 hours later, his cells adapted once more, evolving passive skills energy conservation LV1 and resource efficiency LV1. Seeing the success of the experiment, Qin Yi decided to push himself further and continue starving. Like a hibernating animal, he sprawled on the couch, his body's activity levels plummeting drastically, as though he had entered some kind of energy-saving mode. In this state, his need for food and water significantly decreased. While an average person must eat at least once every 3 days and drink water daily, Qin Yi managed to extend these intervals to 10 and 5 days, respectively. However, when his hunger lasted beyond 24 hours, his energy-saving state didn't evolve to level 2. On the contrary, his recently recovered body began to deteriorate, with his 4 basic attributes declining steadily. Qin Yi realized that adaptive evolution had its limits. If he were to die before his cellular evolution succeeded, all his efforts would be in vain. Noticing the abnormal state of his body, Qin Yi decided to stop pushing himself. Forcing his frail body to move, he staggered toward the fridge and retrieved the last 2 nutrient supplements. Having spent all his savings on medical expenses, he was now utterly broke, unable to afford regular food, and had to survive on the cheapest nutrient supplements available. The black, jelly-like nutrient supplement melted in his mouth, but tasted like chewing on plastic, with a sticky and unpleasant texture. Despite its unpalatable nature, the rich nutrients contained within were enough to meet an adult's dietary needs for a meal. After finishing the 2 supplements, though he didn't feel full, Qin Yi felt noticeably more comfortable, his body regaining some vitality. Next, he turned on the faucet and, without caring whether the tap water was clean, drank directly from it until his thirst was quenched. Phew! Qin Yi exhaled deeply, feeling the renewed energy in his body, grateful to have survived. An old saying from his past life came to mind: the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. In this high martial world of spiritual energy resurgence, the wealthy had countless mystical medicines to cure cancer, while those like Qin Yi without martial talent or connections could only quietly await death, their bodies left unclaimed. Fortunately, he had mutated. Though he wasn't entirely sure about the sudden appearance of his personal system and innate abilities, Qin Yi understood that he had been given a chance to survive in this world. After a brief rest, he reopened his personal panel and noticed changes in his attributes. Strength and agility had increased to 4 points, his constitution remained unchanged, and his mental power had astonishingly risen to 8 points. Based on the basic information he had received when the panel first appeared, constitution represented physical resilience and recovery, strength pertained to physical power and vitality, agility influenced movement speed, reflexes, and dynamic vision, and mental power touched upon the mysterious realm of the soul, potentially unlocking abilities akin to those in cultivation novels, such as spiritual senses and divine consciousness. The passive skills of energy saving and conservation he had gained from fasting slightly boosted his mental attributes. This meant that even without martial talent, he could enhance both his body and mind through continuous evolution. growing infinitely stronger and perhaps one day rivaling the renowned martial artists. In other words, instead of arduously training in martial arts, he could simply push his body to its limits. As long as he didn't kill himself, he would only grow stronger. Scanning his surroundings, Qin Yi's gaze landed on the gas stove in the kitchen. Without hesitation, he turned the knob, and a ring of pale blue flames roared to life, radiating intense heat. Staring at the flames for a moment, Qin Yi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and reached his hand into the fire. Like a skewer being roasted, he rotated his arm back and forth, ensuring the flames evenly touched his skin. Under the scorching heat of 200,300 degrees Celsius, his pale skin turned red almost instantly, then gradually charred black. The kitchen was soon filled with the pungent stench of burning protein. Thanks to his pain tolerance level 3, the excruciating pain comparable to that of advanced cancer was dulled enough to be barely tolerable. After about 8 minutes, Qin Yi's right hand had completely lost feeling, and a layer of ash covered his arm, ready to flake off at any moment. Then, a surge of vitality erupted from within his body, concentrating on his charred right hand. The ash layer cracked and fell away like an eggshell, revealing fresh, tender skin underneath. A system notification chimed. Your cells have successfully adapted to fire exposure, granting you the passive skill high temperature flame resistance level 1. With his newfound resistance, the flames from the gas stove no longer harmed Qin Yi. When he placed his body in the fire, it felt warm and comforting. To confirm the effect, he tested each of his limbs in the flames and concluded that the evolution applied to all his cells. Even though only his right hand had been burned, the adaptation was inherited by every part of his body. Well, Qin Yi squinted his eyes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A thrilling thought flashed through his mind. If this continued, wouldn't his future self evolve with countless passive skills, physical immunity, magical immunity, eventually forging an invincible body? He gently rubbed the skin that had been burned earlier, recalling the searing pain. Strangely enough, the memory brought with it a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Frowning, Qin Yi muttered to himself, could it be that I've awakened some bizarre trait? Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's not it, he analyzed. It's probably because I know that pain is followed by growth and improvement. Plus, with my increased tolerance for pain, I don't find it as repulsive anymore. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Yi mused, it's like studying. Many people dislike studying because effort doesn't always guarantee results, and even when it does, the outcome might not be satisfying. But if someone told you that studying hard would definitely get you into Tsinghua or Peking University, there would undoubtedly be a surge of people willing to put in the effort. He glanced at his personal stats panel, noticing that the 4 attributes remained unchanged. Too bad high temperature resistance doesn't add to any attributes. He sighed softly but remained undeterred. There are plenty of ways to push oneself in this world. Playing with fire is just one of them. He chuckled wryly, turned around, and left the kitchen, heading to the bathroom. Without hesitation, Qin Yi filled the sink with water and plunged his head in. The oxygen in his lungs was quickly depleted, and his face turned crimson as every cell in his body screamed for air. Just as his vision darkened and his consciousness began to fade, a notification echoed in his mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to a low-oxygen environment, evolving the passive skill oxygen deprivation resistance LV1. Whoosh! Qin Yi shot out of the water, gasping for breath. He rubbed his throbbing temples, a hint of doubt creeping into his thoughts. No underwater breathing yet? Does this mean I need to gulp down water while trying to breathe? With this idea in mind, he submerged himself again, this time holding his breath while attempting to inhale underwater. However, after over an hour of effort, his dizziness only worsened, and he still hadn't unlocked underwater breathing. On the bright side, his oxygen deprivation resistance had leveled up to LV2. Wiping the water off his face, Qin Yi shrugged in resignation. All right. Looks like underwater breathing doesn't work that way. He mentally calculated. Oxygen deprivation resistance LV1 lets me hold my breath for an hour. With LV2, it's about 3 hours. If I push it all the way to LV99, I might not even need underwater breathing anymore. It could even be better, allowing me to survive in a vacuum or other oxygen-free environments. As Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, ready to move on to the next experiment, a familiar pang of hunger hit him abruptly. Even with energy conservation LV1 reducing the impact, the hunger was still intense and impossible to ignore. Wait a second. A realization struck him. Could it be that cellular evolution requires energy, and that energy comes from food? He froze for a moment before glancing helplessly at the empty fridge, his expression growing heavy. He was out of money to buy food. Personal stats and evolutionary abilities are already beyond the realm of science. I thought I could evolve freely without constraints. Qin Yi chuckled bitterly. Turns out it's surprisingly scientific. His gaze wandered around the room until it landed on the worn-out second-hand leather sofa in the living room. Qin Yi fell into deep thought, a bold idea suddenly forming in his mind. In the suburbs, at room 321 of the Baishan apartments, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a faint glow into the otherwise dim interior. The creaking sound of worn leather broke the silence as Qin Yi slumped on a tattered leather sofa, his expression blank. He was chewing on something with large, deliberate bites, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he swallowed the foreign object in his mouth and spat out a broken tooth. Ignoring the sharp pain twisting in his stomach, Qin Yi opened his nearly toothless mouth and tore off another piece of the sofa's leather, swallowing it with difficulty. The sofa hadn't been gnawed by a doge, it was being devoured by him, piece by piece. Having discovered this peculiar ability, Qin Yi decided to make the most of it. Unable to afford food, he sought an unconventional solution, training himself to consume unorthodox items to stave off hunger. The leather sofa in his home became an ideal candidate. The scene was absurd and eerie. A young man sitting alone in a nearly empty room, absent-mindedly gnawing on a sofa while spitting blood. Yet to Qin Yi, this was nothing. After surviving the brink of death from cancer, he had sworn never to fall into a helpless state of waiting for death again. In this dangerous, high-powered world, the only way to survive was to grow stronger no matter the cost. Through repeated attempts, Qin Yi's body gradually adapted to this unconventional diet. A system notification echoed in his mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to hard substances. Passive skill unlocked. Iron Jaw LV1. Your digestive system has successfully adapted to foreign objects. Passive skill unlocked. Iron Stomach LV1. After enduring 3 bouts of gastric bleeding and losing all his teeth, his adaptive evolution had finally succeeded. Iron Jaw enhanced his bite strength and tooth durability, while Iron Stomach ensured he could digest strange, indigestible objects and extract energy from them. With these abilities, Qin Yi felt he could survive in the wilderness without any special survival skills, even outlasting someone like Bear Grylls with ease. With the immediate problem of food resolved, Qin Yi stood up and pulled back the curtains, letting sunlight flood the room. Stretching his body, he began contemplating his next step in evolution. If only he could develop photosynthesis like a plant, then he'd never have to worry about energy again, and could quietly grow stronger at home until he became invincible. Unfortunately, adaptive evolution wasn't something he could control at will. Limited by his ability to obtain energy, Qin Yi had to carefully plan his future evolution priorities. Passive skills like energy conservation could be put on the back burner for now. His immediate focus was to enhance combat abilities and practical skills, strengthening himself quickly so he could venture out and secure more resources. As Qin Yi was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. He pulled it out and saw an incoming call from someone labeled debt collector. The name stirred some faint memories. The original owner of this body had borrowed a high-interest loan of 200,000 yuan to pay for medical treatments. With the exorbitant interest rate, the amount owed had likely ballooned to 500,000 by now. Answering the call, Qin Yi was met with an unexpectedly soft, scholarly voice. Hello, Mr. Qin. Based on our company's assessment, it appears you are no longer capable of repaying your debt. Our staff will be visiting you soon to discuss alternative repayment methods. Please remain conscious and stay at home. Don't go dying on us prematurely. Before Qin Yi could respond, the caller hung up, leaving no room for rebuttal. This loan company clearly knew all about Qin Yi's condition. Terminal cancer with little time left to live in wasn't worried about him defaulting. What remained unclear, however, was what they meant by alternative repayment methods. Scratching his head, Qin Yi decided to stay home and wait. No matter what, this debt had to be dealt with, if only to settle the karma left by the boat's previous owner. Whatever the future held, the priority now was to grow stronger. He opened the window and glanced down. The 3rd floor, roughly 10 meters high. According to information he'd read online, as long as one didn't land headfirst, it was unlikely to be fatal from this height. Besides, with his current constitution boasting 8 points far surpassing that of an average person, had confidence in surviving the fall. Meanwhile, in room 102 on the 1st floor of Baishan Apartments, Wang Yueling was stirred awake by her 5 a.m. alarm. Groggy and half asleep, the young woman went through her morning routine in a daze, donning a classic business outfit before heading for the apartment's front door. This affordable suburban complex, with its reasonable rent and decent transportation options, was a popular choice for many working-class individuals. Wang Yueling was one of them. Wang Yueling stood at the entrance of her apartment, taking a deep breath of the crisp, morning air to encourage herself to wake up and face the day. As a low-level worker, she considered herself relatively fortunate to possess decent martial arts talent. She secretly planned to save up for a few more years to purchase a first-grade spiritual herb pill and officially step onto the path of becoming a martial artist. In this martial arts-dominated society, even the weakest first-stage martial artist could achieve a status and job opportunities far beyond those of ordinary people. At 5 in the morning, the hallway was eerily silent, with almost no sound of footsteps. Wang Yueling glanced at the lush green grass outside the door and was about to step out when suddenly, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground not far in front of her. Thud. Blood splattered everywhere, some even landing on Wang Yueling's face. She froze in place, her eyes wide as she stared at the mangled figure on the ground. Despite the gruesome injuries, she recognized the familiar facade was Qin Yi, who lived on the third floor. Terrified, Wang Yueling fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking as she tried to call for an ambulance. Qin Yi, hang in there. I'll call an ambulance right away, you can't die. Her voice trembled, and she could barely hold her phone steady. Just then, a faint voice came from the ground. Don't bother calling an ambulance. I'm fine, it's not a big deal. That sentence shocked her so much that her hand slipped, and the phone fell to the ground. She looked around, realizing there was no one else nearby. It was just her and the corpse on the ground. Under her stunned gaze, Qin Yi's flattened body began to twitch and swell. His bones and organs visibly restructured themselves, and in just 10 minutes, most of his injuries had healed. Qin Yi got to his feet, brushing off the blood and dust on his clothes. He turned to the still dumbfounded Wang Yueling and explained, honestly, it's just 10 meters. With my recovery ability and cellular adaptive evolution, something like this isn't a big deal. He gave an awkward smile. I'm really fine. No need to panic. I was just training my body. Sorry for scaring Yuri, not hurt. Are you? He went on to explain that he had chosen this time of day because he thought no one would be around. For safety, he had deliberately controlled his landing spot to be 2 or 3 meters away from the main path to avoid injuring anyone. Wang Yueling was at a complete loss for words to describe her feelings. Witnessing someone she knew fall from the sky, seemingly die, then come back to life, only to turn around and ask if she was okay, her mind was left with just one thought. I must still be dreaming. Wang Yueling was finally convinced by Qin Yi's performance, though she went to work with a head full of questions. Watching her leave, a flicker of excitement flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. The 10-meter freefall experiment was a success, marking another breakthrough in his evolution. System notifications rang out in quick succession. Your cells have successfully adapted to intense impact. You have acquired the passive skill, Shock Resistance LV1. Your bones have successfully adapted to shattering blows. You have acquired the passive skill, Iron Bones LV1. Detected similar passive abilities. Skills Shock Resistance and Iron Bones have been automatically fused. You have acquired the passive skill, Copper Skin and Iron Bones LV1. Qin Yi was thrilled to discover that similar passive skills could merge. This was an unexpected bonus. Clenching his right fist, he punched himself in the abdomen. It felt like hitting metal. His fist throbbed slightly, but his abdomen remained unscathed, as if he had merely scratched an itch. His defensive capabilities had significantly improved. Back in his rundown rental apartment, Qin Yi gnawed on the leather sofa to stave off hunger while pulling up his personal stats panel. Name: Qin Yi. Race: Planetary Human 3. Strength: 4 Constitution, 10 Agility, 4 Spirit, 6. Talent: Adaptive Cellular Evolution. Skills: Cellular Regeneration LV2, Pain Resistance LV3, Copper Skin and Iron Bones LV1. Combat Evaluation: Tough and Durable. Even a full force strike from a first-tier martial artist wouldn't take you down. Pain Resistant, with rapid recovery, essentially an indestructible humanoid cockroach. Although his strength and agility had yet to return to average human levels, his constitution had already reached that of a second-tier martial artist. Qin Yi noticed the percentage under the race category had increased from 2 to 3, speculating it might indicate his level of evolution. As he pondered his next steps for further evolution, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text from his closest friend, Xian. Yij, don't lose hope. Never give up. I've officially become a novice martial artist, and I'll find a way to save you for sure. Reading the message, Qin Yi felt a mix of emotions. Though he was a transmigrator, he had inherited the original host's memories and feelings. He was well aware of how much Chen Xian had sacrificed for him, even giving up his own martial arts aspirations to seek a cure. Sighing, Qin Yi replied, my illness already has a solution. Focus on your training and don't worry about me. After a few minutes without a response, Qin Yi figured Chen Xian was likely busy with his practice. He turned his thoughts to finding a way to make money quickly, pay off his debts, and secure enough food to fuel his evolution. Just then, a loud, urgent knock interrupted his thoughts. Standing in the grimy, narrow hallway outside the door was Wu Jiming, a second-tier martial artist, looking visibly annoyed. Beside him stood a young doctor in a white coat. Wu Jiming grumbled, why did I get stuck with this lousy job? I'm a second-tier martial artist, for crying out loud. Do I really need to deal with some terminally ill nobody? The young doctor remained silent, simply shaking his head. Such was the rule of the cult of the otherworldly god. Even when collecting debts from ordinary people, a martial artist had to be present. The creaky wooden door slowly opened, and just as Qin Yi appeared, Wu Jiming impatiently waved him off and spoke condescendingly, "We're here to collect your debt. You owe our cult 50,000, and today's the deadline. Of course, we know you don't have the money. So, there's another way you can repay us." As he spoke, Wu Jiming gave a meaningful glance. The young doctor immediately understood, opening a briefcase from which a chilling cold emanated. Inside lay 3 gleaming surgical knives. "Your cancer hasn't spread to your kidneys yet. 2 kidneys, 500,000. It's a fair deal." The young doctor slipped on his plastic gloves, his tone cold and detached. He picked up the scalpel, completely disregarding Qin Yi's opinion, and walked straight into the room. Pointing at Qin Yi's bed, the doctor said, "We'll operate here. It's clean." Qin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the doctor and the cold gleam of the scalpel. Wu Jiming, seeing this, assumed Qin Yi was paralyzed with fear. A mocking smirk appeared on his face. "Don't just stand there. A warrior's time is valuable. Get in and get it done. Or don't tell me you're thinking of running away." Wu Jiming squinted, his eyes predatory, like a leopard sizing up its prey. As a second-rank martial artist, he possessed 20 calories of blood energy and could deliver punches with a force of 300 kilograms, enough to shatter bones with a single blow. Against him, ordinary people had no chance of resistance. On top of that, his running speed reached an astonishing 12 meters per second, far beyond the limits of any normal human. Even if Qin Yi tried to flee with all his might, escape was impossible. What happened next, however, completely defied Wu Jiming's expectations. Qin Yi slowly shook his head, expressionless, and walked over to the young doctor. Reaching into the doctor's briefcase, he pulled out another scalpel. "What are you doing? You don't seriously think holding a knife will help you beat me, do you?" Wu Jiming chuckled, amused by Qin Yi's actions. But in the next moment, his laughter froze. Before their stunned eyes, Qin Yi did something unimaginable. Without any hesitation, he plunged the scalpel into his own side, slicing open a small incision. Blood sprayed out, staining the floor a vivid red. What was even more horrifying was Qin Yi's composure. His face remained calm, as if he couldn't feel pain. Casually setting the scalpel aside, he reached his right hand into the wound and began to search. Moments later, he found what he was looking for. With a sickening sound of tearing flesh, he yanked out a fresh, bloody kidney and handed it to the wide-eyed doctor. "Young doctor, The doctor stared at the bloody organ in utter shock, unable to form a coherent sentence. Qin Yi smiled faintly and reminded him, "Don't just stand there. While it's still fresh, you'd better store it right away." Then, turning to Wu Jiming, who was frozen at the doorway, Qin Yi offered an apologetic explanation. "You two are creditors. How could I let you do the work? Removing organs is a small matter, I can handle it myself. Just wait a moment, the second kidney is coming right up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Yi made another incision on his side. With practiced precision, he reached inside again and, in no time, extracted his second kidney. The organ was so fresh that the blood vessels on its surface still pulsed faintly. After finishing, Qin Yi seemed almost unsatisfied. Looking somewhat embarrassed, he turned to the young doctor and asked, "2 kidneys for 500,000. Are you still interested? Don't worry, I have more. Plenty in stock." Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the room of the white shirt apartment. Wu Jiming and the young doctor exchanged glances, too stunned to speak. They had been members of the cult of the other god for years, collecting debts countless times, and had thought they'd seen it all. But this time, the scene before them completely shattered their understanding of reality. Qin Yi, a seemingly frail and sickly teenager, had just taken a scalpel and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own abdomen right in front of them. Blood spurted out, yet Qin Yi's expression remained calm as he skillfully extracted one of his kidneys. What was even more horrifying was his composed demeanor as he casually declared that he could continue providing more organs, as if it were the most mundane discussion. Wu Jiming's instinct screamed danger. As a second-stage martial artist, he was well aware that organ regeneration required at least the strength of a low-tier martial master. Could this seemingly weak teenager actually be hiding his true abilities, pretending to be harmless? Was he, in fact, a martial master, a powerful figure in disguise? Realizing he might have made a fatal mistake, Wu Jiming quickly suppressed the killing intent he had felt earlier. In the presence of a martial master, his status as a mere second-stage martial artist was insignificant. Forcing a flattering smile, he cautiously asked, "May I ask what you mean by this?" Breaking through 9 stages of martial arts was the prerequisite to becoming a low-tier martial master, and in a mid-tier city, martial masters were figures of absolute prestige. Even the governor of Yuhang would have to show them utmost respect. Although martial masters possessed the ability to regenerate organs, no one had ever heard of one willingly selling their own. Wu Jiming and the young doctor couldn't help but wonder if Qin Yi was playing some sort of twisted joke on them. But as they looked at his serious expression and the blood-stained scalpel in his hand, Neither dared to act recklessly. Qin Yi idly twirled the scalpel in his fingers, his tone indifferent as he replied, "I don't mean anything by it. I just really need money and want to sell my organs to you on a long-term basis. Don't worry as long as it's not my heart or brain. I can provide anything else." During the brief exchange, the young doctor noticed something terrifying. The 2 wounds on Qin Yi's abdomen had already healed without leaving a trace of a scar. This extraordinary regenerative ability confirmed their worst fears. This boy was undoubtedly a powerful martial master. Wu Jiming and the young doctor felt chills run down their spines, cold sweat dripping down their backs. They exchanged a quick glance, then forced ingratiating smiles, nodding repeatedly. Of course, a long-term partnership sounds like a great idea." As soon as they finished speaking, Qin Yi nonchalantly extracted a few more healthy organs and completed the transaction on the spot. In no time, he had earned 1,000,000 yuan with ease. However, having spent all his internal energy on evolution, Qin Yi soon felt a gnawing hunger. Casually, he tore a piece off a genuine leather sofa and began chewing on it, as though savoring a gourmet meal. Wu Jiming stared, dumbfounded, at the sight before him, his mind consumed by a single thought. What on earth is this creature? After concluding the deal, Wu Jiming and the young doctor dared not linger any longer. They fled the scene in a panic. Watching their hurried departure, Qin Yi couldn't help but muse that these two were truly a blessing in disguise. Selling his organs not only made him money but also accelerated his evolution, a perfect arrangement tailored just for him. Opening his personal panel, Qin Yi discovered that his recent act of self-surgery had unlocked 2 new passive skills, blood regeneration LV1 and organ regrowth LV1. These skills had merged with his previously acquired cellular regeneration recovery LV2, upgrading to flesh restoration LV1. Reflecting on Wu Jiming's reaction, Qin Yi grew thoughtful. That debt collector was clearly a martial artist, yet his attitude had shifted dramatically after witnessing the organ regeneration. Did he mistakenly believe Qin Yi was some kind of high-level martial master? As someone born without a talent for martial arts, Qin Yi had always known little about the martial world. He realized it was time to properly learn about the martial arts system of this world. After all, he would only encounter more martial artists in the future. After cleaning off the bloodstains and changing into fresh clothes, Qin Yi prepared to go out and buy some necessities. With 1,000,000 yuan in his account, he finally felt secure enough to plan his next steps. Meanwhile, Wu Jiming and the young doctor, having escaped the white shirt apartment and confirmed that Qin Yi wasn't pursuing them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They entered a bar named Wuxing and headed straight to the counter. Grabbing a glass of liquor, they downed it in one gulp. Why the long faces? Did the debt collection go south? Did that Qin Yi die prematurely? The bartender, dressed in a crisp white shirt, accepted the briefcase handed over by the young doctor with a warm smile. Debt collection? Wu Jiming spat angrily, his tone full of resentment. What kind of lousy investigation did you do? You didn't even find out that he's a martial master. You almost got us killed. The bartender froze momentarily, disbelief flashing across his face. A martial master? Are you saying Qin Yi is a martial master? Wu Jiming poured himself another drink and nodded firmly. Absolutely. He can regenerate organs. He briefly recounted the events of their encounter, leaving the bartender increasingly shocked. Finally, the bartender interrupted. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I personally investigated Qin Yi's background. His entire life, from birth to his cancer diagnosis, is clean. He's just an ordinary person. A tense silence settled over the bar. The bartender set down his mixing glass, his brow furrowed in deep thought. If what you're saying is true, then there's only one explanation. This guy must have had some incredible stroke of luck in the past month, transforming him into a martial master. Wu Jiming was startled. From an ordinary person to a martial master in just a month? That would take at least a Class C spiritual artifact or a Tier 2 spiritual plant, wouldn't it? Such ragstorches stories weren't unheard of in the era of spiritual energy revival. Many treasures found in secret realms had transformative effects and were exceedingly rare. A Class C spiritual artifact would cost no less than 10,000,000 yuan, and even then, it might not be available. A Tier 2 spiritual plant capable of producing seeds could fetch an even higher price. Greed flickered across Wu Jiming's face, but it quickly faded. Competing for a Class C artifact was far beyond the reach of a mere second-stage martial artist like him. The bartender licked his lips, his expression turning serious. You handled this well. Keep Qin Yi placated for now, and don't let word of this spread. They'll report this to the higher-ups in the organization and have someone sent to deal with it. If there's any reward, you won't be left empty-handed. The cult of the Other God had been entrenched in the Jiangnan province for 4 to 5 decades, with members stationed in every major city, including Yuhang. Their influence ran deep, their operations vast. From loan sharking to arson, they left no stone unturned. To them, a lucky teenage martial artist was hardly worth fearing. Within a few sentences, they had already decided Qin Yi's fate. Possessing a treasure without the strength to protect it, a Class C artifact isn't something a talentless nobody should hold on to, the bartender murmured, shaking the cocktail mixer in his hands. When the liquid inside was perfectly blended, he stopped, popped the lid, and poured the crimson drink into a wine glass. This drink was called desire. White clouds drifted lazily across the sky, with a few rays of warm sunlight spilling onto the earth. The wide road was sparsely populated, with only the occasional passerby strolling by, creating a tranquil and unhurried atmosphere. Qin Yi walked briskly along the streets in the eastern outskirts of Yuhang City. The area, known for its pleasant environment and sparse population, was an ideal place for someone like him, ordinary and financially constrained, to settle down. It was 9:30 in the morning, and Qin Yi's pockets were heavy with the fruits of a recent transaction, an unexpected windfall of 1,000,000 yuan from selling organs to the Association of Otherworldly Entities. This sudden wealth provided him with the means to stock up on supplies and lay the groundwork for his future endeavors. Turning a corner, a modern supermarket came into view. Unlike a century ago, supermarkets in the era of spiritual energy revival didn't just sell ordinary food. They also offered low-tier spiritual fruits that allowed even common folk to enjoy a taste of the extraordinary. Though these spiritual plants weren't ranked on any formal scale, they were generally beneficial to the human body. Decades of research by the Human Alliance had identified over 1,000 species of spiritual plants deemed safe for consumption. A prominent advertisement board outside the supermarket caught Qin Yi's attention. It announced a special sale on Zigua and Shuegua, priced at 1,000 yuan each. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a blatant daylight robbery. These low-level spiritual fruits could be found in abundance on the outer edges of secret realms, where one could easily harvest thousands of them. Bringing them back to the city and selling them at such inflated prices yielded profits greater than real estate speculation. Qin Yi recalled some basic martial arts knowledge that Chen Xian had casually mentioned during his training. Back when money was tight, Qin Yi had once fantasized about venturing into a secret realm to try his luck harvesting spiritual fruits for profit. However, the fear of death ultimately kept him from taking that step. The nearest secret realm to Yuhang was the Xintian realm, classified as a D-level realm by the Spirit Suppression Bureau. According to regulations, one needed to reach at least the level of a Stage 1 martial artist to enter, while the core area required the strength of a low-rank martial master. For an ordinary person, venturing into such a place was tantamount to courting death. The Human Alliance categorized secret realms into 8 levels, from the lowest level to the highest level. Beyond this level, there were even more mysterious domains known as caves of heaven. It was said that the scale of a cave of heaven rivaled that of an entire world, containing at least 3 level secret realms within its vast and perilous expanse. Just over a decade ago, Chen Feng, the renowned grandmaster of Huaxia, and the Western Saint Sun, Johnson, had ventured into the South Sea Cave of Heaven as a team. To this day, they remain missing, their fates unknown. Shaking his head to dispel these dangerous thoughts, Qin Yi quickened his pace and entered the supermarket. While these low-tier spiritual fruits couldn't compare to high-tier ones, they were still rare treasures for ordinary people. Regular consumption could enhance physical fitness and unlock martial potential. Unfortunately, the steep cost made them unaffordable for most, relegating these fruits to the status of luxury snacks for the wealthy. At the checkout counter, Qin Yi was surprised to find an elderly man with a head full of white hair serving as the cashier. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes were nearly squinted shut. "Sir, I'd like to buy 1 Zigua and 1 Shuegua," Qin Yi said, pulling out his phone and flashing his payment code with an air of newfound confidence. The old man paused for a moment before nodding woodenly. He turned to the counter behind him and retrieved 2 plump, glossy fruits, 1 purple, 1 white, exactly what Qin Yi wanted. After paying, Qin Yi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood right there and ate both spiritual fruits in one go, swallowing even the seeds. The Zigua was intensely sour, its soft texture reminiscent of a ripe persimmon. As he swallowed, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. The Shuegua, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Its taste was as bland as water, and it left a chilling sensation as it slid down his throat, as though his entire system of meridians had been momentarily frozen. Qin Yi rubbed his hands together and exhaled a visible puff of cold air. The old man behind the counter spoke slowly, offering a word of caution. "Young man, Zigua and Shuegua aren't something ordinary people should consume in excess. 3 a day is the limit. Any more, and your meridians and organs might not be able to handle it. It could be dangerous." "Dangerous?" Qin Yi's eyes lit up at the mention of the word. He leaned in eagerly and asked, "Sir, just how dangerous are we talking about?" With his unique ability to adapt and evolve, Qin Yi didn't fear danger. In fact, he welcomed it as an opportunity for growth. The old man looked at him, puzzled. In all his years working at the supermarket, he had never encountered someone so intrigued by the prospect of danger. Before he could respond, A young man wearing a baseball cap interjected. First time eating spiritual fruits. Huh? Don't even know the basics? The young man's tone dripped with disdain. An ordinary person eating 5 zigua in a day might scorch their lungs and end up with permanent damage. Eat more than 10, and you'll overdo it, leading to internal bleeding, fainting, or even death. As for shuegua, its potency is even stronger. 5 in a day could chill your heart to the point of cardiac arrest. The young man eyed Qin Yi with thinly veiled contempt, clearly viewing him as a clueless rookie who needed to be warned before he got himself killed. Qin Yi cast a brief glance at the young man, but didn't bother responding to his derision. Instead, he turned back to the old cashier and said calmly, "It'll take 5 more zigua and 5 more shuegua." The old man complied without question, taking the money and handing over a neatly packed bag of tinned fruits. He initially thought Qin Yi was planning to take the fruits home and eat them slowly. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi peeled one open on the spot and devoured 5 purple spirit fruits in one go, moving so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. The young man nearby stared in shock and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" He looked at the plainly dressed teenager in disbelief, thinking to himself, this kid is clearly not a martial artist. Eating so many spirit fruits at once, he's probably not far from death. Qin Yi paid no attention to the gasps around him, fully focused on the changes occurring within his body. The effects of the 6 purple spirit fruits activated almost instantly. The faint warmth inside him turned into a blazing torrent, surging through his body like molten lava. Within seconds, he was drenched in sweat, his entire body feeling as though it had been thrown into a furnace. The overwhelming heat was wreaking havoc on his meridians, rushing toward his heart, and it felt as if his whole body was on the verge of being consumed by flames. Blood began streaming from Qin Yi's nose and mouth, frightening the old man and the young man into a panic. They fumbled to pull out their phones, ready to call for an ambulance. However, Qin Yi weakly but resolutely waved them off. "No, don't call an ambulance. I'm fine, just feeling a bit warm," he said, his voice faint yet firm. As he spoke, he wiped the blood off his face, even taking off his jacket, all while wearing an eerie smile that sent chills down their spines. The young man, Li Wufeng, although dismissive of Qin Yi, couldn't stand idly by and watch someone die. He decisively dialed emergency services and quickly explained the situation and location. The doctor on the other end asked about the patient's condition, prompting Li Wufeng to glance at Qin Yi. But as he turned to speak, he froze mid-sentence. The Qin Yi before him no longer looked anything like someone on the brink of death. He was brimming with energy, his complexion rosy, as if he had been completely rejuvenated. Li Wufeng rubbed his eyes, doubting his own senses. Just a minute ago, this boy had seemed as good as dead. How could he suddenly be so full of life? The doctor on the phone was still anxiously pressing for details, but Li Wufeng was too stunned to respond. Qin Yi, now completely unbothered, casually stepped out of the pool of his own blood, grinning as he pulled out his phone. Turning to the old man, he cheerfully said, "Old man, these are pretty good. Get me another 100 purple spirit fruits, will you?" This scene shattered everything Li Wufeng and the old man thought they knew. They stood there dumbfounded, their minds blank, with countless unanswered questions swirling in their heads. "You can't possibly be telling me you're going to eat all 100 of these spirit fruits right here, right now, are you?" Li Wufeng widened his eyes in disbelief. As a direct descendant of the prestigious Li family from Yuhang, Li Wufeng was well aware of his family's standing in the martial world. The Li family was renowned for their eye cultivation techniques, and their ancestral skill, the void-piercing eye, was considered a grade technique, highly coveted even by grandmasters. At this moment, Li Wufeng activated his family's technique, channeling his blood energy into his eyes, which glimmered with a faint light. Carefully scrutinizing Qin Yi, he concluded that the man's blood energy barely reached 5 calories, far below the threshold of even an entry-level martial artist. "Your physique might be slightly better than the average person, but you're no martial artist. Consuming more than 10 purple spirit fruits would be a death sentence," Li Wufeng said coldly, convinced that Qin Yi was recklessly risking his life to show off. Qin Yi responded with a calm smile. "Relax, I'm not planning to eat all 100 purple spirit fruits at once." As soon as the words left his mouth, both the elderly cashier and Li Wufeng let out a sigh of relief. However, Qin Yi's next statement made them both gasp in shock. "We'll just eat 50. The other 50 are for my friends," he said nonchalantly, picking up a purple spirit fruit and swallowing it in 3 bites. Li Wufeng, furious at his audacity, sneered, "Huh, if you're so eager to die, who am I to stop you?" Qin Yi, unfazed, continued eating the spirit fruits without a care. "You said an ordinary person couldn't handle 10 of these? I don't believe you. They'll eat them right in front of you. What will you do if I manage to eat them all? If you actually finish them, I'll kneel and call you father, and from now on, every spirit fruit you buy here will go on my tab." Li Wufeng spat out through gritted teeth, crossing his arms as he waited for Qin Yi to embarrass himself. As Qin Yi devoured the spirit fruits one by one, his skin turned a fiery red, veins bulging, and wisps of white smoke began rising from his head. The air was thick with a faintly charred smell, and it seemed like he might collapse at any moment. However, after consuming the 35th purple spirit fruit, his condition inexplicably began to improve. Li Wufeng's expression shifted dramatically from initial indifference to silence and finally to utter disbelief. By the time Qin Yi swallowed the 48th fruit, a system notification sounded in his mind. Qin Yi had unlocked two new skills: the innate ability Spiritual Affinity LV1 and the passive skill Unyielding Resilience LV1. These upgrades not only enhanced his physical constitution but also allowed him to sense and draw in spiritual energy from the air. Ecstatic, Qin Yi marveled at the overwhelming power of his adaptive cellular evolution. He couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. If he could evolve to a higher level of spiritual affinity, perhaps spiritual energy would actively flow into his body, accelerating his cultivation. In fact, such phenomena had indeed occurred in the history of the myriad races. The legendary war god physique, said to appear only once in a millennium, could indeed achieve such feats. Qin Yi marveled silently in his heart, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From an ordinary physique to transforming step by step into a man-made war god physique, and even surpassing it to reach an unimaginable realm, this thought kept swirling in his mind. Looking down at the purple spirit fruit in his hand, Qin Yi calculated silently. The value of these spirit fruits is immense. Once I return, I must find a way to get my hands on higher-grade spirit fruits to try. He made a mental note of this crucial discovery. In less than 15 minutes, Qin Yi had devoured all 50 purple spirit fruits. Satisfied, he let out a small burp and turned to see Li Wufeng staring at him in utter disbelief. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yi teased, "So, son, when are you acknowledging me as your father?" The words struck Li Wufeng like a hammer, dragging him back to reality. He looked at Qin Yi in shock, realizing that not only was the latter unharmed, but he seemed to be in even better condition than before. Li Wufeng's mind was in turmoil, and he nearly spat blood from frustration. Gritting his teeth, he thought bitterly, what kind of freak is this? He hasn't even stepped into martial cultivation, yet he can recklessly eat spirit fruits like this? Li Wufeng's face turned ashen as he wrestled with his pride and dignity. He didn't want to break his word but was unwilling to kneel. Suppressing his anger, he said through gritted teeth, "I'll offer you one first-tier spirit fruit as compensation. Let's just pretend I never said what I said earlier, all right? Your natural talent is remarkable. Eating one first-tier spirit fruit after entering martial cultivation will yield unparalleled benefits." Qin Yi didn't agree immediately. He noticed that the disdain in Li Wufeng's eyes had completely vanished. With a playful tone, he replied, "You seem to come from a prominent family, probably some big-shot young master. Are you telling me that, as a noble young master, kneeling and acknowledging someone as your father is worth only a single first-tier spirit fruit?" Li Wufeng's face darkened even further, his blood boiling with fury. However, glancing at the old man standing behind Qin Yi, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Fine. 3 first-tier spirit fruits. If you don't want them, then I'll kneel. Simple as that." "Deal," Qin Yi responded breezily. "Meet me here at the supermarket tomorrow morning at 10. Feeling utterly defeated, Li Wufeng stormed off, leaving the supermarket without looking back. However, just as he stepped outside, the sharp sound of a siren pierced the air. An ambulance sped to a halt in front of the supermarket. A group of doctors and nurses rushed out, immediately surrounding Li Wufeng to ask what had happened. Frustrated, Li Wufeng explained the situation. But when the medical team saw Qin Yi healthy, robust, and full of vitality, they frowned deeply. Turning to Li Wufeng, they scolded him sternly, "Don't misuse emergency services like this. These resources are meant to save lives. Do you even understand that? Look at this young man, as strong as an ox. Does he look like someone who's overdosed on spirit fruits?" Li Wufeng's face turned an even deeper shade of blue, rendered speechless by the reprimand. Internally, he roared in frustration, "Damn it! Who would believe that Qin Yi ate 50 spirit fruits and came out completely fine? Who am I supposed to complain to about this?" As Li Wufeng and the medical staff departed, the commotion inside the supermarket gradually subsided. Qin Yi stood facing the elderly cashier, the tension from earlier still lingering in the air. Qin Yi glanced around, his gaze settling on the pile of purple spirit fruits. 100 spirit fruits cost me 100,000 yuan, he calculated silently. But that's nothing. I'll just sell a few organs later and make it back. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as the thought crossed his mind. "Old man," Qin Yi turned to the cashier with a hint of anticipation in his voice, "do you have any other spirit fruits for sale in the supermarket?" The elderly man shook his head, his deeply lined face showing an apologetic expression. "This week, we only have these 2 types of spirit fruits. Our supply comes primarily from martial artists who venture into secret realms, so the selection varies. If you're looking for something different, you can check back next week. He paused briefly before adding, the spirit fruits at the East Suburb supermarket are all supplied by the Leaf family. You could also try your luck in other areas around Yuhang. The Leaf family? Qin Yi muttered thoughtfully, recalling the young man wearing a baseball cap from earlier. That guy just now must be from the Leaf family, right? A glimmer of approval flickered in the old man's eyes as he nodded with a smile. You're sharp. His name is Li Wufeng, and he's the leading figure of this generation in the Li family. He broke through to the martial master realm at just 18 years old. His future is limitless. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat, not because of Li Wufeng's identity, but because he was surprised by how much the old man seemed to know. He scrutinized the seemingly ordinary elder in front of him, suspecting that his background might be anything but simple. No wonder Li Wufeng didn't try to throw his weight around. Qin Yi mused inwardly. He was probably mindful of the old man, not wanting to lose face in front of him. With that thought, Qin Yi bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude. The elder's expression grew even more approving as he introduced himself. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Old Wang. If you ever encounter any difficulties in your martial arts practice, feel free to come and ask me. Thank you, Old Wang. Qin Yi bowed again before regaining his usual composure. He hoisted the crate of fruits onto his shoulder and left the supermarket. Old Wang watched Qin Yi's departing figure, murmuring to himself, smart, with a good temperament and decent potential. It's a pity he started practicing martial arts so late. Probably will take him a month just to get the basics. Such a shame. One misstep, and you're forever behind. Starting at 18, he's bound to suffer for it. The afternoon sun bathed the streets in golden light as the once quiet neighborhood began to stir with life. Carrying the crate of fruits on his shoulder, Qin Yi stood out among the passers-by. Despite being in the poorly policed East Suburb, he showed no sign of caution, instead opting to take a less traveled path. As he passed through a dim alleyway, two suspicious-looking young men took notice of the crate he was carrying. The buzzcut man sniffed the air and whispered, "That's the scent of spirit fruits. A whole crate of them. This is going to be a big score. Don't rush," the burly man beside him said in a low voice, patting the buzzcut man's shoulder. "We're martial artists, even if just beginners. We can't stoop to acting so desperate." The buzzcut man chuckled sheepishly. Right, big bro. So, how do we pull this off?" The burly man squinted, sizing up the direction Qin Yi was heading. Judging by his route, he's probably heading back to the Baishan apartments. We'll take a shortcut, lie in wait by the staircase and catch him off guard. The two moved swiftly through the maze of alleys, soon arriving at the Baishan apartments. This rundown housing complex had no security guards, and its doors were perpetually left open. They slipped in easily, hiding in the shadows at the bottom of the staircase. Steel rods gripped tightly in their hands as they waited for their prey. Before long, steady footsteps echoed from a distance, growing closer. Through the narrow gap, the buzzcut man caught sight of the enticing crate of spirit fruits, and his heartbeat quickened. He shot a glance at the burly man, signaling that it was time to act. The burly man shot out like an arrow, swinging his steel rod down fiercely toward the back of Qin Yi's head. Clang. A deafening metallic clang reverberated through the air, as if the rod had struck an unyielding steel plate. The burly man felt a jolt of pain in his hands, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. "Does this guy have a steel plate in his head?" the burly man muttered in disbelief. Refusing to accept defeat, he swung the rod against 6 more heavy strikes, all aimed at the vulnerable spot on the back of Qin Yi's head. Clang, clang, clang. The repeated metallic clashes echoed through the narrow stairwell, yet Qin Yi remained completely unfazed, as if he hadn't felt a thing. The burly man froze in place, the steel rod slipping from his hands and clattering to the ground. The buzzcut man, still hiding in the shadows, was equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Why stop now? Qin Yi turned around slowly, a warm smile on his face. He bent down to pick up the steel rod, tapping it lightly against his own arm to produce a crisp sound. Then, he handed the rod back to the burly man, pointing at his own forehead. "Go on, keep hitting. Aim here this time. Your strikes are way too weak. Anyone would think you haven't eaten. Or maybe you guys should eat a couple of spirit fruits first before continuing. Big bro, we've run into some serious trouble. Let's get out of here." The buzzcut man, who had been hiding in the corner, finally snapped out of his daze. He leaped forward, swinging a steel rod straight at Qin Yi's head. However, Qin Yi was not only incredibly strong but also possessed a body far superior to the average person. His passive ability, Iron Skin, though only at level 1, was more than enough to withstand a full-force attack from an entry-level martial artist. With a sharp crack, the steel rod smashed down on Qin Yi's head, only to unexpectedly snap in two. One half clattered to the ground, while the other remained in the buzzcut man's trembling hand. Both men stared in disbelief, first at the broken piece of steel rolling on the floor, then at Qin Yi, who stood there grinning, completely unscathed. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as a wave of fear engulfed them. With a resounding thud, the two men dropped to their knees in unison, their entire bodies shaking as they begged for mercy. "Sir, if I said this was all just a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" One of them stammered. Qin Yi looked down at the two trembling thugs, his smile unwavering. The more he smiled, the more terrified they became. They couldn't fathom why someone with the power of at least a third-tier martial artist would be living in the rundown apartments of East Suburb. In truth, these two were bait Qin Yi had deliberately lured in. Having lived in East Suburb for years, he was well aware of its chaotic state where petty criminals and thugs ran rampant. However, their strength was typically mediocre, with the strongest barely reaching the level of entry-level martial artists. Anyone who had achieved even the first tier of formal martial arts wouldn't bother remaining a street thug. Qin Yi had chosen this group of troublemakers to test his own abilities, an approach that was both safe and cautious. The difference in power between a first-tier martial artist and an entry-level one wasn't vast. And as it turned out, while Qin Yi lacked offensive techniques and his strength and agility were only at the level of an average person, his defensive and regenerative capabilities alone were enough to easily overpower a first-tier martial artist. In other words, Qin Yi could stand still and let a first-tier martial artist attack him relentlessly, and they'd eventually exhaust themselves to death without leaving a scratch on him. As for second or third-tier martial artists, while he couldn't defeat them yet, he was confident in his ability to survive. After all, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. Qin Yi calculated silently. A few more days of improvement, and he'd be ready to venture into the outskirts of the secret realm on his own. The environment there was said to be extremely harsh, making it an ideal place to hone his abilities. He had long been eyeing the spiritual plants within the secret realm, as they offered a shortcut to growing stronger. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yi glanced at the two still kneeling before him and said politely, "Thank you for your cooperation. I appreciate your efforts." The two men exchanged confused looks, unsure why Qin Yi was thanking them. Did this mean they were off the hook? Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Qin Yi added, "Now do me a favor and head over to the East Suburb police station to turn yourselves in. I'm too busy to escort you there myself." With that, Qin Yi turned and walked upstairs, leaving them with one final, chilling remark. "In a few days, I'll swing by the station to check on you. If I don't see you there, well, let's just say no one will ever see you again." This blatant death threat, coupled with Qin Yi's overwhelming display of power, left the two men too terrified to gamble with their lives. They had no choice but to comply. Swallowing hard, the buzzcut man and his companion exchanged a nervous glance, any lingering hope of escape vanishing completely. Back in his familiar apartment, Qin Yi stared at the worn-out leather sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Just a few days ago, he had been so broke that he jokingly considered eating the sofa to stave off hunger. Now, he was a millionaire with a bright future ahead. He couldn't help but think of Qin Xian, who still hadn't replied to his messages. That absence of communication was troubling. A brother who had shared hardships with him was undoubtedly a true friend. Qin Yi wasn't one to forget those who had stood by him. Now that he was doing well, he naturally wouldn't leave his brother behind. He had left 50 pieces of purple fruits and snow fruits for Qian and kept another 50 snow fruits for himself. Without hesitation, he began devouring them. Even though the 50 purple fruits he had eaten earlier in the day had provided ample nutrition, he forced himself to eat more in order to accelerate his growth. Soon, an intense, icy energy coursed through his meridians, spreading rapidly to his organs. Within a minute, a thin layer of frost formed on his skin. Despite the still warm September weather, his body was cold enough to freeze, a phenomenon that defied logic. Qin Yi felt as though his blood and heartbeat were on the verge of freezing. His breath came out in visible puffs of cold air as he trembled uncontrollably. The pain was unimaginable, but having endured the agony of cancer and developed a level 3 pain tolerance, he endured it without a sound. The suffering was not without reward. After over half an hour of enduring the intense cold, his body gradually returned to normal. His temperature stabilized, and his breathing evened out. In the depths of his consciousness, Qin Yi sensed a peculiar transformation taking place. His vision suddenly expanded, and the whirling cyclones floating in midair became distinctly visible, their numbers far greater than before. To his delight, the difficulty of manipulating these cyclones had significantly decreased, and the process of absorbing and accommodating them had become effortless. A system notification echoed in his mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to the excessive nourishment of the ungraded ice attribute spirit fruit, evolving the innate skill spiritual affinity LV2. Your cells have undergone remolding through the freezing of spiritual ice, evolving the passive skill cold resistance LV4. Joy surged in Qin Yi's heart, as the improvement in spiritual affinity was precisely what he had been most concerned about. As for the level 4 cold resistance, though an unexpected bonus, it was incredibly practical. He estimated that this ability would allow him to walk bare-chested in environments as cold as -10 degrees Celsius without any discomfort, a significant step toward forging an indomitable physique. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him. It wasn't just strength that had improved. Even his agility had seen some enhancement. Qin Yi silently analyzed the situation, concluding that this was likely the result of the spirit fruit, improving his physical constitution. His passive skill, iron stomach, granted him a digestion and absorption capacity far beyond that of ordinary people, rivaling that of some fearsome beasts. While an average person would need 100 days to consume and absorb 100 spirit fruits gradually, he had done it in just 3 hours, reaping immediate benefits. Eagerly, he opened his personal stats panel to examine the changes in his attributes. Name: Qin Yi. Race: planetary human 9. Strength: 7. Constitution: 13. Agility: 6. Spirit: 6. Innate ability: adaptive cellular evolution. Skills: cold resistance LV4, pain tolerance LV3, spiritual affinity LV2, anaerobic endurance LV2. Battle power evaluation: physical strength surpasses a tier 3 martial artist. A full force punch rivals a tier 1 martial artist. Resistant to pain, cold, and heat. You've taken the first step toward becoming a prodigy. Seeing that the battle evaluation refrained from mocking him, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It was a testament to the tremendous progress he had made in just 3 days. Once I get my hands on 3 first-tier spirit fruits tomorrow, they'll become even stronger, Qin Yi mused to himself. If I can also find a way to enhance my agility and offensive techniques, they'll be ready to attempt entering the secret realm. He was acutely aware of his weaknesses. His agility was too low, making him slow and sluggish in reaction. Though his strength was decent, he lacked effective methods of attack. Offensive techniques could be acquired through purchasing martial arts manuals, but how could he improve his agility? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yi had an idea. Perhaps I should occasionally dedicate time to martial training. Combining evolution with martial arts practice should yield even better results. He quickly began researching publicly available martial arts information. Martial training was known to enhance every aspect of a person's capabilities. From a tier 1 martial artist to a tier 9 martial artist, speed could increase from 7 or 8 meters per second to an astonishing 40 meters per second. The thought of how terrifying his potential might be if he started martial training ignited a flame of excitement in Qin Yi's heart. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged and began his first formal attempt at cultivation. He calmed his mind, focusing on guiding spiritual energy into his body to temper his physical form, refine his meridians, and purify his vital essence. The first step in martial cultivation was to acclimate all the Bodhis cells to spiritual energy, enabling them to absorb its nourishment. Ultimately, the goal was to harness spiritual energy to generate vital essence. The path of martial and spiritual cultivation had no fixed methods. Every practitioner followed the experiences of their predecessors, forging the body, tempering the bones, unblocking the meridians, and expanding the brain domain. These 12 words encapsulated the blood and tears of countless humans, representing the journey from a tier 1 martial artist to a grandmaster. The martial artist stage focused on forging the body and tempering the bones. The martial master stage centered on unblocking meridians, and the grandmaster stage involved expanding the brain domain. As for so-called cultivation techniques, they mostly referred to combat skills such as swordsmanship or blade techniques. It was said that certain specialized breathing techniques could dramatically accelerate cultivation, but each of these was a priceless treasure. Qin Yi's original talent for martial cultivation had been abysmal, couldn't even sense spiritual energy. But now, with level 2 spiritual affinity, guiding spiritual energy into his body was astonishingly smooth and nearly effortless. Combined with his physical attributes, which already met martial artist standards, his cells absorbed spiritual energy at a remarkable rate. In less than an hour, Qin Yi completed the first step of becoming a martial artist. He felt the concentrated drop of heart blood, enriched by spiritual energy, gradually condensing and transforming into a golden threaded droplet. This droplet was far denser than ordinary blood and could freely shift between liquid and gaseous states. Ecstatic, Qin Yi realized this was his very first drop of vital essence. The first drop of vital energy condensed into form, and Qin Yi immediately felt a surge in his strength. Without pausing, he continued to focus intently on refining his vital energy. Unlike ordinary novice martial artists, Qin Yi's physical body had long surpassed the level of a third-stage warrior. At this moment, his ability to adapt to spiritual energy was astonishingly fast. With every strand of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, his body absorbed its essence instantly, emitting a faint glow as it continuously transformed and strengthened. Time flew by, and it wasn't until the first light of dawn the next day that Qin Yi slowly opened his eyes. He let out a deep breath, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, as though he had been reborn. Suspended within his heart's core were 5 drops of faint golden vital energy. They appeared ordinary but contained immense power. Qin Yi picked up his phone to check the time 4 a.m. In just 10 hours, he had refined 5 drops of vital energy, officially advancing to the level of a novice martial artist. Such a pace of cultivation and innate talent could easily put the top prodigy of Yuhang to shame. Despite the significant transformation in his body, Qin Yi remained grounded. He immediately got up, left his apartment, and headed to the open space outside to stretch and test his limits. Boom! With a full-force punch, the air erupted with a sharp whistle. The power of that punch reached an astonishing 300 kilograms, comparable to the strength of a third-stage warrior. Qin Yi then began sprinting, his speed so fast that it left afterimages in his waki could cover 40 meters in a single second. 5 units of vital energy right after reaching the novice level, and I can already rival a third-stage warrior? A look of surprise and delight flashed across Qin Yi's face. He speculated that his evolved passive abilities might be at play. Opening his stats panel again, Qin Yi noticed significant improvements in 3 attributes. His strength had skyrocketed from 7 to 12, his agility increased to 10, and his constitution reached an impressive 15. Only his spirit remained unchanged at 6, which was understandable since novice martial artists did not focus on cultivating the soul or brain domain. Qin Yi calculated silently. Based on these numbers, a third-stage warrior's attributes are roughly around 10 each, but my constitution far exceeds theirs. Beyond these visible enhancements, his sensory perception had also sharpened. He could now hear faint footsteps from within the apartment building, even from tens of meters away. Glancing down at his phone again, he saw that it was only 5 a.m. Who would be out this early? Qin Yi wondered, turning his gaze toward the apartment entrance. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure walking out. Is that Wang Yueling? Qin Yi recalled that the last time he had fallen from the 3rd floor, it was around this same time that he had encountered her. From a distance, Wang Yueling noticed Qin Yi. She seemed to want to greet him, but suddenly hesitated as she recalled the gruesome scene from the previous day. Instead, she waved at him from afar. Good morning, Qin. Qinga, out training again? As she took a closer look at Qin Yi, Wang Yueling was stunned to sense the powerful aura emanating from him. It was as if he were a rising sun, radiant and intense. This was the hallmark of becoming a martial artist. She found it hard to believe that someone who had been an ordinary person just yesterday could achieve such a transformation overnight. It seemed almost like a fairy tale. Still in shock, Wang Yueling congratulated Qin Yi with a few words, stealing another glance at him before hurrying off. As she walked, she couldn't help but think, could it be that freefall training method actually works? Wang Yueling had been stuck at 4 units of vital energy for a long time. She woke up at 5 a.m. every day to work odd jobs, saving up to buy spiritual materials in hopes of becoming a martial artist. Yet that goal always felt out of reach. Lost in thought, her gaze drifted toward a nearby 5-story building, and her steps began to slow. After Wang Yueling left, Qin Yi returned to his room for a quick wash before heading out again to the East Suburb supermarket. Although his transaction with Li Wufeng for the spiritual fruit was scheduled for around 9:30 a.m., he wanted to arrive early to consult with old Wang on a few matters. The streets were quiet and desolate in the early morning, with only a handful of pedestrians buying breakfast. As Qin Yi walked, he suddenly felt an indistinct gaze lingering on him, as if someone was observing him from the shadows. Trusting his instincts, he did not dismiss the sensation. Who's following me? Could it be someone from the Li family? Are they planning to eliminate me instead of delivering the spiritual fruit? Qin Yi speculated silently, maintaining a calm exterior while discreetly scanning his surroundings. Before long, he noticed a shadowy figure trailing behind him. This person didn't seem to be trying to hide at all. When the figure noticed Qin Yi's gaze, they even nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the figure closed the 10-meter gap between them like lightning and appeared directly in front of Qin Yi. Extending a hand, they introduced themselves, Yi Shunhui, Lu Yi. Yi Shunhui. Qin Yi's thoughts raced as he recalled the name of the organization involved in loan sharking and organ trafficking one he had once dealt with. Why are they looking for me? Are they still after harvesting organs? Qin Yi's heart tensed with caution as he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the man standing before him, who introduced himself as Lu Yi. The man had an unervingly striking appearance, with pale skin as white as paper and features that bordered on the androgynous. Draped in a loose black robe, his presence was otherworldly. If not for the distinctly male tone of his voice, Qin Yi might have mistaken him for a woman. Despite his wariness, Qin Yi extended his hand for a brief handshake with Lu Yi. However, the moment their skin touched, a surge of overwhelming energy, like a raging flood, burst into Qin Yi's body, instantly shattering 3 of his meridians. Fortunately, his body had evolved to a level of resilience that allowed him to withstand such attacks. With his enhanced recovery abilities and the durability of his meridians, he barely managed to stabilize the damage and suppress the remnants of the invasive energy. Qin Yi's heart sank as he realized the handshake was no ordinary gesture. It was a veiled threat, a deliberate show of power meant to intimidate him. Quickly pulling his hand back, he narrowed his eyes and fixed his wary gaze on Lu Yi. But Lu Yi seemed utterly unbothered. With a casual shrug and a faint smirk of disdain, he remarked, "Heh, I didn't expect you to be this weak. Just a wisp of my energy was enough to injure you. I thought I'd finally run into someone strong for once, but looking at you, even as a martial artist, you must be at the very bottom tier. Why don't you save yourself the trouble and hand over your little fortuitous encounter? You're too weak for me to bother fighting. Be smart, and you might just live. What do you say?" Though Lu Yi's outward demeanor was calm and delicate, his words dripped with arrogance, making it clear he viewed Qin Yi as nothing more than an insignificant obstacle. Yet, his offhand remark sent a chill through Qin Yi's mind, confirming a suspicion that had been forming. The Ishan Society must have uncovered detailed information about him. They had likely noticed how he had gone from an ordinary person to suddenly possessing martial prowess, leading them to suspect he had come across some extraordinary opportunity. Their assumption wasn't wrong. The system was indeed such a miraculous encounter. But Qin Yi knew one thing for certain. This was something he could never, under any circumstances, give up. Frustration bubbled within him as he realized he had underestimated the Ishan Society. What he had thought was merely a powerful loan shark group turned out to have the resources to send someone as formidable as Lu Yi after him. Lu Yi, at the very least, was a low-tier martial master, a whole level above Qin Yi. The gap in their abilities was immense. Qin Yi's mind raced as he weighed his options should he flee or fight. Yet, before he could make a decision, Lu Yi's patience had clearly run out. With a sharp whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart reached Qin Yi's ears. Before he could even react, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward his abdomen with terrifying speed. The punch was so fast that Qin Yi couldn't follow it with his eye. She could only hear the deafening sound of a sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the fist had already struck his body, unleashing a violent shockwave. Bang! Qin Yi was sent flying like a broken kite, landing heavily over 10 meters away. The force of the punch churned the blood in his veins, shattered every bone in his body, and left most of his internal organs in ruins. That simple punch carried a force of 1 ton, a casual strike from a martial master, but it was enough to leave Qin Yi clinging to life by a thread. The difference between a martial artist and a martial master was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. No wonder Wu Jiming had been so horrified when he suspected Qin Yi might be a martial master. Lu Yi shook out his fist and strolled leisurely toward Qin Yi from the other end of the street, a condescending smirk on his face. He showed no concern that Qin Yi might try to escape. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Why did you have to make me do this? Wouldn't it have been easier to just hand over your little opportunity? Lu Yi had deliberately held back, avoiding a fatal blow. He feared Qin Yi might have hidden his so-called opportunity somewhere, and if he died without revealing it, recovering it would be a hassle. Qin Yi lay on the ground like a lifeless heap, but he had noticed Lu Yi's restraint during the punch. A plan began to form in his mind. Qin Yi let out a cold chuckle. What didn't kill him would only make him stronger. His level 1 body regeneration ability kicked in, and his shattered bones and organs began to repair themselves at a frenzied pace. If anyone could see what was happening inside his body, they would be utterly stunned. Tiny clusters of tissue were writhing and weaving together, extracting energy to rebuild new bones and organs. The efficiency was astonishing. Within just 1 minute, nearly a third of the damage had been healed. Even more incredible, the newly regenerated bones and organs were stronger and tougher than before. Qin Yi staggered to his feet. Though his body was drenched in blood, his movements were calm and deliberate. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small item he had prepared in advance, tore off the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Rip. Instantly, a surge of rich energy was digested and absorbed by his iron stomach, accelerating his recovery even further. Lu Yi's expression shifted as he scrutinized the item Qin Yi had taken out. A few seconds later, he froze, his face twisting with anger. Qin Yi was eating a Snickers bar? So calm, so unfazed, even had the audacity to snack? Was this some kind of insult? Lu Yi had assumed Qin Yi was about to use some rare spiritual fruit or elixir, but it turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary candy bar. Veins bulged on Lu Yi's pale face as he took a step forward and unleashed a flurry of punches toward Qin Yi. His fists rained down like a violent storm, but even then, Lu Yi maintained precise control over his strength and aim, ensuring he didn't deliver a killing blow. Come on, scream, beg for mercy, kneel and submit. Lu Yi's attacks grew more frenzied, blood splattering onto his face as he roared like a madman. He wanted to see Qin Yi lose his composure, abandon his dignity, and beg for his life. But things didn't go as planned. Qin Yi remained as composed as ever, his expression devoid of fear, despair, or even pain. Compared to the agony of late-stage cancer, this physical suffering was nothing. Thanks to his level 3 pain tolerance, Qin Yi didn't feel the punches as pain at all. If anything, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration, so much so that he almost laughed out loud. His body, his meridians, his bones, they were being destroyed and rebuilt again and again. With each cycle, they grew stronger, tougher, more terrifying. How is this possible? Lu Yi finally noticed something was wrong. His brows furrowed deeply in disbelief. As a martial master, he could channel his life force externally, and every punch he threw carried that destructive energy, designed to damage his opponent's internal organs and meridians to halt regeneration. Yet against Qin Yi, it had no effect. Incredible. It must be that opportunity of his. Greed flashed across Lu Ye's face as he launched another ferocious barrage of attacks, determined to completely incapacitate Qin Yi and drag him away before he could resist any further. But to Lu Ye's shock, Qin Yi now seemed to have some ability to fight back. If Lu Yi didn't use his full strength, he couldn't easily overpower Qin Yi, who was desperately holding his ground. After countless exchanges, Qin Yi could barely block Lu Ye's attacks and even managed to lift an arm to strike back. Though his counterattacks posed no real threat to Lu Yi, the sheer defiance behind them was intolerable. Is that all you've got? Qin Yi taunted as he was sent flying once again. This time, he got up even faster than before and casually pulled another Snickers bar from his pocket, unwrapping it and taking a bite. With sufficient energy, his cells could adapt and evolve endlessly. You're courting death. Lu Yi finally lost all composure. He couldn't tolerate being mocked by someone so much weaker than himself, especially someone who, by all rights, shouldn't even be alive. He no longer held back, his attacks now several times more ferocious than before. Each punch carried a sharp wind, causing tremors to ripple across the ground. Lu Ye's figure left afterimages in midair, his movements as fast as a speeding bullet. However, after the intense clashes earlier, Qin Yi had undergone a transformation. His cells evolved under the relentless flow of energy and blood from a low-tier martial master's aura, granting him the innate skill of Spirit Affinity LV3. Continuous training had also given him the passive skill of Physical Regeneration LV2. Enduring the relentless impact of over a ton of force had even unlocked a unique innate divine ability, Boneless Flexibility. One battle, 3 new skills. Qin Yi's strength had skyrocketed. This was the very embodiment of his belief. As long as he wasn't killed, the harsher and more terrifying the environment, the greater the power he would gain in return. Lu Ye's eyes gleamed with ferocity, holding nothing back anymore. His energy surged like a rainbow. His punches roared skyward, aiming directly for Qin Yi's vital points. In the face of this peril, Qin Yi immediately activated his newly acquired boneless flexibility. In an instant, Qin Yi's body seemed to lose its skeletal structure, becoming soft and deflated, like an uninflated balloon. This divine ability was a perfect counter to Lu Ye's assault, as if it had been created specifically to neutralize his attacks. Lu Ye's fist, imbued with immense force and wrapped in a fierce gale, slammed into Qin Yi's chest. What should have been a devastating blow, capable of shattering his chest and exploding his heart, was instead absorbed like a sponge. Qin Yi's chest caved inward, dissipating over half the force within seconds. Though Qin Yi was sent flying over 10 meters again, this time he emerged completely unscathed. With the support of his Physical Regeneration LV2, the damage from Lu Ye's full-force punch was healed almost instantly. This is impossible. Lu Yi stared at the unharmed Qin Yi in utter disbelief. Qin Yi smiled nonchalantly, standing at the street corner as he spread his arms. What's the matter? Skipped breakfast, brother? Come on, hit me harder. If you don't manage to kill me today, I promise I'll kill you someday. He patted his chest confidently, exuding an air of fearless defiance. Lu Ye's face darkened, his expression stormy. Just as he prepared to strike again, he sensed someone approaching. Gritting his teeth, he shot Qin Yi a venomous glare before retreating. He had been so confident, expecting to subdue Qin Yi quickly right there on the street. Yet, Qin Yi had proven as unyielding as an indestructible cockroach, leaving Lu Ye's efforts in vain. What are you glaring at? Can't win, so you're running away? Hey, if you've got the guts, stay and fight me. Qin Yi taunted loudly in a mocking tone, his words almost making Lu Yi cough up blood in anger. Not until Lu Ye's figure disappeared completely at the end of the street did Qin Yi finally stop, exhaling a long breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, what bad luck." Finishing the last bite of a chocolate bar, Qin Yi looked up, only to see a graceful figure appear at the far end of the street. After the intense battle between 2 martial artists, the once peaceful street was left in ruins. Dust and debris scattered everywhere, the road was riddled with potholes, and several large, circular craters resembled the aftermath of meteor impacts. The entire scene looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Qin Yi surveyed the street cautiously, his eyes catching sight of a figure approaching. The newcomer was dressed in a crisp police uniform, with short, neat hair and sharp, well-defined features that gave off an air of natural authority. The commanding presence of the female officer made it clear to Qin Yi in an instant. The police were here, and this time, it was a woman in charge. Qin Yi felt his tense nerves relax slightly. As expected, causing such a commotion on the street was bound to attract attention sooner or later. The female officer stood expressionless in front of Qin Yi, her piercing gaze scanning his injury-ridden body before shifting briefly to the direction where Lu Yi had fled. Her tone was stern as she asked, "The person you were fighting with, did they escape?" Qin Yi studied the officer carefully. Based on his extensive experience dealing with martial artists, he was certain she was one as well and not a novice either. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied with a sheepish grin, "Officer, I wasn't fighting him. He came after me, trying to kidnap me. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have been taken away." The officer listened to his explanation without much reaction. She calmly produced her credentials, following protocol, and prepared to escort him to the station for a statement. Qin Yi glanced at her badge and saw the name, Xiao Shi, printed on it. Without protest, he followed Officer Xiao back to the police station. It was around 8 a.m., and the station had just opened for the day, but there were already a few guests present. As Qin Yi stepped into the lobby, he was greeted by the sound of a stern lecture, seemingly directed at someone in need of advice. "Life is precious. Whatever you're struggling with, talk to your family or loved ones about it, don't bottle it up. You're so young, with your whole life ahead of you. Why would you resort to something so extreme? Promise me you won't do this again, okay?" Curious, Qin Yi turned toward the source of the voice and was surprised to see a familiar face sitting on one of the chairs in the station. The person had their head lowered in shame, nodding repeatedly at the officer's words. It was none other than Wang Yueling. Instinctively, Qin Yi raised his hand in greeting. Hearing his voice, Wang Yueling froze for a moment before sneaking a glance at him. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she quickly looked away, clearly embarrassed to her core. She looked so mortified that even her toes seemed to curl in discomfort. It turned out that in her quest to become stronger, Wang Yueling had tried to imitate Qin Yi's so-called free-fall training method. Instead of succeeding, she had been mistaken for attempting self-harm and was rescued by a concerned passerby who called the police. Judging by Qin Yi's expression, he had already pieced together the story from the officer's words, and his gaze toward her had clearly changed. Qin Yi never imagined that his casual remark about training would actually lead Wang Yueling to try such a reckless stunt. This was truly an unbelievable turn of events. After the lecture ended, Wang Yueling stood up awkwardly. She glanced at Qin Yi, who was once again covered in blood, and asked in confusion, "Did you go jumping again?" Then, noticing Officer Xiao standing beside him, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you got caught too, but at least you jumped before getting caught." Wang Yueling's sharp eyes noticed that Qin Yi's energy levels had improved even further since early that morning. Pointing excitedly at him, she turned to the officer who had just lectured her and argued, "See, officer? He jumps from 3 or 4 stories all the time to train his body. He was just a regular guy, but in 2 days, he's already cultivated 6 or 7 units of vital energy. I told you, I'm not trying to harm myself. I'm training to get stronger." The officer's face darkened. He suddenly felt that simple reasoning might not be enough to sway this girl. Internally, he began considering whether she needed a referral to a psychiatric evaluation. In the post-spiritual rebel era, all law enforcement positions within the Human Alliance required candidates to meet specific martial arts standards. Non-martial artists were ineligible. As a seasoned martial artist himself, the officer had never heard of anyone gaining strength by jumping from such heights. In most cases, surviving such a fall without being reduced to a bloody pulp would already be a miracle. Seeing the officer's disbelief, Wang Yueling turned to Qin Yi with a hopeful look, silently pleading for him to back her up. Unfortunately for her, Qin Yi didn't deliver. He nodded solemnly and sided with the officer. "She's right, you could jump 100 times, and it still wouldn't make you stronger, but you clearly got stronger doing it." Wang Yueling protested indignantly. Qin Yi shook his head. "Not everyone's body works the same way. I can get stronger just by eating, can you?" Wang Yueling was momentarily speechless. "I can also get stronger without eating, can you?" Once again, Wang Yueling found herself at a loss for words. In that moment, she felt something shattered deep inside her. It was her resolve completely crushed by Qin Yi's words. The incident with Wang Yueling was just a minor diversion and was soon left behind. After wrapping up their conversation, Qin Yi followed Officer Xiao to the interrogation room. Just as he was about to enter, 3 people emerged from inside. 2 of them looked particularly familiar. One was a scrawny man with a buzz cut, and the other, a burly bald man. Both had their wrists bound in special restraints and were being escorted by another officer. The moment the pair spotted Qin Yi, their faces turned pale, and they dropped to their knees with a loud thud. They began kowtowing frantically, pleading, "Boss, we turned ourselves in just like you said, please spare us. We've confessed to everything, really. Even the time we peeked at the neighbor lady bathing when we were kids, we didn't hide anything." Two panicked men knelt on the ground, their voices trembling as they pleaded with Qin Yi. These were the same two thugs who had recently tried to ambush him and steal the spirit fruit. In the interrogation room, the two men had spent the entire night confessing every misdeed they'd committed since birth, nearly putting the interrogators to sleep. As soon as the questioning ended, they adopted this desperate posture, immediately drawing the attention of several nearby officers, who turned their eyes toward Qin Yi. Qin Yi froze for a moment, hastily waving his hands to explain, "Officers, I'm a law-abiding citizen. These two thugs were just caught by me on the spot, and I told them to turn themselves in." Officer Xiao raised an eyebrow, giving Qin Yi a scrutinizing look. She gestured toward the interrogation room door and said, "Let's talk inside." Qin Yi followed Officer Xiao into the interrogation room. The heavy door shut with a loud bang, and for a moment, it felt like the world had gone silent. Qin Yi could even hear the rapid beating of his own heart. During the interrogation, Qin Yi truthfully recounted the incident with Liu Yi, including Liu Ye's connection to the Heretic God Society. However, he chose to omit the details of their fight. He only stated that Liu Yi had tried to capture him, and he had resisted and been injured in the process, without mentioning the intense battle where he had gone toe-to-toe with Liu Yi. After all, it was far too implausible for a novice martial artist to withstand the full-force assault of a martial master. Such a claim would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and trouble. Throughout the interrogation, Qin Yi remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of unease. He was confident that Liu Yi had already disabled all the surveillance cameras in the area before making his move, leaving the police without any concrete evidence to disprove his account. As it turned out, Qin Yi's judgment was spot on. The Heretic God Society was already infamous in the region and had a long record with the police in the eastern outskirts of Yuhang. Known for their heinous crimes, including kidnapping and robbery, it wasn't surprising that they would target someone like Qin Yi. Officer Xiao silently observed the young man seated across from her, but she couldn't detect any flaws in his words or demeanor. As an experienced officer, this was the first time she had encountered someone so meticulous and composed. Impressive, she thought to herself. In the end, Officer Xiao chose to believe Qin Yi's account. She handed him a cup of hot water and flipped through his file. "According to your records, you're not registered as a martial artist. As per the Federation's regulations, anyone practicing martial arts must have their status documented. You've already reached the level of an entry-level martial artist, which is quite impressive. If you have time in the next few days, you should visit the Martial Arts Association to take the test and get registered." Closing the file, Officer Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. She had noticed something extraordinary about Qin Yi just days ago. He was reportedly a terminally ill patient, yet here he was, full of vitality and now even a martial artist. He must have experienced some kind of remarkable encounter. However, as a police officer, she knew better than to pry into someone's personal secrets, let alone harbor any greed. "Thank you, officer," Qin Yi said as he downed the cup of water in one go. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding. Your cells have successfully adapted to lying. You have acquired the passive skill, Unflappable. Lying can be adapted to?" Qin Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly composed himself. Accompanied by the relevant personnel, he left the police station. After Qin Yi departed, Officer Xiao remained seated alone in the quiet interrogation room, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, the door opened again, and a police officer entered, saluting her. "Chief Xiao, you called for me?" Officer Xiao handed him Qin Yi's file and took a sip of tea. After reading through the file, the officer's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "Are you suggesting?" Setting down her teacup, Officer Xiao gave a slight nod. "Exactly. The Heretic God Society won't give up on whatever it is they're after with Qin Yi. If we keep a close watch on him, we're bound to reel in a big catch sooner or later. Starting today, you'll be responsible for protecting him. If we can take down a major figure from the Heretic God Society, that'll be at least a first-class merit for you." The officer respectfully accepted the task and left the room. Once again, Officer Xiao was alone in the interrogation room, savoring her tea with a calm yet thoughtful expression. Stepping out of the police station, Qin Yi glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock, with 30 minutes to spare before his appointment. Walking unhurriedly down the street, he swiped his fingers across his personal panel, opening it. His eyes immediately landed on a newly evolved skill, calm and composed. Just as the name suggested, this skill allowed him to remain natural and unflustered when lying, delivering falsehoods as convincingly as truths. It had no level indicator, as though it was at max level the moment it appeared. While it didn't enhance his combat capabilities, Qin Yi found it to be incredibly practical. His gaze shifted downward to the 4 main attributes displayed on the panel. A look of surprise lit up his face. His strength, agility, and constitution had all improved. He now possessed 13 points in strength, 11 in agility, and 16 in constitution, far exceeding the average third-tier martial artist. He could even rival a fourth-tier martial artist to a certain extent. Qin Yi quietly calculated in his mind. Martial artists were divided into 9 tiers, with every 3 tiers forming a new rank. While a fourth-tier martial artist might seem only one level above a third-tier, the actual disparity was vast. He couldn't help but feel grateful for Liu Ye's tough but intentional approach. For someone with such immense strength to control their power and avoid causing fatal damage, it was this restraint that had given him the opportunity to transform. With this thought, Qin Yi's mood lifted, and he began to hum a tune. Martial arts training required refining the body and tempering blood energy with spiritual energy. Liu Ye's external strikes with his blood energy had essentially helped Qin Yi strengthen his body, a process far more efficient than the slow absorption and circulation of spiritual energy. In just over 10 minutes, he had refined a drop of blood energy. Now, Qin Yi had accumulated 6 units of blood energy, edging closer to the 10-unit standard required for a first-tier martial artist. More importantly, Liu Yi had inadvertently helped him evolve a third-level affinity for spiritual energy, which meant his cultivation speed would only accelerate in the future. Qin Yi whispered to himself, "Such a great favor when I achieve success in my training, I'll repay it with my life." A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Before he realized it, the police station had long faded into the distance. In the horizon, the sign for the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket came into view. Qin Yi quickened his pace and soon spotted Li Wufeng standing at the supermarket's checkout counter, holding 3 exquisite wooden boxes in his hands, clearly waiting for someone. A smile spread across Qin Yi's face as he strode into the supermarket and greeted him warmly. "Long time no see, brotherly." Hearing this, Li Wufeng's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Internally, he sneered. "We just saw each other yesterday, and you're saying long time no see? Are we even that close for you to call me brotherly?" As for how Qin Yi knew his surname, Li Wufeng wasn't surprised. It was likely the older employees at the supermarket had told him. Li Wufeng turned to face Qin Yi, his expression indifferent, his dark eyes as calm as a still lake. Yet in the next moment, his face betrayed a flicker of shock, nearly losing his composure. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Yi again, the astonishment on his face deepening. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. In just one night, the previously ordinary Qin Yi had somehow refined 6 units of blood energy. In disbelief, Li Wufeng asked, "Did you really not hide your strength yesterday?" Even for a prodigy like himself, who had been nurtured with spiritual medicines and treated spirit fruits like candy since childhood, it had taken over a week to refine 6 units of blood energy. Qin Yi shook his head lightly, a hint of mischief in his tone. In front of Elder Wang, what strength could I possibly hide? The supermarket's owner, Elder Wang, was a figure of profound cultivation. Unless one was a grandmaster, it was impossible to conceal their true capabilities from him. Li Wufeng understood the implication and his expression grew more complex, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Even the typically composed Elder Wang behind the checkout counter revealed a trace of surprise. Just yesterday, he had lamented that Qin Yi had started learning martial arts too late. Yet today, the young man had already stepped into the realm of martial arts. Refining 6 units of blood energy in a single day, such talent was exceedingly rare. Qin Yi stole a glance at Elder Wang. Seeing the old man's ever-kind smile, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Having lived so long, Elder Wang had undoubtedly realized that Qin Yi harbored secrets. However, he had no intention of prying, let alone exposing them. At his level, as long as a human talent acquired opportunities, no matter how extraordinary, he wouldn't covet them. Li Wufeng quickly regained his usual composure and handed the 3 wooden boxes to Qin Yi, saying, "You've got some talent. I'll give you that. But in the path of immortal martial arts, talent alone isn't enough. You must actualize it to become truly strong. I hope to see you in the depths of some secret realm in the future. Don't get yourself killed too early." Taking the boxes, Qin Yi glanced down and noticed that although they were small, they were intricately crafted. Each box was adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding a restrained spiritual energy. The first-tier spirit fruits stored within emitted no scent or aura, indicating that the boxes themselves were valuable storage artifacts. Clearly, the Li family's wealth meant that Li Wufeng didn't think twice before casually giving them away. TCH, filthy rich people. Think being wealthy makes you so great? Qin Yi grumbled inwardly. With the spirit fruits exchanged, Li Wufeng turned and left without hesitation. Watching his departing figure, Qin Yi couldn't resist teasing, "Train hard, all right? Don't let me surpass you the next time we meet." Li Wufeng paused in his steps and immediately retorted, "In your dreams. Even if I took half a year off to sleep, you still wouldn't catch up to me." As the young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng, at just 18 years old, had already reached the lower-tier martial master level 2 entire realms above Qin Yi. No matter how talented Qin Yi might be, He's still just a novice martial artist, not even at the first stage. Li Wufeng sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Puffing out his chest, he continued, if you ever surpass me, you can have the title of the Li family's young master. With that, he scoffed, turned on his heel, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Watching Li Wufeng's retreating figure, Qin Yi shrugged and muttered under his breath, the position of Li family's young master? Am not even interested. Nearby, Old Wang overheard and couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Kids these days, each one more arrogant than the last. It seems I'm really getting old. He hunched over slightly, a look of helplessness on his face. After obtaining the Tier 1 spiritual fruits, Qin Yi decided not to head straight home like last time. Instead, he chose to stay at the grocery store under Old Wang's protection and consume the fruits there. After all, the eastern outskirts of Yuhang were a chaotic mix of people, and the high value of Tier 1 spiritual fruits would surely attract the attention of powerful individuals if taken outside. Old Wang seemed to understand Qin Yi's intentions and didn't object. Opening the door to the storage room, he said, you can eat them in here. Qin Yi quickly followed him inside. In the storage room, Qin Yi placed 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. As soon as the first box was unlocked, a refreshing, fragrant aroma filled the air, like a cool spring breeze brushing against his face. The scent alone was enough to make one's spirit feel uplifted. Old Wang nodded slightly and explained, this is the spring heart fruit. It ripens once a year in early spring and is known for its ability to nourish the mind and soothe the soul. It's considered a top-tier, Tier 1 spiritual fruit. Nourish the mind? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he ate the spring heart fruit. Instantly, he felt a warm, soothing sensation in his chest, as if basking in the gentle sunlight of a spring day. Curious, he opened his personal stats panel and saw that his long static mental attribute had jumped from 6 to 10. Old Wang elaborated, before reaching the grandmaster stage, martial artists don't develop their brain regions or cultivate their souls. As such, their mental strength is entirely dependent on their natural talent. Generally, even the most gifted individuals start with around 7 points of mental strength. Consuming a spring heart fruit might raise it by 1 or 2 points at most. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel grateful for his unique ability, the level 1 iron stomach skill. Its effectiveness far exceeded his expectations, allowing him not only to consume things others couldn't, but also to fully digest spiritual fruits and absorb their benefits more completely. Next, Qin Yi opened the remaining 2 wooden boxes, which contained a scarlet blood orange and an earthwind chestnut, both Tier 1 spiritual fruits known for enhancing vitality. After consuming them, Qin Yi felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. His vitality, originally at 6 points, rose directly to 10 points, officially propelling him into the ranks of Tier 1 martial artists. Seeing this, Old Wang was initially astonished, but his expression soon turned to concern. He cautioned, consuming large quantities of spiritual fruits may rapidly boost your vitality, but it can also destabilize your foundation, leaving you with a fragile base that will hinder your future progress. The spiritual fruits you've consumed in recent days are too many. You should ease up and focus on consolidating your foundation. Take someone like Li Wufeng. For example, young masters from prominent families typically consume fruits that enhance potential rather than directly increasing vitality. Strengthening vitality is a process that must be done step by step. Qin Yi respectfully acknowledged Old Wang's advice, though he found himself puzzled. He hadn't felt any issues with his foundation so far. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have consumed a large quantity of spiritual fruits in a short time, successfully adapting your cells to spiritual toxins and unlocking the passive skill, Poison Resistance LV3. Ding! By consuming 3 Tier 1 spiritual fruits consecutively, the pure spiritual energy has refined your meridians, unlocking the innate skill, Spiritual Affinity LV6. Hearing these notifications, Qin Yi began to understand. Most spiritual plants accumulate spiritual toxins during their growth as a defense mechanism against being consumed. These toxins can erode and damage the potential of martial artists. However, the spiritual fruits identified as safe by the Human Alliance typically contain minimal toxins, posing no harm if consumed in moderation. Now that Qin Yi had developed resistance to toxins, he could disregard these limitations entirely. He could eat as many spiritual fruits as he wanted without any concern. For Qin Yi, this shortcut to martial prowess was an unparalleled advantage. The matter of the spiritual fruit has been resolved, Qin Yi murmured as if recalling something. He raised his head to look at Elder Wang, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. By the way, do you know about the martial arts union? He asked softly. Elder Wang nodded slightly and led Qin Yi out of the storage room. Despite his slow pace, the elder's steps were steady and firm. The Martial Arts Union is an organization responsible for overseeing and managing human martial artists, he explained in a deep, weathered voice. Now that you've successfully broken through to the first stage of martial arts, you should indeed pay them a visit. Under Elder Wang's detailed explanation, Qin Yi gradually grasped the origins and purpose of this organization. The Martial Arts Union was established over 80 years ago as a collaborative effort with the official Human Alliance. From its inception, the Union's mission has been to prevent martial artists from abusing their power and to maintain societal harmony principles it upholds to this day. The strength of martial artists is extraordinary, and it's true that an organization is needed to keep it in check, lest chaos ensues, Elder Wang added, a hint of profundity flashing in his gaze. That said, the Martial Arts Union's oversight is quite lenient. As long as one doesn't commit major offenses, they rarely intervene. They only require martial artists to periodically register and update their martial status. Returning to the front counter, Elder Wang casually remarked, this registration isn't without its benefits. Once your profile is updated to reflect your status as a martial artist, you'll enjoy various conveniences in society, such as tax reductions and discounts on public transportation. It's not bad at all. In a world where strength is revered, this is the reality. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. It seemed worthwhile to visit the Martial Arts Union and register. If handled carefully, it shouldn't pose much risk of exposing his system. Having made up his mind, a new question came to him. Elder Wang, I want to learn some offensive techniques. Do you know where I can find them? Qin Yi asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Though he now possessed formidable strength and physique, he lacked proper combat skills and relied on crude, unrefined punches. To face the impending challenges, he needed to address this shortcoming. Elder Wang smiled faintly and pointed him in the right direction. The Martial Arts Union can help with that. Once you register as a martial artist and join the union, you'll gain access to a website called Martial World. This platform offers everything related to martial arts, including techniques. You can browse and choose what suits you best. I see, Qin Yi exclaimed, a look of understanding dawning on his face. The Martial Arts Union is quite innovative to establish such a platform, clearly an effort to nurture human martial artists. Thank you for enlightening me, Elder Wang. I'll take my leave now. Growing increasingly curious about the Martial Arts Union, Qin Yi decided to set out immediately for the city to see for himself. Before Elder Wang's explanation, he had only a vague awareness of the organization. If not for Qian Xian's brief mention of it, he might not have even known of its existence. Go ahead. Once you've broken through to the martial master level, come visit me again, Elder Wang said, closing his eyes as if to rest, signaling the end of their conversation. Qin Yi felt a surge of excitement. He bowed respectfully to Elder Wang before taking his leave. The elder's identity was shrouded in mystery, and his strength seemed unfathomable. Among all the martial artists Qin Yi had encountered, not even Lu Yi exuded the same invisible pressure as Elder Wang. Beneath his seemingly ordinary appearance lay a boundless power. Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder what level of martial artist Elder Wang truly was. Lost in thought, Qin Yi made his way briskly toward the subway station. Instead of returning home, he headed straight for the city center. The Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Union was located there, while the headquarters resided in the capital of Huaxiayanjing. If I go home now, I might be ambushed by the Yi Shenhui. But if I head to the crowded city center, they probably won't dare make a move, Qin Yi reasoned, glancing at the bustling crowd on the subway. He felt a bit more at ease. Unlike the outskirts, Yuhang City Center boasted formidable security. If Lu Yi dared to cause trouble here, he'd likely be subdued by official martial artists within minutes. Before long, the subway arrived at its destination. Qin Yi followed the crowd out of the station. As the towering skyscrapers came into view, he paused momentarily, then exhaled deeply, his expression resolute. Once, he had been nothing more than an insignificant ant in this vast city, too weak to establish himself here and forced to retreat to the outskirts. But from today onward, everything would change. Wasting no time, Qin Yi opened his navigation app and headed toward the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Union. The streets were bustling with people and vehicles, a cacophony of urban life. After about half an hour, he arrived in the city center. Among the steel and glass buildings, a massive martial arts hall constructed entirely of redwood stood out prominently. Above the hall's entrance hung a gilded plaque inscribed with 5 large characters, Martial Arts Union. The calligraphy was bold and imbued with a subtle sword intent. As expected of a top-tier martial arts organization, even a branch exuded an extraordinary aura. Qin Yi nodded in appreciation and stepped into the hall. Outwardly, the Martial Arts Union's entrance seemed unguarded, but there appeared to be some concealed screening mechanism. Non-martial artists were unable to enter. Qin Yi noticed a few ordinary people lingering at the entrance, unable to step inside no matter how hard they tried. He, however, passed through effortlessly. Could it be that the plaque held some hidden power? Qin Yi speculated silently. Inside, he found himself in a spacious hall. The floor was paved with white tiles, and 4 massive pillars stood at the corners, each adorned with carvings of the 4 divine beasts: vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon. The atmosphere was grand and awe-inspiring. At the front of the hall hung an enormous wooden board, several dozen meters in size, engraved with numerous names. Upon closer inspection, there were exactly 1,000 names. The board resembled the ancient golden lists of imperial examinations and commanded attention. This board, known as the limit board, recorded the strongest 1,000 martial artists below the martial master level in terms of physical prowess over the past century. It was established by the Martial Arts Union's first chairman, Su Jinhe, to explore the limits of physical strength in martial arts. Many talented martial artists spent years honing their bodies to perfection, delaying their breakthroughs just to make it onto this board. Similar limit boards existed for the martial master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster levels. At some point, a middle-aged man appeared beside Qin Yi. With a mustache and squinting eyes, he wore a white robe and carried himself with an air of otherworldly detachment, like a reclusive cultivator. He studied Qin Yi for a moment before introducing himself. I am Su Ruoxu, the chairman of the Yuhang branch. This must be your first time here, young friend? Qin Yi stood in the grand hall of the Martial Arts Academy, staring at the limit rankings on the wall with a puzzled look. As a first-stage martial artist, he was clearly a newcomer. In Yuhang, there were not many new martial artists, most of whom came from martial arts families or schools, registering collectively. Solo arrivals like Qin Yi, often referred to as scattered individuals, tended to stand out in some way. In Huaxia, a 12-year compulsory martial arts training system had been implemented. Those with exceptional talent were usually recruited early by prestigious martial arts schools. For scattered individuals to reach the first stage of martial artistry, it was often due to some extraordinary encounter, making them more likely to exhibit genius potential. Su Ruoxu, who had been stationed here for many years, was particularly skilled at identifying prodigies. The last time a scattered individual came to register was 7 or 8 years ago, and that person had since become a top-tier master. Su Ruoxu personally came forward to guide Qin Yi, curious to uncover the young man's potential. Qin Yi turned to thank him, then asked, "Senior, what's the point of having a limit ranking for lower realms? Is it purely to motivate newcomers to train harder? No matter how high the limit of a lower realm is, it can never surpass that of a higher realm, right?" Pointing at the rankings, he continued, "Take the first place, Yunhua, for example. 40 years ago, he achieved a record of 2 tons of strength as a 9th-stage martial artist, which is practically invincible. But what's the significance of that? Just for show? Instead of pushing the limits of a lower stage, wouldn't it be better to focus on breaking through to the next realm? The difference in results is worlds apart for the same amount of time." Su Ruoxu glanced at Qin Yi with a hint of surprise. Young people at this age were usually hot-blooded and eager to show off, but Qin Yi's disdain for such vanity was rare. Nodding, Su Ruoxu said, "Getting on the rankings does indeed require significant time and resources, which can lead to stagnation. However," he paused, his tone turning meaningful, "if one day you are fortunate enough to reach the level of a marquis or king, you'll understand why martial artists pursue the limits at all costs." Marquis? King? It was said that these titles were reserved for the absolute powerhouses of the Shanhai realm and the King Sealing realm. These realms were far beyond Qin Yi's reach. He had only seen a few of these figures online. He hadn't expected the limit rankings to harbor such profound opportunities, and he quietly made a mental note. The two of them walked through the hall and arrived at the training room in the back. Along the way, several staff members greeted Su Ruoxu respectfully, confirming his role as the president of the Yuhang branch. Through their conversation, Su Ruoxu confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed a pure scattered individual, unaffiliated with any martial arts school or family. They stopped in front of a room filled with specially crafted wooden dummies. Su Ruoxu said to Qin Yi, "Let's run a test. We need to record your basic physical data. These wooden dummies are made from special materials found in secret realms that are exceptionally tough and can self-repair. The instruments inside can accurately measure the strength of martial artists below the martial master level." Half-jokingly, he added, "The record for a first-stage martial artist is 600 kilograms of punch force. Who knows, maybe you'll break it." This record was set by the first president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Jinhe, over 80 years ago and had remained unbeaten since. While it might seem achievable, it was actually harder than topping the limit rankings in the martial artist category. However, this record wasn't officially listed on the rankings and was only known within martial arts circles. Qin Yi nodded in agreement and casually chose the nearest wooden dummy. Having just stepped into the first stage of martial artistry, he hadn't tested his limits yet, so this was a good opportunity. Inside the room, there were a few third-stage martial artists who had just finished their tests. Their punches left deep impressions on the dummies, with forces reaching 450 kilograms well above the standard. These individuals didn't leave after their tests, but instead watched Qin Yi with interest. After all, anyone personally brought in by President Su had to be extraordinary. They stepped aside, waiting to see the results. Qin Yi didn't keep them waiting long. Standing before the wooden dummy, he steadied his breathing, gathered his energy, and focused his strength into his right fist. His blood surged, and his power condensed. Suddenly, His fist blurred into motion, striking the dummy with explosive force. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the room as a terrifying force erupted, sending a shockwave outward. The surrounding wooden dummies were pushed several meters away. Everyone froze in shock, their eyes immediately darting to the display screen. Qin Yi, on the other hand, calmly withdrew his fist, shook it slightly, and smiled. Not a bad result, right? The screen lit up. 601 kilograms. This level of strength rivaled the full force strike of a fifth-stage martial artist and had just broken the 80-year-old record set by the old president, Su Jinhe. A first-stage martial artist possessing the power of a fifth stage? The room fell into stunned silence. One of the third-stage martial artists, who had previously hit 450 kilograms, muttered to himself, This can't be real, this is impossible. A first-stage martial artist on par with a fifth stage? Su Ruoxu stared intently at Qin Yi, his eyes narrowing before suddenly widening. With a few swift steps, he moved to Qin Yi's side, his voice trembling with excitement. Try again. Give it your all, this Timino holding back. Holding back? The others present were even more astonished. Their gazes toward Qin Yi were akin to looking at some kind of monster. Such an astonishing record, and yet this guy wasn't even using his full strength? The confidence these third-level martial artists had painstakingly built over years of training seemed to crumble in an instant. Qin Yi, however, remained calm. He simply nodded, his face devoid of any particular emotion. To him, achieving 5 energy units of blood vitality to qualify as an entry-level martial artist meant he could already punch with over 300 kilograms of force. Now that his blood vitality had doubled, 600 kilograms seemed perfectly normal. He thought to himself, if I'm already cheating and still can't outperform the others, that would really be pathetic. The wooden training dummy before him was riddled with dozens of cracks from his punch, rendering it temporarily unusable. Qin Yi switched to a new dummy, adjusted his stance slightly, took a deep breath, and with a brief running start, unleashed another punch with all his might. Boom! The force of this strike was even more terrifying. Qin Yi felt his blood vitality surging violently, as if boiling, and it took him a while to calm down. The condition of the wooden dummy was even more shocking. A fist imprint, 30 to 40 centimeters deep, was clearly visible. From the center of the imprint, countless cracks spread outward, making it look as though the entire dummy was on the verge of total collapse. 780 kilograms of force. Su Ruoxu exclaimed in disbelief. This punch is nearly equivalent to a full-force strike from a 7th-level martial artist. And yet, the one who delivered it is only a first-level martial artist. He muttered to himself excitedly, this young man has the potential to become a king-level martial artist. For the past century, Yu Hang had only produced one king-level martial artist, and even that was achieved in the person's old age, barely crossing into the realm of true kings. Those who could reach the king level were 1 in a million, true prodigies among men. Su Ruoxu never imagined he would witness someone with such extraordinary potential in his lifetime. The commotion caused by Qin Yi's display attracted more and more martial artists. They crowded the entrance and corridor of the strength testing room, leaving no space to move. But as they rushed to see what was happening, a stunned silence fell over the crowd. All eyes were glued to the numbers on the screen, as if they'd been petrified by the sheer magnitude of the result. Amid the awestruck crowd, Su Ruoxu suddenly burst into laughter. Deeply impressed, he felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation for the young talent before him. Turning to Qin Yi, he asked, Young friend, I would like to take you as my disciple. Would you be interested? As soon as he spoke, the crowd snapped out of their daze, their faces lighting up with admiration. They looked at Qin Yi with envy. Su Ruoxu's strength was unfathomable. Rumors suggested he had already reached the grandmaster realm when he arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago. His current capabilities were beyond imagination. More importantly, Su Ruoxu was backed by the Su family, one of the 10 great families of Tianjing, which controlled the martial arts union and wielded immense power. Becoming associated with the Su family meant access to a wealth of advanced cultivation resources. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Yi only hesitated briefly before politely declining. I already have a teacher and cannot take another. This response sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Many silently criticized Qin Yi for being too young and foolish, failing to recognize the strength and influence of the Su family. Even Yu Hang's highest-ranking official couldn't compare to Su Ruoxu. Su Ruoxu himself was slightly puzzled. This was the first time he had ever been refused. Qin Yi didn't appear to have undergone formal martial arts training, was unfamiliar with many basic concepts. So who could his teacher possibly be? Curious, Su Ruoxu asked for the name of Qin Yi's mentor. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yi responded with a faint smile and 4 seemingly nonsensical words. East Suburb Supermarket? East Suburb Supermarket? Su Lao asked for your teacher's name, and you give him the name of a supermarket? What's that supposed to mean? The crowd was baffled. But Suruwaku seemed to pick up on a deeper meaning. Nodding repeatedly, he said, "So that's how it is. If you are under that person's tutelage, then indeed, I was presumptuous." It turned out that the individual Qin Yi referred to known as Wang Lao was of such a high caliber that even someone like Suruwaku held him in great reverence. It was said that Wang Lao resided in seclusion somewhere in Yuhang. Upon learning of this connection, Suruwaku's admiration for Qin Yi grew even stronger. As he led Qin Yi to the next testing room, he said, "If you ever face any difficulties in the future, you may come to me for help." "Thank you, Su Lao," Qin Yi replied sincerely. His curiosity about his enigmatic teacher deepened. However, he refrained from directly questioning Suruwaku about it. After all, while he claimed to be Wang Lao's disciple, Wang Lao had never formally accepted him. At best, he was a nominal student. The two continued with the standard tests. Beyond strength, Qin Yi still needed to evaluate his speed, reaction time, and physical constitution. Tests related to mental attributes were only relevant at the grandmaster level and beyond, as one needed to unlock their brain's potential to cultivate mental energy, making such tests unnecessary for now. Because Qin Yi's strength test had shattered Su Jinhao's record and caused a massive stir, many people followed him to observe his subsequent results. During the speed test, Qin Yi ran with all his might, reaching a peak speed of 21 meters per second, slightly above the average for 5th-level martial artists. Qin Yi's reaction test results, while not as dazzling as his strength, were still comparable to that of a 5th-stage martial artist. Quietly, he opened his personal stats panel and discovered that his strength attribute had risen to 17 points, agility to 14 points, and his constitution had skyrocketed to an astonishing 20 points. Suruwaku observed Qin Yi with satisfaction and explained, "The physique test in Yuhang is a bit unique. We use gravity stones from the Xintian secret realm to gradually increase the pressure. If you feel you can't handle it, make sure to speak up immediately." Qin Yi nodded in agreement, though his mind was already planning to head straight to the Xintian secret realm after the test to investigate. As he stepped into the glass-made gravity testing chamber, he drew the attention of everyone present. The martial artists watching, however, were no longer as excited as before. They assumed that aside from his extraordinary strength, Qin Yi was just an average talent in other aspects. A first-stage martial artist capable of rivaling a fifth-stage one was rare, but not enough to cause a major stir. Yet, among the crowd, one person seemed utterly unsettled, his gaze filled with fear. This man was Chen Chun, an officer from the Yuhang East Suburban Police Department, sent to secretly protect Qin Yi. He knew Qin Yi's background all too well just 4 hours ago. Qin Yi was merely a beginner martial artist with only 6 cards of blood energy. Chen Chun stared in disbelief at the monster before him. According to Qin Yi's file, he was an orphan with no support and absolutely no aptitude for martial arts. Yet, his current performance completely shattered that perception. As Chen Chen's thoughts raced wildly, the bizarre events about to unfold in the gravity testing chamber nearly made him lose his composure on the spot. As Qin Yi stepped into the gravity testing chamber, the crowd outside the glass walls erupted into a frenzy. Conversations buzzed with speculation and anticipation about this enigmatic young man. "How much gravity do you think this kid can handle?" one onlooker asked his companion. "His strength is impressive, comparable to a 7th-stage martial artist, but in other aspects, he's pretty much at the level of a 5th-stage martial artist," another person analyzed. "So I'd guess his physique is about the same 50 times gravity at best." "Let's hope for a surprise," someone chimed in. "A surprise," another scoffed. "If he has even one attribute at the level of an unparalleled prodigy, that's already extraordinary. Don't expect dual attributes at that level. Only monsters nurtured by places like Tianjin can achieve that." As the discussion deepened, someone began explaining the categorization of young martial artist talents in Huaxia's martial arts world. For example, if a first-stage martial artist has an attribute comparable to that of a third-stage martial artist, they're considered a genius or prodigy. If it's comparable to a 5th-stage martial artist, they're a super genius. And if they can match a 7th-stage martial artist, like Qin Yi, they're recognized as an unparalleled prodigy. Of course, even among prodigies of the same level, there are distinctions. The more attributes that break through the limits of their stage, the greater their potential. As the crowd continued their heated discussions, a low humming sound suddenly resonated from within the gravity testing chamber. The pale blue crystals embedded in the ceiling emitted a blinding white light, instantly altering the gravitational rules within a localized area. Sitting cross-legged directly beneath the gravity crystal, Qin Yi remained calm and impassive, showing no signs of discomfort. He gazed up at the crystal, carefully committing its shape and features to memory. It was said that these gravity crystals were worth tens of millions per kilogram, and this one in the chamber weighed a full 5 tons, despite being only the size of a basketball. Qin Yi thought to himself, "Better remember what it looks like if I enter the Xintian mystic realm. I might just strike it rich by mining these." The gravity in the chamber began to rise rapidly, and the numbers on the large display screen climbed at an astonishing pace. 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, 25 times. When the gravity reached 30 times, Qin Yi finally showed a visible reaction. His jet black hair was pressed flat against his scalp, and his clothes began to tear under the intense pressure, revealing his well-defined, muscular physique. Fortunately, his pants held up, sparing him from any embarrassing situations. 30 times gravity was the average threshold for a third-stage martial artist, but for Qin Yi, it seemed effortless. He even appeared somewhat distracted, his mind wandering. Internally, he was eagerly hoping for more of a challenge. Come on, give me some pressure, don't let me down. The gravity continued to escalate 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. The gravity crystal above exuded an otherworldly aura, as though it were brushing against the very rules of the universe, relentlessly increasing the pressure on Qin Yi. Yet, under this terrifying force, Qin Yi remained upright and composed, his posture unwavering. The expressions of the martial artists watching from outside began to shift dramatically. Someone exclaimed, "This is already stepping into the realm of sixth-stage martial artists." A typical fifth-stage martial artist would be flattened under 60 times gravity, unable to even lift their head. Is Qin Yi about to break through the limits and ascend to the level of a seven-stage martial artist? A duel attribute Unparalleled prodigy Yuhang hasn't seen someone like this in 100 years. Are we witnessing history in the making? Until today, this young man was an unknown figure, his name unfamiliar to all. But after today, he might shake Yuhang to its core and carve his name into the annals of history. When the display screen hit 70, a fourth-stage martial artist couldn't help but shout, "Sev 70 times gravity." If he can endure for even 10 seconds, it counts as withstanding 70 times gravity. To withstand this with the body of a first-stage martial artist, thus undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy, destined for greatness. A scion of a noble family, accustomed to a life of privilege and exposure to countless prodigies, was also left in shock. Though he had seen many talents in Tianjing, he had never encountered anyone at Qin Yi's level, only heard rumors of such individuals. After all, the unparalleled prodigies of Tianjing were far beyond the reach of someone of his status. Even Su Ruoxu, usually composed and unflappable, felt a twinge of nervousness. He wasn't worried about whether Qin Yi could withstand 70 times gravity. Rather, he feared that Qin Yi might push himself too far, risking hidden injuries that could jeopardize his future. He quickly sent a mental message to Qin Yi, know when to stop, don't overdo it. However, Qin Yi responded with a relaxed smile, as if completely unfazed. Don't worry, it's no big deal. 70 times gravity was effortlessly endured, and Qin Yi's posture remained as upright as a pine tree. When the gravity level approached 80 times, the gasps from the onlookers carried a trembling disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock, as if they were witnessing a being that defied the limits of humanity. Is this even human? Someone murmured, their voice full of astonishment. Even the ferocious beasts known for their formidable physical resilience would struggle to withstand such terrifying levels of gravity at the same stage. Moments ago, the crowd was still speculating whether Qin Yi could handle 70 times gravity. Who could have imagined that he would casually surpass 80 times? And now, he was nearing the threshold of 90 times gravity. 90 times gravity, what kind of concept is that? For a person weighing 70 kilograms, it would be equivalent to a 6-ton mountain pressing down on their body. This is no exaggeration. Even an 8th-level martial artist with considerable strength would be instantly crushed into pulp under such pressure. Only those who have reached the 9th level would have the slightest chance of survival. Yet, in this extreme and suffocating environment, Qin Yi's face showed no trace of pain. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his expression. With great effort, he raised his right hand, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a chocolate bar that had been deformed under the immense pressure. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Yi tore open the wrapper with his teeth and swallowed the chocolate in one bite. Are you kidding me? He's still got the energy to eat? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at Qin Yi as though he were an utter anomaly. It seemed that even 90 times gravity was no match for him. An esteemed 8th-level martial artist, who had been watching in shock, was utterly dumbfounded by Qin Yi's performance. This elder had extensively tested his own physical limits and found that his personal best was 89 times gravity. 90 times gravity was a forbidden zone for him, a realm he dared not approach for fear of losing his life. But today, he had witnessed with his own eyes a mere first-level martial artist effortlessly taking on 90 times gravity. At that moment, the elder felt as though his lifetime of cultivation had become a joke. I was thinking too small, far too small, the elder murmured to himself. I reckon even 100 times gravity wouldn't stop him. 100 times gravity, that was a domain only accessible to martial masters. The crowd stared unblinkingly at Qin Yi inside the gravity chamber. After eating the chocolate, he seemed to be reinvigorated, his face glowing with an unusual radiance. This sight left everyone present parched and speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what they were witnessing. This kid, is he trying to defy the heavens? Someone muttered in a low voice, voicing the awe that filled everyone's hearts. As long as there is a sufficient energy supply in an extremely harsh environment, Qin Yi can trigger adaptive evolution at the cellular level. Without hesitation, he devoured a chocolate bar, and the pressure in the gravity chamber instantly surged to 100 times normal gravity. The space trembled under the terrifying force, and the gravity crystal above emitted a piercing hum, rippling with concentrated waves of energy. Qin Yi felt as though a mountain was crushing down on him. Even with a physique rated at 20 points, he struggled to endure. His spine bent involuntarily, his body curling into a ball as if under unbearable strain. Trillions of his cells collapsed under the immense pressure. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. Blood seeped through every pore on his body. The overwhelming force exceeded even the full-strength blow of Lu Yi, a formidable warrior. In mere moments, Qin Yi was drenched in his own blood, his appearance both horrifying and awe-inspiring. The gathered martial artists watching from outside the chamber were gripped with shock and fear. How could a first-stage cultivator withstand 100 times gravity for a full 10 seconds? What stunned them even more was the fact that Qin Yi seemed intent on pushing himself further. He's lost his mind. At this rate, he must already be unconscious, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Su Ruoxu, unable to remain seated any longer, rose to intervene, reaching to shut off the gravity amplifier. But just as he moved, a low, defiant growl echoed from inside the chamber. Elder Su, don't. I can handle it. Leave it on. Everyone froze in astonishment. A seasoned middle-aged martial artist murmured, he's risking his life to temper his body under this extreme stress. Some prodigies indeed achieve breakthroughs on the brink of death, but this gamble is far too dangerous. The gravity chamber's pressure continued to climb, soon nearing 110 times normal gravity. Within the chamber, Qin Yi's body underwent a relentless cycle of collapse and regeneration, driven by his level 1 physical recovery ability. Each destruction and renewal forged an even stronger vitality. Yet, even with his level 3 pain tolerance, the agony was nearly unbearable. Still, Qin Yi refused to give in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his hunched spine began to straighten, inch by inch. When the gravity reached an astonishing 120 times, the young man did the unthinkable, stood tall, his back fully upright. The scabs of dried blood on his skin flaked off, revealing a rejuvenated figure beneath. Every muscle on his body gleamed with a crystalline radiance, exuding a newfound strength. System notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Your cells have adapted to extreme pressure, unlocking the passive skill Iron Skin and Steel Bones LV2. Ding. Your meridians have been comprehensively enhanced, unlocking the passive skill Unyielding Will LV2. Ding. 2 passive skills have fused, evolving into Steel Frame and Iron Body LV2. Ding. Your cells have been reshaped through destruction and rebirth, unlocking the passive skill Enhanced Physical Regeneration LV2. A faint smile played across Qin Yi's lips as he calmly deactivated the gravity amplifier and stepped out of the chamber. This achievement was something even the prodigies on the martial arts limit leaderboard couldn't hope to accomplish at the first stage of cultivation. For a moment, the crowd was utterly silent, stunned by what they had just witnessed. Then, thunderous applause erupted, filling the air like a roaring tide. Qin Yi completed the extreme test under the astonished gazes of the crowd, showcasing his incredible strength. Su Ruoxu let out a sigh of relief and handed Qin Yi a jacket to cover his bare upper body. After putting on the jacket, Qin Yi politely declined the recruitment offers from the surrounding martial artists and followed Su Ruoxu to the backstage area of the Martial Arts Union. After finishing the registration process, Su Ruoxu gave Qin Yi a website link for the martial world, explaining that it was a platform for trading martial arts resources. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yi asked a few questions, particularly about the highest realm of the human race's strongest warriors. Su Ruoxu's expression turned serious as he slowly explained the higher levels of martial arts. After the mountain and sea realm comes the king realm, and beyond that is the sage realm. At the pinnacle of the sage realm are the celestial sages. Each celestial sage has the power to safeguard the destiny of an entire race and dominate entire worlds. Qin Yi was astonished by this realm he had never heard of before, but the bitterness in Su Ruoxu's expression made him uneasy. Cautiously, he asked, could it be that our human race has no celestial sages? Su Ruoxu shook his head and sighed heavily, his demeanor grave. Our human race once had celestial sages, but several decades ago, our celestial sage perished in battle. This revelation hit Qin Yi like a heavy blow, making him keenly aware of the dire crisis facing the human race. He realized that his path of cultivation was not just a personal journey, but also a responsibility to revive and protect his people. Rather than showing discouragement, Qin Yi became even more resolute in his determination to grow stronger. He reflected privately that, with his mastery of the unique skill boneless flexibility, he could have attempted an even more challenging level in the extreme test. However, he decided to conceal his true strength for now and wait for the right moment. The surrounding martial artists, while amazed by Qin Yi's talent, mostly expressed admiration and encouragement rather than envy. This made Qin Yi realize that this martial arts world was different from what he had imagined. Humanity seemed more united due to the shared threat they faced. With thoughts of the future and concern for the fate of the human race weighing on his mind, Qin Yi began to plan his path of cultivation. He understood that becoming stronger was not just a personal aspiration, but also a mission to safeguard the hope of humanity. Fallen in battle? Qin Yi's heart trembled at the thought. He had never seen a celestial sovereign in person, but he had watched footage of king-tier powerhouses online. The sheer aura of a king-tier fighter was overwhelming, as if they could shake the heavens and earth. And yet, a celestial sovereign beings said to be thousands of times stronger had met their demise? Such an immortal, towering figure could truly fall? Su Ruoxu's expression turned complicated as he let out a long sigh. You only know of the celestial realm's descent onto Blue Star a century ago, but you are unaware of the terrifying threat that came with it. Traces from the starry skies. He began to explain, recounting the arrival of the Phoenix Clan, Dragon Clan, Kuei Beasts, House, and Sea Clan's alien races from beyond the stars. Their heritage and strength far surpassed that of the human race. These beings resided within the celestial realm but would often emerge to search for something. Each time they appeared, regardless of their success in finding what they sought, they would unleash indiscriminate slaughter upon humanity, taking particular pleasure in hunting down and killing human prodigies. In the face of such overwhelming power, humanity could only endure humiliation at first. But then, over 80 years ago, a generation of extraordinary human geniuses rose to prominence, marking the beginning of humanity's first glorious era. They challenged the myriad alien races, defeated the sacred heirs of ancient clans, and forged their paths through blood and fire, ascending to the ranks of kings and celestial sovereigns. Among them was one who reached the pinnacle of the path, becoming humanity's first celestial sovereign Wan Jie. As Su Ruoxu recounted these events, his voice carried both fervor and sorrow. He then detailed the climactic battle that changed everything. 4 ancient clan sovereigns and 2 celestial sovereigns emerged from the South Sea celestial realm, their combined might shaking the world. Wan Jie's sovereign faced all 6 of them alone. With his bare hands, he killed 2 of the sovereigns and severely wounded one of the celestial sovereigns. Though he ultimately drove the invaders back, he was grievously injured, his blood staining the South Sea. On that day, the heavens wept and blood rained from the skies. Yet the mortal world remained calm and oblivious, unaware of the cataclysmic battle that had taken place in the South Sea. Su Ruoxu's body trembled as he spoke, his grief evident. In his final moments, Wan Jie's sovereign looked back at the mortal world one last time and laughed heartily. He said, "This life has been enough." With his dying body, he transformed himself into a supreme formation, sealing the largest celestial realm in the South Sea. From that moment on, any alien race wishing to descend to this world would have to sacrifice their very essence to do so. The power of a celestial sovereign is unfathomable. He may not have truly reached the end of his strength, yet he chose to give his life for a century of peace for our world. Hearing this, Qin Yi felt, for the first time, a deep sense of belonging to this world. He believed that anyone who learned of this story would feel the same. After a long silence, Su Ruoxu finally spoke again. If you ever visit the South Sea celestial realm in the future, you should seek out the stone stele there. What is inscribed on the stele? Qin Yi asked. It holds a single sentence, Wan Jie sovereign's final words. Su Ruoxu's eyes suddenly lit up with pride as he recited them, word by word. For every sovereign of humanity, it is their duty to suppress the enemies of an era. That night, Qin Yi decided to stay at the Martial Alliance headquarters. The presence of countless experts there was enough to deter the alien deity society. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized how much had transpired. He had fought Liu Yi, a martial artist from the alien deity society, been questioned by the police, consumed 3 Tier 1 spiritual fruits at Old Wang's store, advancing to martial artist level 1, and finally, met Su Ruoxu, the president of the Martial Alliance, where he completed 4 attribute tests and unlocked a stronger passive ability. When he opened his personal status panel, it was clear that his life had undergone a complete transformation. Name: Qin Yi. Race: planetary human. Attributes: Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 25, Spirit 17, Talent 10. Skills: Adaptive Cell Evolution, Spiritual Energy Affinity LV6, Cold Resistance LV4, Poison Resistance LV3, Iron Body LV2, Physical regeneration LV2. Qin Yi stood at the entrance of the gravity chamber, his muscles trembling slightly, sweat sliding down his well-defined physique. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power coursing through him. On the surface, he appeared to be a second-stage martial artist, but in truth, he could kill a seventh-stage martial artist with a single punch. He could even stand still and let a ninth-stage martial artist attack him for 5 minutes without sustaining any injuries. During his recent training session, Qin Yi had broken through once again, advancing from the first stage to the second stage. His blood energy had skyrocketed from 10 calories to 20 calories. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in a single day was an astonishing feat that, if revealed, would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the martial arts world. Level 6 Spiritual Energy Affinity. I wonder what it feels like to cultivate with this, Qin Yi murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He recalled how earlier, he had consumed 3 first-grade spiritual fruits, raising his spiritual energy affinity by 3 levels. Additionally, his sparring match with Liu Yi had boosted it by 1 more level. This made him realize that engaging in combat with mid to high-level martial artists and enduring their blood energy impact could also enhance his affinity with spiritual energy. With a faint chuckle, Qin Yi remarked, "Once I grow a bit stronger and break through to the martial master realm, maybe I can ask President Su to give me some special training." He made his way to the cultivation chamber, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes, beginning to guide spiritual energy into his body. About an hour later, Qin Yi completed 1 cycle of energy circulation, allowing the spiritual energy to nourish his entire body. At this rate, 10 cycles would refine 1 calorie of blood energy. Cultivating for 10 hours a day, he could reach the 3rd stage within just 10 days. This cultivation speed has already surpassed 90 of human martial artists, Qin Yi said, opening his eyes, his gaze sharp and determined. But it's still too slow. Level 10 spiritual energy affinity might be a key threshold. Until then, I should focus on cell evolution as my main priority. After finishing his cultivation, Qin Yi pulled out his phone and logged into a mysterious website, Martial World. This exclusive platform was accessible only to martial artists. It was said that as long as one had sufficient wealth, anything could be purchased here, even time and life itself. On the main page of the martial realm, countless categories of items caught Qin Yi's attention. Techniques, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. Each of the dozen major categories branched into even more detailed subcategories. Driven by curiosity, Qin Yi clicked into the techniques category. Instantly, a long list of subcategories appeared at the top of the screen. Fist techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, everything one could imagine, even the extremely rare breathing techniques. Intrigued, Qin Yi entered the breathing techniques section. His eyes widened in amazement, almost staring blankly. A striking product description immediately grabbed his attention. Yang Flame Breathing Technique Grade A Technique. Proven to increase cultivation efficiency by 5-fold for those below the grandmaster realm, and by 2-fold for those above it. No side effects. Price, 250 million yuan. Includes a 5 yuan discount coupon. Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp. 250 million. That was an astronomical figure, something an ordinary person couldn't earn even if they worked tirelessly for 1,000 years. As for the 5 yuan discount coupon, it was almost laughable in its absurdity. Holding onto a sliver of hope, Qin Yi decided to check the price of the cheapest breathing technique. He sorted the items from lowest to highest price and quickly found a Grade D technique. 9 Mysteries Breathing Technique Grade D Technique. Proven to double cultivation efficiency for those below the martial master level. Ineffective for mid-level martial masters and above. Price, 15 million yuan. Qin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Even the most basic breathing technique was far beyond the 700,000 yuan he had painstakingly saved by selling certain parts of himself. In the martial realm, this amount of money was utterly insignificant. With a deeper understanding of how costly martial arts could be, Qin Yi exited the breathing techniques section and moved to the weapons and equipment category. Here, items were also ranked by grade. S, A, B, C, D, and E. Grade E weapons were tailored for martial practitioners, Grade D for martial masters, and so on. Within each grade, there were further distinctions, with higher numbers denoting lower quality. For instance, a D1 weapon was superior to a D2 weapon, and the weakest was D9. Qin Yi quickly skimmed through the prices and did some mental calculations. Even the weakest D9 weapon cost at least 1 million yuan. Grade E weapons were slightly cheaper, but their starting price was still in the tens of thousands. After surveying the weapons and equipment section, Qin Yi silently made up his mind not to buy any weapons or equipment. It wasn't that he couldn't afford them, but rather because of his unique circumstances. With his divine skill of adaptive evolution, he could transform his body into the ultimate weapon, rendering external equipment unnecessary. In fact, relying on such equipment might even hinder the progress of his physical evolution. Continuing his exploration of the martial realm, Qin Yi arrived at the spiritual plant section. The prices here were even more astonishing. Even the lowest grade, first-tier spiritual fruit was priced at a staggering 1 billion yuan. Qin Yi recalled the 3 first-tier spiritual fruits he had won from Li Wufeng earlier. He hadn't realized that by eating them in just a few bites, he had effectively consumed 3 small fortunes. As for higher-grade second-tier and third-tier spiritual fruits, their value was beyond monetary measurement and could only be purchased with contribution points. Qin Yi learned that the Martial Arts Union and the Human Alliance had a contribution system for martial artists. Contribution points could be earned by completing official missions, clearing secret realms, eliminating alien races, or selling the remains of fierce beasts. In the spiritual plant section, the most expensive items weren't high-tier spiritual fruits, but rather live spiritual roots that could be cultivated. These specially preserved roots could be planted in suitable environments, where they would grow, bloom, and bear fruit again. Even the lowest-grade first-tier spiritual roots, symbolizing an endless supply of spiritual fruits, were priced exclusively in contribution points and couldn't be bought with money. Though the items in the spiritual plants section were far out of reach, Qin Yi wasn't discouraged. He knew that one day, he would be able to afford these exorbitantly priced treasures. Finally, Qin Yi clicked into the fierce beasts and alien races section. Aside from purchasing rare materials from these creatures, he noticed a unique sell button. Martial artists who obtained the corpses of fierce beasts or alien races from secret realms but couldn't process them themselves could sell them to the local martial arts union or government offices in exchange for money and contribution points. After browsing through the entire martial realm, Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel at how overwhelming it all was. He felt like a country bumpkin stepping into a bustling metropolis, utterly stunned by the dazzling array of items and their astronomical prices. However, instead of dampening his spirits, this experience ignited a newfound determination within him to keep moving forward. Qin Yi's eyes lit up as he finally understood the path to wealth for martial artists. He mused to himself that those who merely picked low-grade spiritual fruits from the outskirts of secret realms and sold them at supermarkets were just dabbling in small-time endeavors, incapable of amassing real fortune. To achieve overnight riches, one had to venture into the core of secret realms, hunt ferocious beasts and alien races, harvest high-level spiritual fruits, and excavate rare spiritual roots. He carefully memorized the traits of high-value ferocious beasts and the categories of alien races, quietly strategizing his future hunting plans. A complete carcass of a first-tier ferocious beast could fetch over 1 million, and if it were an alien of the same tier, the price would be double. Moreover, mastering the art of processing beast corpses could further enhance his profits. Qin Yi had already made up his mind, had to explore the Xintian secret realm. He reopened the cultivation technique classification interface, preparing to choose a technique that was both suitable and cost-effective. As someone who admired raw, unarmed combat, where every punch landed with tangible impact, his attention naturally gravitated toward fist techniques. Sorting the techniques by price from low to high, one particular entry immediately caught Qin Yi's eye. He stared at the screen in disbelief. An rank fist technique for just 100,000 yuan? It was practically a steal. Qin Yi was overjoyed, thinking he had stumbled upon a colossal mistake in pricing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, an rank fist technique was a profound skill that only martial artists at the Shanghai realm could master, capable of supporting one's cultivation journey all the way to the King realm. Eagerly, Qin Yi clicked on the detailed description of the technique. However, as he carefully read through every word, he finally understood why this seemingly high-level technique was sold at such a low price. The technique was named 7 Wounds Frenzy Fist, classified as a rank, and authored by a powerful figure known as the Mad King. The description explicitly stated that this was an ultimate offensive technique, and upon reaching the 5th layer of mastery, one could even comprehend the true king's intent. However, the risks were equally staggering. Practitioners could be influenced by the Mad King's path, leading to an irretrievable state of madness. Even more concerning, while the technique's power rivaled that of strength fist techniques, every use would inflict unavoidable hidden injuries on the user. At the end of the description, the seller issued a stern disclaimer. This technique was non-refundable once purchased, and users must assume all risks themselves. The price was set at only 100,000 yuan. Qin Yi fell into deep thought. The temptation of this technique was undeniable, but so were its risks. Was it an opportunity of a lifetime, or a perilous trap? This is a devastatingly powerful yet highly dangerous combat technique. Qin Yi carefully studied the description of the 7 Wounds Mad Fist, calculating silently in his mind. Normally, a grade martial technique would cost at least tens of thousands of contribution points, but this one was available for just 100,000 yuan. Such a low price surely concealed significant risks. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Yi pondered the unique aspects of this technique. What others might see as unbearable side effects, he viewed as an exceptional opportunity. A technique that harms its practitioner during cultivation? Perfect. Qin Yi, who had always pursued the extremes, had long lost interest in gentle and safe techniques. Without hesitation, he clicked the purchase button, and 100,000 yuan was instantly deducted from his account. The martial arts website immediately presented an electronic contract, requiring facial recognition and a non-disclosure agreement. Skimming through the contract, Qin Yi's sharp instincts picked up on the hidden intricacies within what seemed to be a standard document. After signing, Qin Yi felt a subtle, mysterious connection being established. He realized that any breach of contract would result in unpredictable consequences. This seemingly simple contract was steeped in the profound heritage of the human race. Qin Yi recalled a lecture by Su Ruoxu about the realms of martial arts. Only after reaching the grandmaster level could a martial artist begin to sense the presence of intent. True Dao intent, however, could only be fully comprehended at the Shanhai realm or the King Sealing realm. The emergence of every true king signified the culmination of a unique path. This contract must have been crafted by a true king, Qin Yi thought, marveling at the foresight of the martial world's founders. He had initially worried about the technique being resold, but now it seemed that concern was unnecessary. As soon as the contract took effect, the complete contents of the Seven Wounds Mad Fist appeared on Qin Yi's phone. In addition to detailed instructions, the seller had thoughtfully included a set of training videos. Eagerly, Qin Yi opened the main text and began reading. The more he read, the more excitement lit up Qin Yi's eyes. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. The Seven Wounds Mad Fist was infamous for its recklessness, focusing entirely on offense with no mention of defense. It consisted of 7 levels, covering all stages of a martial artist's progress from entry level to the King Sealing realm. However, due to the incomplete nature of the 7th level, the technique had significant flaws and side effects. During the first 5 levels, practitioners would suffer from the corrosive effects of killing intent, damaging their meridians and internal organs. In the final 2 levels, they risked having their spirituality overwhelmed by chaotic Dao intent, driving them completely insane. Far from being deterred, Qin Yi was thrilled. He planned to use the killing intent to temper his physique and the Dao intent to sharpen his soul. A perfect combination to achieve multiple goals at once. He immediately opened the first training video. The screen showed a disheveled, white-haired, middle-aged man standing in a spacious courtyard. Dressed in a black combat outfit, his wild hair and beard almost obscured his entire face. The man stood motionless for a moment, then let out an eerie laugh before suddenly throwing a punch. What seemed like a simple strike caused the surrounding air to tremble, and 2 large trees in the courtyard instantly shed their leaves. Qin Yi held his breath, wondering if this was the legendary Mad King who had created the Seven Wounds Mad Fist. As the video continued, the man's movements became increasingly chaotic. Qin Yi watched intently, his body unconsciously mimicking the motions. On the surface, the Mad Fist seemed erratic and unstructured, but every move was calculated to strike vital points with lethal precision. Throughout the night, Qin Yi practiced the first level of the technique, following the video repeatedly. Gradually, he felt a restless killing intent stirring within him. This aura was both a deadly weapon against enemies and a formidable challenge for the practitioner. It was precisely this dual nature that made the Seven Wounds Mad Fist an grade technique with the offensive power of grade 1. Practitioners had to nourish this killing intent with their own flesh and blood, either forging an indestructible body or relying on elixirs to sustain themselves, essentially damaging their own health while frantically replenishing it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was eager to delve deeper into the mysteries of this technique. Qin Yi had an unconventional approach to mastering the Seven Wounds Fist. He chose the most direct and brutal method: endurance. With the recovery abilities of his level 2 physique and his iron-like body, his constitution was already on par with that of a martial master. The damage caused by the first layer of the Seven Wounds Fist was negligible to him. The cool, flowing energy in his meridians made him nod in satisfaction. Although the killing aura accumulated in his body was still minimal and its damage to his physique couldn't surpass his recovery speed for now, he was well aware that as his training progressed, the transformative effects would undoubtedly manifest. Suddenly, Qin Yi's eyes sharpened, and his right fist shot out with explosive force. His arm turned into a blur, tearing through the air and creating a shockwave. With the enhancement of this A-level martial art, the power behind this punch had surged from 800 kilograms to an astonishing 1 ton. What made it even more terrifying was the killing aura infused in his punch. If any enemy dared to withstand it heed, the icy energy would invade their meridians, severely hindering their recovery abilities. Once I ascend to the martial master level and combine it with external blood energy, the destructive power of this punch will reach an entirely new height. Qin Yi mused as he retracted his fist, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If a fellow martial artist at the same level takes this punch, they'd probably lose half their life. Noticing the sunlight streaming through the window, he realized it was already midday of the second day. After an entire night of practicing, his stomach was growling with hunger. It It was time to bid farewell to President Su, have a hearty meal, and head straight to the Xintian secret realm. On the surface, he might still appear to be a mere second-stage martial artist, but his strength was already comparable to a martial master, more than enough to dominate the outskirts of the secret realm. Qin Yi pushed open the door and strode confidently toward President Su's office. Along the way, he couldn't resist throwing a few punches into the air, testing out his newly mastered technique. Passers-by cast him odd glances, deliberately keeping their distance from the lunatic. Only Qin, who was secretly tailing him, saw through the surface and was utterly stunned. Those seemingly casual punches, if they landed on him, would undoubtedly be fatal. This was at least a clever technique. How on earth had Qin Yi mastered it in just one night? Recalling how Director Xiaoxi had assigned him to protect Qin Yi, Qin couldn't help but find the situation laughable. This kid could take his life with a single punch, so what protection did he even need? The Martial Arts Association, President's Office. Su Ruoxu sat upright in a grand, carved mahogany chair, holding a yellowed newspaper in both hands, his eyes carefully scanning each line of text. Every now and then, he would take a sip of steaming Tiguanyin tea, exuding an air of calm and contentment. On his desk sat a brand new smartphone, but Su Ruoxu paid it no heed. He often joked about being an old relic of the past, preferring traditional ways of reading over modern technology. Suddenly, the oak door of the office creaked softly as it was pushed open. Without lifting his head, Su Ruoxu, with years of honed intuition, already knew who had entered. He set down the newspaper, a warm smile emerging on his face as he raised his gaze to meet the confident young man standing before him. Qin Yi, Su Ruoxu acknowledged with a nod. It seems you've made some progress in the martial world. Are you planning to leave now? Qin Yi stood respectfully, cutting straight to the point. Yes, President Su. Thank you for your guidance. I plan to head to the Xintian secret realm next. The Xintian secret realm? Su Ruoxu's brows furrowed slightly as he gestured toward the newspaper on his desk. Well, given your current strength, venturing into a dank secret realm is indeed a fitting challenge. However, there have been unusual disturbances in Xintian's secret realm these past weeks. Massive beast tides have emerged, making the area highly unstable. If you're determined to go, be cautious and avoid delving too deep. Hearing this, Qin Yi felt a slight ripple in his heart. He knew that the environment within a secret realm was vastly different from the real world. The spiritual energy was much denser, and the essence of the Tao often manifested naturally, making it a sacred ground for cultivation. However, these realms were also home to countless fearsome beasts. It was said that even an ordinary puppy placed in such an environment could evolve into a ferocious predator if it survived to adulthood. But Qin Yi did not waver. On the contrary, his resolve only grew stronger. He urgently needed to enhance his strength, as many conventional training methods in the real world had become ineffective for him. Even activities meant to push his limits, like free-falling, now required jumping from a 30-story building to feel any thrill. Yet, with the scarcity of tall buildings in Yuhang City, finding a suitable spot and convincing the owner to let him jump would prove challenging and might attract unnecessary attention. After careful thought, Qin Yi concluded that entering the secret realm was his best option. The looming threat of the cult of the otherworldly god followed him like a shadow, and he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Though President Su and Elder Wang had already provided him with significant help, the path ahead was one he ultimately had to walk alone. Noticing the firm determination in Qin Yi's eyes, Su Ruoxu refrained from saying more. He leaned down, opened a drawer beneath his desk, and retrieved a small black leather pouch. Though it appeared ordinary, the pouch was meticulously crafted from the hide of a fearsome beast, its surface engraved with intricate silver runes that emitted faint, spatial ripples. Su Ruoxu handed the pouch to Qin Yi, explaining, "This is a spatial storage pouch. Since you're set on entering the secret realm, you'll need a proper way to store your gains. I happen to have an extra one, so consider it a gift." Qin Yi accepted the pouch, feeling a warmth in his heart as he silently noted this act of kindness. He understood the immense value of such an item. Spatial storage pouches were incredibly expensive, with even the most basic ones costing tens of thousands of yuan. The materials came from beasts known as void beasts, and their creation required skilled rune masters to inscribe spatial runes. Su Ruoxu added, "This grade storage pouch has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, which should serve you well until you reach the mountain and sea realm." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the pouch in Qin Yi's hands, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This pouch had been his companion for over 20 years, witnessing his journey from a fledgling warrior to a celebrated master, and finally to his quiet retirement in Yuhang. It carried countless memories. 1,000 cubic meters, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it, Qin Yi said, astonished, fully aware that the worth of great equipment could no longer be measured in mere monetary terms. Su Ruoxu waved his hand dismissively, his expression tinged with a sense of weariness. Weapons and equipment are only meaningful if they can be used in battle and fulfill their purpose. Keeping this with me serves no purpose. Rather than letting it be buried with me one day, I'd rather see it find new life with you. Faced with Su Ruoxu's insistence, Qin Yi fell silent for a moment before carefully storing the braid pouch. He looked at the elderly man before him, whose fatigue was faintly evident, and solemnly promised, I swear to you, one day, I will personally cleanse the Taishan's secret realm. Qin Yi had read about Su Ruoxu's life story in the Martial Worlds archives the previous day. He learned that 8 years ago, Su Ruoxu had ventured into the Shrank Taishan's secret realm with a group of prodigies. Tragically, he was the only one who returned alive from that expedition. Since then, Su Ruoxu had not appeared on the front lines of the secret realm again. He chose to retire in Yuhang, accepting the position of branch president for the Martial Arts Union. This was the first time Qin Yi had ever made such a significant promise to someone. Though the bold claim of a second-tier martial artist to conquer and glass secret realm sounded utterly absurd, Su Ruoxu's reaction was unexpected. His expression suddenly turned solemn, his eyes fixating on Qin Yi as if trying to pierce through to his very soul. After a moment of silence, Su Ruoxu suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice filled with a rare sense of exhilaration, as though he had shed decades of burden in an instant. Good, very good, Su Ruoxu exclaimed after his laughter subsided, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. We'll be waiting for you. By the time Qin Yi left the Martial Arts Union, it was already 2 p.m. He began his journey to the Xintian secret realm. The entrance to the realm was located in the northern outskirts of Yuhang and was tightly controlled by the Secret Realm Bureau under the jurisdiction of the Yuhang Administrative Office. Any martial artist wishing to enter the realm had to register in advance, though entry tickets were free. Qin Yi had also heard some rumors about the secret realm. It was said that there were hidden entrances controlled by mysterious organizations and used for illegal smuggling and trafficking. However, these were merely hearsay, and he had no concrete knowledge of the matter. As he squeezed into the crowded subway, Qin Yi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Ever since his spiritual power had reached 10 points, his sensitivity to his surroundings had heightened significantly. At this moment, he could distinctly sense someone watching him from the shadows. Cautiously scanning the crowd, Qin Yi quickly identified a man in a brown trench coat. The man appeared upright and unassuming, but his eyes occasionally darted toward Qin Yi, feigning nonchalance. Qin Yi recalled seeing this person earlier at the Martial Arts Union. Is he following me? Qin Yi wondered inwardly. I don't sense any killing intent. Is he concealing it too well? Or could he be unrelated to the Yi Shenhui? Determined not to remain passive, Qin Yi decided to confront the situation directly. Since he had already noticed the man, it was better to act now while surrounded by people. He pushed through the crowd and moved toward the man in the trench coat. On the other side, Chen Shun had also noticed Qin Yi's movements. Seeing Qin Yi seemingly heading in his direction, Chen Shun thought to himself, is he getting off at the next stop? Chen Chen's position near the subway door led him to this assumption. Confident in his tracking skills, he never considered the possibility that Qin Yi had seen through him. As Chen Chen contemplated Qin Yi's next move, he buried half his face in the collar of his trench coat, attempting to conceal his identity. Yet, to his utter shock, Qin Yi walked straight up to him. Standing tall, Qin Yi looked down at Chen Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly, and spoke with a hint of authority in his voice, Brother, is there a reason you're following me? Chen Chen's expression froze instantly, and a storm of emotions surged within him. He could not have imagined that his meticulously planned tailing operation would be uncovered so effortlessly. Qin Yi stood motionless in front of Chen Chen, an invisible sense of pressure radiating from him. As the deputy chief of the Yuhang East Suburban Police Station and a martial artist of the lower-tier Wuxia realm, Chen Chen found himself momentarily dazed. When he snapped back to his senses, he struggled to believe that he, of all people, had been intimidated by a mere second-stage martial artist. Yet, recalling Qin Yi's earlier display of breathtaking skill, it all made sense. Such a prodigious individual defying expectations was hardly unusual. Qin Yi's tone was polite as he inquired about the situation, but his demeanor carried an intimidating edge, making Chen Chen feel as though he were the one being interrogated. Forcing himself to stand tall and maintain composure, Chen Chen briefly explained the reason for the surveillance. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive aura around the young man vanished in an instant. So, you're with the police. Well, that clears up the misunderstanding, Qin Yi said with a relaxed smile. I came to ensure you wouldn't fall victim to retaliation from the Yishan Society. Chen Shun let out a quiet sigh of relief, silently admitting that the young man before him was indeed far superior. Thank you for your concern, Qin Yi said warmly. But I'm planning to enter the Xintian secret realm next. Are you planning to follow me in? You're entering the Xintian secret realm? Chen Shun raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. No, I won't be going in with you. Realizing that Qin Yi's strength far exceeded his own, he wisely chose to step back. Pulling a business card from his pocket, He handed it to Qin Yi and offered a few procedural reminders before quickly departing as the subway reached its next stop. Watching Chen Qin's figure disappear into the crowd, Qin Yi toyed with the card in his hand, lost in thought. It was clear the Yuhang police were also keeping an eye on the Yishan society, though they were likely waiting for the right opportunity to act. Once he returned from the secret realm, it might be worth collaborating with them. While eradicating the society entirely wasn't realistic, capturing a few high-ranking members certainly seemed feasible. Slipping the card into his pocket, Qin Yi began to strategize. Unlike the typical protagonists of web novels, he preferred to work alongside official forces. Despite having access to his detailed records, the police had shown no intention of exploiting his opportunities. This restraint spoke volumes about their reliability. Recalling the female officer he had encountered and his experiences at the station, Qin Yi's trust in the organization deepened. Still, those matters could wait until after his journey into the secret realm. The subway soon arrived at the North Suburban Station. Following his navigation app, Qin Yi headed toward the Secret Realm Administration Bureau, but the winding alleys nearly led him astray. Fortunately, he noticed groups of martial artists traveling together and discreetly followed one such group, eventually reaching his destination. The street before him was shaded by lush trees and lined with bustling stalls, where martial artists hawked resources from the secret realms. At the street's end stood a traditional Chinese-style building with green tiles and red walls, its entrance busy with martial artists coming and going. Qin Yi's attention was drawn to a vendor selling storage pouches at exorbitant prices, 60,000 for even the lowest grade A-level pouch, double the usual market rate. Yet, many novice martial artists eagerly queued to purchase them. Weaving through the bustling stalls, Qin Yi stepped into the Administration Bureau's Grand Hall. 12 service windows were neatly arranged, each labeled for Secret Realm registration. Due to the recent surge in beast attacks and the heightened danger levels, only 2 windows had short lines of 3 or 4 people each. Curious, Qin Yi glanced around the room, his gaze eventually settling on a massive electronic screen at the center. The screen displayed a rotating list of official Secret Realm missions and their corresponding rewards. The task requiring 18 gravity crystals caught Qin Yi's attention. Each crystal needed to weigh over 10 kilograms, and the reward was substantial: 600 contribution points and 1 billion in currency. Following closely was another task involving 3 second-tier winged peacock feathers of high quality. Qin Yi's gaze wandered across the ever-refreshing task list, when suddenly, a familiar name made his pupils contract sharply. The rescue martial artists mission stood out. 3 days ago, 4 low-level martial artists Wang Lu, Wang Xianfan, Chen Xian, and Bai Zuanhua had entered the Xintian secret realm and sent out a distress signal. The reward was enticing: 50 million in currency and an additional 100 contribution points. Chen Xian? A memory flashed through Qin Yi's mind. 3 days ago, he had received a text from Chen Xian, urging him not to give up hope for survival. After that, there had been no news. The timing matched perfectly. This couldn't just be a coincidence. Qin Yi's brows furrowed as a dark suspicion arose. Had Chen Xian ventured into the secret realm to save him? That guy was likely trying to obtain a spirit fruit to cure Qin Yi's cancer. But unfortunately, he must have encountered a beast tide, becoming trapped in the secret realm for 3 days. His chances of survival slim to none. No, I have to save him. Qin Yi wasn't one to act recklessly, but for those who genuinely cared about him, he would never stand idly by. Without hesitation, Qin Yi located an unmanned terminal to accept the mission. After registering his information, he was guided by a staff member through 2 inspection gates and arrived at a vast plaza. The scene before him left him in awe. A spatial rift stretching thousands of meters hovered in midair, deep and pitch black, like a coiled dragon exuding an air of dread. Above the rift, a blood-stained sword floated, its blade pointed downward. Its immense sword intent cascaded like a waterfall, suppressing the entire spatial rift. This overwhelming force not only prevented creatures from escaping the secret realm, but also allowed human martial artists to enter freely. What level of power would it take to leave such a sword behind? Qin Yi's heart surged with emotion as he instinctively clenched his fists. Taking a deep breath, he stepped resolutely into the spatial rift. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled like water, blurring his vision. The world spun violently, and everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different world. Overgrown with weeds, towering ancient trees, and an untouched, primal landscape. Qin Yi had officially entered the Xintian secret realm. Phew! Qin Yi stood amidst a vast primordial forest, taking a deep breath. The fresh air rushed into his lungs, and the pure spiritual energy integrated into his body with each breath, instantly invigorating him. This was a D-level secret realm, where the concentration of spiritual energy was at least 5 times that of the outside world. No wonder people said that even if you threw a dog in here for 10 years, it could evolve into a fearsome beast. After stepping through the spatial rift, Qin Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He was well aware that human martial artists would be randomly placed at the outskirts of the secret realm, and those with bad luck might land right in the middle of a pack of ferocious beasts. In front of him stretched a mountainous region, filled with towering ancient trees. The smallest of these trees required 7 or 8 people to encircle its trunk. Their canopies spread like giant umbrellas, blocking out the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps. The damp, shadowy ground was carpeted with ferns and weeds, occasionally disturbed by the scuttling of black beetles the size of a human head. Qin Yi felt as if he'd stepped into another world. He pulled a map out of his pocket, and as he unfolded it, he noticed a faint yet distinct pressure on his right hand. This was one of the unique traits of the Xintian's secret realm. At its center lay a massive gravitational crystal mine, causing the entire realm to have abnormal gravity. Thanks to his 10 points of mental attribute, Qin Yi could keenly sense that the current gravity was approximately 2.7 times that of Blue Star. Carefully studying the map, he quickly pinpointed his location: the towering insect forest on Xian Peak. This area was known for producing high-quality spiritual wood, but was also overrun by swarms of insects, making it unsuitable for martial artists below the 9th rank. As Qin Yi contemplated his next move, he was startled to discover a few small holes in his pants. His legs were crawling with yellowish-brown soft-bodied worms. These creatures resembled oversized leeches, with the smallest being the size of a palm. Using sucker-like mouths, they latched onto Qin Yi's legs, grinding away at his skin. Strangely, Qin Yi hadn't felt a thing. Within seconds, he realized that these low-level insects couldn't even penetrate his steel-like body. Pathetic, Qin Yi muttered, grabbing the worms in one swift motion and crushing them into a squishy pulp before tossing them aside. He then approached a towering ancient tree and unleashed a full-strength punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed as his fist left only a faint dent on the tree trunk, which quickly vanished. Yunfeng cedar. Qin Yi immediately recognized the spiritual wood. These trees reached the first tier when they grew to 100 meters tall, and every additional 500 meters elevated them by another tier. The tree before him was over 600 meters tall, marking it as a second-tier spiritual wood. Cutting it down would require a mid-tier martial artist wielding a D1 grade weapon. Looking around, Qin Yi saw that all the Yunfeng cedars in the area were at least first tier. He quickly realized he had been transported to the deepest part of the towering insect forest. While second-tier spiritual wood was beyond his capabilities, harvesting some first-tier Yunfeng cedar to bring back was certainly doable. Suddenly, Qin Yi remembered the true purpose of his journey. Wait, I'm here to rescue Qin Xian, not make money. I can think about profit later. He pulled a shimmering tracking talisman from his pocket, designed to guide him to a specific location. Qin Yi didn't know much about rune crafting, only that rune masters were incredibly lucrative. Even a first-tier rune could sell for hundreds of thousands. Formation masters were essentially rune masters as well, specializing in studying and engraving the patterns of the Tao. The team Chen Xian had joined seemed to have considerable resources. Not only had they purchased communication talismans to call for help, but they had also issued a reward mission after encountering danger. Gripping the tracking talisman tightly, Qin Yi prepared to embark on his rescue mission. Qin Yi tightly clutched a sensing talisman in his Palman item purchased by the wealthy member of Chen Xian's squad, specifically designed to locate that very person. As his mental energy infused into the talisman, a clear set of coordinates instantly surfaced in his mind. Northeast, roughly over 200 kilometers away. They've already entered the core area of the Xintian secret realm, Qin Yi thought to himself. Without hesitation, he sped off in the determined direction. However, he had barely run 10 meters when a chilling, grating sound echoed from his side. Turning his head, he saw a massive, red-armored beetle about the size of a grown adult emerging from the dense weeds, voraciously devouring a lump of leeches. In the next moment, the giant insect abruptly spun around and charged straight at Qin Yi with terrifying force. It was only then that Qin Yi realized the lump of leech meat he had casually discarded earlier had inadvertently become bait for this monstrous creature. The red-armored beetle had already stepped into the category of first-tier ferocious beasts. Its momentum was overwhelming, and with its wings buzzing furiously, its speed far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist at the first or second level. The wild grass all around was flattened by the fierce gusts stirred up by the beetle's charge. Yet, Qin Yi stood firm, staring straight at the massive insect that was as tall as he was. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Good timing," he exclaimed. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he lowered his head like a bullfighter and, with a powerful stomp of his legs, launched himself forward with a deafening roar. In an instant, two blurred figures collided like lightning, unleashing a thunderous shockwave that rippled through the air. The red-armored beetle, clearly unprepared for the human's audacious move to meet its horned hedon, was left stunned. It had never encountered anything like this in its limited memory. With a resounding crack, the beetle was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into a towering Yunfeng cedar tree. Its horn was shattered on impact, its body split open, and a disgusting spray of green fluid splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Yi stood motionless, completely unfazed, not even a red mark visible on his forehead. He was no longer someone that a mere early-stage first-tier ferocious beast could challenge. At the very least, it would take a second-tier beast to pose any significant threat to him. Striding over to the mangled remains of the beetle, Qin Yi felt a pang of regret. TSK, I should have been more careful. This wrecked carcass will probably only fetch around 500,000, he muttered to himself. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Just as Qin Yi was about to take out his storage bag to collect the remnants, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A scruffy yellow wand-white mottled wild dog suddenly emerged from the thick trunk of the Yunfeng cedar. With a precise leap, it landed directly on the beetle's corpse and began feasting ravenously. In mere seconds, the massive red-armored beetle, as large as a grown man, was devoured completely, shell and all. Standing just a few meters away, Qin Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Where did this dog come from? Isn't this the towering insect forest? He froze in place for a moment, then his expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the wild dog and growled, "Fine then. Guess I'm having dog meat tonight." A menacing aura emanated from Qin Yi, and the stray dog immediately froze as if struck by lightning. Trembling all over, it turned to flee toward a hollow in the Yunfeng tree. But Qin Yi's reflexes were sharp. In one swift move, he closed the 5-meter gap and grabbed the dog midair. Clutching the scruffy mutt by the scruff of its neck, Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You ate my beetle, so I'll eat you. Fair enough, right?" The big dog instantly wilted, whimpering pitifully. Just as Qin Yi was about to strike, the dog, in its panic, spoke in human language. "Hey, brother, let's not do this. Cut me some slack, all right? I didn't mean to steal your food." Qin Yi's expression darkened. Not only could this dog talk, but it also had the audacity to act all buddy-buddy. He glanced at the hollow in the Yunfeng tree and noticed the jagged edges around the opening, as if they had been gnawed. "Did you chew this?" Qin Yi asked suspiciously. The dog immediately puffed up with pride. "That's right, I did." "Impressive, huh?" Qin Yi frowned. "You're only at first-tier strength. How could you possibly bite through second-tier premium spirit wood?" "That's because I'm naturally gifted," the dog declared smugly. "You can call me Dog Lord from now on. Spare my life, and it'll save yours someday." Unable to tolerate the arrogance any longer, Qin Yi raised his hand and gave the dog a sound beating. The mutt struggled and retaliated, managing to sink its teeth into Qin Yi's second-tier, steel-reinforced skin, leaving a row of bite marks. "Not bad teeth you've got there," Qin Yi remarked, his eyes glinting. "I bet they'd fetch a good price if I pulled them out." The dog instantly cowered, groveling on the ground. "I was wrong. I'm just a lowly mutt. Please don't hit me anymore. I really do have a way to save your life." Qin Yi smirked coldly. "I'm not in any danger right now. Either you go and catch me a beast of equal value, or you sell yourself to me. Your choice." The dog slowly got up, standing on its hind legs with an air of self-importance. "Aren't you curious why I live in a tree?" "Not at all," Qin Yi replied bluntly. "I'm not interested in studying the habits of stray dogs." "Stray dog?" The term seemed to strike a nerve. "Have you ever seen a talking stray dog?" "Well, I have now." The dog was momentarily speechless, but then spoke seriously. "I live up here to avoid the insect horde. Every 2 hours, a swarm of billions of insects sweeps through this forest, devouring everything in its path. The Yunfeng spirit wood is the only thing that can withstand them." Recalling the scene, the dog bared its teeth in frustration. "Haven't you wondered why such a lush forest has no other animals around?" Qin Yi paused, thoughtful. It was true, aside from this self-proclaimed dog lord, had only seen insects and trees. "How strong is this insect horde?" Qin Yi asked, his curiosity piqued. The large dog cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yi and let out a low growl. "That crimson-armored beetle you just killed? There are at least 100,000 of them in the swarm." Qin Yi was taken aback, his brows furrowing deeply. 100,000 first-tier beetles? The sheer number was staggering. Even a high-level martial artist would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed from such a massive swarm. He couldn't help but ponder. When the difference in cultivation levels isn't significant, sheer numbers can indeed compensate for a lack of power, sometimes even tipping the scales entirely. However, a question suddenly surfaced in Qin Yi's mind. He glanced around and noticed something strange. There were no insect corpses on the ground. After so many insect swarm outbreaks, why are there no remains left behind? Qin Yi asked. With such a massive number, some of them must die during each attack. Even if only 1% were lost each time, that would still be a considerable number. Hearing this, the dog's eyes filled with disdain. as if mocking Qin Yi's lack of intelligence. What kind of dumb question is that? The dog scoffed. I already told you, the insect swarm destroys everything in its path. And by everything, that obviously includes the corpses of their own kind. The humiliation of being ridiculed by a dog was too much for Qin Yi to bear. The veins on his forehead bulged as he lashed out, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the dog. It wasn't until the dog howled in surrender that Qin Yi finally stopped. The dog, now nursing its swollen face with a paw, looked at him with a pitiful expression. I'm supposed to be your future lifesaver, you know, it said indignantly. The next swarm outbreak is probably only 10 minutes away. You won't even make it out of Xiyun Peak in time, let alone escape the Shitian mountain range. Qin Yi ignored the dog's complaints, responding coldly, lead the way. Up the tree. Xiyun Peak was vast, and Qin Yi recalled the details from the map. Even at his fastest pace, it would take him a full day and night just to leave this region. And that was only to exit Xiyun Peak itself. According to the dog, the core peaks of the Shitian mountain range were also prone to insect swarm disasters. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The basic map provided by the officials is far too simplistic. I should have spent the money on a detailed map instead. What Qin Yi didn't realize, however, was that no one had ever entered the Shitian mountain range's deepest regions right after entering the Xintian secret realm. Although this area was technically on the outskirts, its danger level was comparable to the core zones of the realm. Ordinary 9th-stage martial artists could only reach the fringes of the Shitian mountain range, hunting a few insects and gathering some rare herbs. They'd never encounter a swarm, let alone survive one. If it weren't for this, the precious high-tier spirit trees scattered across Xiyun Peak would have been harvested by martial artists long ago. There wouldn't be anything left for Qin Yi to find. If an experienced martial artist were to see Qin Yi in the depths of Xiyun Peak right now, they'd be utterly shocked and convinced that he was as good as dead. After all, in the past 60 years, only one person, an unparalleled true king, who once suppressed the Xintian realm with a single sword, had ever ventured this deep. No one else had ever come close. One man and one dog skillfully climbed the towering Yunfeng cedar before them. This massive tree, known for its unique and challenging texture, was typically difficult to scale. However, the large dog, clearly accustomed to such activities, had left numerous fresh claw marks on the trunk, making it easier for Qin Yi to follow. I have to climb this Yunfeng cedar 3 times a day, the dog explained smugly as it ascended with practiced ease. Otherwise, the claw marks fade too quickly, and making new ones is such a hassle. It seemed quite pleased that Qin Yi had to rely on its efforts to climb the tree. Following closely behind, Qin Yi couldn't help but reflect. The regenerative speed of a second-tier Yunfeng cedar is truly incredible. Without regular maintenance, these marks would probably vanish overnight. The hole the dog had gnawed into the tree was about 40 meters high. While that might sound lofty, it was insignificant compared to the tree's massive 800-meter trunk. As the man and the dog continued their climb, a commotion suddenly arose from the ground below. A rustling sound emerged from the grass, as though something was moving through it. Then, a violent tremor struck, causing the entire giant peak to shake intensely. The vibrations were so strong that Qin Yi nearly lost his grip. Steadying himself, Qin Yi leaned down to observe the ground. As a martial artist, his vision, enhanced by spiritual energy, was sharper than a hawk's. Even from over 20 meters away, he could clearly see what was happening below. One by one, insects of various shapes and sizes burst out of the earth. They shook off the dirt clinging to their bodies and extended their sensory organs, silently searching for their kin. These sensory appendages, whether antennae or elongated mouthparts, enabled the insects to organize themselves with astonishing precision. Beetles grouped with beetles, mosquitoes followed mosquitoes, forming orderly ranks reminiscent of ancient armies assembling for battle. The dog also glanced down, a trace of wariness in its eyes. There must be a queen insect hiding deep underground in this cursed place, responsible for reproduction and command, it remarked uneasily. I'd wager it's at least a second-tier queen. Even a first-tier queen can summon enough troops to overwhelm a human grandmaster. They're not to be underestimated. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully, listening as the dog continued. The insect race is utterly absurd, the dog went on. They act independently, but once they develop, they destroy everything in sight. They're the sworn enemies of all other races. If word got out about a queen insect's presence, countless powerful beings from different races would descend to annihilate it. Even queens are hostile to one another. An isolated and self-reliant species? Interesting, Qin Yi mused. No wonder this area remains largely undeveloped. For human grandmasters, who are already pillars of strength, entering a level secret realm is rare, let alone risking their lives to hunt a second-tier queen insect. The potential rewards are too insignificant. Even a third-tier spirit tree wouldn't tempt them if the danger outweighed the benefits. They'd simply walk away. Having reached the entrance to the tree hollow, Qin Yi stopped climbing and secured himself firmly to the trunk. Looking at the dog, he teased, "You dumb mutt sure know a lot for a dog." Dumb mutt? The dog's expression soured, and it growled in irritation. "I'll have you know, back in the day, I served under a supreme being. Naturally, I know far more than a novice like you who's only just stepped onto the martial path." A supreme being? Qin Yi's curiosity was piqued. Who? What race, what level, what name? At the mention of these specifics, the dog appeared momentarily confused. Shaking its head, it replied, "I don't remember. My master left me here on Xian Peak and erased all memories of him before departing. All I know is that there was such a supreme being who was my master. Beyond that, I have no clue." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, speculating. "Leaving his pet in the outside world ID, guess your master ran into some trouble and didn't want you caught up in it. Erasing your memories was probably to prevent his enemies from capturing you and using soul-searching techniques to uncover his secrets or worse, exploit his weaknesses. Your master sure is cautious. Honestly, he might be even more of a schemer than you." Woof woof. The dog barked indignantly at Qin Yi for mocking its master, its protective instincts flaring. But realizing it couldn't take on Qin Yi, it settled for a few angry barks before quieting down. After a moment of silence, the dog seemed to ponder Qin Yi's words. "You might be right," it finally admitted. "Every time I try to leave Shiyun Peak, I get an inexplicable sense of dread, a premonition of danger. As the dog of a supreme being, I'm naturally extraordinary. Besides my teeth, I also have an innate ability to sense danger and avoid it. My instincts tell me that leaving Shiyun Peak is perilous, so I've stayed here on the tree," the dog explained further. "While a second-tier queen insect is dangerous, as long as I steer clear of her, this place can actually serve as a safe haven. Few creatures would dare to invade." Qin Yi's expression grew subtle as the dog's words triggered a thought. "When you snatched that beetle from me earlier, was it because you didn't sense any danger?" The dog nodded, confirming Qin Yi's suspicion. Qin Yi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "So I've been deemed harmless, huh?" He recalled how Head initially harbored killing intent toward the dog, but ultimately decided against acting on it. "I have to admit, your instincts are impressive. No wonder you're the dog of a supreme being." Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked over, only to see the big dog nimbly squeeze through a dog hole. It lay at the entrance, peering down at the vast sea of insects below with a contented expression, as if enjoying a thrilling movie. From time to time, it gnawed on the edge of the hole, sending wood chips flying, chewing them up with gusto. "Do you usually eat bark and wood chips?" Qin Yi frowned, enviously eyeing the big dog in its comfortable and safe spot, while he could only cling to the tree in an exhausted climbing position. The big dog replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. When the insect tide erupts, it usually lasts for 5 hours. Aside from bugs and spirit wood, there's hardly any other life in the forest. Climbing down to catch bugs is both dangerous and tiring. Chewing on bark is way more convenient and satisfying." As it spoke, the big dog's eyes sparkled with pride. It teased, "Let me warn you. Thuff, don't even think about copying me and eating spirit wood. You humans just can't pull it off. Without my titanium alloy dog jaw and stomach, you won't even manage to bite through it, let alone absorb its nutrients or spiritual essence. If you try, you'll only end up shattering your teeth." The big dog's tail wagged high in the air, swaying cheerfully as it continued. "If you want to escape the range of the insect tide, you'll need at least 5 days. Accounting for the breaks to climb trees and avoid bugs, it'll probably take you 10 days. During that time, you'd better start thinking about what you'll eat. By the way, that red-armored beetle you killed earlier was actually a rare edible bug. Most of the insects in this forest aren't fit to eat, and the ones that are edible are hard to find." The big dog adopted a watching posture, staring at Qin Yi with great interest, as though eagerly awaiting his reaction. However, to its surprise, Qin Yi showed no hint of hesitation or unusual expression. Instead, he opened his mouth expressionlessly and bit down hard on the bark in front of him. Crack! A sharp snapping sound echoed as 2 of Qin Yi's teeth instantly broke, blood seeping from his mouth. Hey, are you crazy? I told you humans can't chew through second-tier spirit wood, let alone digest it." The big dog barked in shock, but Qin Yi seemed deaf to its protests, stubbornly continuing to gnaw on the hard bark. "You say I can't do it, so we'll do it anyway. Rebellion is my thing. I've even eaten genuine leather sofas before. What's a bit of bark compared to that?" Qin Yi mumbled through a mouthful of blood and wood chips, his words barely coherent. Despite Big Dog's attempts to dissuade him, Qin Yi didn't stop. Instead, he became even more frenzied, gnawing at the tree bark with unrelenting determination. His teeth cracked and shattered one after another, blood staining the corners of his mouth. Yet he stubbornly continued to attack the unyielding tree trunk. Finally, when his last tooth broke and his mouth was left a bloody mess of gums, he stopped and stood motionless in place. Big Dog lay by the cave entrance, watching Qin Yi's pitiful state. It couldn't help but shake its head and sigh. See? I told you there's no way you'd bite through second-tier spirit wood. You should have listened to Dog Grandpa. Now you're paying the price. It said with an air of exaggerated wisdom. Well, there you have it. All your teeth are gone. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days for you to grow them back. Looks like you'll be starving for a while. In truth, even with the recovery abilities of a second-stage warrior, regrowing a full set of teeth would typically take a month. Considering Qin Yi's unique physique, Big Dog generously estimated 2 to 3 days. However, it had severely underestimated Qin Yi's regenerative capabilities. In less than 5 minutes, a pristine set of teeth emerged in Qin Yi's mouth, gleaming and even stronger than before. Big Dog was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. What the 5 minutes to grow a new set of teeth? What kind of monster are you? It exclaimed. Instantly, it abandoned its interest in observing the sea of insects below and fixed its gaze on Qin Yi, its eyes full of suspicion. Big Dog began to suspect that Qin Yi was concealing his true cultivation level. It immediately activated a special eye technique, its gaze becoming piercingly sharp. Yet, even under the scrutiny of this rank ocular skill, Qin Yi remained an ordinary second-stage warrior with no signs of hidden power. This realization left Big Dog utterly stunned. If Qin Yi wasn't hiding his cultivation, then there was only one other explanation: was a Ancina Millennium Celestial Seed. Big Dog's expression shifted to one of fervent admiration as it began scheming how to ingratiate itself with this extraordinary talent. Your recovery speed is impressive, Big Dog said, pretending to be magnanimous. But even if you grow your teeth back 1,000,000 times, there's no way you can digest spirit wood bark. How about this? Out of the kindness of my heart, I'll use my precious titanium alloy dog jaws to soften it up for you, and then feed it to you? However, what Big Dog thought was a gesture of goodwill only grated on Qin Yi's nerves. Get lost. Are you itching for a beating again? Qin Yi snapped irritably, pulling a chocolate bar from his pocket and devouring it in a few bites. Seeing this, Big Dog raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait, you had food on you this whole time? Then why were you gnawing on tree bark? Don't tell me. You have some kind of weird fetish? Qin Yi ignored Big Dog's ridiculous speculation, focusing instead on digesting the chocolate bar to replenish his energy for his next attempt. His goal was clear: to use the second-tier Cloud Summit Seeder to upgrade his Iron Jaw and Steel Stomach abilities. Disregarding Big Dog's bewildered gaze, Qin Yi once again opened his bloodied mouth and bit down hard on the bark. With a crunch, his teeth shattered once more, fragments streaked with blood falling into the insect sea below. The pain was excruciating, but with his level 3 pain tolerance, Qin Yi gritted his teeth figuratively and pushed through. Over and over again, Qin Yi attacked the unyielding bark like a madman, breaking his teeth repeatedly yet continuing undeterred. To sustain this relentless effort, he quickly consumed the last of his chocolate bars. As the process continued, Big Dog's expression gradually shifted from shock to awe. It keenly observed that Qin Yi was undergoing some kind of transformation. His once fragile human teeth, which initially crumbled instantly, began to leave faint marks on the bark. Eventually, he even managed to bite off small pieces of wood. This rapid progression left Big Dog increasingly convinced of Qin Yi's extraordinary talent and unparalleled potential. Finally, on his 5th attempt, Qin Yi's new teeth made a breakthrough. With a crisp crack, he successfully bit off a large piece of tree bark. This time, his teeth were as strong as steel, effortlessly crushing the spiritual wood. He placed the bark in his mouth and chewed it carefully. A system notification immediately chimed. Ding! Your oral cells have successfully adapted to the second-tier spiritual wood bark. You have unlocked the passive skill Iron Jaw LV3. Qin Yi's efforts had finally paid off. His Iron Jaw skill skyrocketed from level 1 to level 3. His mouth was now comparable to a D1 grade weapon, capable of easily crushing second-tier spiritual wood. The Big Dog, who had been watching the entire process, was utterly stunned. It even began to question its own existence as a dog, though it maintained a facade of indifference for the sake of pride. Baring its teeth, it sneered. So what if you can eat tree bark? Can you digest it? Without me, the great dog lord, using my dog mouth to process the wood, a human stomach could never digest second-tier spiritual wood. At that moment, Qin Yi looked a little weak due to the energy consumption from the skill evolution. His face was slightly pale. However, as he swallowed the spiritual wood in large bites, something began to change. Initially, his iron stomach experienced excruciating pain, but soon, the agony subsided. Another system notification sounded. Ding! Your stomach cells have successfully adapted to the second-tier spiritual wood. You have unlocked the passive skill Iron Stomach LV3. With a level 3 Iron Stomach, Qin Yi could now easily extract nutrients and spiritual essence from the second-tier spiritual wood. His previously frail aura quickly became robust, and a healthy glow returned to his cheeks. There was no longer any trace of weakness. The second-tier Yunfeng cedar had been completely digested. Qin Yi smiled faintly and shot a mocking glance at the dejected big dog hiding in the hollow of the tree. The big dog snapped out of its daze, angrily biting into the bark a couple of times. Seeing this, Qin Yi became even more smug. Right in front of the big dog, he bit off another large piece of bark and swallowed it. This time, he deliberately let out a satisfied ah, as if savoring a delicious meal. Second-tier spiritual wood? Big deal, Qin Yi thought to himself. If a dog can do it, how could I possibly fail? He continued to provoke the big dog with his actions, trying to rile it up. Unexpectedly, the anger on the big dog's face suddenly vanished. Its mouth curved into a sly grin as it sneered. Oh, everything I can do? You think you can do too? What a joke. I can eat poop. Can you do that? Qin Yi was dumbfounded. He paused, thinking to himself, well played. You win. That's a move I didn't see coming. Equipped with level 3, Iron Stomach, and level 3, Unyielding Bite, Qin Yi was voraciously gnawing on a second-tier spirit tree. The Yunfeng cedar's regenerative abilities were astonishing, as the bite marks he left behind would continuously heal, providing him with an endless supply of food. To his delight, the spiritual essence contained in the wood not only satisfied his hunger but also nourished his body, offering benefits comparable to consuming second-tier spiritual fruits. Focused on his task, Qin Yi unknowingly carved out a small hollow in the tree trunk. While this cavity was as insignificant as a freckle on the massive second-tier Yunfeng cedar, to Qin Yi, it was spacious nearly twice the size of a large dog's den. After about 2 hours of chewing, his efforts finally bore fruit. A system notification chimed. Ding. Your cells have been infused with an abundance of second-tier spirit wood's essence, successfully evolving into a new innate skill spiritual affinity LV7. A level 7 spiritual affinity. Qin Yi's heart leaped with joy. He immediately sat cross-legged, preparing to test this newly acquired ability. However, just as he closed his eyes, the large dog from upstairs poked its head out and loudly cautioned. Get ready. The regenerative power of the second-tier spirit wood is about to surge. It's time to compete on speed if you're too slow. The tree hollow you've worked so hard to carve out will heal itself in no time. Puzzled, Qin Yi asked, the spirit wood's regenerative ability is going to spike? Why is that? The dog leaped down gracefully, landing directly in Qin Yi's hollow. It glanced around with a mischievous grin and explained, I'm not exactly sure of the reason, but every time the insect swarm appears, about 2 hours later, all the spirit trees on Xi'an Peak experience an explosive burst of vitality. Their growth rate skyrockets, and their healing speed increases several-fold. Then, with a teasing tone, the dog added, by the way, you wouldn't happen to secretly be a dog in human form, would you? The way you've gnawed out this tree hollow, it's better than anything I've ever managed. Looks pretty cozy too. With that, the dog casually claimed a corner, lay down with its hands behind its head, and crossed its legs like it was planning to stay for a while. Noticing Qin Yi's slightly disdainful expression, the dog chuckled awkwardly and defended itself. Chewing through tree bark is hard work, you know. Don't humans always say many hands make light work? If we work together to maintain one hollow, it's a win-win, right? Qin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue further. He stopped circulating his energy and walked to the edge of the hollow, leaning out to observe what was happening below. The ground was entirely overrun by countless insects, a dense, writhing mass that seemed to stretch endlessly. Most of the insects were equivalent in strength to first-tier ferocious beasts. However, from time to time, he spotted a few particularly large, grotesque bugs moving among the swarm. These giant insects had 6 antennae on their heads, compound eyes that took up their entire faces, and 8 spear-like legs resembling those of a spider. Their elongated bodies, however, were more reminiscent of dragonflies. These were undoubtedly second-tier, lower-class bugs, and their presence sent a faint chill down Qin Yi's spine. As he observed, Qin Yi's mind wandered to thoughts about exotic beasts and non-human races. By human standards, the primary distinction between exotic beasts and otherworldly races was intelligence, the ability to think and communicate. Clearly, the insects below were classified as exotic beasts, while the large dog beside him belonged to the latter category, an otherworldly race. It was said that the cultivation paths of humans and otherworldly races were quite similar, even sharing nearly identical terminologies. Although historical records didn't explicitly confirm it, Qin Yi speculated that humanity's path to martial arts might have been heavily inspired by these otherworldly races. After all, these races had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, while humanity's era of spiritual awakening had only begun less than a century ago. It seemed unlikely that humans could have developed a comprehensive cultivation system entirely on their own in such a short time. Still, Qin Yi couldn't shake the thought that a cultivation system derived from otherworldly races might never perfectly suit humanity. Perhaps one day, if he grew strong enough, He could create a system tailored specifically for humans. Such an idea, if spoken aloud, would undoubtedly be met with ridicule. After all, even the legendary Tin Tribulation sovereign had failed to reform humanity's cultivation methods. But Qin Yi possessed a god-ear innate talent. He refused to sell himself short. Just because the Tin Tribulation sovereign couldn't achieve it didn't mean he, with his unique advantages, would fail as well. Suddenly, Qin Yi noticed an anomaly. He turned to the dog and asked, "Those bizarre second-tier Lord-class bugs clearly have wings and can fly. Why haven't they come up here to attack us?" The question seemed to stump the dog. It paused, momentarily lost in thought. Although this had crossed its mind before, it had never been able to come up with a satisfying explanation. To save face, Qin Yi had no choice but to bluff his way through. Forcing a calm demeanor, though his voice trembled slightly, he said, maybe they were intimidated by my sheer presence as Lord Dog." The big dog sneered at his words, a hint of ridicule flashing in its eyes. It let out a cold huff, its sharp canine teeth faintly visible. "Qin Yi, you're something else. With the strength of a 6th or 7th rank martial artist, you think you can suppress a tier 2 lord?" Qin Yi's face froze, just as he was about to retort. But the big dog cut him off, its tone dripping with arrogance. "Why not? This lord was born noble. Ever heard of bloodline suppression?" Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from this self-absorbed dog, Qin Yi steadied himself and refocused his attention on the writhing sea of insects below. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he noticed that nearly half of the insects had stopped moving. Observing closely, he saw that every stationary insect, whether carrying something in its mouth or on its back, bore some form of loot. The spoils were diverse: spiritual soil, rare minerals, and even remnants of fierce beasts. The stationary insects began to dig furiously. Their bodies twisted as their sharp claws clawed at the earth. Though each insect's excavation left only a narrow hole, the depth was astonishing. Qin Yi watched intently as the insects burrowed into the ground, only to emerge moments later, their loot nowhere to be seen. "They're leaving their harvest underground?" Qin Yi murmured, his brows furrowed. Just then, a peculiar movement caught the corner of his eye. The edges of the tree hollow were expanding at an alarming rate, nearly doubling in size in mere moments. "Hey, stop spacing out and come help me chew this down." The big dog's anxious shout interrupted Qin Yi's thoughts. Watching the tree hollow shrink rapidly, the dog, who had initially been slacking off, now panicked. It scrambled to devour the tree bark, working itself into a frenzy. But Qin Yi ignored the dog's pleas, his focus unwavering as he studied the insect swarm below. Under his watchful gaze, the insects still in motion continuously brought back more loot from afar, handing it off to their digging companions, who buried it underground. The entire process was orderly and efficient, like a finely tuned machine. The Tier 2 broodmother controlling this many insects must have an incredibly powerful mental capacity. Qin Yi thought to himself, involuntarily sucking in a sharp breath. Crack! With a crisp sound, Qin Yi bit off a large chunk of tree bark that was obstructing his view. Chewing thoughtfully, he muttered under his breath, "I think I'm starting to understand." Nearby, the big dog, drenched in sweat from its frantic efforts, snapped irritably, "Understand what? Stop philosophizing and start eating already." Qin Yi remained unfazed. After a brief pause, he continued his quiet monologue. "The insects are burying all their loot underground not just for themselves to consume. The bulk of these items are rapidly decomposed by the swarm, transformed into pure spiritual nutrients that enrich the soil of Shiyun Peak. That's why the spiritual trees are suddenly growing so fast. The spiritual trees of the Western Sky Mountain Range and the broodmother hidden underground must have a symbiotic relationship." The big dog froze at his words, instinctively wanting to refute him. Yet, after some thought, it had to admit that Qin Yi's theory made sense. Every time the insect swarm began burying items, the spiritual trees would undergo dramatic changes. Moreover, the dog was aware of a certain type of insect within the swarm known as nurse bugs. These creatures could dissolve tough materials with their saliva, producing spiritual nutrient liquid to feed their young and accelerate their growth. Qin Yi gazed at the bustling sea of insects below, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Turning to Big Dog, he excitedly analyzed. The roots of the spiritual would likely have a stabilizing effect on spiritual energy, drawing it toward the roots. The concentration of spiritual energy at the root must be incredibly high, which is ideal for the growth of the insect race, especially the broodmothers. That would explain why the insects haven't destroyed all the Cloud Peak cedars. Even third-tier spiritual woods struggle to withstand the insect swarm, let alone second-tier ones. Big Dog's eyes lit up as he praised, "Woof! I didn't expect that little brain of yours to work so well, almost as sharp as my dog brain." As he spoke, he bit off a few pieces of fresh bark. "But so what if you figured this out? It might solve the mystery, but it doesn't really help us." Qin Yi shook his head, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Your dog brain isn't quite there yet. Knowing this setup opens up new possibilities. He leaned forward, pointing at the industrious insect swarm below. Haven't you noticed? Ever since we've been on this tree, the insects haven't shown any intention of attacking us. Do you think they haven't noticed us? Or is it? Big Dog frowned in thought. Second-tier broodmothers produce specialized reconnaissance insects, and each swarm is equipped with 3 first-tier eye bugs. These creepy creatures are basically basketball-sized eyeballs that float in the air, tethered by thin strands of flesh. They usually attach themselves to other insects and sustain themselves by siphoning energy. A first-tier eye bug can easily see through grade concealment techniques, and we don't even have that. There's no way we haven't been spotted. Suddenly, Big Dog's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not seriously suggesting that because the spiritual wood and the insect race are symbiotic, hiding in the spiritual wood makes the insects think we're allies? Don't tell me your next step is to walk out of the western sky mountain range dressed in tree bark. Qin Yi smiled faintly. You're thinking too small. My plan is to use the spiritual wood's aura to infiltrate the insect lair and pull off something big. What? Big Dog staggered back in shock. You're insane. Can't we just stay put? Wait until you learn how to dig tunnels, and take your time. Might be much safer to get out that way. Qin Yi pulled a sensing talisman from his pocket, his expression resolute. I've got brothers waiting for rescue. I can't afford to waste time. I need to reach them as quickly as possible. When the insect swarm erupts, the number of insects inside the broodmother's nest is bound to be fewer than on the surface. A second-tier broodmother can only produce a limited number of insects and can't control every single one in real time. Plus, there are no natural predators for the insect race in the western sky mountain range, embedding that the number of guards in the broodmother's nest is minimal. Most importantly, since the swarm covers the entire mountain range, the tunnels they've dug must lead to the outside. This gamble is worth taking. Without further hesitation, Qin Yi began collecting fragments of spiritual wood, preparing to craft a sharp wooden spear and a makeshift wooden armor. He planned to use the leaves and fine hairs from the tree canopy to secure the armor. Big Dog watched as Qin Yi busied himself, torn between wanting to follow him to escape and fearing the dangerous plan. Reluctantly, he picked up the sensing talisman, fiddling with it for a moment before asking in surprise, "Are you sure you're risking your life to save your brother? If you don't mind me asking, what's his cultivation level?" When he entered the secret realm, he was a beginner warrior, Qin Yi replied. A beginner warrior? Big Dog exclaimed in shock. You're a freak, and your brother's a freak too. A beginner warrior daring to enter the Blood Mist Wasteland? The Blood Mist Wasteland? Qin Yi asked, puzzled. He didn't recall seeing that name on the map. Big Dog explained, it's a deadly zone that appeared a few months ago, likely connected to the beast tides outside. Back then, the sky was filled with blood-red mist, and a few heavily injured grandmaster-level warriors who escaped were cursing about it. Let me tell you, a beginner warrior entering the Blood Mist Wasteland is a death sentence unless he's as monstrous as you. Don't throw your life away. Qin Yi's determination remained unwavering. If he's alive, they'll find him. If he's dead, they'll recover his body. If you don't want to come, you can stay here. Actually, don't you have an instinct for sensing danger? You can make your wooden armor first, and before jumping into the tunnels, check for any sense of unease. Then decide. Big Dog suddenly realized, that's right. I do have a danger-sensing instinct. Although it wasn't always entirely accurate, it had saved him from many crises back when he followed the Supreme Being. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and agreed, fine, they'll go crazy with you. Following someone who might be a child of destiny could bring me some good fortune. This time, I'm betting on it. With that, Big Dog also began gathering materials. Although his smaller size required less, he still stockpiled excessively for safety. Being adept at climbing, he took on the task of harvesting leaves and fine hairs from the 800-meter-high canopy. Running up and down the tree, he was exhausted with every trip, grumbling internally, this insufferable human is treating me like free labor. Arg, so annoying. But he'll endure it for now. It took one man and one dog a painstaking 8 hours and 25 minutes to perfect their disguise. Every piece of spiritual wood from the hollow tree had been dismantled and used as raw material. Qin Yi now resembled an oddly dressed ancient soldier. A makeshift wooden helmet on his head, a crude wooden armor covering his torso, and a rather flamboyant wooden skirt around his lower half, resembling a grass skirt. This wasn't for some peculiar fashion statement, but rather because such a design was easy to craft and didn't hinder movement. He also held a wooden spear, its tip sharpened by the dog's teeth, still faintly smeared with canine saliva. The dog proudly explained that the spear could deliver a magical attack when piercing an enemy, inflicting poison. Hearing this, Qin Yi's face darkened instantly. After all, had been bitten by the dog a few times before. However, since so much time had passed without any adverse effects, it seemed the dog had gone easy on him back then. Qin Yi cast a helpless glance at the self-satisfied dog beside him, shaking his head in disbelief. This was, without a doubt, the most bizarre dog he had ever encountered. The dog, on the other hand, was fully clad in intricately crafted wooden armor, far more elaborate than Qin Yi's. The armor fit the dog's body perfectly and was adorned with cloud patterns, reminding Qin Yi of the Susanoo from an anime head seen in his previous life. However, the image was quickly shattered when he saw the dog striking poses and asking, "Do I look handsome?" right after relieving itself on the ground. Qin Yi couldn't bear to look at the dog any longer. The sea of insects had retreated, and there was over an hour left before the next wave. Qin Yi proposed heading down early to stake out one of the burrow entrances. This way, they could immediately test whether the spiritual wood disguise was effective when the insects returned. If it worked, they could quickly infiltrate the passage, maximizing their time. Carefully, Qin Yi climbed out of the hollow tree, descending several dozen meters before leaping down. While he wasn't worried about falling from a height of 50 or 60 meters, he was concerned about damaging his crude wooden armor. The dog, in contrast, leapt carefree from over 60 meters and landed effortlessly. It was undeniable that as a canine, he had a natural advantage similar to cats, making him less prone to injury from falls. For an ordinary Tier 1 beast or a martial artist at the 6th stage, such a jump would likely result in fractured bones. "I've observed before," Qin Yi recalled, "a swarm of insects disappearing here. There's likely a passage leading downward." With the dog in tow, he made his way to a barren patch of muddy ground. The soil here was unusually sticky, not from rain but from the blood of countless prey stored by the insect swarm. The blood had seeped into the dirt, saturating it. The dog pressed its ear to the ground, listening intently for a moment before barking excitedly. "It sounds hollow down there. I think the insect swarm deliberately drains their prey's blood. The blood, after being altered by the insects, becomes incredibly sticky, almost like glue. It bonds the soil together to form a lid, concealing the passage." As he spoke, his nose twitched, as if picking up a scent. Qin Yi didn't comment, instead scanning the area before heading toward the nearest yunfeng cedar. For safety's sake, they decided to test their wooden armor's effectiveness near the tree. If anything went wrong, they could climb it to escape. And so, the man and the dog sat beneath the yunfeng cedar, waiting quietly for the swarm to return. The forest grew eerily silent, with only the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the wind breaking the stillness. "Stay calm," Qin Yi whispered, his voice low as he tried to soothe the large dog beside him. His gaze was fixed ahead, where a group of firefly-like insects was drifting around. These firefly bugs are scouting insects that are fast but weak in combat. Among the swarm, they're the least threatening. No sooner had he spoken than the dog's slightly smug voice echoed in Qin Yi's mind. "Of course I'm not panicking, but hey, you're pretty sharp, kid. Did you choose this spot as the entrance on purpose?" "You're right, except for the eye bugs. Most insect swarms stick to their own kind. This place only has firefly bugs, so it's a lot less dangerous." The dog, a master of the art of survival, had impressively used a telepathic method to communicate, leaving no trace of sound. As a bonus, it even taught Qin Yi this crank telepathy technique. This skill didn't require the use of mental energy. It worked purely through spiritual power and vitality, making it quite valuable. The only downside? Its name was utterly ridiculous dog speak. Clearly, the dog had come up with this name just to mess with Qin Yi. Qin Yi didn't dwell on it. Instead, he focused on practicing the telepathy technique while keeping a close watch on the movements of the firefly bugs and the eye bug. Suddenly, the massive eye of the eye bug and the compound eyes of the firefly bugs turned toward their direction, causing the dog's heart to skip a beat. Thankfully, the second-tier spirit wood material they used for concealment proved highly effective. The approaching insects didn't notice them at all, continuing to pass by as if Qin Yi and the dog were invisible. Gradually, the dog grew bolder. First, it swatted at a passing insect with its paw. When there was no reaction, it went a step further and leapt onto the back of a giant bug. "Haha, these bugs are so dumb," the dog proudly transmitted to Qin Yi, clearly delighted with itself. But in the next moment, the giant bug froze in place. The dog nearly lost control of itself in fright and quickly scurried back. Thankfully, the insect still didn't seem to detect them. After pausing briefly, it resumed its march, oblivious to what had just happened. "All right, enough fooling around," Qin Yi said with a sigh, his gaze shifting to the now reopened entrance not far away. Determination gleamed in his eyes. "It's time to go in." Qin Yi and Big Dog cautiously weaved through the gaps in the swarm of insects, finally making their way back to the previously discovered tunnel entrance. The area was teeming with firefly-like insects of various sizes, their tails glowing brilliantly without exception. Countless clusters of light merged into a sea of radiance, so bright it nearly blinded Big Dog's titanium alloy-enhanced eyes. The ground, once solid, had been torn apart by the swarm, revealing a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter. Firefly insects continuously emerged from the tunnel, their wings buzzing as they joined the larger swarm. Timing it just right, the man and dog leapt into the tunnel. They pressed themselves against the smooth walls, sliding downward, using the glow of the insects to observe their surroundings. The tunnel, carved by the insect swarm, was a perfect circle. The walls, reinforced by some unknown method, were smooth and solid, showcasing an impressive level of craftsmanship. The sliding experience was more thrilling than a high-speed car chase, especially with firefly insects zipping toward them at breakneck speed. A single misstep could lead to a collision and chaos. However, Qin Yi seemed to think the situation wasn't exciting enough. As a firefly insect sped toward him, he neither dodged nor flinched. A wild grin flickered across his face as he suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A sonic blast echoed through the tunnel, and a surge of air rippled outward. The force of his punch, exceeding a ton, obliterated the insect's head, sending green ichor splattering in all directions. The insect's lifeless body fell, creating a small crater and partially blocking the tunnel. Big Dog stared in stunned silence. Before he could even speak, Qin Yi swiftly pulled out the wooden spear strapped to his back, thrust it into the tunnel wall with a powerful motion, and carved a long groove to bring himself to a halt. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of alarming the swarm? Big Dog asked nervously, his ears already picking up the sound of approaching insects. Qin Yi didn't respond. Instead, he sat down cross-legged, efficiently dissecting the insect's corpse with his wooden spear. He smeared the glowing substance from the insect's tail onto the spear. Instantly, the spear shone like a magical torch, far brighter than any ordinary flame. Before the other insects could arrive, Qin Yi quickly retrieved a grade storage bag and stuffed the insect's remains inside. Within 3 seconds, all that was left at the scene was a pool of green blood. His speed and precision made it seem as though he had dispatched thousands of firefly insects before. A buzzing sound drew their attention. 2 firefly insects arrived at the scene, pausing momentarily as they detected the scent of their fallen comrade. After lingering briefly on the tunnel walls, they quietly bypassed Qin Yi and Big Dog, continuing to repair the damaged section of the tunnel. They say dogs are fearless, but your guts put me to shame, Big Dog muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Qin Yi remained calm and collected. It seems the insect swarm doesn't share a collective consciousness. Killing one doesn't cause an uproar. As long as we act quickly, we can systematically clear out the insects in the tunnel. You mean to tell me you did all that just to test this theory? Big Dog asked incredulously, staring at the glowing wooden spear. You're insane. Risking your life like that. This was merely a brief episode on their journey. Soon after, they resumed sliding deeper into the tunnel. Over the next 20 minutes, the slope gradually leveled out until they were walking on flat ground. By now, they had descended at least 10 kilometers below the surface. The environment was dark and cold, with no light source in sight except for the glowing spear in Qin Yi's hand. The firefly insects had completed their gathering, leaving the underground tunnels devoid of their glow. Big Dog's eyes emitted a faint green light. As a member of the canine race, he naturally possessed night vision and was usually unafraid of the dark. However, he suddenly realized the purpose behind Qin Yi's earlier actions. Wait, you coated the spear with luminescent material on purpose, didn't you? For illumination down here? Big Dog exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Drip, drip, the sound of water echoed throughout the vast underground cavern. Big Dog took the lead, his eyes scanning the distance. But then, he froze in his tracks. He was horrified to discover that his night vision was completely ineffective in this place. Even activating his grade ocular technique, he felt an invisible force blocking his perception. Not even a grade ocular techniques can penetrate this? Big Dog muttered, his voice trembling slightly. For intelligent beings, nothing was more terrifying than the unknown. In this pitch-black abyss, everything was a mystery. Even the possibility of colliding with an unseen insect loomed ominously ahead. Drip, drip, the sound of water echoed continuously, and Big Dog's sensitive ears twitched in response. He quickly realized that the sound wasn't coming from just one direction but from all around. Alert, Big Dog transmitted this discovery to Qin Yi and silently shifted behind the boy, pressing close to the glowing wooden spear. The light brought a sense of security, prompting Big Dog to relinquish his lead position. He followed closely behind Qin Yi, using the faint glow to carefully observe their surroundings. Occasionally, he would steal a glance at Qin Yi's expression and noticed the boy staring blankly into the darkness ahead, his gaze deep and unfocused. Big Dog muttered to himself, "Stop staring. Even with my grade enhanced vision, I can't see through this darkness. What chance does your naked eye have?" He smirked impatiently, thinking, we should just grab the spear and get out of this cursed place. Just then, Qin Yi blinked, a trace of confusion flashing across his face. The system had just notified him that he had acquired night vision, yet strangely, he still couldn't penetrate the darkness before him. Could it be that the obstacle wasn't just the lack of light? Cautiously, Qin Yi took a few steps forward, using the faint glow of the spear to scrutinize the cave. Before long, he noticed something unusual. The stone walls and ground of the cave were covered with patches of green fungal mats. At first glance, they resembled ordinary mold, but upon closer inspection, they were constantly writhing, as if driven by some mysterious instinct. Qin Yi crouched down and examined them carefully, letting out a sharp gasp of shock. These seemingly ordinary fungal mats were actually composed of countless tiny insects clustered together. Their collective movement created the illusion of the mats wriggling. Big Dog also noticed this unsettling sight and instinctively bared his teeth, his entire body on edge. They had been walking on these creatures the whole time. These peculiar insects were highly unusual. They couldn't be crushed underfoot, and their origins were a mystery. Big Dog speculated that the strange force obscuring their vision likely stemmed from these eerie little organisms. Despite his vast experience, Big Dog was at a loss this time. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't recall any creature resembling these insects. Meanwhile, Qin Yi remained fixated on the writhing swarm, once again lost in thought. Big Dog couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. In such a perilous environment, Qin Yi still managed to stay composed enough to drift into contemplation. That level of calmness was truly remarkable. Drip, drip, the sound of water echoed endlessly through the dark, damp cavern, creating an eerie rhythm. Qin Yi and his large canine companion moved cautiously along the slick stone walls, their steps light but deliberate. Yet, Qin Yi's attention was entirely consumed by the countless tiny insects crawling across the walls. These fingernail-sized bugs covered every inch of the stone surface, their bodies shimmering with an unsettling green glow under the faint light. Qin Yi stared at them intently, as if trying to etch every single one into his memory. After more than 20 minutes, the big dog finally broke the silence, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. "Hey, buddy, what's so special about those little critters? Are you saying staring at them will magically let you see in the dark?" Snapped out of his trance, Qin Yi turned to his companion with a mysterious smile. He nodded slightly. "You're smarter than you look. That's exactly what I can do." The big dog froze, momentarily stunned, thinking Qin Yi was joking. But the next moment, Qin Yi calmly handed him the glowing wooden spear he had been holding. "You take this from here. I don't need it anymore." Without waiting for a response, Qin Yi strode forward confidently, leading the way. The big dog stood there, dumbfounded, watching his companion's retreating figure before hurrying to catch up. As they walked, he mimicked Qin Yi, staring at the glowing green fungal carpet on the walls with a perplexed expression. Glancing back at his friend's clumsy imitation, Qin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He knew this adaptive evolution was unique to him. No matter how hard the big dog tried, he wouldn't gain these new eyes. Just moments earlier, the system's notification had chimed in his mind. "Ding! Your ocular and neural cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference of the devouring insect swarm, unlocking the passive skill, Keen Vision LV1. This notification not only granted him a new skill but also revealed crucial information. The tiny insects covering the cavern walls were called devouring insects. When gathered in large numbers, they emitted a special pheromone that disrupted any external observation methods. Even a master-level spiritual force would struggle to penetrate it. Qin Yi silently marveled at the terrifying power of a Tier 2 brood mother. This single ability alone was enough to render intruders helpless. Yet, it was thanks to these formidable insects that Qin Yi unlocked the Keen Vision LV1 ability, comparable to a branch ocular technique. His vision was enhanced by dozens of times, his soul strengthened, granting him natural resistance to illusions. Moreover, his spiritual power had jumped from 10 points to 12. Meanwhile, the big dog had already given up trying to mimic Qin Yi. Shaking his head in frustration, he grumbled, "Damn it, staring at these bugs is making me dizzy. This is useless." With that, he quickened his pace to catch up to Qin Yi, no longer lagging behind. The two of them continued navigating the labyrinthine tunnels of the underground insect lair. Strangely, aside from the omnipresent devouring insects, they hadn't encountered any larger insect species. Occasionally, they spotted massive openings above them leading to the surface, but the deeper tunnels remained eerily silent, save for the relentless dripping of water echoing around them. Suddenly, they arrived at a six-way junction. Each tunnel was over 10 meters in diameter, wide enough for giant insect creatures to pass through. All the paths were lined with the green glow of devouring insects, like ominous carpets stretching into the darkness. The big dog hesitated before asking, "Another split. Which way do we go?" To his surprise, Qin Yi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the junction, closed his eyes, and began meditating. "Just wait a bit," Qin Yi said cryptically. "The timing's almost right. Something will guide us." The big dog looked utterly baffled, completely unable to understand Qin Yi's intentions. Watching his companion meditate with such focus, he couldn't help but wonder if he was, in fact, the dumb one here. The spiritual energy in the cavern was astonishingly dense, 5 times greater than that of the Xintian's secret realm, and almost tangible, like it could condense into liquid form. For Qin Yi, who had recently upgraded his spiritual affinity to level 7, this environment was a goldmine. He absorbed the surrounding energy with ease, refining his vitality. In just 10 minutes, Qin Yi condensed a drop of faint golden blood, raising his vitality to 21 calories. An hour later, he broke through from a second-tier warrior to a third-tier warrior, his vitality surging to an impressive 30 calories. However, the big dog didn't seem particularly impressed by Qin Yi's rapid progress. To him, such speed was expected of someone as freakishly talented as Qin Yi. If anything, it felt a bit slow. As time ticked by, the big dog yawned, growing impatient. Ugh, we've been waiting forever. When is this so-called guide of yours going to show up? Just then, Qin Yi's eyes snapped open. He sensed faint vibrations from above. Rising to his feet, his expression turned serious. It's here. The large dog stood up alongside Qin Yi, his gaze falling upon 4 of the 6 tunnel entrances ahead, which were now violently trembling. The walls of the tunnels, densely covered with moss-like swarms of devouring insects, suddenly became agitated and surged outward in massive numbers. These insects moved with a mechanical precision, as if part of an industrial conveyor belt, methodically transporting various prey of all shapes and sizes deeper into the insect lair. What was even more astonishing was that during the transportation process, the insects continued to break down the prey. They systematically decomposed large prey into easily storable black droplets, which they then ingested and transported through an intricate network of tunnels to different areas. Previously dormant, the green swarms of insects were now fully active, resembling a rushing emerald river. In that moment, Qin Yi had a sudden realization: the incessant dripping sound that had been lingering in his ears was actually the sound of nutrient droplets, broken down by the insects, falling. He speculated that these nutrient droplets were used to nourish the roots of spiritual trees, which were hidden in the unexplored caverns around him. The insect lair grew increasingly chaotic, and the large dog appeared uneasy, anxiously asking, "Damn it, where's that guide you mentioned? Isn't it here yet?" "It's already here. Woof. Follow me." Woof woof. Qin Yi quickly chose a tunnel where prey was being transported and took off running. The large dog froze for a moment before dashing after him. Both of them accelerated to their limits. When faced with massive prey being transported on the conveyor-like path, Qin Yi didn't dodge or hesitate. Instead, he pulled out a grade storage bag and swiftly stored the entire prey inside. It was outright plundering the resources of the insect swarm. The insects' hard-earned spoils were being brazenly seized right in their own territory. In just 5 minutes, Qin Yi had already collected 2 first-tier beast corpses and half the body of a second-tier lord. Damn, this feels amazing. The large dog was green with envy, lamenting his lack of a storage bag. It was then he finally understood what Qin Yi meant by a guide. It was the prey being transported from the outside world. In the core area of the Western Sky Mountain Range, huntable creatures had long been exhausted, forcing the insect swarm to venture to the periphery for prey. By following the prey against the flow, they could naturally find their way back to the outer edges. Qin Yi continued to collect the massive spoils. Though the insects below seemed puzzled, they still maintained their motions of carrying prey forward. Qin Yi, aware of the dangers of overindulgence, chose to stop before drawing too much attention. Even so, the half-hour haul was staggering, reaching a scale of billions in value. Truly, this secret realm was a place where one could amass a fortune in no time. "I'm so tired. I can't run anymore," the large dog panted heavily, tongue lolling out. Qin Yi was also feeling the strain, not just from running against the flow of the insect swarm, but also due to the extreme gravity of the Xintian's secret realm, which vastly increased the physical burden. "I'm done." The large dog leapt up and draped himself over Qin Yi's shoulders, feigning exhaustion. Qin Yi didn't push him away, continuing onward with the dog in tow. He pressed on relentlessly, even as his legs grew numb, refusing to stop. "Tired? That's exactly what I want." Qin Yi roared inwardly, his body darting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Around him lay the corpses of countless ferocious beasts, and he had to dodge these obstacles while sprinting at full speed, a grueling test of his endurance. Every cell in Qin Yi's body felt like it was operating beyond its limits, as if they were about to burn out. Yet, instead of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself even harder, accelerating madly. His figure became a blur as he charged forward against the tide. From deep within his body, a surge of potential and energy erupted like a spring. The fatigue that had weighed him down seemed to dissolve, replaced by an exhilarating sense of transcendence. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding. Your cells have successfully adapted to extreme overload. You have evolved a passive skill, Blood Fury LV1. Yes." Qin Yi couldn't suppress a low growl of excitement. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through every inch of his muscles and veins. His exhilaration reached its peak, and with a mighty roar, he threw a devastating punch. Boom! The punch struck the corpse of a second-tier beast lord with the force of lightning. In an instant, the body strong enough to rival a mid-level martial master exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. Qin Yi stood amidst the carnage, his face alight with a crazed, ecstatic expression, embodying a raw and violent beauty. The large dog perched on Qin Yi's shoulder witnessed the scene and shuddered, its eyes filled with awe. From Qin Yi's relentless and ferocious actions, it sensed a profound and elusive truth and essence of the Tao that only those destined for greatness could grasp. Suddenly, Qin Yi came to a halt, his demeanor calming. He gazed at an exit not far away, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Turning to the dog, he asked, "How about we go big this time?" The dog trembled, a sense of foreboding washing over it. "How big?" Qin Yi's eyes fixed on the exit ahead, and he replied nonchalantly, "Straight into the swarm." Without waiting for a response, he strode forward. The dog panicked completely. "You're insane. If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me into it. Isn't your brother waiting for you to save him? And here you are, wasting time." Qin Yi's steps remained steady. "That's exactly why I need to get stronger before stepping into the blood mist desert. Don't worry, if things get out of hand, I'll get you out of here. It'll be fine." With that, he drove his fingers into the rocky wall and began climbing toward the surface. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. At last, after half an hour, Qin Yi and the dog emerged into the light of the surface. This light was different from the dim glow of Shiyun Peak. Shrouded by spirit trees, it was radiant, warm, and comforting. Crunch, crunch, Qin Yi and the dog crawled out of the insect burrow. Looking around, they were greeted by an overwhelming Saitan ocean of insects, writhed everywhere, dense and suffocating. First-tier beasts and second-tier lords were as common as weeds, and in the shadows, the faint presence of third-tier overlords exuded an aura of extreme danger. The moment Qin Yi and the dog appeared, their spirit armor seemed to lose its energy, its concealment effect vanishing entirely. In an instant, the tens of thousands of insects detected the human presence. For a fleeting moment, all movement ceased, as if time itself had frozen. Then, all at once, countless grotesque insect heads turned, slowly, deliberately, locking their sights on Qin Yi. At that moment, the dog felt its scalp tingle, its body go cold, and its heart race uncontrollably. It muttered under its breath, "You call this no big deal?" One after another, countless insects crawled out from the surrounding forests, converging on the open ground around Qin Yi, leaving no space untouched. Everywhere one looked, flowers, grass, and trees withered and decayed, drained of life. Two massive swarms dominated the scene. The giant dragonfly-like insects Qin Yi had seen earlier and the centipede-like ground beetles. Tens of thousands of these creatures darkened the skies, plunging the mountains and valleys into an eerie gloom. Perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, the big dog trembled as it muttered nervously, "This mess is all on you. Don't you dare make me take the blame." It sensed a powerful presence lurking within the insect horde, poised to strike. "It's definitely a Tier 3 Overlord-class Zerg." Qin Yi glanced around and realized he was completely surrounded. There was no escape except to fight his way out. The concealment effect of the spiritual wood had just worn off, coinciding perfectly with their emergence from the insect lair. Whether this was a coincidence or a calculated move on Qin Yi's part was unclear. "Bring it on." Qin Yi growled, his voice low and fierce. His punches tore through the air with brutal force, producing a sharp, piercing sound. In an instant, his fist collided with a leaping ground beetle. Boom! The Tier 1 beetle was smashed into the earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Without a trace of fear, Qin Yi engaged the swarm Hedon, using only his physical strength to battle tens of thousands of Zerg. This was a raw, primal clash of flesh and blood, no dazzling spells, no height-tier weapons, just pure, unrelenting physical combat. Smack! Under the big dog's watchful eyes, a Tier 2 Lord-class dragonfly-like insect hurtling through the air was obliterated by Qin Yi's strike, its emerald green fluids bursting in all directions, creating a grotesque rain of green. 1, 10, 100. Countless insects charged forward in waves, encircling Qin Yi with no way out. As soon as one wave fell, another surged in to take its place, an endless tide that seemed impossible to overcome. The ground was soon piled high with insect corpses, forming a mountain of death. At its peak stood Qin Yi, his body stained with blood and gore, his face twisted into a crazed expression. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" he roared, his blood boiling as if it were about to ignite. His entire body was covered in wounds, yet there was no retreat in his eyes, only an ever-growing frenzy as he swung his fists against the swarm. Though his punches appeared chaotic, Each one landed with precision, shattering the thick exoskeletons of the massive insects with devastating force. The big dog noticed something unusual. Qin Yi wasn't simply flailing. He was using a martial art imbued with the essence of a true king's will, the Mad Fist technique. Each of Qin Yi's strikes carried a deadly energy, tearing through the insects' bodies and extinguishing their life force. As the killing energy seeped into the dying insects, their corpses would emit faint traces of fresh killing energy, which then flowed back into Qin Yi's body. This cyclical process refined the killing energy within him, making it increasingly pure and amplifying the terrifying aura of slaughter he exuded. The big dog sighed inwardly. Using a human body to cultivate such lethal energy. Damn, this guy's a freak. It could feel the icy killing intent radiating from Qin Yi's punches, sending a shiver down its spine. Martial artists attempting such a feat would typically damage their own meridians. Yet Qin Yi seemed unfazed, simultaneously cultivating his energy and tearing through the insect horde. As Qin Yi became more familiar with the weaknesses of these two types of insects, his kill rate began to outpace the swarm's reinforcements. The big dog watched in astonishment. You're just a tier 3 martial artist, aren't you? Is there no limit to your strength? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Boom! A massive ground beetle with a dragon-like horn burst forth, charging straight at Qin Yi. This was a tier 3 overlord-class Zerga colossus as heavy as a mountain, the strongest soldier produced by a tier 2 queen. Though it lacked intelligence, its raw power rivaled that of a grandmaster. Its arrival instantly cleared hundreds of nearby insects, leaving it to face Qin Yi unknown. The force of its attacks forced Qin Yi to retreat repeatedly, showing signs of fatigue for the first time. Despite the devastating power of his 7 wounds Mad Fist, it barely scratched the overlord-class beetle's armor, let alone inflicted any real damage. Seeing this, the big dog couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Yi's extraordinary performance had left it numb with disbelief. If a tier 3 martial artist could instantly kill an overlord-class Zerg, that would defy all logic even for a dog. But then again, Qin Yi struggling meant the dog's own life was at risk. Why was it relieved? The big dog froze, caught in its own confusion. It was clearly Qin Yi challenging the swarm of insects, yet the scenes unfolding before his eyes seemed more like the swarm was testing the resolve of the great demon king, Qin Yi. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar tore through the skies. A third-tier overlord-grade armored beetle burst out from the ground, its dragon-like head adorned with terrifying horns several meters long. Before Qin Yi could even react, the sharp tip of one of the horns pierced straight through his chest. Splurt! Blood sprayed into the air as Qin Yi violently coughed up a mouthful of it. His body was flung backward uncontrollably, retreating dozens of steps. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe injury since acquiring his level 2 steel body ability. His face turned pale in an instant, and his breathing became labored. Qin Yi wanted to take a brief moment to recover, but the swarm clearly had no intention of giving him that chance. Seeing him retreat, dozens of insects swarmed toward him from all directions, surrounding him completely. The battle felt endless, destined to continue until one side was utterly annihilated. Under the relentless assault of hundreds of insects, Qin Yi's situation grew increasingly dire. His movements began to slow, and the wounds on his body multiplied. Blood continuously seeped from the gashes, staining his clothes deep red. Perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, the large dog was frantic, hopping up and down in agitation. It could sense Qin Yi's weakness more acutely than anyone. The once blazing vitality within him, as radiant as the sun, now flickered like a candle about to extinguish. Damn it, are you really about to give out? Should we just retreat for now? The dog said anxiously. It still had a few life-saving techniques up its sleeve. If it came to the worst, it could take Qin Yi and escape from this perilous place. However, Qin Yi showed no intention of backing down. He understood all too well that only through life-and-death battles and bathing in the blood of countless foes could he evolve rapidly and become truly strong. He had sworn to himself that he would never again be the helpless, terminally ill version of himself, lying hopelessly in a cold, rented room, waiting for death to claim him. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yi reached up and tore off the tattered remains of his wooden armor. He stuffed the broken pieces into his mouth and began chewing forcefully. Crunch, crunch, the fragments made crisp sounds as he ground them between his teeth, swallowing the remaining nutrients within and converting them into the energy he desperately needed for his evolution. Qin Yi's gaze turned sharp and fierce, his eyes locking once more onto the third-tier overlord-grade dragon beetle. That creature was the key to his transformation. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Qin Yi roared in his heart. I will use this endless swarm as the battlefield for my rebirth. With a powerful push of his legs, Qin Yi launched himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, charging straight at the dragon beetle. Come and fight, he bellowed, his voice brimming with unyielding determination and fighting spirit. The overlordier dragon insect let out a low, guttural roar, its massive dragon horns glinting coldly as they pointed directly at the approaching Qin Yi. This colossal creature seemed to take Qin Yi's actions as a provocation, and its killing intent surged. Suddenly, the earth-armored dragon insect charged forward like a collapsing mountain, its enormous frame powerful enough to crush a tank with ease. Dago felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the full-force impact of a Tier 3 Overlord Zerg, capable of turning even a martial master into pulp. Yet Qin Yi neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he charged heat. His frenzy fist erupted, aiming straight for the dragon horn. A ferocious aura of slaughter surged as his fist collided with the horn, unleashing a deafening blast of gale force energy. With a sharp crack, Qin Yi's entire skeletal system and organs were instantly shattered by the terrifying shockwave. His body was flung through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Dago, watching in alarm, couldn't help but suggest, maybe we should retreat for now. Qin Yi's condition was horrifying. His body was a mangled mess with no intact bones left, and he struggled even to stand. Yet, he didn't back down. Instead, he spat out blackened blood and fragments of his organs as the regenerative power of his Tier 2 physique kicked into high gear, rapidly regenerating tougher, stronger bones and organs. Bang! Qin Yi suddenly lunged forward and headbutted Tier 1 Zerg that tried to pounce on him, killing it instantly. Staggering but resolute, he rose to his feet once more and continued his slow yet determined march toward the Tier 3 Earth-armored dragon insect. His steps, though heavy, echoed with unwavering resolve. A new round of brutal combat began. Despite the vast disparity in size and power, the battle between human and Zerg was ferocious, with blood splattering everywhere. This time, Qin Yi fought with even greater tenacity. His newly evolved body managed to hold its own against the earth-armored dragon insect for a full 3 minutes before he was forced to retreat. Even so, whenever the dragon insect attempted to deliver a finishing blow, Qin Yi would somehow summon the strength to stand again, continuing the fight while his broken body rapidly healed. Meanwhile, Tier 1 and Tier 2 Zerg swarmed him, trying to prevent his recovery, but this human seemed indestructible, always bouncing back from the brink of death in mere moments. Time and again, Qin Yi fell only to rise again. Amid the relentless battle, he even identified a weak point on the Tier 3 dragon insect and drank its blood to replenish his strength. Gradually, the tide of the battle began to turn, and Qin Yi astonishingly gained the upper hand. Dago stood frozen in disbelief, thinking, unbelievable, a human actually managed to wear down the stamina of a Tier 3 earth-armored dragon insect? This defies all logic. Amid the blood-soaked battlefield, with insect corpses piling up like mountains, a lone figure stood tall. Qin Yi, his face calm and resolute, resembled an unstoppable war machine, tirelessly cutting down Zergs. His clothes were in tatters, and he tore off his ruined shirt, revealing his muscular, gleaming body. Every inch of his skin radiated a mysterious vitality. As Dago observed closely, he was shocked to realize that Qin Yi had unknowingly undergone a supernatural transformation. His body had become unbreakable, so much so that even Dago's sharp teeth couldn't pierce it. Qin Yi's physique now rivaled that of high-ranking martial masters and even approached the level of grandmasters with fortified bodies. Qin Yi himself was unaware of this so-called supernatural transformation. All he knew was that his cells had once again adapted and evolved. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your body successfully withstood the assault of a Tier 3 Overlord beast. You've evolved the passive skill Iron Body LV3. Ding! Your cells have fully recovered from destruction. You've evolved the passive skill Regeneration LV3. At level 2, these skills had already given Qin Yi a physique comparable to mid-level martial masters. Now at level 3, he could likely contend with grandmasters. Raising his hand, Qin Yi braced himself for the earth-armored dragon insect's next charge. This time, he caught the beast's attack with a single hand. The dragon horn only managed to pierce his skin slightly, drawing a trickle of blood. Though the immense force pushed him back 7 or 8 meters, he neither flew through the air nor suffered a fatal blow as before. At last, he could stand toe-to-toe with this overlordier beast. Qin Yi caught the earth armor beetle's charge with just one hand, leaving every creature present in stunned silence. The beetle let out a confused, low growl, retreating several steps before emitting a piercing, shrill buzz. In an instant, the ground split open, and a massive, oval-shaped beetle, resembling a giant ladybug, emerged from the earth. Hot on its heels, a 6-winged insect sliced through the air with a deafening screech. 3 third-tier overlords appeared before Qin Yi simultaneously, exuding an intimidating aura as if determined to end the battle swiftly. However, Qin Yi, with his level 3 steel-like physique, stood firm and unshaken. Not only could he endure their relentless attacks heed, but he also had enough strength to rip parts off their bodies. Whether it was blood or components, everything from these creatures was a priceless trophy for him. The battle raged fiercely, but Qin Yi's regenerative abilities far surpassed those of the overlords. These mass-produced insectoids weren't designed with recovery in mind, since the broodmother could simply recycle them after use. Qin Yi exploited this glaring weakness to his advantage, astonishingly suppressing the three overlords despite the gap in their tiers. Dago watched in utter disbelief. 3 overlords, yet they couldn't do a thing to stop a third-stage martial artist. If anyone were to share this story, they'd be dismissed as a lunatic. Yet, it was all unfolding right before his eyes. As he watched the 3 overlords continuously getting thrashed, an unexpected sense of pity crept into his heart. Feeling the increasingly menacing presences stirring underground, Dago realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He urgently warned, "You better wrap this up. If you keep going, the second-tier broodmother might focus all her attention on you and mobilize her forces to take you down." But Qin Yi seemed unfazed by Dago's caution. He shot him a calm glance, his lips curling into a confident smirk. "A second-tier broodmother? Let her come. Damn it. You really maxed out all the bluffing." Big Dog muttered under his breath, clearly stunned by Qin Yi's over-the-top display of bravado. At the moment, 3 overlord-level Zerg creatures were locked in a stalemate with Qin Yi. Neither side could overpower the other, but as time ticked on, the Zerg inevitably followed their established patterns, retreating quietly after 5 hours. Qin Yi's appearance was impressive, but it couldn't alter this ancient, unchanging rule. When the last Zerg vanished from sight, Qin Yi remained rooted in place, his expression grave. Just moments earlier, a searing wave of psychic energy had surged up from underground, lingering around him for several minutes before dissipating. He knew full well that this was the handiwork of a second-tier broodmother, intent on memorizing his aura to prepare for a more targeted assault next time. "Stop zoning out and start collecting the spoils. Let's get out of here," Big Dog urged anxiously. "The broodmother's got her sights on you now. She can spawn entirely new types of Zerg tailored to specific enemies. Next time, it won't be this easy." Hearing this, Qin Yi fell into deep thought. The broodmother's evolutionary abilities bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, one adapted to counter enemies, while the other adapted to environments. This fascinating dynamic of mutual evolution filled him with anticipation for their future encounters. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Qin Yi temporarily set these musings aside and pulled out a grade storage bag to collect the Zerg corpses littering the ground. Even though he only gathered the remains of second-tier and above creatures, the 1,000 cubic meter space filled up quickly, leaving piles of carcasses still strewn about. "This is such a waste," Big Dog lamented bitterly, seeming even more distressed than Qin Yi about leaving behind these valuable resources. "Don't worry. The Zerg swarms will always be here. We can come back later," Qin Yi reassured him, patting the bulging storage bag with satisfaction. "You really think you're invincible, huh? Next time, you'll be in for it." Big Dog sighed in exasperation. Qin Yi, however, remained indifferent. Stepping over the mountain of corpses, he pulled out a still-glowing sensing charm. "The Zerg are getting stronger, but so am I. Do you really think that next time, they'll be any weaker than the broodmother?" With that, he tightened his grip on the charm and sprinted northeast, toward the blood-mist wasteland. Big Dog wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Qin Yi's growth rate was indeed astonishing. By the time they returned, he might very well be capable of sweeping through the entire Shitian mountain range. As the man and dog disappeared into the distance, silence once again enveloped the Shitian mountain range. Zerg blood seeped into the ground, nourishing the barren land and causing spiritual herbs to grow wildly. Days later, the scene remained just as gruesome, with broken Zerg corpses scattered everywhere and blood still pooling. Strangely, the Zerg swarms made no effort to clear the battlefield. It wasn't until the 4th day that a small team of human warriors ventured into the area, breaking the eerie stillness. "The Shitian mountain range is swarming with Zerg. We can't stay long, and we definitely can't go too deep. Stick to the outskirts, and retreat at the first sign of trouble." At the front of the group, a young man in white robes warned the others, while turning to address a man in green beside him. "Woofing, your ocular technique is the strongest here. Once we enter Zerg territory, keep a close watch on our surroundings." Behind him, Li Woofing dropped his usual roguish demeanor and nodded solemnly. According to his family's intelligence, the Zerg in the Shitian mountain range were exceptionally ferocious, posing a lethal threat even to grandmasters, let alone their small team of low-ranking martial artists. But the greater the danger, the greater the reward. It was this promise of treasure that had driven the 3 of them to band together and brave the perilous region. Li Woofing stood at the edge of the western Tian Mountains, his gaze deep and contemplative. This young man, renowned for his mastery of ocular techniques, was the same individual who had lost 3 first-tier spiritual fruits to Qin Yi in a previous gamble. At this moment, he was investigating the interior of the mountain range alongside his team captain, Fang Yu, and Qin Shoutian from the Qin family of Yuhang. Li Wufeng's eyes glimmered with an eerie light as he activated the Li family's self-created class technique, Void-Piercing Eye. This technique allowed him to foresee hidden dangers in his surroundings. However, as he focused intently on his observation, a horrifying vision suddenly appeared before him, leaving him frozen in place. This can't be real, Li Wufeng murmured in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the illusion. What unfolded before him was a gruesome battlefield drenched in blood. Hundreds, if not thousands, of second-tier insectoid corpses piled up like mountains, forming a scene straight out of a nightmare. Each corpse exuded a terrifying aura, as if any one of them in life could have posed a significant threat to Li Wufeng. A chilling, deathly stillness mixed with an overwhelming sense of madness seemed to surge forward, as though it had transcended the boundaries of time and space. Overwhelmed by the sight, Li Wufeng's composure faltered, and he instinctively took 2 steps back before collapsing to the ground. Wufeng, are you all right? Qin Shoutian and Fang Yu called out in alarm, their faces filled with concern. Snapping out of his daze, Li Wufeng slowly returned to his senses. Fang Yu, visibly anxious, pressed him. What did you see? Insect corpses? Endless insect corpses. Li Wufeng muttered in a daze. There were first-tier ones, second-tier ones, and even fragments of third-tier overlords, along with their blood. Third-tier overlords? Fang Yu and Qin Shoutian were visibly shaken by his words. Coming from prominent families, they were well aware of the terrifying power of third-tier overlords, beings so powerful that encountering them was tantamount to certain death. Are those insects all dead? Are there any still alive? Qin Shoutian asked urgently. Li Wufeng's expression twisted with terror, as if his void-piercing eye had glimpsed fragments of a horrifying past. In a trembling voice he replied, "They're all dead, every last one of them. Something killed them all. A monster. It wiped them out completely." The 3 of them cautiously observed the battlefield for a long time. Only after confirming that no living creatures remained did they carefully step into the area. Fang Yu crouched down, his fingers lightly tracing the wounds on the insect corpses, his expression grave. Each body had been killed with a single punch-off force of at least 2 tons, instantly obliterating these second-tier insects. Suddenly, his fingers trembled, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. These fist imprints carried something extraordinary, an overwhelming and frenzied intent. Which noble or king had passed through here and taken action? The concept of intent belonged to the realm of Shanhei-level powerhouses, a domain difficult to even touch. While unparalleled prodigies might grasp it prematurely, their numbers were exceedingly rare. Fang Yu stood up respectfully and deeply bowed toward the fist imprints, a gesture of reverence toward those who had achieved the rank of king or marquis. Beside him, Li Wufeng remained silent. Activating his void-piercing eyes, he analyzed the lingering aura in the area. To his shock, he detected a presence that felt oddly familiar, as if it belonged to someone he had encountered before. He delved into his memories to uncover the answer, only to be struck with disbelief. That person? Impossible! Li Wufeng gasped inwardly. Before entering the secret realm, he had seen that individual, a mere novice martial artist. Forget killing second-tier insects, even a single first-tier insect could have easily ended his life. I must be mistaken about the aura, Li Wufeng muttered to himself, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the absurd thought. The 3 quickly left the battlefield, not daring to harbor any greedy thoughts about the insect corpses scattered everywhere. Kings and marquises were not to be offended. Even the discarded remnants left behind by such figures were beyond their courage to claim. The scene shifted to an endless desert, where yellow sand blanketed the horizon. A few desert lizards, each the size of a crocodile, lay camouflaged against the sand. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted as Qin Yi's right fist shot out like lightning from the shadows, striking one lizard squarely on the head and killing it instantly. Sensing danger, the other lizards burrowed into the sand and disappeared, leaving only the fresh corpse behind. Qin Yi swiftly processed the lizard's flesh, tearing off several chunks of its pale meat and tossing them to the large dog. It had been nearly 5 days since they had emerged from the western heavenly mountains. Traveling day and night, they had finally reached the northeastern desert of the Xintian secret realm. The area was desolate and lifeless, though they occasionally stumbled upon desert resources to replenish food and water, such as the desert lizards and the massive cacti that the dog used as firewood. The dog deftly plucked a few of its own hairs from its tail, tossing them onto the dried cactus. Using its sturdy teeth, it ground out sparks, igniting the hairs and the cactus. Under the intense heat, the chunks of tender meat soon released a mouth-watering aroma. Man and dog devoured the meal ravenously. Since following Qin Yi, the dog had experienced irregular meals, seldom eating its fill. It increasingly doubted whether Qin Yi was even human, as his ability to endure hunger far surpassed that of any dog. In truth, Qin Yi had acquired level 2 energy conservation and efficiency through adaptive evolution. If he refrained from action, he could go 10 days and nights without food or water. As he chewed on the delicious lizard meat, Qin Yi felt even more grateful for his decision to enter the secret realm. The meat of the ferocious beasts here was not only highly nutritious and capable of enhancing physical strength, but it also tasted exceptional. During the 5 days of relative peace, Qin Yi had trained relentlessly. Thanks to his level 7 affinity with spiritual energy, he had cultivated over 30 more units of vital energy. Combined with the physical enhancements from his earlier transformation, his current level of cultivation and strength was leagues beyond what it had been. Qin Yi, a planetary-level human, possesses 55 strength, 34 points in constitution, 50 points in agility, and 32 points in spirit. With a talent level of 10, he has mastered the skill of adaptive cellular evolution. He excels in various aspects, including spiritual energy affinity, cold resistance, toxin resistance, unyielding physical resilience, and rapid bodily recovery. Qin Yi's combat prowess is astonishing. His vitality has reached 85 calories, placing him among the ranks of 8th-tier warriors. Even more impressive, his physical strength is nearing the level of a grandmaster. This means he can easily defeat opponents of higher tiers, and even a mid-tier martial master would struggle to withstand his full-force strike. In just 5 days, Qin Yi skyrocketed from a 2nd-tier warrior to an 8th-tier warrior, breaking through 6 tiers in rapid succession. This extraordinary rate of progress left even his loyal companion, a large dog, utterly stunned. The dog was now convinced that Qin Yi was a legendary celestial seed, destined to ascend to immortality and greatness. However, the dog was unaware of Qin Yi's secret. His body had already been tempered to a grandmaster-level strength. With such a solid foundation, his cultivation of martial vitality progressed at an astonishing speed. An average 8th-tier warrior has approximately 80 calories of vitality, can exert a ton of force, move at speeds of up to 35 meters per second, and possesses a body resilient enough to withstand small-caliber gunfire. These warriors reshape their meridians using spiritual energy, and upon completing this transformation, they advanced to the 9th tier. But Qin Yi was anything but ordinary. His dog firmly believed that this 8th-tier warrior could even endure a tank's attack with his bare body. As the dog finished eating some lizard meat and patted its paws, its nose began to twitch. There's a strong scent of blood spreading toward us. This smell, could it be the blood mist from the blood mist desert? It muttered. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, sniffing the air carefully but detecting nothing unusual. He couldn't help but marvel at the dog's sharp sense of smell. Not dismissing the warning, Qin Yi quickly swallowed the meat he was holding, pulled out a dimly glowing sensing talisman from his pocket, and closed his eyes to focus for a few seconds. They're close. The stranded team is no more than 30 kilometers away, Qin Yi said as he stood up, gazing into the distance. On the horizon, he could faintly make out a vast expanse of crimson mist rolling toward them. The dog's sense of foreboding grew stronger by the second. It leapt onto Qin Yi, clinging tightly to him, refusing to let go. I have a bad feeling about this. Something big is about to happen. Before the dog's words had fully settled, an astonishing transformation unfolded in the blink of an eye. The once blazing sun was abruptly swallowed by thick mist, plunging the entire world into darkness, as if someone had switched off all the lights in a room. Qin Yi spun around sharply, scanning his surroundings. To his shock, they were now completely engulfed in a sea of blood-red mist. Visibility was reduced to mere shadows, and the suddenness of it all left them unprepared. They hadn't even reached the blood mist desert yet, but the mist had expanded outward, encircling them entirely. A crimson mist, flowing like blood, enveloped everything in sight. Qin Yi and Big Dog scanned their surroundings, only to see a scarlet haze shrouding the world around them. Big Dog swiftly climbed onto Qin Yi's shoulder, sensing his master's vigorous and restless energy, which brought a brief sense of reassurance. However, this fleeting calmness vanished almost instantly. The eerie blood mist seemed alive, seeping through their pores and infiltrating their bodies. It corroded their vitality, drawing out their life force and transforming it into more mist. Big Dog let out a terrified bark, realizing that this mist actively eroded living beings, and that anyone below the martial master level would struggle to survive even a single day. Big Dog quickly calmed his mind and activated a particular technique, locking his blood within his body to prevent its leakage. This skill, which he had learned while following a supreme being, allowed him to gain preliminary control over his life force. Though not yet at the martial master level, he could barely hold his own against the mist. Qin Yi, however, was not so fortunate. Big Dog's technique was specifically designed for canines and could not be passed on to humans. Qin Yi could feel his life force slowly but inexorably draining away. At this rate, he would perish from blood depletion in just 2 days. Big Dog urged him anxiously, Your brother is most likely already dead. How could an 8th stage warrior survive in this blood mist for over 10 days? We're still at the outskirts, let's leave while we can. But Qin Yi remained resolute, gripping the sensing talisman tightly. I said I need to see him alive, or find his corpse. Feeling the changes in his body, he quickened his pace and broke into a run. Big Dog was stunned. Didn't you say we shouldn't exert ourselves too much? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Yi gave no reply, pressing onward into the depths of the blood mist. Though deeply worried, Big Dog did not abandon him. As a master of survival, he knew that staying with Qin Yi was his safest option. As the man and dog ventured further into the desolate blood mist, two figures suddenly emerged from the dense fog 100 meters above. One was a middle-aged man in a white tracksuit, his expression calm and composed. The other was a young girl with a single ponytail, her face full of respect. "Master, shouldn't we save that young man?" the girl asked. Though only 16, she was already a low-level martial master with a life force exceeding 300 calories, a testament to her exceptional talent. The middle-aged man, Jiang Tianfeng, was a grandmaster. He had been commissioned by the Yuhang Administrative Office to investigate the blood mist and beast tide in the Xintian secret realm. With a faint smile, he replied, "No rush. Let him suffer a bit, it'll teach him a lesson." The girl sighed inwardly at her master's enigmatic demeanor, suppressing her frustration. Jiang Tianfeng had always been the type to play the role of a mysterious master, frequently appearing out of nowhere to offer guidance to strangers, particularly those young individuals with extraordinary talent. As a cultivator who had reached the level of grandmaster in his 30s, he certainly had the credentials to play the part of a high-level expert. At this moment, he was intently watching a young man in the distance who was recklessly taking risks. He thought to himself that letting this ignorant kid suffer a little might not be a bad idea. After all, he could always step in to save him at the last moment. The master and disciple duo trailed leisurely behind Qin Yi and his large dog. Suddenly, Qiu Yihan let out a soft hum of surprise, a hint of confusion appearing on her delicate face. "Master, look at that young man, why did he suddenly start running? Surely he knows that intense physical activity will accelerate the loss of his vital energy and blood." Jiang Tianfeng frowned deeply at her words. Even with his vast experience, he found himself puzzled. There was no way that young man couldn't feel his blood and energy being drawn out by the blood mist, so why would he deliberately move faster? Was he actively courting death? Could it be that he has mastered some kind of bloodlocking technique? Qiu Yihan ventured cautiously. "Absolutely not." Jiang Tianfeng dismissed the idea without hesitation. "I can clearly see his vital energy and blood gushing out like air from a punctured balloon. That's definitely not the sign of someone using a bloodlocking technique." Qiu Yihan glanced sideways at her master, a teasing tone in her voice. "Maybe he has some special life-preserving method that you just haven't noticed yet." "Huh?" Jiang Tianfeng scoffed, clearly unwilling to lose face in front of his disciple. "If he had any such life-saving technique, how could it possibly escape my notice? Ridiculous. I've never heard of any method where bleeding yourself out could save your life. If he keeps this up and I don't intervene, he'll completely drain his vital energy and blood and turn into a dried-up corpse. A dead end." Jiang Tianfeng declared confidently, "Mark my word, she won't last an hour before collapsing from exhaustion and awaiting death." Seeing her master so certain, Qiu Yihan could only shrug and remain silent. In her opinion, Qin Yi likely wouldn't even last an entire hour before he succumbed. However, the young man whom the master and disciple were convinced was on the brink of death seemed utterly unfazed by his so-called suicidal actions. More than that, he appeared dissatisfied with the pace of simply running to bleed himself dry. To their astonishment, he started throwing punches as he ran. In the midst of the blood mist, Qin Yi unleashed his full energy and began frantically practicing the frenzied 7 wounds boxing technique. Each punch he threw sent ripples through the surrounding blood mist. Watching the sheer ferocity of his movements, the master and disciple duo were left utterly dumbfounded, staring at each other in disbelief. They had seen people unafraid of death before, but never someone so eager to meet it. Are you sure you're okay?" Big Dog asked worriedly, his eyes fixed on Qin Yi. The young man before him staggered with unsteady steps, his cheeks hollow, his entire being resembling a lifeless husk, ready to collapse at any moment. He looked even weaker than he had after the grueling 5-day battle in the Daughter Kingdom. Qin Yi ignored Big Dog's concern, his vacant gaze locked forward as he trudged on. Suddenly, without warning, he swung his hands and unleashed 2 punches into the empty air. Despite his frail state, the punches tore through the space with such force that they stirred up gusts of wind and even produced faint sonic booms. This was none other than the 7 wounds frenzy fist, an rank martial art created by the legendary Mad King. On the brink of death, Qin Yi had pushed himself to continue punching, unexpectedly grasping the essence of its wild, reckless nature. This was a technique born of madnessa desperation to accelerate one's own demise even when death was certain. It was a resolve so extreme that even the mad king himself might have been awestruck. In that critical moment, Qin Yi broke through to the second level of the Seven Wounds Frenzy Fist. The killing intent within him condensed exponentially, surging through his body. But his frail form was incapable of containing such overwhelming power. With a violent shudder, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. High above, in the crimson-streaked sky, Jiang Tianfeng frowned. This kid is courting death. Someone save him before he really kills himself. These youngsters today have no sense of self-preservation. Despite his grumbling, as one of humanity's most revered prodigies, Jiang Tianfeng wasn't about to stand idly by. With a single step, he and his disciple Qiu Yihan crossed 100 meters, ready to intervene. But before they could act, Qin Yi's motionless body trembled. His sunken cheeks seemed to inflate like a balloon, regaining color and vitality. Within a single minute, the boy who had been at death's door was back on his feet, fully rejuvenated. "Ah, now that's refreshing," Qin Yi exclaimed, stretching his limbs with audible pops and cracks. A system notification echoed in his mind, informing him he had acquired the passive skill foundation strengthening. This sudden boon left him puzzled, especially when paired with the cryptic mention of the devoured true god. Big Dog, who had witnessed the entire sequence, stood frozen in shock, forgetting even to bark. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianfeng and Qiu Yihan, hidden in the distance, were equally dumbfounded. Even with their vast experience and mastery, they couldn't comprehend how Qin Yi had managed such a miraculous recovery without the aid of any spiritual elixirs or treasures. "Let's go talk to him," Jiang Tianfeng said, stepping out of the blood-tinged mist with Qiu Yihan in tow. Their sudden appearance startled Big Dog, who immediately whispered a warning to Qin Yi, urging caution toward the mysterious duo. Jiang Tianfeng raised his hand, producing an official emblem to demonstrate his goodwill. "I was only trying to help," he explained, his tone calm but authoritative. Qin Yi, sensing no hostility from the powerful pair, relaxed his guard. After a brief exchange, he introduced himself, intrigued by the enigmatic master and his disciple. Hearing his explanation, a trace of surprise flashed across Qiu Yihan's delicate face. "You ventured deep into the blood mist to save a brother? But the blood mist spans such a vast area, how do you plan to find him?" Qin Yi said nothing, merely shaking the glowing tier one sensing talisman lightly in his hand. Seeing this, Qiu Yihan frowned even deeper, a hint of disbelief flickering in her eyes. "The blood mist is known to block spiritual perception and rune detection. A tier 1 sensing talisman shouldn't work here. Are you saying this talisman can still guide you?" Her words hit Qin Yi like a bucket of cold water. He froze, a chill running down his spine, and fell silent. Was this glowing talisman truly leading him to Chen Xian's team? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi steadied his resolve. "I have to try." Back when Chen Xian was still a novice warrior, he risked his life to venture into the Xintian's secret realm for me. Now it's my turn to save him. It's the right thing to do. Jiang Tianfeng silently observed the talisman in Qin Yi's hand. Though he couldn't discern anything extraordinary about it, the young man's determination piqued his curiosity. Besides, rescuing fellow clan members trapped in the blood mist aligned with one of his own objectives. Lending a hand wouldn't hurt. Noticing Jiang Tianfeng's willingness to follow, Qin Yi, though cautious, chose not to say anything. He simply continued forward, guided by the talisman, gradually navigating through the dense blood mist. As they ventured deeper into the desolate terrain, the blood mist grew increasingly thick, clinging to their skin with a cold, liquid-like sensation. Faint, indistinct wails echoed through the mist, neither male nor female, mournful and haunting. Qin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, Qin Yi came to a halt, his gaze fixed on the swirling fog ahead. He spoke in a low, steady voice, "We're here." Jiang Tianfeng let out a cold snort, releasing a surge of powerful spiritual energy that swept the surrounding blood mist aside. As the fog cleared, a decayed stone staircase, 5 to 6 meters wide, came into view, descending steeply into the unknown depths. At that moment, the once muffled wails grew louder and clearer, seemingly emanating from the bottom of the staircase. Qin Yi's gaze lingered on the entrance to the staircase, shifting back and forth. He noticed a faint crimson mist seeping through the fine sand, slowly rising and merging with the dense fog above. The eerie sight solidified his suspicion the source of the blood mist was hidden underground. "Are you really going to keep going?" Jiang Tianfeng asked, his expression grave. He, too, felt the ominous presence lurking beneath the stairs. "We've come this far," Qin Yi replied calmly, his tone steady. "Want me to carve a night vision array for you?" Qiu Yihan offered, biting the tip of her right index finger. As blood welled up, she began tracing intricate patterns with practiced precision. The designs bloomed like lotus flowers at the corners of her eyes, radiating a pure, sacred white glow. In a hushed mental voice, the large dog perched on Qin Yi's shoulder spoke to him. A second-grade night vision array, quite refined, probably a unique technique. This girl's got some skills. He explained that anyone capable of engraving arrays directly onto their body was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. In this world, array masters weren't just adept at setting up formations, they could also inscribe mystical effects onto people or objects. No need, but thank you. Qin Yi declined her offer politely. With his first-level passive skill, keen sight, combined with innate night vision, his perception far surpassed what the second-grade array could provide. The three descended the staircase slowly. Qin Yi and Jiang Tianfang led the way, while Qiu Yihan brought up the rear, her footsteps so light they made no sound. As they proceeded, Qiu Yihan couldn't help but marvel at how Qin Yi navigated the dim surroundings with just his bare eyes. Her curiosity about this enigmatic 8-stage martial artist deepened. The dog remained motionless on Qin Yi's shoulder, deliberately suppressing its presence to appear as nothing more than an ordinary beast. Qin Yi, speaking through their mental link, casually asked if the dog could teach him the art of concealing one's aura. The creature quipped back, "Only dogs can learn it. You planning to become a dog?" After nearly half an hour of descending, the staircase seemed endless. Suddenly, Jiang Tianfang signaled for them to stop, pointing toward a shadowy corner ahead. There, two corpses. Qin Yi's attention snapped to the glowing talisman in his hand, its light now noticeably brighter. They approached cautiously and discovered two skeletal remains. One of the skeletons clutched a tracking talisman. Though the bones appeared ancient, Qin Yi could sense these individuals had died within the past month. The blood mist here is far denser than above, Jiang Tianfang observed, his voice low. They were drained not just of their blood, but their life force, their very essence. But why retreat downward if they were seeking refuge? It doesn't make sense, Qin Yi muttered, his brows knitting in thought. Just then, a chilling, mournful wail echoed through the air, reaching Qin Yi's ears like a whisper carried on the wind. The voice was filled with rage and resentment, yet tinged with an unsettling, almost divine reverence. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Qin Yi's mind raced as he turned his head, intending to ask Qiu Yihan and Jiang Tianfang whether they had also heard the eerie wailing. However, he was caught off guard by a horrifying scene. Qiu Yihan's eyes suddenly turned blood-red, her expression dazed and out of control. It was as if she was being pulled by an invisible force, and she abruptly dashed madly down the steps. At the same time, Jiang Tianfang's condition was equally alarming. The once composed grandmaster now had his facial features contorted, as though struggling fiercely against some unseen power. He seemed oblivious to his apprentice and paid no attention to Qin Yi. An illusion spell? Qin Yi snapped out of his daze, instantly realizing the wailing from the depths of the staircase carried a potent mental control ability. This explained why Chun Xian's team had willingly descended to their doom. They had all been manipulated by this mysterious sound. Qin Yi glanced briefly at the large dog, which was shaking its head and letting out incoherent noises. Clearly, the dog's mental strength was stronger than Qiu Yihan's. Though it had also been affected by the wailing's mental attack, it still retained some level of consciousness and had not been completely controlled. As for Qin Yi himself, he was fortunate to remain unaffected, thanks to the passive skill, clear mind and keen eyes, he had acquired earlier. This skill, derived from a Tier 2 broodmother's nest, significantly boosted his mental resistance, allowing him to completely ignore the influence of the eerie wailing. While even a grandmaster like Jiang Tianfang had succumbed, Qin Yi remained unscathed, a fact that filled him with quiet relief. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi heightened his vigilance to the maximum. Ignoring Jiang Tianfang, who was still struggling in place, he strode forward, chasing after Qiu Yihan as she rushed downward. As he descended further, the surrounding blood mist grew denser. The chilling wailing was no longer faint and intermittent, but instead reverberated constantly in his ears, as if trying to devour his sanity entirely. At last, Qin Yi reached the bottom of the staircase. Before him lay an open, desolate expanse. Looking ahead, he saw a silent yet sinister blood pool. Qiu Yihan stood motionless before the pool, her intentions unclear. Here, the blood mist abruptly dissipated, revealing the area enclosed by towering red walls. The rough, uneven walls exuded a primal and savage aura. Beyond the blood pool, Qin Yi noticed the blood flowing into several mysterious openings, their destinations unknown. Cautiously, Qin Yi moved forward a few steps, only to notice a broken stone tablet rising from the center of the blood pool. Upon its surface were several jagged, unfamiliar characters. They were neither Chinese nor any known human script, yet Qin Yi found himself understanding their meaning instantly. Today, I have slain the Titan in the Xintian realm. This short line of text radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Just a single glance caused Qin Yi to feel a sharp pain between his brows, and blood began streaming from his 7 orifices. Woof, woof, woof. Qin Yi was intently studying the stone tablet when the sudden barking of a large dog startled him. He quickly shifted his gaze, his mind racing with questions. How could the dog have broken free from the wailing control faster than Jiang Tianfeng, who was suspected to be a grandmaster? Qin Yi, run. Don't listen to the wailing, it's a soul trap, the dog warned him telepathically. However, when it noticed Qin Yi's calm expression, it froze in confusion. How could someone trapped in a soul trap look so composed? The dog couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Could it be that celestial seeds are this extraordinary, immune to even high-level soul traps? Just wander around, but stay safe, the dog eventually said, waving its paw, unsure of what else to add. As Qin Yi walked toward Qiu Yihan, who remained motionless by the blood pool, he asked, is your mental strength stronger than a grandmaster's? How did you recover so quickly? The dog tilted its head in puzzlement. Not sure. It might have something to do with the stone tablet. The killing intent emanating from it woke me up earlier than expected. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. I see. So the whales in the blood mist desert might be coming from the fallen titan slain by the owner of the stone tablet. The lingering aura of the stone tablet must suppress the wailing. Does that mean the titan's corpse lies at the deepest part of the blood pool? Just as Qin Yi was about to carry Qiu Yihan to the stone tablet to use its killing intent to awaken her, the calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted into chaos. Splash! Thick, sticky blood droplets flew into the air, coalescing into a distorted fog-like figure that lunged directly at Qin Yi. A surge of danger overwhelmed him, and he instinctively unleashed a full-force punch. The strike, powerful enough to shatter metal and stone, passed right through the fog figure, leaving a gaping hole in its form. In the blink of an eye, the hole closed up. Qin Yi's right hand was severed at the wrist, his entire fist vanishing into the fog creature's body. This blood mist monster is immune to physical attacks? Qin Yi's face turned pale as he quickly withdrew his severed arm. Thanks to his Bodhi's extraordinary regenerative abilities, a new hand would soon grow in its place. The dog's eyes gleamed with understanding. The core of the fog figure is the soul of the deceased. After the blood mist drains all their vitality, even their souls are pulled into the blood pool. The stronger their soul was in life, the more dangerous the fog figure becomes. Get out of here now. There's no way that Blood Lake holds just one of these fog creatures. The dog's warning was barely finished when the entire Blood Lake began to churn violently, boiling and surging as though it had come alive with fury. You just had to jinx it, didn't you? Qin Yi's face darkened as he strode quickly to Qiu Yihan's side. The moment he got a clear look, he drew in a sharp breath. Qiu Yihan's entire body was oozing blood, as though she were dissolving into the blood lake beneath her. The scene was eerily similar to how the fog creatures were formed. Forget about saving her. Dago's voice echoed urgently in Qin Yi's mind. In her blood-melting state, the only way to wake her is to hurt her, but you can't even land a hit on a fog creature, let alone her. From deep within the blood lake, a terrifying fog creature was on the verge of emerging, and the usually calm Dago couldn't even mask his panic anymore. But Qin Yi ignored him. Clenching his left fist tightly, he drove it straight into Qiu Yihan's shoulder with all his might. What happened next stunned Dago into silence. Qin Yi's fist seemed to sink into water as it moved to pierce through Qiu Yihan's body. Just as it was about to make contact, a burst of bone-chilling cold erupted. Qiu Yihan, previously lifeless and motionless, trembled slightly. Her once vacant eyes began to regain focus. If physical attacks are useless, then I'll use killing chi. Qin Yi thought resolutely. The second layer of killing chi within his body was his trump card, one that even Dago hadn't anticipated. Qiu Yihan coughed violently as she came to, but before she could utter a word of thanks, Qin Yi grabbed her arm and yanked her off the ground. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the depths of the blood lake. Instead of retracing their steps, he headed straight for the blood cavern ahead. It was a shorter and more direct escape route compared to the long way back. With a powerful leap, Qin Yi carried Qiu Yihan across most of the blood lake. Along the way, 2 small fog creatures attempted to block their path, but his killing chi obliterated them in an instant, leaving them completely unhindered. The pair landed firmly at the mouth of the pitch-black cavern. Without hesitation, they looked down at the blood-red stream flowing below and jumped in. Meanwhile, back in the palace outside, hundreds of grotesque fog creatures were forming one after another, their movements wild and frenzied as they chased after Qin Yi's trail. But just as they were about to enter the blood cavern, the stone steel in the center of the blood lake trembled faintly. Instantly, all the fog creatures froze in place, then began retreating step by step, as though some unseen force had confined them within the boundaries of the lake. Once again, Qin Yi's decision proved his foresight. Had he chosen to go back the way they came, they would have been overwhelmed by the fog creatures before getting far. However, Their current situation was hardly ideal either. The narrow blood cavern stretched endlessly before them. Wading through the knee-deep blood was exhausting, and the wails echoing from all directions grew louder and more haunting. It felt as though they were drawing closer to the resting place of the fallen giant god. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Qin Yi. The inscription on the stone stele said, "Sever the giant god at Xintian," but it never specified slay. The difference of a single word could conceal an earth-shattering secret. In the narrow cave, Qin Yi and Xiao Yihan walked side by side, their steps light and silent as they treaded through the bloodied water without causing a single ripple. Xiao Yihan's injuries were severe. Not only had the blood water corroded her, but Qin Yi's murderous aura had inflicted devastating damage. Strands of his lethal energy lingered in her body, obstructing her attempts to recover through energy circulation. Her entire meridian system was icy cold and filled with searing pain, leaving her, a low-tier martial master fortified by second-tier formation patterns, in utter disbelief. She had been reduced to such a miserable state with just one punch from Qin Yi. What puzzled her even more was the mysterious wailing that had affected both her and her master, while Qin Yi remained completely unscathed. "Are you sure you're not hiding your true strength?" Xiao Yihan couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi gave her a puzzled look. "No, I'm really just at the 8th stage of martial cultivation." "Why? Is it that strange for someone at this level to be immune to enchantment?" "How is that not strange, seriously?" Xiao Yihan sighed, biting her finger to draw blood. She began inscribing formation patterns on her shoulder wound, attempting to stabilize her injuries. "Look, even my big dog isn't affected by the wailing. It's still full of energy." Qin Yi gestured to the large dog perched on his shoulder. Xiao Yihan glanced up and saw the dog's bright, intense eyes. She almost aggravated her injuries out of sheer frustration. Was this even humanly possible? Was she really losing out to a dog? She took a deep breath, calming herself, and focused on inscribing the formation. Moments later, a pure white lotus-like pattern took shape, radiating a refined life force that began aiding her recovery. Qin Yi watched with curiosity, though he knew he didn't need such external aids. With his adaptive evolution ability, he could handle anything. Just then, the dog transmitted a thought to him in secret. "Stop staring. I can craft formations too. Once I get stronger, I'll make some for you." Qin Yi sighed inwardly, marveling at how times had changed. Even dogs could create formations now. Then, an idea struck him. "I don't need formations, but you could make runes for me to sell. We could earn some serious contributions." The dog rolled its eyes, clearly uninterested in becoming free labor for this opportunistic human. As they continued deeper into the cave, Qin Yi noticed the dense fog thinning, leaving behind nothing but pure darkness. He cautiously threw a punch, striking the black and red wall ahead. The surface dented slightly, but quickly returned to its original state. "This wall is strange. It feels soft, like a sponge." Qin Yi frowned, silently joking to himself about whether he was a reincarnated mole, always roaming underground. Leaning against the wall to rest, Xiao Yihan suddenly opened her eyes. "Do you feel it? There's a rhythmic vibration all around us, very faint, but it happens every 2 minutes." Qin Yi focused and realized she was right. Though they had their suspicions, neither dared to draw conclusions. "Let's keep going," Qin Yi decided. "Even if your master Jiang Tianfang wakes up, it'll be nearly impossible for him to cross that blood lake and reunite with us. That place seems to be guarded by fog beings stronger than grandmasters. Instead of waiting here to die, we should move forward." Xiao Yihan nodded in agreement. The two pressed on until they suddenly halted. Before them stood a massive, snow-white iron slab, completely blocking their path. The surface was veined with blood-red patterns, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. As Qin Yi approached, he began coughing up blood, his skin cracking under the pressure. "This is Dao intent from beyond the mountain and sea realm." Qin Yi staggered back several steps before regaining his composure. The familiar aura was even more terrifying than the Mad King's. "This likely isn't an ordinary iron slab," Xiao Yihan said, her sharp eyes analyzing it. "It's either a fragment of a supreme divine weapon or a piece of the weapon itself." Qin Yi recalled the stone tablet in the blood lake that read, "Today, I slay the titan of the Xinya." A realization began to form in his mind. But just as he was piecing it together, Xiao Yihan made another discovery. "Did you notice? That wailing sound that's been haunting you, it's gone. Completely gone." This revelation left them both stunned. By all logic, the wailing should have grown louder the deeper they ventured. Yet now, it had vanished entirely. The unease in Xiao Yihan's heart surged like a tidal wave. Ever since she stepped onto this staircase, strange occurrences had been happening one after another. She had a nagging feeling that a deadly danger lay hidden deep within the cave. Initially, she thought having her master by her side would be enough to dispel her worries. Who would have thought that even the seemingly minor Drank Xintian's secret realm could be so terrifying? At this moment, as a martial artist, she couldn't help but glance at Qin Yi, waiting for his decision. Qin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the divine weapon, blocking their path ahead. From trekking across the desert to reaching this point, there was still no trace of Chen Xian. He couldn't help but worry, had Xiao Xuanzi already been consumed by the blood lake, reduced to nothing but a faint misty figure? Yet, deep down, a voice urged him to press on, to never turn back. However, the divine weapon before him, its rank so high it was unfathomable, stood squarely in the way. How could they get past it? He found himself caught in prolonged hesitation. In the midst of this silence, the large dog that had been obediently lying on Qin Yi's shoulder suddenly grew alert. It straightened up, barking sharply at the divine weapon ahead. Woof, woof, woof. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The massive divine weapon began to emit a radiant glow. Dense Taoist energy swirled around it like mist, though it carried no hint of hostility. Qiu Yihan and Qin Yi exchanged a startled glance, their muscles tensing as they prepared for any potential danger. The dog leapt down and approached the divine weapon cautiously, barking once more. To their astonishment, the high-ranked weapon did not harm the dog. Instead, it let out a resonating hum, almost as if it were expressing joy. Suddenly, the entire cave began to quake violently. Under Qiu Yihan and Qin Yi's shocked gazes, the divine weapon slowly shifted, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. A realization dawned on Qin Yi. He sent a mental message to the dog. This weapon, could it have been left behind by your master? Was your master the one who wielded it to slay gods? The stone tablet in the blood lake had helped the dog regain its clarity, and now it seemed connected to this divine weapon. The truth behind it all was becoming increasingly apparent. The dog scratched its head, looking puzzled. Maybe I've forgotten everything about my master, so I can't say for sure. With that, it jumped back onto Qin Yi's shoulder. Qiu Yihan glanced thoughtfully at the dog, then at Qin Yi, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. It was only now that she realized the extraordinary nature of this seemingly ordinary pet. She had always assumed it was just a typical spirit beast owned by Qin Yi, given that it only had a Tier 1 peak cultivation level, hardly noteworthy for a martial artist. In the martial world, a Tier 1 peak spirit beast was worth at most 1,000 contribution points unless it belonged to a rare species. But a creature capable of influencing a mysterious weapon like this? It clearly harbored a significant secret. Not wanting to provoke Qin Yi, Qiu Yihan decided to keep quiet about the matter. I'll keep this to myself. Don't worry, I'm not one to gossip, she said casually. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, saying no more. The two proceeded cautiously toward the narrow opening left by the divine weapon. Just as they were about to step through, Qin Yi's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded violently. Below the opening lay a deep, bottomless chasm. The divine weapon had effortlessly carved a gap into the unyielding crimson walls, leaving behind an eternal mark. But what was even more shocking was the sight at the bottom of the chasm. Two figures lay there. Their bodies were covered in thick, bulging blood vessels, almost blending into the crimson walls, as if they were becoming blood puppets. One of them was young and delicate in appearance, Chen Xian. Qin Yi's heart burned with urgency. He noticed that Chen Xian's right hand still clutched a round object, seemingly a spiritual fruit. It was the very fruit Chen Xian had risked his life to obtain, intending to bring it out of the secret realm to cure Qin Yi's illness. Even in the face of death, Chen Xian hadn't given up, nor had he consumed the fruit himself. As Qin Yi prepared to leap down, the dog urgently transmitted a warning. Don't be reckless. Your friend isn't dead. He's just in a peculiar state. Of the two below, the one on the left is completely lifeless, with all vitality gone, just a skeleton. But the one on the right still has an intact body. It seems he's undergoing some kind of transformation. It might even be a fortuitous opportunity. Qin Yi forced himself to calm down. By this time, Qiu Yihan had also come to his side and, following his gaze, saw the two figures at the bottom of the chasm, nearly fused with the crimson walls. Upon learning that one of them was the person Qin Yi had come to rescue, her eyes flickered with understanding. After observing for a while, many of her lingering questions suddenly became clear. Your friend is incredibly lucky to have survived this, Qiu Yihan deduced. I think he absorbed nearly all the blood mist in this cave, and then stayed near the divine weapon. The Taoist energy emitted by the weapon counteracted the blood mist, creating a strange balance that trapped him here. The person beside him clearly attempted the same but failed, while your friend succeeded. He's likely undergoing a transformation and gaining a significant opportunity. The divine weapon and the blood mist were evidently two opposing forces. Chen Xian had cleverly exploited this antagonistic relationship, using his body to hold a massive amount of blood mist while relying on the divine weapon's power to suppress it. It was a bold gamble, but one that had paid off. By using the blood mist to transform his body, he achieved a miraculous result, something logical yet unimaginably difficult. Without immense willpower, enduring such a painful process would have been impossible. No wonder there's no blood mist in the cave, and the wailing has stopped. Qin Yi realized. It must be because I activated the divine weapon's power earlier, which suppressed and eliminated the wailing in this area. Both the dog and Xiao Yihan had mentioned the word transformation, and with their level of insight, they were unlikely to be mistaken. Qin Yi felt a small sense of relief, happy that his friend had encountered such a rare opportunity. Let's move forward, Qin Yi suggested. Since this is his chance, we shouldn't disturb him, we might end up ruining it. Agreed. Xiao Yihan nodded. The two carefully crossed the chasm and continued onward. Sure enough, beyond the divine weapon, the blood mist began to reappear. As they moved further away, the wailing sounds also returned. Xiao Yihan's expression turned grim as she struggled to resist the wailing's insidious pull. Although she had experienced it once before and gained some resistance, she still couldn't achieve the immunity that Qin Yi seemed to possess. Stumbling and persevering, they pressed on for another 10 minutes until they finally reached the end of the cave. Beyond this point, there was no path, only an endless ocean stretching out before them. The vast expanse of the sea lay calm and still, like an ancient mirror, without a single ripple in sight. Yet, this was no ordinary body of water. It was an eerie, ink-black sea that exuded an unsettling presence. Qin Yi and Lin Xiaohan stood on the shoreline, their ears filled with the chilling sound of wailing, as though countless souls were whispering unspeakable pain into the void. Qin Yi cautiously scanned his surroundings. Apart from the crimson walls looming overhead, the area was desolate and barren. He noticed that Xiaohan and the large dog were both intently focused on the inky sea, as if trying to discern its secrets. To test the sea's nature, Qin Yi retrieved a piece of carapace from a second-tier lord-level Zerg from his braid storage bag and gently tossed it into the water. The moment the carapace touched the surface, it created a small splash before floating motionless. It neither sank nor drifted. The three of them held their breath, watching as the carapace gradually thinned over the course of 10 minutes until it completely vanished. Qin Yi keenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from the sea, though he couldn't pinpoint its exact nature. However, Xiaohan appeared to sense nothing at all. Does the water of this black sea have corrosive properties? Qin Yi pondered silently. But the rate of corrosion isn't fast. My physical body is stronger than that of a second-tier lord-level Zerg. I should be able to endure for about half an hour in there. Just then, the large dog spoke up suddenly. This fluctuation feels like a mental wave, not something related to blood energy or Dao intent. A mental wave? Qin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Wouldn't that require at least a high-ranking grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster, to release? The dog studied the sea intently before exclaiming in shock, this black water is beyond bizarre. Every single drop seems to contain pure mental energy, endless in quantity, vast and boundless, like a true ocean. This might be the spiritual sea or soul sea of a true king-level being. Hearing this, Qin Yi, undeterred by the potential danger, stepped directly into the Black Sea, submerging himself entirely. Lin Xiaohan stared in stunned disbelief, wondering if there was a deeper purpose behind such a reckless act. However, Qin Yi quickly realized that the dog's assessment was mistaken. The Black Sea's effect on living beings was far more intense than on inanimate objects. He felt as though countless invisible blades were relentlessly tearing at his soul, the pain surpassing even the agony of terminal cancer. Not even his level 3 pain tolerance could withstand it. Just as Qin Yi was on the verge of losing consciousness, a strange vision flooded his mind. A colossal spear, towering to the heavens, descended from the skies with immense force, piercing through the neck of a giant deity and pinning it deep into the earth, hundreds of meters below. A shattered stone tablet then fell from above, landing on the deity's chest and suppressing its heart, forever sealing any chance of its resurrection. When Qin Yi emerged from the Black Sea, his mind was suddenly clear. So that's it, he muttered to himself. We've been inside that giant deity's body all along. Lin Xiaohan, noticing Qin Yi's dazed expression, hurriedly asked, Are you all right? What happened? But Qin Yi, lost in his thoughts, murmured to himself repeatedly, So that's it. So that's it. The tunnel they had walked through earlier was, in fact, the blood vessel of a colossal god. Those solid crimson walls were the flesh and blood within the giant deity's body. Qin Yi explained that the physical form of a warrior at the divine realm would not decay, even after years of death. Only a mighty figure wielding a war spear could have delivered a single strike powerful enough to pierce the giant god's neck, pinning it to the ground. Xiao Yihan and Dago were struck with sudden realization, their faces flashing with horror. They had been walking inside the remains of the dead giant god all along. The blood mist was the result of mutations in the god's flesh, devouring the life force of nearby creatures to repair its wounds. Qin Yi continued to analyze, suggesting that even a slain giant god might gradually resurrect. This was why the mysterious man had left behind a stone stele to suppress the heart of the giant god. The blood lake they passed through was likely the god's heart. Qiu Yihan paused, then glanced toward the eerie black sea in the distance, her voice trembling slightly. Right now, we must be inside the giant god's brain. This strange black sea, it's the god sea of consciousness. Qin Yi was awestruck by the sheer size of the giant god, pondering just how powerful its cultivation level must have been. Dago explained that this giant god was likely a sovereign, a being with a lifespan of 100,000 years, capable of resurrection even after death. In the vast expanse of the cosmos and the myriad worlds, sovereigns were known as immortal deities. Qin Yi recalled Su Ruox's mention of the heavenly sovereign of 10 tribulations, and asked if a heavenly sovereign was a level beyond a sovereign. Dago shook his head, explaining that a heavenly sovereign was a sovereign who had broken through their limits, akin to the marquee realm within the mountain and sea stage. Dago then excitedly added that within the body of an immortal deity lies a single drop of pure divine blood, the essence of their immortal divinity. If Qin Yi could obtain it, it would establish his godlike potential, paving the way for an effortless path of cultivation. As Qin Yi contemplated the possible location of the pure divine blood, he also checked his attribute panel. To his surprise, he discovered that his mental power had surged from 10 to 20 points, and he had acquired a new skill, My Heart is Like Iron. After weighing his options, Qin Yi decided to take a bold risk and venture into the Black Sea once more. Entrusting Dago to Qiu Yihan, he approached the edge of the dark waters. The black surface reflected a twisted, monstrous visage, but Qin Yi showed no fear as he leapt in. Qiu Yihan watched the spot where Qin Yi had disappeared, her expression complicated. She moved closer to the Black Sea, silently wondering, could the sea of consciousness of an immortal deity really be so easy to enter? The dialogue between the big dog and Qin Yi continued in secret through their peculiar form of dog-language communication, entirely unnoticed by Qiu Yihan. At this moment, Qin Yi had already slipped silently into the depths of the ink sea, searching for traces of the pure divine blood. Meanwhile, the big dog trailed behind Qiu Yihan, blending in as if it were nothing more than an ordinary, inconspicuous little dog. However, the big dog's sharp instincts picked up on something unusual. Qiu Yihan's steps were gradually heading toward the mental sea of the deceased titan, a deviation that left the big dog tilting its head in confusion. Suddenly, it saw Qiu Yihan reach her hand into the ink sea, an action that immediately triggered alarms in the big dog's mind. It wanted to bark out a warning, but held back for fear of exposing its identity, forcing itself into silence. With a splash, Qiu Yihan's right hand plunged fully into the mental sea. She had expected physical corrosion, but instead, the mental sea had a different kind of lethal trap for living beings. It directly tore at the soul. A low hum emanated from the disturbed mental sea. In an instant, a strange and overwhelming spiritual force pierced into Qiu Yihan's forehead, clinging tightly to her soul. The excruciating pain surged through her body like a current, far surpassing her limits of endurance. In the final moment before losing consciousness, she managed to yank her right arm free, only to collapse on the shore, her vision fading to black. The big dog stared in shock at the scene. Based on what it knew, the ink sea should only attack the physical bodies of intruders. How had Qiu Yihan lost consciousness so abruptly? What baffled it even more was that her right hand, which had just been submerged, appeared completely unharmed. Driven by curiosity, the big dog cautiously approached the edge of the ink sea. Mimicking Qiu Yihan's actions, it tentatively extended a paw into the water. A war. A heart-wrenching yelp tore through the air. The big dog recoiled as if electrocuted, its eyes rolling back before collapsing unconscious as well. On the silent shoreline, the human and the dog lay side by side, both trapped in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was diving deeper into the ink sea. The mental sea seemed boundless, not only in its vastness but also in its staggering depth. Even after more than 10 minutes of diving, he had yet to reach the bottom. As he descended further, the oppressive mental force of the ink sea grew increasingly terrifying. Were it not for his recent evolution to Iron Will LV2, he might have already been reduced to a lifeless husk, his soul obliterated. Despite being long deceased, the residual mental sea of the immortal deity remained incredibly potent, beyond the resistance of even grandmasters. Thanks to the enhancements of Iron Will LV2 and Clarity of Mind LV1, Qin Yi's soul strength had surpassed that of ordinary grandmasters, reaching the level of a formidable Shan High Realm expert. However, he still lacked the ability to project spiritual energy outward, a skill that allowed grandmasters to form divine senses. I must have gone over 500 meters deep by now, Qin Yi thought, unease creeping into his mind as time passed. He worried he might never find the bottom, or worse, that he might dive too deep to resurface in time. Fortunately, his evolution had granted him oxygen resistance LV2, allowing him to hold his breath for nearly 3 hours. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to suffocation. This adaptive evolution talent had undoubtedly provided Qin Yi with numerous advantages. He continued his descent for another half hour, estimating that he had exceeded a depth of 1,000 meters. By this point, his soul began to ache faintly, a clear sign that the mental sea at this depth was capable of harming him. Only thanks to his pain tolerance, which had risen from level 3 to level 4 after his first dive, was he able to endure the soul-wrenching agony. 10 more minutes. If I still don't see the bottom, I'll retreat, Qin Yi resolved internally. He was willing to take risks, but he wasn't reckless enough to throw his life away. Sacrificing himself for a mere drop of elusive pure divine blood was not worth it. To him, the pure divine blood was a luxury, not a necessity. It could accelerate his cultivation, but it wasn't essential. With his adaptive evolution, he believed he could achieve invincibility without relying on external aids. As the seconds ticked by, Qin Yi's persistence finally paid off. In the 8th minute, a peculiar glow appeared in the distance. In the endless darkness of the ink sea, the pure white light stood out like a brilliant star in the night sky, instantly capturing Qin Yi's full attention. He observed the light cautiously, ensuring there was no immediate danger before approaching slowly. As he drew closer, he noticed that streams of soul water continuously flowed from the glowing mass, feeding into the ink sea and expanding its vastness. At the same time, specks of starlight from all directions gathered upon the glowing mass, solidifying its immense aura. Qin Yi speculated that this could very well be the source of the ink sea. And as the origin of the mental sea, it could only be one Tina soul. The glowing mass before him was likely the remnant soul of the deceased Titan, currently in a dormant state, unable to awaken. The starlight converging around it might even signify the early stages of the Titan soul revival. However, the presence of this soul did not guarantee the pure divine blood's location. Qin Yi approached the glowing mass with utmost caution, stopping just a meter away. At such close proximity, he was stunned by its sheer size. It was far larger than he had anticipated. Holding his breath, he focused all his attention on the glowing mass, his gaze piercing through its dazzling brightness. Or rather, it felt as if the light was actively drawing in his gaze. In an instant, a completely different world unfolded before Qin Yi's eyes. The sky was dim and desolate, shrouded in an oppressive silence. As far as he could see, there was no sign of life, no vegetation, not even a single blade of grass or a lone flower. The sky was devoid of clouds, save for a massive rift in one corner of the heavens, through which starlight cascaded down. The landscape was barren and devastated. Not far from him, the cracked earth was littered with countless corpses, too many to count. Some of the bodies showed no signs of decay, their appearances perfectly preserved, exuding an aura of immense power. Clearly, these individuals had been extraordinary beings in life. These corpses bore features distinct from ordinary humans. A thin slit on their foreheads, as if they had a third eye, and withered wings on their backs. Their faces were strikingly beautiful, radiating an almost divine aura. Even the most glamorous celebrities among humans would pale in comparison to their ethereal charm. Are these an alien race? Qin Yi wondered, astonished. Within the soul of the deceased Titan lies a withered world, a graveyard of countless otherworldly beings. Instinctively, Qin Yi leaned closer to the glowing orb, yearning to catch a clearer glimpse of the images within. At that very moment, the radiant light surrounding the orb flickered and dimmed for a brief instant. Suddenly, a wisp of golden, ethereal energy shot out like an arrow, piercing straight into Qin Yi's forehead. Ah! A searing pain exploded throughout his body, so intense that even his level 4 pain tolerance was powerless against the agony. Qin Yi clutched his head tightly, as though it might shatter at any moment. Amid the torment, he sensed a foreign presence invading his body, and a new consciousness abruptly emerged in his mind. It was the fragmented soul of a mighty god beginning to awaken. Seizing the opportunity, it infiltrated Qin Yi's mind, intending to obliterate his soul, take over his body, and claim it as its own. An ocean of memories, vast and tumultuous, flooded into Qin Yi's consciousness, accompanied by a storm of violent emotions. His face twisted in agony, yet he couldn't utter a single sound. Just then, the surrounding dark sea began to manifest a bubble, encasing Qin Yi within it. He couldn't escape, but it gave him a brief respite to breathe. However, this was no act of kindness. It was clearly part of the god's premeditated plan. From the moment Qin Yi entered the sea, the fragmented soul had already prepared to possess him. The bubble was like a carefully crafted cage, ensuring Qin Yi's body remained alive while preventing his return to the surface, buying time for the possession to succeed. Yet, this maneuver also revealed the fragmented soul's weakened state. If it had retained even a fraction of its former strength, suppressing Qin Yi would have been effortless. But it was forced to resort to such indirect tactics, not out of choice. but out of necessity. The fragmented soul's chaotic memories, laced with piercing spiritual energy, began to erode Qin Yi's soul. However, the process did not go as smoothly as the soul had anticipated. It was far more arduous than expected. Qin Yi's soul proved to be extraordinarily resilient, far surpassing the god fragment's expectations. In all its millennia of existence, it had never encountered a martial artist at the 8th stage with such an indomitable soul. This body was undoubtedly a rare and exceptional vessel. Despite its fragmented state, the god's consciousness was sharp enough to discern Qin Yi's potential. This human body was a prize it was determined to claim. Within Qin Yi's uncharted sea of consciousness, still shrouded in chaos, two orbs of light clashed and intertwined fiercely. One was golden, representing the god's fragmented soul, and the other was white, symbolizing Qin Yi's original soul. The god's vast, millennia-spanning memories surged like a torrential flood, overwhelming Qin Yi's comparatively meager 50 years of life experience. If the two ultimately merged, the god's memories would dominate entirely, erasing Qin Yi's identity. If this keeps up, I'm doomed, Qin Yi thought, panting heavily within the bubble, his body trembling as the shadow of death loomed over him. The god's fragmented soul created this bubble to wear me down slowly, draining my soul over time. The vast disparity in power between an immortal deity and an 8th-stage martial artist was despairingly insurmountable. Breaking free seemed like an impossible task, leaving only a sliver of hope. The torrent of memories pounding his mind caused Qin Yi unbearable pain, but over time, he noticed the intensity of the pain gradually subsiding. It was as if his consciousness was beginning to adapt to the onslaught. Even more astonishingly, his soul seemed to be undergoing a transformation, catalyzed by the invasion of the god's fragmented soul. The god's fragmented soul, enveloped in golden flames, had already partially merged with Qin Yi's soul, staining his originally pure white essence with a faint golden hue. The possession process was already well underway. Unlike a direct obliteration of its target, this possession employed a more insidious method, severely weakening the opposing soul before initiating a fusion. This was a compromise, as the god's fragmented soul lacked the strength to directly annihilate Qin Yi's soul at its current state. Once the fusion was complete, the god, armed with its millennia of memories, would undoubtedly take full control. To it, Qin Yi's mere 50 years of memories were insignificant, incapable of affecting the outcome. After regaining sufficient strength through Qin Yi's body, the god could then completely purge his soul, eliminating any lingering threats. But Qin Yi was not one to simply surrender. He had been waiting for an opening, a critical moment when the god's fragmented soul would falter. At last, the opportunity arrived. Ding! Your brain cells, subjected to the torrent of divine memories, have successfully evolved a passive skill, boundless imagination LV2. Ding! Your cells, enduring the agony of soul fragmentation, have successfully evolved a passive skill, pain tolerance LV5. The moment the system's notifications echoed in his mind, the excruciating pain and discomfort vanished without a trace. The overwhelming sensation of his soul being unable to bear the influx of memories dissipated as well. Astonishingly, Qin Yi's consciousness could now accommodate the god's vast, millennia-old memories, albeit barely. This miraculous adaptation was the result of the newly acquired, boundless imagination LV2 skill. Buzz. The god's fragmented soul within Qin Yi's mind suddenly began to vibrate violently, as if struck by an invisible force. A wave of disbelief rippled through its consciousness. Under its gaze, Qin Yi's soul grew stronger at an astonishing rate, a talent so extraordinary it drove the remnant soul of the Titan into madness. If this body truly was an immortal seed, its potential after rebirth would far surpass that of a divine body, and in the future, it might even have the chance to take revenge on the spear-wielding enemy. The Titan's remnant soul fell silent for a moment before unleashing an even sharper surge of spiritual power, clearly prepared to risk everything. However, Qin Yi had long been ready and deployed his trump card. The technique he used rendered the Titan's remnant soul completely paralyzed for the next 3 minutes, unable to act. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Yi launched his counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his energy and blood into his brain domain. With a deafening roar, he forcibly tore open a rift within his mind. Invisible spiritual energy condensed into liquid form in the newly created space. This brain domain, which should only be accessible at the grandmaster level, was forcefully unlocked by him while still at the 8th stage of the martial artist realm. In an instant, Qin Yi experienced an unprecedented clarity of soul awareness, even managing to barely control his spiritual energy. At this point, he was all in. Ignoring the cost, he mobilized his limited spiritual power, launching a fierce assault on the Titan's remnant soul, suppressing it to the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Fortunately, the Titan's remnant soul seemed to have lost consciousness at this moment, offering no resistance. It was easily subdued. Qin Yi drew a portion of his strength to slowly wear down the remnant soul, converting it into pure spiritual energy to strengthen himself. After accomplishing this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This battle appeared effortless, but in truth, it was only because Qin Yi's trump card was overwhelmingly powerful. During the soul fusion process, not only could Qin Yi glimpse the Titan's memories, but the Titan's remnant soul could also peer into Qin Yi's. Initially, it seemed indifferent until Qin Yi deliberately revealed the existence of the system within his memories. This shocking truth plunged the Titan's remnant soul into chaos. The system was Qin Yi's greatest secret, yet it became the key to his survival in this life-or-death struggle. As it turned out, the gamble paid off. Though temporarily out of danger, Qin Yi now lay within a transparent bubble, his face pale and body utterly drained. 2 consecutive rounds of adaptive evolution had depleted his energy reserves, leaving him in desperate need of replenishment. Despite his exhaustion, the thought of the thousands of years of memories newly imprinted in his mind filled him with exhilaration. This battle not only granted him the invaluable memories of the Titan, but also enabled him to unlock his consciousness prematurely, elevating his spiritual strength to the level of a top-tier grandmaster. Risk and reward indeed go hand in hand. The cost and gains of this battle far exceeded all expectations. Qin Yi awoke from a brief rest, a wave of hunger surging over him like a tide. He glanced around and found himself still encased in a peculiar bubble. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an advanced technique constructed from spiritual energy, capable of interacting with physical entities. This reminded him of records he had seen in the memories of the Titan and made him resolve to study it thoroughly once he returned to Yuhang. Just as Qin Yi was about to break free from the bubble, the soul-like cluster before him suddenly began to disintegrate. Having lost the core remnant soul of the Titan, which he had suppressed in his sea of consciousness, the cluster scattered like sand blown by the wind, dissolving along with the strange world it contained. One change followed another. The bubble shattered with a loud crack, and the black sea dried up at an astonishing rate. Before Qin Yi could react, he found himself sinking rapidly with the receding sea level, eventually standing on the seabed. Looking up, he saw only pitch-black skies and realized he was at the bottom of a massive sinkhole more than 1,500 meters deep. Ravenous, and with no other options, Qin Yi began a grueling climb. Over 2 hours later, he finally reached the original shoreline, collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion. At that moment, a system notification sounded, informing him that he had acquired the passive skill Energy Conservation LV3, which slightly alleviated his extreme hunger. After a brief rest, Qin Yi managed to stand and began searching along the coastline for his companions. It wasn't long before he spotted Shou-Yihan and the large dog lying on the ground. However, their strange condition left him puzzled. Just then, the two woke up and, upon seeing the massive sinkhole before them, were immediately dumbfounded. Qin Yi gave a concise account of what had occurred at the bottom of the Black Sea, including encountering the resurrected Titan remnant soul, being possessed, and establishing a sea of consciousness to suppress the remnant. Though Shou-Yihan found it hard to believe, the scene before her eyes confirmed everything. After a moment of silence, she suggested exchanging martial world contact information with Qin Yi. However, the most pressing issue was their hunger. Shou-Yihan regretfully mentioned that her storage pouch had been lost in the blood lake, and that there was nothing edible nearby unless they could somehow consume the Titan's flesh. This sparked an idea in Qin Yi, reminding him of Qian Xian's transformation within the Red Walls. Qin Yi proposed returning to the blood vessel to search for food. Though Shou-Yihan was perplexed, she decided to follow his lead. They soon arrived at the blood vessel and were met with the familiar sight of blood-red water and mist. Without hesitation, Qin Yi stepped into the densest part of the mist and took a deep, deliberate breath. Shou-Yihan's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly recalled how Qian Xian had undergone his transformation by consuming the blood mist. She realized that the pure vitality contained within the mist might be even more valuable than second-tier spiritual fruits. However, she also remembered how Qian Xian had nearly perished as a result and couldn't help but worry for Qin Yi. Qin Yi's abdomen swelled rapidly as he inhaled the dense blood mist without restraint. This mist, inherently corrosive in nature, exerted an even stronger pull on his vital energy when actively absorbed. He could distinctly feel his blood and qi surging uncontrollably, rushing toward his stomach. Even with the enhancement of his level 3 iron stomach, his digestive system struggled to keep up with the blood mist's voracious consumption of qi. If he couldn't process the mist quickly enough, he would inevitably perish from blood and qi depletion. Fortunately, Qin Yi's recently evolved passive skill, Foundation Strengthening, proved to be a crucial asset. This skill, unbound by levels, granted him unparalleled control over his qi and blood far beyond the true king realm. Even the blood mist emanating from the divine corpse couldn't steal a single drop of his vital energy. With a single thought, Qin Yi steadied the chaotic qi within him, redistributing it evenly throughout his body. No matter how the blood mist tried to pull at his energy, it remained utterly unmoved. If this skill could stabilize even yang energy, what chance did mere blood mist have? Chou and Big Dog watched Qin Yi intently. His complexion alternated between pale and flushed, and his aura fluctuated wildly. Are you sure you're okay? Chou couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, exhaling a few wisps of blood mist. I'm fine. This little bit of mist isn't enough to harm me. With that, he took another deep breath, drawing in an even greater volume of blood mist. His abdomen expanded and contracted like a balloon, inflating and deflating in a rhythmic cycle. Half an hour later, the blood mist within the vessels had visibly thinned, yet Qin Yi continued to absorb it relentlessly. This divine blood mist, composed of pure qi and fragments of divine intent, was more nourishing than even second-tier spiritual fruits. Unfortunately, Qianxian's group had already consumed half of it, leaving only the remainder for Qin Yi to enjoy. Before long, Qin Yi had devoured the last of the blood mist. Satisfied, he let out a hearty belch. It's been ages since I've eaten this well. The giant god was truly generous even in death. He strengthens my soul with his remnant spirit and fortifies my body with his blood mist. What a considerate fellow. He stretched, savoring the surge of power coursing through him. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Your digestive cells have successfully adapted to the violent qi and blood of a deceased true god, evolving your passive skill Iron Stomach LV4. Ding. You have absorbed the divine essence within the immortal god's flesh, evolving your innate skill Spiritual Affinity LV9. The Iron Stomach upgrade was expected, but the 2-level leap in spiritual affinity was a delightful surprise. He was now just one step away from maxing out the skill at level 10. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm full now, and we can leave, Qin Yi said, his face radiating vitality. Chou could sense that Qin Yi had undergone yet another transformation, though she couldn't pinpoint the specifics. She couldn't help but wonder, was absorbing the blood mist truly that simple? Recalling her earlier experience of fainting from merely touching the dark ocean while attempting to imitate Qin Yi, she quickly dismissed the thought. This man was no ordinary person. Trying to mimic him was a surefire path to death. It's fine. Where are we heading next? Having recently broken through to the martial master realm, Chou could now sustain herself with spiritual energy and felt no immediate hunger. We should head back to the Blood Lake, Qin Yi said, his eyes glinting with determination. All right, Chou replied woodenly, not even questioning how they would deal with the misty figures in the lake. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Qin Yi asked, by the way, why were you and Big Dog unconscious on the shore earlier? Did something happen? Chou snapped out of her thoughts, her cheeks tinged with red. It's nothing, just a minor accident. No danger, so don't worry about it. Seeing her evasiveness, Qin Yi chose not to press further and sighed inwardly. He then turned to Big Dog with a mental inquiry, only to receive a similarly vague response. The trio continued their journey in silence, retracing their steps until they reached the spot where the peerless divine weapon had severed the blood vessels. Qin Yi paused, peering down to assess Qianxian's situation. He saw that Qianxian had been enveloped by the intertwining blood vessels, forming a cocoon of blood. Meanwhile, his teammates had been reduced to mere pools of blood. At that moment, Qin Yi detected a faint trace of life emanating from the blood cocoon. Ever since unlocking his sea of consciousness, his soul strength had increased significantly, making his perception highly accurate. Sure enough, a thin crack soon appeared on the side of the cocoon, slowly spreading and growing wider. The entire structure seemed on the verge of collapse. Could it be Qianxian is about to complete his transformation? A flicker of excitement flashed in Qin Yi's eyes as he turned to Chou his tone brimming with anticipation. Qianxian should be coming out soon. Let's wait a little longer. Chou nodded and stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yi at the edge of the blood cocoon, gazing down below. Suddenly, the blood cocoon began to writhe violently. A powerful thumping sound echoed through the surroundings, deafening and rhythmic. Boom 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 boom. Upon closer listening, it wasn't the sound of drums but the loud, resonating beats of Qianxian's heart. As the heartbeat intensified, the blood cocoon split along its seams, revealing a figure within. Slowly, Qianxian opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. He looked around dazedly and was about to rise when he caught sight of a familiar face above him. Qin Yi, he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Qin Yi called out with a grin. Xiaoxian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come up. Only then did Qianxian realize that what he was seeing was real. Agilely, he climbed up the fleshy wall of the cocoon and stood before Qin Yi. Despite just undergoing the divine blood refinement and ascending to the level of a 9th-rank warrior, Qianxian couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of pressure in Qin Yi's presence. Yij, how did you end up in the blood mist desert? Is your cancer cured? Chun Xian blurted out a series of questions, his gaze shifting to Qiu Yihan. And this is your sister-in-law? Qiu Yihan quickly clarified. We're just friends, nothing more. Patiently, Qin Yi answered Chun Xian's questions, though he left out the existence of the system, attributing his recovery from cancer to a rare spiritual fruit he had stumbled upon. After hearing Qin Yi's story, Chun Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to tell me I've only been asleep for less than a month? Qin Yi nodded affirmatively. Chun Xian fell into deep thought, comparing his own progress, achieved through divine blood, to Qin Yi's astonishing growth. It was almost unfathomable. When Qin Yi finished recounting his experiences in the Blood Mist Desert, Chun Xian was completely dumbfounded. Yaich, be honest with me. Are you cheating, or something? Qin Yi burst into laughter. You got it. Your brother here is totally a cheat. Though spoken as a joke, there was a kernel of truth in his words. So, where are we heading next? Chun Xian asked. To the Blood Lake, Qin Yi replied succinctly. Chun Xian frowned. The fog people in the depths of the Blood Lake are incredibly strong. Aren't we just walking into our own deaths? Qin Yi tapped his temple lightly and said with ease, relax. I've got the solution all up here. I wouldn't be stupid enough to throw myself into harm's way. Qiu Yihan and Chun Xian suddenly realized what he meant. After subduing the remnant soul of the giant deity, Qin Yi must have gained valuable knowledge about the fog people. The two exchanged glances, and a shared sense of anticipation for the upcoming adventure sparkled in their eyes. Qin Yi and his companions had been traversing the colossal blood vessels of the giant deity for most of the day and were finally nearing the Blood Lake once more. Along the way, Qin Yi, practicing cultivation as he walked, unexpectedly broke through to the next level, advancing from an 8th rank warrior to a 9th rank warrior, just one step away from becoming a martial master. This scene further deepened Qiu Yihan's awe of Qin Yi's extraordinary talent. Humbly, Qin Yi explained, it's nothing. I just found walking too boring, so I cultivated while moving, and luckily, I broke through. He pointed out that the blood mist in the area was rich with blood energy, which could be absorbed and refined into one's own vitality with a little effort. Qin Yi now possessed 90 units of vitality, with additional scattered blood energy stored within him, significantly benefiting his cultivation. With a spiritual affinity of level 9, Qin Yi could effortlessly multitask, walking while cultivating without difficulty. This was nothing unusual for Dego and Chen Xian, but Qiu Yihan still looked on with amazement. To Dego, Qin Yi was nothing short of a celestial prodigy. According to ancient records, a celestial level talent could allow a warrior to enter a state of passive cultivation, where the body automatically maintained a training state, refining vitality regardless of the activity. Achieving this required at least level 50 spiritual affinity. While Qin Yi had not yet reached this level, his potential seemed limitless. Clearing his throat, Qin Yi shifted the conversation, saying, it seems the recent beast tides in the Xintian secret realm are likely caused by this deity's corpse. This divine body is unimaginably massive. After all this time, we've only explored its chest, neck, and head, and there's still more to go. The lower half of the deity's body might even extend beyond the desert into other regions. The blood mist it releases has likely disturbed the exotic beasts in certain areas of the secret realm, triggering the beast tides. The so-called beast tide might just be large-scale migrations of beasts forced to relocate. Chun Xian, feeling uneasy, reminded the group, let's set aside the beast tide issue for now. Shouldn't we be discussing the situation with the Blood Lake instead? He felt that Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan were far too calm, showing no concern for the impending danger. At that moment, the group had reached the blood vessel's opening, less than 10 meters away. Chun Xian could already see the slow flow of blood within. So, what's our next plan? Chun Xian asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Qin Yi confidently replied, it's simple. You and I will enter the Blood Lake directly, while Qiu Yihan and Dego remain here in the blood vessel. Once we've retrieved the steel from the center of the Blood Lake, we'll return to bring them back. Chun Xian looked puzzled. That's it? What about the fogmen in the Blood Lake? They're the most dangerous part. Sensing Chun Xian's concern, Qin Yi elaborated, don't worry. Both of us have absorbed some of the blood mist, so we now carry a similar aura to the fogmen. No matter how strong they are, they'll perceive us as their own kind and won't attack. As for the steel in the center of the Blood Lake, it was left by the one who slew the giant deity. It suppresses the blood mist. Once we have it, there's no need to fear the fogmen. The fragmented memories bestowed upon Qin Yi by the remains of the deity had proven invaluable, containing countless secrets that would take him a long time to fully comprehend. Hearing this explanation, Chun Xian felt reassured, recalling that during their previous encounter with the Blood Lake, the fogmen indeed did not seem to clash with each other. However, just as the two prepared to step into the chest cavity of the giant deity, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the blood vessel opening, shaking the air. The blood flowing through the vessels churned violently, bubbling furiously. What now? The three exchanged glances and hurriedly moved to peer out of the blood vessel. They saw a middle-aged man clad in a white tracksuit hovering midair, his vitality surging as he battled three colossal fogmen. It was Jiang Tianfeng. As Qiu Yihan's mentor, he had awakened early from his meditation, spurred on by the cries of the deity, and had resolutely pursued them to this place, determined to rescue his disciple. At this moment, Jiang Tianfeng's white clothing was stained crimson with blood. His palms, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, tore through the blood mist, forcing the three massive fogmen into retreat, their forms dissipating and shrinking. As a grandmaster of his realm, Jiang Tianfeng had comprehended at least one strand of the Tao, making his attacks far more than mere physical strikes an ideal counter to the fogmen. With his full power unleashed, the chest cavity of the deity resounded with deafening booms, vitality energy surged wildly, and gale force winds roared, causing the blood lake to erupt in towering waves. Deep within the lake, the most fearsome fogmen began to stir, as boundless mist converged upon them. The strongest among these beings were on the verge of awakening. Jiang Tianfeng, sensing the imminent danger, hesitated to leave, for he could detect Qiu Yihan's presence in the vicinity. He pressed closer to the blood lake, determined to find his disciple. Until he located Qiu Yihan, he would not retreat. Suddenly, Jiang Tianfeng's body emitted a series of resounding cracks as intricate patterns appeared on his bones and meridians, forming a celestial array. In an instant, his aura amplified several-fold. With a single palm strike, he shattered the void, obliterating the three fogmen blocking his path, leaving no trace of them behind. The surging waves of energy dispersed the blood mist in all directions, clearing the once fog-filled cavity. Jiang Tianfeng was not only a grandmaster but also a fifth-tier formation master, boasting power comparable to a mountain and sea realm warrior. In a single step, he traversed vast distances, appearing above the blood lake in an instant. Gazing down at the lake, Jiang Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with starlight, and formation patterns extended to the corners of his vision. Piercing through the murky, crimson waters, he spotted a single drop of pure golden blood radiating an aura of immortality. Yet, the moment he locked eyes on the golden droplet, searing pain shot through his eyes, causing blood to stream down his face. He failed to locate Qiu Yihan and could not discern the true nature of the golden droplet. The peril of this blood lake was far beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a towering blood-red giant, nearly 100 meters tall, erupted from the lake, sending waves crashing in all directions, as if a bloodstorm had descended upon the cavity. The giant's massive misty, blood-soaked hand descended with overwhelming force, creating a crushing wind pressure that pushed Jiang Tianfeng several meters lower, almost plunging him into the lake. Jiang Tianfeng's heart sank. This fogman's power was far beyond his estimation. Even a mountain and sea realm expert would struggle to survive here, let alone someone like him, whose strength relied on formations. He desperately tried to escape, but the fogman's attack carried an inescapable killing intent, locking him in place. Am I going to die here? Jiang Tianfeng thought, disbelief and resignation washing over him. At the critical moment, a voice called out from a cave on the far side of the blood lake. A young man shouted to him, "Drink the blood lake water now." Startled, Jiang Tianfeng hesitated for a moment before acting swiftly. Abandoning resistance, he allowed the palm's force to push him into the lake, where he took a deep gulp of the blood-infused water. Gurgly torrent of blood surged into Jiang Tianfeng's stomach, igniting an intense, searing pain almost instantly. The agony spread like wildfire, coursing through his limbs, then to his head, and finally consuming even his very soul. Jiang Tianfeng's face contorted in torment, his consciousness blurred, and he no longer had the strength to question whether Qin Yi had deceived him. Yet, despite the prolonged agony, the massive fog figure did not seize him from the blood lake, and the killing intent that had locked onto him suddenly dissipated. At that moment, Jiang Tianfeng's greatest threat came not from the fog figure, but from the corrosive blood water eating away at his body and the boiling blood mist within him. Swoosh! The glowing patterns on Jiang Tianfeng's body began to dim, eroded by the blood water and on the verge of failing. Even a grandmaster would struggle to control their vital energy under such excruciating pain and resist the blood water's leaching force. If the protective pattern shattered, Jiang Tianfeng would be reduced to a skeleton within 10 minutes. At the critical moment, Qin Yi leapt into the water, grabbing Jiang Tianfeng by the shoulder and swimming toward the surface. With a loud splash, water sprayed everywhere as Qin Yi broke through the surface, hoisting Jiang Tianfeng onto the shore before climbing out himself. He's in a dangerous state. We need to retrieve the stone tablet quickly to help him process the blood water, Qin Yi said, wiping the blood water from his face as he turned to Chen Xian. After drinking the blood water, Jiang Tianfeng, like them, now carried the aura of the blood mist, allowing him to evade the fog figure's pursuit. However, The grandmaster's digestive system was no match for Qin Yi's level 4 iron stomach, and they needed the power of the godslayer to aid in the bloodwater's digestion. Qin Yi entrusted Jiang Tianfang to Chen Xian's care and dove back into the blood lake, swiftly swimming toward its center. 7 or 8 minutes later, he reached the stone tablet, its surface engraved with fierce, powerful characters exuding a chilling, killing intent. Cautiously extending his hand, Qin Yi was suddenly met with a violent surge of energy that forced him to squint and left his heart pounding in alarm. He immediately realized that touching the tablet recklessly would mean certain death. Retracting his hand quickly, he broke out in a cold sweat. The situation was dire. Without the stone tablet, Qiu Yihan's life was at risk, and Jiang Tianfang's fate was equally uncertain. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yi glanced back at the suffering Jiang Tianfang on the shore, his body writhing as if consumed by fire. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yi resolved to take the risk. Turning toward the blood vessel where the big dog and Qiu Yihan were located, Qin Yi transmitted a message in dog language. "Big dog, give me some of your fur." Though puzzled, the big dog scratched off a tuft of fur, infused it with vital energy, and tossed it to Qin Yi from a distance. Catching the fur, Qin Yi approached the stone tablet again. Whoosh! A wave of killing intent rippled through him, bringing with it a chilling sense of impending death. But in the next moment, the tablet seemed to detect the aura on the dog's fur, and the killing intent abruptly receded, leaving the tablet calm and unthreatening. Letting out a sigh of relief, Qin Yi realized that the big dog's owner was indeed the godslayer. Without wasting time, he secured the stone tablet and swam back to the shore as quickly as possible, placing the tablet beside Jiang Tianfang. The tablet began to emit an otherworldly glow, drawing ethereal beams of energy from the void that seeped into Jiang Tianfang's body. Gradually, his burning hot body cooled, and the tension in his face eased. Clearly, the tablet also had the power to suppress the blood mist and the colossal entity. Within half an hour, Jiang Tianfang was expected to make a full recovery. Qin Yi gestured for Chen Xian to carry Jiang Tianfang on his back, while he himself took the tablet to the blood vessel's entrance to meet Qiu Yihan and the big dog. With the tablet's influence, the blood lake grew calm, and the fog figure did not reappear. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and even the big dog found time to boast. "So, how impressive is your grandpa dog now?" This time, Qin Yi didn't argue, silently acknowledging the dog's significant contribution. After a brief rest, Jiang Tianfang groaned softly, slowly opening his eyes and sitting up. His first action was to confirm that Qiu Yihan was safe, and only then did he relax. Then, he looked at Qin Yi with a complex expression and asked, "Did you save me?" "Yeah, it was nothing. No need to overthink it," Qin Yi replied with a smile, briefly explaining the situation inside the giant entity's body. Jiang Tianfang listened in stunned disbelief. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have imagined that an 8-stage martial artist could accomplish such a feat. Deeply moved, he silently vowed to remember Qin Yi's kindness. Suddenly, something came to Jiang Tianfang's mind, and he spoke up. "By the way, when I was observing the blood lake, I noticed a mysterious golden blood droplet at the bottom. It seemed extraordinary. Do you know what it might be?" Hearing this, Qin Yi was taken aback. A golden blood droplet? Could it be pure divine blood? After the fall of an unnamed immortal deity, 3 precious relics were left behind. The imperishable divine body they now inhabited, a lingering fragment of a resurrected soul deep within their mind, and beneath the blood lake, the purest divine blood infused with all the deity's immortal essence. This pure divine blood held boundless transformative power, capable of granting astonishing enhancements to anyone who could use it to cleanse their body. However, when Qin Yi realized this, his reaction was unexpected. His initial excitement lasted only a moment before it was replaced by an inexplicable calm. What puzzled him even more was his instinctive aversion to the drop of pure divine blood. Strange. Why am I feeling this way? Qin Yi frowned in thought. As someone highly attuned to the changes within himself, he never ignored even the briefest strange emotion. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated that this sense of repulsion might be linked to his suppression of the giant god's residual soul and the partial memories of the deity he had absorbed. Turning to Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan, Qin Yi said in a serious tone, "Focus on recovering for now. Don't dwell on the matter of the golden blood." With that, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered meditation, seemingly intent on investigating the anomaly within himself. Seeing Qin Yi begin his cultivation, Chen Xian was unwilling to fall behind. He immediately steadied his breathing and concentrated on consolidating his martial master foundation. Just then, the voice of the big dog echoed in Qin Yi's mind. "Hey, the golden droplet Jiang Tianfang mentioned is definitely pure divine blood. How can you sit here cultivating when you should be rushing to claim it?" The dog's voice was filled with urgency and disbelief. "That's pure divine blood. Refined over millennia by an immortal being, it's invaluable, even to celestial beings." Yet Qin Yi remained unusually calm. After a long pause, he replied slowly, "There's something wrong with the pure divine blood." "Huh, are you serious? How would you know?" The big dog sounded skeptical. In his understanding, pure divine blood was the pinnacle of divine treasures, at least of 7th-tier quality, and he'd never heard of it having any issues. Qin Yi opened his eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in them. "What's wrong with your brain? Did you forget I absorbed part of the immortal deity's memories?" He explained. "I just reviewed the giant god's memories and discovered that the immortal essence they left behind contains a hidden trap. If we consume it, we will inevitably become seeds for their resurrection. To eliminate this trap, we would need power of the same level to purify the pure divine blood. But where would we find a being at the level of a sovereign?" As he spoke, Qin Yi suddenly shifted his tone and asked telepathically, "Can you wield that divine spear? Maybe we still have a chance to use the pure divine blood. Otherwise, forget it. It would only lead to us being assimilated by the divine essence and becoming the next giant god." The big dog, irritated by Qin Yi's mocking gaze, snorted in displeasure. "If I could wield the divine spear, I'd have gone on a rampage myself. Why would I even need you to claim the pure divine blood?" Although the big dog shared a special connection with the spear, capable of triggering some passive responses, he was far from being able to fully control the artifact. Even the stone tablet's hidden powers were beyond his reach. "Well, looks like we'll have to let this pure divine blood slip away." Watching such a high-tier divine artifact slip through their fingers, the big dog sighed deeply, frustration and regret evident. Qin Yi's mouth twitched, exasperated. "Seriously? You're still hung up on it? Even if we got the pure divine blood, I'd be the one using it, not you." For once, the big dog adopted a serious expression. "You don't get it. Sure, I wouldn't be the one using it, but the giant god was almost certainly slain by my master. If we consume the pure divine blood, we could completely eliminate any chance of the giant god's resurrection. Otherwise, even if you take the deity's residual soul, the lingering immortal essence here might still spawn a new remnant soul in a few hundred years, attempting to revive." The big dog explained that warriors at the sovereign level were notoriously hard to kill, and even after death, they had chances of returning. He worried that if the giant god revived, it would come after both him and his master, so he wanted to ensure the threat was entirely eradicated. Qin Yi was slightly surprised by this revelation. He hadn't expected the big dog to be so loyal, still thinking of his master even though he no longer remembered them. The big dog continued, "My master must have been in a dire situation after slaying the giant god. He clearly didn't have time to clean up properly and had to leave immediately." A wave of sorrow washed over him as he spoke. Deep down, he had a foreboding feeling that his master might no longer be alive. However, he couldn't bring himself to voice this suspicion, let alone face it. He speculated that his master had erased his memories not to protect themselves, but to protect him. After finishing his explanation, the big dog lay down silently, the atmosphere suddenly heavy with melancholy. Qin Yi, disliking such a somber mood, spoke telepathically, "Cheer up. I'm the kind of person who always pays back kindness. Even if you're a dog, I won't look down on you. You've helped me, so I'll help you find your master someday. And if your master is truly gone, then it'll help you take down your enemies." Though his words were half joking, the sincerity and weight behind them were unmistakable. The big dog, moved by Qin Yi's earnestness, was about to say something when Qin Yi's expression suddenly lit up with excitement. He interrupted, "I've thought of a way. It's risky, but it holds great opportunity for you. Want to give it a try?" Big dog's eye twitched slightly, regaining a bit of his composure. He forced a calm demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of disdain. "An adventure? Am I supposed to be scared of that? Go on, tell me what's the plan?" Qin Yi responded without hesitation. "Simple. You take the initiative to consume the pure divine blood." "What?" Big dog's composure instantly shattered, his voice filled with disbelief. "Are you kidding me? How is that any different from sending me to my death?" "It's not," Qin Yi replied matter-of-factly, his gaze steady as he locked eyes with Big Dog. "I am sending you to your death." Big Dog was momentarily stunned. Then, his eyes shifted rapidly as if piecing together Qin Yi's true intentions. As crazy as it sounded, the idea had a strange logic to it. If he gambled and lost, he would undoubtedly die. But if he succeeded, he could potentially surpass the limits of his previous life, reaching unimaginable heights. Perhaps one day, with his newfound strength, he could even avenge his master. Big Dog's heart pounded violently, a wave of unease surging through him. His natural instinct to avoid danger was sounding alarms, warning him of the life-threatening risk ahead. Yet this time, whether it was Qin Yi's relentless, death-defying pursuit of power that inspired him or simply his own resolve to take a leap, Big Dog chose to ignore the warning. Slowly, he rose from the ground, facing the blood lake. He straightened his back, his voice resolute. Let's go. I'm in this time. Good. That's the big dog I know, fearless and bold. Qin Yi burst into hearty laughter, secretly giving him a thumbs up in approval. The two of them began to make their way toward the blood lake, the commotion stirring awake Zhou Yihan and her disciple, as well as Chen Xian. Zhang Tianfang spoke up. Are you heading for that golden droplet of blood? That's right. Qin Yi confirmed with a nod. Zhang Tianfang considered offering his assistance but hesitated, worried Qin Yi might suspect him of trying to seize the opportunity for himself. In the end, he chose to remain silent. That golden droplet was clearly a rare and extraordinary fortune, but he had no intention of competing for it. Suddenly, Zhou Yihan chimed in. Once you retrieve the golden droplet, are you planning to use it yourself? Chen Xian, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk, his tone teasing. A golden droplet like that must be an unparalleled divine treasure. After getting it, what? Is he going to give it to a dog instead of using it himself? Chen Xian had meant it as a joke, but to his surprise, Qin Yi nodded seriously. You're absolutely right, little Xuanzi. The golden droplet is indeed for the dog. Chen Xian, Zhang Tianfang, and Zhou Yihan froze on the spot, their gazes darting back and forth between the confident big dog and the resolute Qin Yi. Their minds buzzed with disbelief, struggling to process what they had just heard. Wait, you're not joking, are you? Chen Xian finally blurted out, his voice full of shock and incredulity. By the still, undisturbed shores of the blood lake, a massive dog stood upright on its hind legs, its front paws tightly clutching a broken stone tablet. Its eyes were fixed on the lake's abyssal surface, a nervous gulp causing its Adam's apple to bob slightly. Behind the dog, Qin Yi's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he spoke through telepathy. Don't rush to jump in just yet. Wait until we've sent Zhou Yihan out of the Titan's chest cavity before you go. Among the 4 humans and 1 dog present, Qin Yi, Chen Xian, and Zhang Tianfang had all previously inhaled the blood mist, which granted them the aura of the mistfolk and ensured they wouldn't provoke an attack from the lake's inhabitants. However, the dog and Zhou Yihan lacked this protection and could only rely on the stone tablet's shield to remain unharmed. With the dog preparing to leap into the lake with the tablet, it was imperative to send Zhou Yihan to safety first. Everyone understood the situation clearly. Mistfolk would never stray beyond the confines of the blood lake. Hearing Qin Yi's instructions, the dog felt a wave of frustration. After psyching itself up for so long, it was just about to take the plunge when Qin Yi interrupted. You couldn't have mentioned this earlier, the dog grumbled internally. Together, the dog and Qin Yi escorted Zhou Yihan, along with the stone tablet, back to the staircase leading to the surface. After ensuring her safety, they returned to the lake's edge. Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang remained near the blood lake, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to guard against any unexpected dangers that might leave Qin Yi isolated and vulnerable. Back at the lakeshore, the dog hesitated once more, attempting to rebuild its resolve. Behind it, Qin Yi grew impatient. Without a second thought, he extended a hand and shoved the dog into the lake. Without pausing, he waved at Chen Xian and dove in after it. With a loud splash, water erupted in all directions. The dog's indignant voice echoed in Qin Yi's mind through telepathy. Damn it! I may not be human, but you're the real dog here. As they entered the blood lake, the dog's body was fully submerged in the crimson water, which began to erode its flesh and drain its vitality. At first, it felt like countless ants crawling over its skin of faintage. But after a minute, the sensation escalated into excruciating pain, as if its nerves and marrow were being stripped away. The dog grimaced in agony, wanting to howl in pain but refraining for fear of swallowing the blood water and worsening its plight. It could only endure in silence, its canine face flushed red from the strain. Despite the torment, it had to concentrate on circulating its blood energy control technique, meticulously managing its internal energy to avoid being overwhelmed and consumed by the lake. The experience was akin to undergoing surgery without anesthesia while solving complex mathematical equations at the same time. Were it not for the dog's exceptionally strong soul and the foundation of its past lives' experiences, it would have crumbled long ago. Buzz, 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 the broken stone tablet in the dog's grasp began to emit a low hum, causing the surrounding blood water to churn violently. Far from providing protection, the tablet only intensified the dog's burden. Exhausted, the dog glanced toward Qin Yi, who swam ahead to lead the way. To its dismay, Qin Yi's face remained calm, betraying no signs of discomfort. Damn it, you really are a freak, the dog cursed internally. To be this unfazed, you must have already adapted to the lake's corrosive effects. For about 10 minutes, the man and the dog swam through the blood lake. Guided by the residual presence of the Titan's soul fragment in his mind, Qin Yi sensed the location of the pure divine blood. Turning his gaze downward, he spotted a single droplet of pure golden blood suspended about 10 meters below, standing out brilliantly amidst the lake's crimson expanse. Upon closer inspection, the golden droplet was encircled by tiny chains radiating a dense aura of the great Tao. It emitted a sacred and untainted glow, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. The mere sight of it filled their minds with an irresistible urge to devour it. The dog's mouth watered at the sight. Even Qin Yi, fortified with level 2 iron will and level 1 clear mind, struggled to resist the temptation. His heart itched with desire. To snap himself out of it, he pinched the dog's flesh hard. The sudden sting, combined with the ongoing pain of the lake's corrosion, jolted the dog back to its senses. Damn it, why do you pinch me? Couldn't you just remind me through telepathy? The dog complained. Your flesh feels nice. I couldn't help myself, Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. He realized that chatting with the dog through telepathy helped him resist the allure of the pure divine blood. You forget it. I, Doglord, won't stoop to your level. Well, go on ahead. Wait for my good news, the dog said, its tone lightening as it relaxed. Exhaling a few bubbles, it mustered its strength and, clutching the stone tablet, paddled toward the pure divine blood with a doggy-style stroke. As the dog drew closer to the pure divine blood, the tablet in its grasp began glowing more intensely. When it was about to touch the divine droplet, the tablet trembled violently, causing the entire blood lake to boil. Qin Yi followed closely, ready to intervene and bring the dog back to the surface if necessary. However, he soon realized that the closer he got to the divine droplet, the more aggressive the blood water became, its corrosive properties amplifying exponentially. Every meter forward brought a doubling of the pressure. With a sudden lunge, Qin Yi advanced a significant distance. Despite possessing a level 3 steel body, his flesh felt as fragile as glass, cracking and bleeding profusely. The spilled blood was immediately absorbed by the surrounding water, as if drawn by a powerful suction. Alarmed, Qin Yi retreated a few steps, and the pressure lessened. His level 3 regenerative abilities quickly healed the fissures in his body. Looking ahead, he saw the dog, still clutching the tablet, inching forward unharmed. Though its progress was painstakingly slow, it remained unscathed. It seems the tablet provides protection until the divine blood is consumed, Qin Yi speculated silently. Qin Yi took a moment to compose himself before swimming forward once more. This time, he moved cautiously, slowing his pace and gradually adapting to the increasing pressure. Skillfully, he utilized the pure divine blood to temper his body, activating the adaptive evolution mechanism within him. Seconds turned into minutes, and what seemed like a short distance of just over 100 meters took Qin Yi and the big dog nearly 2 hours to traverse. Finally, the pure divine blood was within reach. Throughout this arduous journey, Qin Yi's body underwent cycles of rupture and healing. Slowly but surely, his physical form adapted to the extreme erosion and oppression brought by the pure divine blood, transforming into an entirely new state. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the Tao pressure of the immortal sovereign spirit and evolved the passive skill iron body LV4. Another notification followed swiftly. Ding! Your cells have repeatedly recovered from destruction, successfully evolving the passive skill body regeneration LV4. Qin Yi's heart swelled with joy. These two skills, directly tied to combat power, had finally reached level 4. Reflecting on his strength at level 3, when he could already contend with masters, he realized that at level 4, he might now rival grandmasters. However, the rewards from approaching the pure divine blood didn't stop there. The system issued another prompt. Ding! Your cells have absorbed a trace of immortal spirit through cycles of destruction and rebirth. Immortal spirit has fused with iron body LV4 and body regeneration LV4, evolving into the innate divine ability immortal golden body LV1. As the system notification concluded, Qin Yi was astonished to find that the erosion and oppression from the pure divine blood no longer affected him. Looking down, he noticed faint golden patterns emerging on his skin, radiating an aura of immortality and brimming with vitality. At that moment, the big dog was already floating before the pure divine blood. It opened its jaws wide and swallowed the blood in one gulp. Immediately after, the big dog anxiously transmitted a message to Qin Yi. I'm about to lose consciousness. Hurry and take me to the supreme divine weapon. It turned out that Qin Yi's daring plan involved the big dog deliberately swallowing the pure divine blood, risking its life, while Qin Yi would transport it to the supreme divine weapon. They were betting that the supreme divine weapon wouldn't stand idly by and would intervene to save the big dog, helping it regulate the pure divine blood within its body. The plan was fraught with danger, but if successful, the benefits for the big dog would be immeasurable. Thud, thud. Thud at the very moment the massive dog swallowed the pure divine blood, Qin Yi sprang into action without hesitation. His entire skeleton roared with power, and a dazzling golden light radiated from his skin. His immortal golden body was instantly activated. Like an arrow cutting through viscous blood, Qin Yi surged forward, grabbing the dog tightly in his arms as he charged toward the lake surface. The power of the immortal golden body exceeded Qin Yi's expectations. Neither the corrosive blood nor the resistance of the lake water could slow him down. He moved through the water as effortlessly as a nimble fish, heading straight for his destination. A journey across the lake that would typically take over 2 hours was completed in just over 10 minutes. With a loud splash, Qin Yi burst out of the lake's surface. He stomped down with both feet, unleashing a surge of powerful blood energy, which astonishingly allowed him to hover above the water. Using this momentum, Qin Yi shot toward the distant blood vessel entrance like an arrow released from a bow. His feet skimmed lightly across the surface of the lake, as if performing the legendary art of walking on water, graceful and agile. This incredible sight left Jiang Tianfeng utterly stunned, his eyes wide and his breath caught in his throat. Externalizing blood energy was a feat typically reserved for martial masters, yet Qin Yi, still a mere 9th-level martial artist, had achieved it with ease. Even more astonishing was his precise control over his blood energy. With just a small amount externalized, he managed to create a platform for himself to step on. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was, in truth, a highly advanced technique that even master-level martial artists struggled to perform. Jiang Tianfeng fell silent. After years of martial training, he had encountered countless prodigies and never once felt inferior. But now, the gap between him and Qin Yi was as vast as the heavens and the earth, plainly visible for all to see. For the first time, he genuinely acknowledged that he and Qin Yi were not even on the same level as martial artists. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Qin Yi's light footsteps reverberated across the lake surface, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Jiang Tianfeng could never have imagined that Qin Yi, having unlocked the core energy refinement skill, had reached a level of blood energy control that defied comprehension. With the unconscious dog in his arms, Qin Yi quickened his pace, moving like a phantom streaking across the water. In less than a minute, he arrived at the familiar blood vessel entrance and stepped inside without hesitation. By now, the dog in Qin Yi's arms had turned completely blood-red. Its fur was charred black, and its entire body seemed to be burning, with its surface temperature rising alarmingly. If not for the constant hum of the stone tablet suppressing the power of the pure divine blood with its Tao essence, the dog might have already been reduced to a roasted carcass. Normally, after consuming the pure divine blood, the stone tablet would no longer intervene. Its continued effort now indicated that the dog was in mortal danger, and the residual Tao essence within the tablet was actively trying to save it. Under such circumstances, even the divine weapon might lend its aid. Qin Yi made up his mind and dared not delay for even a moment, continuing his mad dash forward. However, the effects of the pure divine blood were not limited to the dog alone. Qin Yi, holding the dog, began to feel the changes as well. A mysterious force of gravity pressed down on him, growing exponentially stronger, and it seemed poised to exceed 150 times normal gravity. It was important to note that 100 times gravity was the upper limit for a 9th-level martial artist. Anything beyond that, like 150 times gravity, ventured into the realm of martial masters. Fortunately, for the immortal golden body, such pressure was trivial. Qin Yi remained swift and unaffected, continuing his sprint with ease. From the fragmented memories left behind by the remnants of the giant god soul, Qin Yi had learned an astonishing secret. The giant gods race, known as the Divine Clan, was an extraordinary species. Born with divine souls, they had wings on their backs and a third eye on their foreheads, capable of perceiving the mysteries of life and death. As a revered figure, the giant god had once mastered the Tao of gravity and comprehended the laws of attraction. This explained why the pure divine blood could impose such overwhelming gravitational pressure on others. Qin Yi even suspected that the unique gravity crystals found in the Xintian secret realm were somehow connected to the long-deceased giant god. Within seconds, the gravity weighing down on Qin Yi had surged to 200 times normal. He felt as though he were carrying a mountain on his back. On solid ground, each of his steps might have left deep craters and caused tremors. Thankfully, within the giant god's body, such gravity caused no catastrophic effects. Just as the gravity was about to reach 300 times normal, Qin Yi finally caught sight of the massive spear embedded in the divine flesh. Without a second thought, he placed the dog beside the spear. The dog's condition was now beyond dire. Its fur had been completely incinerated, leaving its body bare, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Qin Yi reached out to touch the dog's neck, and his expression instantly darkened. His right hand felt an intense heat, yet he could detect no pulse at all. It was worth noting that Qin Yi had developed a level 1 heat resistance, rendering temperatures below 300 degrees Celsius nearly imperceptible to him. But now, the dog's body was hot enough to make him feel searing heat. Just how high was this temperature? A pang of panic gripped Qin Yi. He had assumed that with the stone tablet's assistance, the dog could hold on for at least an hour. Could it be that the dog had already been cooked alive? However, Consuming the pure divine blood was no easy feat. Qin Yi knew all too well that achieving divine assimilation required enduring a series of extreme trials. This was a selection mechanism set by the Titan, designed to eliminate those with frail bodies. At this moment, the situation for the big dog was dire. Its body had been crushed under immense pressure. Its internal organs burned to ashes, leaving it barely distinguishable from a corpse. Qin Yi held his breath and focused intently, using his faint spiritual energy to carefully probe through the wreckage. At last, he discovered a faint spark of life. The big dog's will to survive was unyielding, clinging desperately to the edge of death. Qin Yi crouched beside the big dog, his heart racing, not daring to make a sound. Their time together had forged a deep bond, and Qin Yi now regarded the big dog as a dear companion. Silently, he prayed, hoping that the divine spear might act on its own to save this loyal creature teetering on the brink of death. Big dog, you can't just die like this. Qin Yi growled under his breath, gritting his teeth. You haven't even found your master yet. Calling yourself dog lord, how embarrassing would it be to end up as a plate of cooked dog meat? Hold on for me. As if in response to Qin Yi's plea, the big dog's body trembled faintly. Suddenly, the enormous spear before it erupted with dazzling light, unleashing a sharp and overwhelming aura that surged into the big dog's body, suppressing the violent energy of the pure divine blood. Qin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. The imprint left by the spear's original master had finally awakened, assisting the big dog in absorbing and assimilating the boundless power contained within the pure divine blood. Though the divine weapon and the stone tablet lacked consciousness, they instinctively gravitated toward the big dog, unwilling to see it perish. Under the suppression of the divine weapon's power, the adverse effects of the pure divine blood were forcibly subdued. The remnants of the big dog's master's strength began to gradually extract the immortal essence from the golden blood, infusing it into the big dog's body. Miraculously, the dog's entire coat began to regrow at a visible pace. The newly sprouted fur shimmered faintly with vitality, brimming with life. Threads of blood began to drift from the big dog's 7 orifices, intertwining in the air and slowly forming into a complete red cocoon that enveloped its entire body. Qin Yi held his breath, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the crimson cocoon marking the beginning of the big dog's transformation and rebirth. The blood cocoon formed by the large dog was about a meter long, with a surface temperature soaring to 200 degrees Celsius, radiating an intense heat. For Qin Yi, who had just tempered his immortal golden body, such heat was negligible. Inside the blood cocoon was not only the large dog, but also the stone tablet it had been holding all along. As the blood cocoon solidified, all disturbances gradually subsided. The divine weapon lost its luster, its pulsations faded, and it now resembled nothing more than an ordinary iron plate. Qin Yi, stroking his chin, tentatively reached out to touch the weapon and found he could do so effortlessly, an entirely different experience from before, when approaching it posed a life-threatening risk. Clearly, the large dog's aura had provided a protective effect. Despite the divine weapon having lost most of its power, Qin Yi still felt a sharp pain when his right hand came into contact with its surface. Retracting his hand, he noticed a clean, bone-deep cut on the skin of his index finger. This made him realize that the material of the weapon alone was sharp enough to pierce his immortal golden body, highlighting the vast gap between himself and truly powerful beings. I'm just a 9th-stage martial artist, not even a martial master yet. Stay humble and disciplined. Qin Yi reminded himself silently, cautioning against letting others' praise cloud his judgment. He hoisted the blood cocoon onto his shoulder and strode out of the blood vessel, preparing to leave the Titan's body with Jiang Tianfeng and Qiu Yihan. Though only a few days had passed, the experience made Qin Yi feel as though years had gone by. When they returned to the blood lake, they noticed the water was losing its crimson hue after the pure divine blood had been removed, gradually transforming into a clear, ordinary lake. The mist people, who had depended on the blood lake for their existence, dissolved into nothingness amidst anguished wails. Even the 2 high-ranking mist creatures at the bottom of the lake, comparable to Mountain Sea Realm experts, struggled briefly before meeting their end. Let's go. It's time to leave this place, Qin Yi said, withdrawing his gaze and addressing Chen Xian and Jiang Tianfeng. The 3 of them ascended the stairs leading back to the surface. Before long, they encountered Qiu Yihan, who had been waiting for them. Is it all settled? She asked curiously, eyeing the blood cocoon on Qin Yi's shoulder. Qin Yi nodded in confirmation. It's settled. The pure divine blood was consumed by the large dog and needs time to be digested and transformed. Although they had anticipated this outcome, hearing Qin Yi say it out loud still left Jiang Tianfeng and the others with mixed feelings. The legendary 7th-grade spiritual treasure, the pure divine blood, had actually been given to a dog. Even more surprising was the complete lack of regret or distress on Qin Yi's face. Your composure might even surpass that of an old man like me, Jiang Tianfeng remarked with a sigh. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle yet profound fluctuation emanating from Qin Yi. Following the trace, he realized it bore some resemblance to the pure divine blood, carrying a hint of immortal vitality. When we return, you should immediately exchange for a level or higher concealment technique in the martial realm to mask your aura and cultivation level, Jiang Tianfeng advised without exposing Qin Yi's secret of having prematurely nurtured immortal vitality. If you don't have enough contribution points, come find me. We can add each other as friends in the martial realm. Qin Yi was touched by Jiang Tianfeng's concern and nodded firmly in gratitude. The four of them traveled in silence for over 2 hours before finally reaching the surface and seeing daylight again. Looking around, they were met with a desolate scene of endless yellow sand under the scorching sun. The blood mist had dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. From this day forth, the blood mist desert would become a part of history. Qin Yi instinctively turned back to gaze at the abyss-like staircase, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew that many treasures still lay undiscovered within the Titan's body, and that he would inevitably return to this place in the future. This forbidden zone is far more dangerous than a level designation and is unsuitable for martial artist training in the Xintian secret realm. I plan to seal off this entrance, Jiang Tianfeng announced as he began inscribing a large formation on the ground, carefully taking out materials from his storage pouch. Think it over. If there's anything you've left behind, retrieve it now. Once the sealing formation is complete, it won't be easy to break it. Qin Yi and Xiao Yihan exchanged a glance and shook their heads, indicating there was nothing left to retrieve. Jiang Tianfeng then focused fully on constructing the formation, a meticulous task requiring his utmost precision. Xiao Yihan observed intently from the side, eager to learn from his expertise in high-level formations. Meanwhile, Chen Xian crouched on the ground, studying the large dog's blood cocoon with curiosity. Unable to resist, he lightly touched it with his finger. A wisp of black smoke rose as the intense heat burned him, forcing him to withdraw his hand quickly. Wow, it's so hot. How did Brother Yi carry it all the way back without even flinching? Chen Xian exclaimed, glancing at Qin Yi. He noticed that although Qin Yi's shoulder had a large burnt hole in his clothing from the heat, his skin remained flawless white and jade-like, with a faint vitality coursing across its surface. Chen Xian was stunned, realizing just how unfathomably strong Qin Yi's physical body had become. His own recently enhanced potential suddenly seemed insignificant in comparison, and he resolved to redouble his efforts in cultivation. At that moment, Qin Yi was fully engrossed in reviewing his personal status panel. After all he had experienced within the Titan's body and the numerous abilities he had evolved, his attributes had undergone a monumental transformation. A mysterious light screen appeared before Qin Yi's eyes, visible only to him. It displayed an enigmatic personal status panel. Name: Qin Yi. Life level: race, stellar level human, 1. Basic attributes: strength, 65. Constitution, 500. Agility, 50. Spirit, 150. Innate ability: cellular adaptive evolution. Skills: boneless flexibility, calm and collected. Spiritual affinity, LV9. Immortal body, LV1. Pain tolerance, LV5. Iron stomach, LV4. Stubborn will, LV3. Poison resistance, LV3. Iron resolve, LV2. Keen insight, LV1. Combat evaluation: resistant to extreme heat and toxins, capable of surviving in oxygen-free environments, with the ability to regenerate lost limbs and astonishing self-healing powers. His physical body has begun to exhibit traits of immortality. With time, he could dominate the prodigies of humanity on Blue Planet. As Qin Yi studied the panel, a wave of accomplishments surged through him. In just 2 months, he had transformed from a terminal cancer patient who couldn't fend off a stray dog into a powerhouse with a physique rivaling that of a grandmaster. The densely packed passive skills in his skill set brought him closer to his ultimate goal, becoming a being adorned with passive abilities from head to toe. However, the panel also revealed a glaring imbalance. While his physical resilience had reached the grandmaster level, his strength and agility were still at the level of a martial artist, 2 entire realms behind his constitution. His total blood energy was a mere 90 calories, highlighting his uneven development. I need to address this imbalance as soon as possible, Qin Yi thought, formulating a plan. Once I return to Yuhang, I'll enter seclusion to focus on cultivation. At the very least, I must break through to the advanced martial artist stage. The abundant pure blood energy lingering within his body could be refined and converted into his own life force with minimal effort. Coupled with his grandmaster level physical resilience and level 9 spiritual affinity, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly soar. When it came to enhancing his spiritual power, Qin Yi had already gained an edge by opening his sea of consciousness, a feat that set him apart from other martial artists. Furthermore, deep within this sea, he had suppressed a fragment of a colossal divine soul. By absorbing its soul energy, his spiritual power was steadily growing. Once he fully assimilated the divine soul fragment, his spiritual power could potentially break past the 10,000 point threshold. At that point, his sea of consciousness would expand into a vast reservoir, granting him the ability to condense and manifest spiritual energy, hallmark of martial artists stepping into the grandmaster realm. This spiritual manifestation, woven from at least 100 strands of mental energy, would not only allow him to probe his surroundings but, according to legend, even enable miraculous feats such as sword flight. What intrigued Qin Yi even more was the advancement of his life level. With the awakening of his immortal body, he had evolved from a planetary-level human at 55 to a stellar-level human at 1. This signified his newfound ability to survive independently in the vacuum of space. Although he still retained a human form, he could now endure extreme environments. Closing the light screen, Qin Yi opened his eyes, catching sight of Chen Xian deeply immersed in cultivation. This young man, blessed with exceptional talent, held immense potential for future growth. Qin Yi was confident that Chen Xian wouldn't fall too far behind him. In the distance, the entrance to the divine corpse site had been completely buried under layers of yellow sand. Zhang Tianfang's meticulously arranged Tier 5 sandstorm array had flawlessly concealed all traces of the passage. Even Qin Yi couldn't discern that there had once been a staircase leading underground. Watching Zhang Tianfang tidying up the leftover materials with a faintly smug expression, Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of formation techniques. So, what's your plan now, Qin Yi? Are you heading straight back to Yuhang? Qiu Yihan asked as she rose to her feet. Yes, after spending so much time in the secret realm, it's time to return and regroup. Qin Yi replied with a nod before turning the question back to her. What about you? Judging by your tone, it seems you and your apprentice don't intend to head back right away? That's right, she confirmed. Zhang Tianfang was the first to respond. I was entrusted by the Yuhang administration to not only investigate the blood mist, but also to quell the beast tide and restore order to the Xintian secret realm. I can't return for now. Hearing this, Qin Yi frowned slightly, quickly organizing the information in his mind. Beast tide, he muttered thoughtfully. The large-scale beast tide mysteriously appearing in the Xintian secret realm seems to be connected to the blood mist. The habitats of the ferocious beasts are being corroded by the mist, forcing them to band together and migrate, which has resulted in these frequent large-scale beast tides. Zhang Tianfang listened and nodded slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This young man's keen insight was impressive. Deducing the cause of the beast tide from the blood mist had saved him a lot of time. He thought to himself, looks like I owe him a favor now. Your guess is likely correct, Zhang Tianfang said approvingly. Without the blood mist, the ferocious beasts in the Xintian secret realm wouldn't be this restless. His admiration for Qin Yi grew, and he added with a reminder, when you get out, make sure to add me on Wujia. Just search for my name. Don't forget it's important. Standing nearby, Qiu Yihan glanced repeatedly at Qin Yi with her beautiful eyes, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Noticing her gaze, Qin Yi scratched his head and agreed, promising to add both of them as friends. However, deep down, Qin Yi remained cautious. I'm fully focused on martial arts. Before I achieve invincibility, I won't allow myself to be distracted by emotions. Women will only slow down my progress. But then, a stray thought crossed his mind. Wait, maybe that's not entirely true. If I get a girlfriend and, say, work tirelessly day and night, could I develop some unusual skills, like unyielding spear LV1 or something? Realizing how far his thoughts had wandered, Qin Yi quickly shook off the mental clutter. Sensing something, Zhang Tianfang cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, I'm not sure when your dog will emerge from its cocoon. Carrying such a blood cocoon back to Yuhang might attract unnecessary trouble. With that, he opened his right hand and tossed Qin Yi a white talisman. This is a Tier 3 Spirit Beast talisman. It can serve as a dwelling for spirit beasts, allowing them to stay inside temporarily. Store the blood cocoon in this talisman. It'll save you a lot of hassle. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude before carefully taking the Spirit Beast talisman. He pressed the talisman against the blood cocoon, and with a thought, the cocoon vanished, absorbed into the talisman. Instantly, the state of everything within the talisman became clear in Qin Yi's mind. He knew that the moment the dog emerged from the cocoon, he would sense it immediately. This is fantastic. Qin Yi thanked Zhang Tianfang again with genuine appreciation. As it came time to part ways, the four of them paired off and bid each other farewell. Zhang Tianfang and his disciple continued deeper into the Xintian secret realm, while Qin Yi awakened Chen Xian and began heading toward the secret realm's exit together. After spending over 10 days in the secret realm, Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder, I hope nothing major has happened in Yuhang. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace, eager to return to the real world. On the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, two figures streaked across the terrain like a gust of wind, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Upon closer inspection, the figures turned out to be two highly skilled human martial artists, one at the 9th rank, the other a low-tier martial master. These two were none other than Qin Yi and Chen Xian, who had just escaped from the perilous Blood Mist Desert. They made no effort to conceal their formidable aura, letting it radiate freely to deter the lurking beasts nearby. Any ferocious beasts below the second tier instinctively retreated upon sensing their overwhelming presence. As for the more powerful apex predators, they typically remained hidden, rarely encountered by martial artists. The journey was uneventful, without any significant threats. Though they could have reached the nearest spatial exit within a day and a night of full-speed travel, Chen Xian frequently stopped along the way to gather low-tier spirit fruits and hunt weaker beasts. He seemed determined to fill his grade storage bag to the brim, justifying his actions by claiming that even the most insignificant spirit fruit could fetch thousands, equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary person. Qin Yi, hearing this, suddenly understood this was a habit born out of Chen Xian's impoverished past. He silently appreciated the practicality of this approach, realizing that accumulating wealth gradually might be beneficial for Chen Xian's mental adjustment. Resisting the urge to boast, Qin Yi refrained from mentioning that his grade storage bag was already filled with corpses of second-tier or higher insectoids, each worth a fortune. Brothery, we're here. After nearly 2 days of trekking, they finally arrived at their destination. Qin Yi glanced at the black rift suspended in midair and exhaled in relief before stepping through it first. A sensation of spinning ensued, and when Qin Yi regained his bearings, he found himself standing in the bustling plaza of the secret realm. Thousands of martial artists were queued up, waiting for their turn to enter the realm. To his surprise, no staff members approached to inspect his condition. Looking up at the blood-red sword hovering near the spatial rift, Qin Yi suddenly understood the terrifying weapon had silently conducted security checks on all returning martial artists. In the distance, a few staff members were disposing of a corpse sliced apart by the sword's energy, clear indication that the individual had failed the inspection. Chen Xian soon emerged into the plaza, clutching several tokens in his hand, his expression somber. These tokens were the relics of his deceased teammates. Qin Yi gently patted his shoulder, offering silent support. To bring a prospective martial artist into the secret realm required a close bond, and the loss of such companions was deeply poignant. It wasn't long before Chen Xian composed himself, determination once again shining in his eyes. The two of them proceeded to the main hall of the Secret Realm Bureau, where Chen Xian volunteered to register their information and settle the rescue mission on Qin Yi's behalf. Qin Yi nodded in agreement and headed to a separate window to log his safe return. With that done, he began pondering how to handle the valuable items stored in his storage bag. There were two main ways to sell the corpses of exotic beasts. One was to open a shop on the Martial World platform, akin to an e-commerce site from his previous life, where he could set his own prices but face longer sales cycles. The other was to sell them directly at the Secret Realm Bureau for quick cash, albeit at a lower price. After careful consideration, Qin Yi decided to sell a portion of the second-tier insectoid corpses on the spot, while reserving the premium specimens to list on the Martial World platform for a better profit over time. Qin Yi took off his storage pouch and was about to ask the receptionist where insect corpses were sold when he suddenly heard a loud shout coming from outside the hall. He immediately closed his mouth and perked up his ears to listen closely. Buying ferocious beast corpses in bulk. Only second tier and above, no first tier. Fair prices, we'll take as much as you've got. The voice rang out clearly. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yi thought to himself, it's not unusual to see martial artists setting up stalls to sell various spiritual items on the streets outside the Secret Realm Bureau. A buyer showing up isn't all that surprising either. But that slogan, we'll take as much as you've got, is certainly intriguing. He quickly walked out of the hall and locked his gaze on a rotund man surrounded by a crowd. This man had a small mustache, and his facial features were notably compact. His eyes were mere slits, making it difficult to discern his expression. Dressed in a suit, his bulky frame made him look somewhat comical. The man was energetically repeating his purchasing advertisement. As Qin Yi observed him, the phrase fat but not greasy came to mind. He looked like an honest fellow on the surface, but those narrow eyes betrayed a sharp and shrewd demeanor. What surprised Qin Yi even more was that this man's cultivation level had reached the mid-tier martial master stage. No wonder he had the confidence to personally handle such a business without real skills. Who would dare? Qin Yi squeezed through the crowd and strode straight up to the man. Most of the onlookers were of average strength and didn't actually possess any second-tier beast corpses. They were merely there for the spectacle. You said your prices are fair. How much exactly? Give me a clear number, Qin Yi asked directly. The man squinted further, scrutinizing Qin Yi carefully. Seeing that the young man was only at the 9th stage of the martial practitioner level, he chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious expression. That depends on the corpse's condition and freshness, the man explained. We have professional appraisers. If the quality is high enough, I can offer 3 million for a second-tier low-level Lord Beast, plus 3,000 contribution points. Of course, you can choose to forego the money and contribution points and trade directly for equivalent spiritual items. The man thought to himself, a ninth-stage martial practitioner? At best, he might have one second-tier beast if he's lucky. Still, professionalism is key. Treat everyone politely, even if a mere novice comes to inquire. Qin Yi nodded subtly. 3 million yuan plus 3,000 contribution points was indeed a fair price. He recalled that in the martial world, a single first-tier spiritual fruit was worth only a few hundred contribution points. I happen to have quite a few second-tier beast corpses, Qin Yi continued, testing the waters. You claim you'll take as much as I have. Can you really handle it all? The man raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. A ninth-stage martial practitioner worried that he couldn't handle all the goods? Could this young man be from some prominent family, selling second-tier beasts on their behalf? But wouldn't a family already have its own channels? Why come here to compete with outsiders? Cautiously, the man cupped his hands and asked, May I ask which family you hail from? Qin Yi shook his head and replied honestly, I don't have any background. I'm just a lone wanderer. It's just that I happen to have a lot of second-tier beasts. If you can really take them all, I'll sell them to you. A lone wanderer, huh? Bold claim. The man let out a sigh of relief and laughed cheerfully. Anyone who doesn't know better might think you're a grandmaster. Don't worry, young man. I, Jin Fong, have never in my life encountered goods I couldn't handle. Bring it on. Whatever you have, I'll take. And if I can't, they'll collateralize a fifth-tier spiritual fruit from my family at a premium value for you. A fifth-tier spiritual fruit? Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This man was clearly a hidden tycoon. He chuckled along. You said it, so I won't hold back. Snap. Qin Yi's mind stirred as he lightly tapped his storage pouch. The opening responded with a soft pop, and the spatial energy rippled. Suddenly, a massive Zerg corpse materialized on the ground. The insect's body, perfectly preserved, stretched 4 to 5 meters long with transparent wings on its back, resembling a giant mosquito. As it appeared, a strong, metallic scent of blood filled the air, compelling the onlookers to instinctively step back several paces, creating a wide clearing. A mid-tier second-rank firefly beetle, fresh and remarkably intact. A white-haired elder in a traditional long coat hurried forward from behind Jin Pongzi. He crouched beside the insect corpse, gently touched it, and instantly identified its specifics with precision. Jin Pongzi's heart skipped a beat, secretly suspecting that Qin Yi had the backing of a powerful figure. He discreetly signaled one of his subordinates nearby to investigate Qin Yi's background. Outwardly, however, he maintained his composure, plastering a wide smile on his face as he said, I'll take this insect corpse. I wonder if you have anything else, young friend. Thud. Before Jin Pongzi could finish his sentence, the storage pouch at Qin Yi's waist trembled again, and another insect corpse was thrown out. This one was also a second-rank firefly beetle, identical to the first in every detail. Even the wounds and cause of death were eerily the same. The experienced elder in the long coat carefully examined the second corpse and was inwardly shaken. He sent a discreet voice transmission to Jin Pongzi. Young master, be cautious. This young man must have a formidable expert behind him. Both corpses were killed with a single punch to the head, striking the vital point. The punch marks are identical in position and depth. Such precision in controlling strength is impossible without immense skill. Jin Pongzi's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, a series of abrupt noises interrupted him. Thud, thud, thud. The leather storage pouch at Qin Yi's waist opened wide, and corpses began pouring out in a frenzy. In no time, a mountain of insect corpses had formed. Each one exuded the aura of at least a second-rank creature, with a few even reaching the peak of the second rank. All the corpses were firefly beetles, and their sheer number exceeded 50. The scene was utterly breathtaking, leaving everyone in stunned silence. For many martial artists present, witnessing such a vast collection of second-rank beast corpses was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The visual impact was more overwhelming than a mountain of gold, as these corpses were far more valuable than mere wealth. Even seasoned warriors were left dumbfounded, and Jin Pongzi, a scion of a wealthy family managing finances and spiritual resources, felt his throat go dry. He couldn't help but speculate that obtaining so many second-rank insect corpses must have involved decimating an entire nest of firefly beetles. Fortunately, his family was affluent enough to purchase all 50-plus corpses in one go. If handled wisely, reselling them could yield a significant profit, bolstering his position in the competition for family headship. Jin Pongzi's smile grew even wider, his chubby cheeks scrunching together. He gestured for his guards to stand ready, ensuring no one would dare to snatch the goods. Then, he pulled out a gold card and handed it to Qin Yi. Young friend, this card contains 2 billion and 20 million contribution points, more than enough to cover the cost of this batch. But Qin Yi merely shook his head, refusing to accept the card. Jin Pongzi frowned. What's the meaning of this? Are you worried I might cheat you? If you're not convinced, you can verify this card at the Secret Realm Bureau. I, Jin Pongzi, have always been honest in my dealings, and would never tarnish my family's reputation over a trivial profit. Qin Yi shook his head again, his face breaking into a warm, easygoing smile. No need to rush, Mr. Jean. I haven't finished unloading my goods yet. What? There's more? Jean Pangzi's heart sank with a foreboding sense of dread. His gaze dropped to Qin Yi's waist, where he noticed, to his shock, that the storage pouch was a brank spatial bag. This spatial fluctuation, it's definitely brank. Jean Pangzi thought, his mind reeling. There's no way this kid doesn't have a powerful backer. A brank storage bag costs over 1,000,000 contribution points alone. In a trembling voice he asked, wait, you didn't fill that brank storage bag entirely with second-rank insect corpses, did you? No, Qin Yi calmly denied. He wasn't lying. His storage bag also contained parts of third-rank overlord-class Zerg bodies, meticulously disassembled through his efforts. That's a relief, Jean Pangzi said, exhaling in relief. If the bag had been entirely filled with insect corpses, he wouldn't have enough contribution points to buy them all. In that case, he'd have no choice but to part with the 5th-rank spiritual fruit in his possession. Being from a merchant family that valued integrity above all, Jean Pangzi knew he couldn't go back on his word in front of so many witnesses. Doing so would ruin his chances of ever becoming the family head. Swish. Qin Yi's storage pouch continued to spew out insect corpses. Beyond the firefly beetles, there were earth armor bugs, eye bugs, skyhorn beetles, and 9-star ladybugs, a dazzling array of species, all at least 2nd rank and above. The sheer variety and quantity left everyone utterly spellbound. In less than a minute, over 100 insect corpses were poured out from the storage bag, piling up endlessly in front of the crowd. Qin Yi stood expressionless to the side, as though such a staggering number was nothing out of the ordinary for him. The onlookers' gazes shifted from surprise to shock, and then to utter disbelief. Someone whispered, this isn't just stirring up a nest of firefly bugs. Could it be he wiped out a second-tier mother insect hive? The insect corpses continued spilling out, quickly transforming from a small hill into a sea of bugs, nearly flooding the entire corridor. The appraiser, an old man in a traditional jacket, was overwhelmed, sweat soaking through his clothes. He bent over, meticulously examining each insect corpse with focused intensity. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a faint fist imprint. In an instant, his face turned ashen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, his eyes filled with terror. Ignoring his injuries, he hastily transmitted a message to Jean Pangzi. Young master, I sensed a trace of Dao intent on this insect corpse. It's a form of fist intent, chaotic and frenzied. It might have touched upon the Dao level. The Dao level? Jean Pangzi was startled. Isn't that something only accessible to those above the Shanghai realm? He glanced suspiciously at Qin Yi, his mind racing. And this guy claims he has no background? Jean Pangzi's emotions were in turmoil, both elated and frustrated. On one hand, the sheer number of insect corpses would bring him immense profit. On the other hand, the count was approaching 200, nearly exceeding the contribution points he had on hand. The thought of possibly losing the 5th-tier spirit fruit to Qin Yi made his heart ache. Damn it, why did I have to run my mouth? He cursed himself bitterly. Just then, Jean Pangzi's phone buzzed. He turned away quietly and checked the message. One of his underlings had sent back the results of their investigation. As Jean Pangzi read through the report, his expression froze. The findings confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed who he claimed to be, a completely ordinary civilian with no notable background. In fact, his backstory could only be described as one of hardship and suffering. Damn it, I've run into a tough one. Jean Pangzi cursed inwardly. This guy's probably some hidden prodigy from the lower ranks, playing the fool while concealing his true strength. Most of these bugs were likely taken down by him personally. 9th-stage martial artist? Who'd believe that? It's clearly just a smokescreen. Regret surged over him like a tidal wave. Jean Pangzi slapped his phone hard, wishing he could give himself 2 slaps across the face. Damn it, I fell for it. Why couldn't I just keep my mouth shut? Although the top echelons of martial arts within the human race are largely dominated by major families, they are far from achieving a complete monopoly. Thanks to the official system of checks and balances, ordinary individuals, even those from the lowest rungs of society, can rise to the top through public martial arts schools if they possess talent. Over the years, countless legendary stories of such ascensions have emerged in Huaxia, including numerous protagonists who, much like characters straight out of web novels, play the role of the underdog only to shock everyone by rising to prominence. Jean Pangzi sat in his luxurious study, flipping through his family's treasured ancient tomes. He was well aware that every era would produce 1 or 2 extraordinary individuals who defied all odds, not to mention the countless slightly less dazzling geniuses. As a descendant of the Jean family, a lineage renowned for generations of successful merchants, His family's intelligence network was even more extensive than that of the Yuhang Administrative Office. However, the latest intelligence report left him frowning deeply. Qin Yi? Just over a month ago, he was a zero-card nobody, and now he's already a ninth-tier martial artist? Jin Pongzi muttered to himself, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Such rapid progress was almost inconceivable. The stronger the individual, the more they emphasized building a solid foundation. Even if someone could achieve such swift breakthroughs, they would typically suppress their realm to stabilize their base. Unless, Jin Pongzi suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming with clarity. He's definitely been hiding his true strength, he concluded firmly. He's planning to make a big entrance, gain fame, and secure official support. Recalling the stories of those who had risen from nothing, Jin Pongzi's mind raced. He had no intention of becoming the stereotypical spoiled scion who ends up humiliated. Instead, he decided to act preemptively, would bet on this potential future powerhouse and build a good relationship with him. With this plan in mind, Jin Pongzi made his way to the area where Qin Yi was located. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. The entire area was nearly buried under a sea of insect corpses, with Qin Yi continuously pulling more out of his storage bag. Cautiously approaching Qin Yi, Jin Pongzi forced a strained smile onto his face. Brother Qin, perhaps you should take a break? This is drawing way too much attention. How about letting me purchase some of these first? You can release the rest slowly, I promise to buy every last one. Qin Yi glanced at Jin Pongzi's ingratiating expression and gave a slight nod of approval. Without hesitation, Jin Pongzi pulled out 2 gold cards, each loaded with 1.5 billion in cash and 100,000 contribution points, enough to pay for 100 insect corpses. These high-level savings cards, issued officially, allowed withdrawals directly from the Secret Realm Bureau or the Treasury Department, making them extremely convenient. While most transactions were typically done via digital transfers, Jin Pongzi had a particular fondness for handing over physical cards. He felt it added a touch of flair and left a stronger impression on his clients. As Qin Yi accepted the gold cards, he experienced, for the first time, the thrill of sudden wealth. The rush of excitement made his heart race, but it was quickly followed by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Seizing this moment, Jin Pongzi swiftly added Qin Yi as a friend on the martial arts network and sent over the card passwords. Watching as his subordinates carefully collected 100 insect corpses, double-checking to ensure nothing was amiss, she efficiently stored them away in several storage bags. Qin Yi found himself slightly surprised by Jin Pongzi's actions. This scion of a wealthy family neither tried to pull any tricks during the transaction nor showed any signs of hostility. It seemed the Jin family's upbringing indeed had its merits. Web novels really warp your perception, Qin Yi mused inwardly, realizing his preconceived notions about privileged science might have been unfair. Upon further reflection, in the face of alien invasions and humanity's ongoing crises, it was likely that families of such stature imposed even stricter discipline on their descendants, making the emergence of true wastrels less common. Despite selling 100 insect corpses, Qin Yi's storage bag continued to produce more at an alarming rate. Before long, the road was once again piled high with insect corpses. Jin Pongzi could only sigh in resignation as he pulled out more gold cards to continue purchasing. He had brought 10 gold cards and 30 silver cards with him, thinking it would be more than sufficient. Yet, he hadn't anticipated encountering someone as monstrous as Qin Yi. Inwardly, Jin Pongzi couldn't help but grumble. Seriously, are you some kind of bug extermination expert? Why do you only target insects? Qin Yi's great storage bag had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters and contained over 1,500 insect corpses. After releasing over 200, there were still more than 1,300 left. Each time Qin Yi released another 100, Jin Pongzi would dutifully hand over a gold card, and the cycle repeated. This bizarre scene left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted. Half an hour later, Jin Pongzi handed over his final savings card. Watching Qin Yi's storage bag continue to spew out insect corpses, his face turned pale. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, facing the reality of the situation still made his heart ache. How many more do you have? Jin Pongzi asked with difficulty. Not many, just over 300 left, Qin Yi replied calmly. Jin Pongzi was speechless. Over 300? And you call that not many? The surrounding crowd, equally stunned, couldn't believe what they were hearing. Just how many bugs had this mysterious powerhouse slain? They couldn't help but speculate about Qin Yi's true identity and strength. A random Tier 2 insect corpse like this could easily equate to their entire year's hard-earned salary. Do you even hear yourself? Is that something a human would say? Jin Pongzi's chubby face trembled violently, his eyes wide with outrage and disbelief. His voice was filled with both pain and anger as he glared at Qin Yi, continuing his interrogation. Didn't you say your storage bag wasn't full of Tier 2 insect corpses? Over 1,500 of them, and you call that not full? Qin Yi spread his hands innocently, a sly smile playing on his lips. I wasn't lying. My storage bag really isn't completely filled with Tier 2 insect corpses because there are also parts of Tier 3 insect beasts in there. As he spoke, he casually pulled out a cracked black horn from his robe and tossed it toward Jin Pongzi. The moment the black horn appeared, it emitted an oppressive aura that sent chills down everyone's spines. Even a single glance at it made the warriors present feel their hair stand on end, as if they were facing an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Jin Pongzi's pupils shrank as he stammered. This is a dragon insect horn, from a Tier 3 overlord level beast. There's no mistaking it. You actually killed a Tier 3 overlord? Losing his composure, he leaned closer to Qin Yi, staring intently at the black dragon insect horn with eyes brimming with disbelief. Qin Yi calmly put the horn away, shaking his head. Not quite. I just managed to get part of its body. Oh, I see. Jin Pongzi inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, his mind racing. If someone could kill a Tier 3 overlord, they'd definitely be a top-level grandmaster. Since Qin Yi didn't manage to kill it, it means he's not at that level yet. That means I still have time. I can invest in him while he's not too powerful yet. Jin Pongzi nodded to himself, his thoughts becoming more resolute. Qin Yi's current strength must be around the lower-tier grandmaster level. He's already comprehended the essence of Tao, which makes him a genius with unparalleled potential. Excellent, excellent. If I get in early, this investment won't be a loss. However, just as Jin Pongzi began to relax, Qin Yi's next words hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. At the time, I was surrounded by 3 overlord-level insects. Qin Yi shrugged, a hint of regret in his tone. I fought them for a while but couldn't finish them off. They managed to escape after teaming up, leaving behind just a few pieces of their bodies. Hearing this, Jin Pongzi felt his vision blur, his mind spinning as he internally wailed. Holding his own against 3 overlords at once. This kid, could he already be a top-tier grandmaster? If that's the case, then my investment in this Tier 5 spiritual fruit doesn't seem all that valuable anymore. Jin Pongzi's brain worked at lightning speed, and soon, he made a bold decision. No, I've already gone this far. I might as well double down. It'll bring out something so precious that even a grandmaster would be tempted, and he'll use it to secure a good relationship with Qin Yi. I have to take the gamble. He took a deep breath, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. This was shaping up to be the riskiest investment of his life, but he was betting on Qin Yi's character, betting that he was someone who would remember kindness and repay it. If his gamble paid off, and Qin Yi one day rose to the rank of a king or lord, supporting Jin Pongzi to claim the position of family head would be a trivial favor. Having read Qin Yi's dossier thoroughly, Jin Pongzi had no doubts about his potential to ascend to kingship. He was ready to go all in on this rising star. The fire of ambition burned fiercely in his eyes as he imagined the bright future that lay ahead. From the crowd, a man with a defiant expression strode forward, his gaze sweeping over Qin Yi and Jin Pongzi with disdain. He spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Old Jin, have you lost your mind? How can you believe such nonsense? This guy's insect corpses have an unclear origin. Be careful if you take them, you might stir up trouble you can't handle. Jin Pongzi's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension at these words, but he didn't immediately retort. This man was from the Li family of Yuhang, a prestigious clan known for their martial prowess. The Li family's younger generation boasted 2 prodigies, Li Wufeng and the man before them, Li Wuyun. Both had broken through to the martial master level at the age of 18, and Li Wuyun had even become an apprentice to a grandmaster, a rare honor. After a moment of deliberation, Jin Pongzi decided not to give Li Wuyun any face. He laughed heartily and retorted, the Jin family's business is our own concern. Since when does an outsider like you get a say in it? Li Wuyun's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. You're truly ungrateful. I'm helping you deal with a fraud, and yet you're siding with him? Jin Pongzi clasped his hands in mock courtesy, his tone laced with sarcasm. Whether he's a fraud or not, I can judge for myself. No need for your concern, young Master Li. Li Wuyun's anger flared, his eyes narrowing dangerously. With a pointed tone, he said, if this man's insect corpses are tied to the foreign clans, you'd better be prepared for the entire Jin family to face the consequences. The mention of foreign clans visibly unsettled Jin Pongzi. His unease was apparent as he cast a wary glance at Qin Yi, doubt creeping into his mind. He began to question Qin Yi's background, fearing he might be a traitor. Just then, the spiritual energy in the air surged violently. White clouds spiraled into a massive vortex, and within a radius of several miles, the spiritual energy converged frantically, whipping up fierce winds. All eyes turned toward Qin Yi. Qin Yi stood at the center of the phenomenon, his veins bulging as golden patterns emerged on his skin. His blood surged with an intensity akin to a blazing sun. This extraordinary sight was a clear sign of someone breaking through to the martial master level. The crowd was stunned. A mere 9th-rank martial artist had silently ascended to martial master in the midst of their argument. With a sudden motion, Qin Yi threw a punch, the sonic boom reverberating through the area as shockwaves rippled outward. Everyone present felt an overwhelming and ferocious aura emanating from him. A martial master comprehending the Tao. What unparalleled talent! An elderly martial artist in the crowd exclaimed in awe. This young man's future is limitless. Fighting across realms might not just be a dream. If he had one or two spiritual artifacts, he might even stand a chance against 3 overlords simultaneously. The Jin family's appraiser turned pale, his expression shifting drastically. From the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi, he could sense an unmistakable connection to the fist imprint on the insect corpses. Trembling, he stammered. The one who killed those insects is Qin Yi. Everyone present understood that Tao intent could not be faked. This revelation left no doubt those insect corpses had all fallen to a single strike from Qin Yi. With this confirmation, Jin Pengzi's face lit up with joy, his confidence fully restored. Turning to Li Wuyun, he grinned broadly, his eyes brimming with mockery. Didn't you say there was something suspicious about the origin of these insect corpses? Now it's confirmed. Theory 100, the work of Qin Yi. What else can you say? Li Wuyun's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He struggled to speak for a while before finally forcing out the words, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. He's just a 9th-level martial artist. Even if his power was suppressed, there's no way he could kill so many second-tier insectoids, let alone repel a 3rd-tier overlord. Li Wuyun's voice grew louder with every word. He has a clean background, no connections or backing. The only explanation is that he received help from the other races, or he himself is one of them. Before his words could fully settle, a sharp, resonant sword hum echoed from the depths of the Secret Realm Bureau. Before anyone could react, a piercing sword aura shot through the air, striking directly between Li Wuyun's brows in the blink of an eye. He staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth, before collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Everyone present knew that anyone emerging from the Xintian secret realm had to pass the inspection of the suspended blood sword, which would only allow passage after confirming the individual was free of any abnormalities. Li Wuyun's statement was tantamount to questioning the authority of the suspended blood sword, a blasphemous act that immediately provoked the sword's punishment. At that moment, a figure emerged from a shadowy corner, a black-robed old man who appeared silently. With a resigned expression, he approached the trembling Li Wuyun, grabbed him firmly, and offered a brief apology to the onlookers before turning to leave with him. This scene reminded everyone of an unspoken truth. Heirs of noble families, especially those vying for the position of family head, often had powerful figures protecting them in secret. However, Li Wuyun's careless and reckless words in front of so many witnesses had incurred the wrath of the suspended blood sword. His chances of succeeding as family head now seemed all but lost. The sheer power of the suspended blood sword was awe-inspiring, and its origins were even more terrifying. It was tied to an existence that the Li family dared not provoke in the slightest, not even risking the faintest chance of offending it. As the black-robed elder carried Li Wuyun away, the chaotic episode finally came to an end. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, who had just completed his breakthrough to a martial master, was in high spirits. As he channeled his energy, he felt his blood and essence surge through his veins, the residual vitality in his cells undergoing an intense refinement. To everyone's astonishment, just as he finished his breakthrough, he felt another opportunity for advancement arise. The dissipated spiritual energy clouds once again gathered above Qin Yi, with streams of spiritual energy pouring into him from all directions, aiding his second breakthrough. The spectators, who thought the commotion was over, were left dumbfounded as Qin Yi stirred up yet another extraordinary event. They stared at him in disbelief, utterly shocked. What? You're breaking through again? The crowd erupted in amazement, their exclamations echoing one after another. 10 minutes later, the turbulent winds subsided, and Qin Yi successfully achieved his second breakthrough. His cultivation level leaped directly from a 9th-stage martial artist to a mid-tier martial master, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. The martial master stage is divided into low, mid, and high tiers, and reaching mid-tier in Yuhang City already commands significant respect and influence. For Qin Yi, this breakthrough was a natural progression. With the enhancement of the blood mist and his physical body already at the grandmaster level, advancing within the martial master realm was as effortless for him as a college student solving elementary school problems. At this moment, his vitality value had precisely reached 500 calories, the threshold of a mid-tier martial master. According to online records, mid-tier martial masters typically possess a strength of 2 to 3 tons, can cover 100 meters in a single second, and are capable of projecting vitality up to 5 meters to form both offensive and defensive stances. However, Qin Yi's strength far exceeded the norm. He could clearly feel that his power surpassed 3 tons, though his speed aligned with the recorded standards. As for projecting vitality, thanks to his mastery of foundational techniques, He had long since perfected this skill. He could even use his vitality to precisely carve intricate stone sculptures. Although Qin Yi could have continued breaking through, he chose to pause for now. A solid foundation in martial arts was crucial, and he decided to retreat into seclusion for a few days to stabilize his newfound level. The onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qin Yi halt his breakthroughs. For 80 of them, breaking through the martial artist stage was a lifelong challenge. Yet Qin Yi had just achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs in public. If he were to pull off a third, it might completely shatter their confidence in pursuing martial arts. Only Jin Pongzi remained composed. He had long suspected that Qin Yi was hiding his true strength. To him, this breakthrough was merely the tip of the iceberg. Qin Yi's real cultivation level was likely near or even at the grandmaster stage. Seizing the opportunity, Jin borrowed money and contribution points from his connections and promptly transferred them to Qin Yi's martial realm account. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to back out and not deliver the 5th-tier spirit fruit? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically. Haha, you're overthinking it. Jin Pongzi waved his hands in denial. I, Jin, am a man of my word. I always honor my bets and pride myself on my integrity. Just provide me with an address, and the 5th-tier spirit fruit will be delivered by tomorrow. I swear on my life. Qin Yi was slightly puzzled. Not only did Jin Pongzi refuse to renege on his promise, but he even gave extra money. Considering that the remaining insect corpses he had were far less valuable than a 5th-tier spirit fruit, it was evident that Jin Pongzi intended to curry favor with him. Seeing the man's tact, Qin Yi sent the address of a supermarket in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang through the martial realm platform. The 5th-tier spirit fruit was too precious, so he would need Elder Wang's help to safeguard it. With the transaction complete, Jin Pongzi left satisfied, accompanied by his servants and over a dozen storage bags. This batch of 2nd-tier insect corpses, through the Jin family's channels, would not only recover his costs but also yield him millions in contribution points. As for the loss of the 5th-tier spirit fruit, he could only console himself that it was an investment in future opportunities. As soon as the Jin family's group departed, Qin Yi noticed several people eyeing him with greedy and malicious intent. The substantial contribution points he had just earned were enough to elevate an ordinary martial artist to a high-tier martial master, making him an enticing target. But Qin Yi remained unfazed. In the Xintian Secret Realm Bureau, where the strongest individuals were no more than high-tier martial masters, he had more than enough strength to handle any would-be challengers. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Qin Yi waited patiently at the bureau's entrance until Chen Xian finally arrived. What took you so long? Qin Yi asked. Chen Xian let out a sigh and explained. Among the group that brought me into the Xintian Secret Realm, one of the Membursa guy from a wealthy family died inside. As the sole survivor, I had to give a detailed account for his family's sake. Qin Yi immediately understood. That wealthy individual was likely the one who had issued the assistance request and purchased the sensing and tracking talismans. The companion who fell into the ravine alongside Chen Xian, someone from a well-off family, once attempted to consume the blood mist for transformation but ultimately failed. From Chen Xian's slightly somber tone, it was evident that the deaths of other teammates were so commonplace they didn't even warrant detailed records, as if such losses were merely routine in the Xintian Secret Realm. Every year, countless lives were lost there. Without a prominent background, dying in the secret realm was nothing more than a statistic, a fleeting number that stirred no ripples. This was the harsh reality of the martial arts era. Those without influence or strength were destined to come and go in silence, unnoticed and unremembered. Not wanting to dwell on such a heavy subject, Chen Xian shifted the topic and asked, by the way, Yaij, earlier at the Secret Realm Bureau, I sensed a surge of powerful energy. What happened? Qin Yi smirked slightly. Nothing major. I accidentally broke through my realm and made a little deal with the Jin family. It was only then that Chen Xian noticed the changes in Yaij. The overwhelming vitality radiating from him had grown several times stronger than before, sharp and imposing, like a blade poised to be drawn at any moment. That level of vitality. Did you just break through to a mid-tier martial master? Chen Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. In just a few hours, you went from a 9th-stage martial artist to breaking through 2 realms. You call that an accident? Your vitality jumped from 90 CAR to 500 CAR just like that? That's insane. This is even more ridiculous than my own progress. Yaij, your growth speed is downright terrifying. Even if I trained 24 hours a day, I don't think I could ever catch up. The shred of pride Chen Xian had felt from his recent transformation vanished in an instant. He pressed on. And about that little deal, you're not being modest, are you? How much did you actually trade for? Qin Yi coughed lightly. If it weren't for his ability to remain calm and collected, he might have shown some embarrassment. He pulled out his phone, opened the balance page on the Martial World app, and flashed it briefly in front of Chen Xian. The screen, filled with an astonishing number of zeros, left Chen Xian completely dumbfounded. Bro, be honest, did you rob a bank while I wasn't around? After transferring funds at the Secret Realm Bureau, Qin Yi's Martial World account instantly swelled to a staggering balance of 3 billion in cash and 1.5 million contribution points. The rewards from this expedition into the secret realm were equivalent to the lifetime earnings of an average person working non-stop for 1,000 years. Have you created a Martial World account yet? Qin Yi asked casually as they exited the bureau and made their way to the northern suburban district, waiting for the subway. Yeah, I set one up at the bureau just now, Chen Xian replied, pulling out his phone to add Qin Yi as a friend. But hold on, I need to get off in the city center to register my information with the Martial Arts Union. Before Chen Xian could say more, his phone buzzed with a notification: a transfer of 10,000 contribution points and 1 billion in cash. He looked up, about to speak, but Qin Yi cut him off. We're family, no need to be so formal. If it makes you uncomfortable, just treat it as a loan. You can pay me back in the future. Knowing Chen Xian's prideful nature, Qin Yi had purposely calculated the amount just enough to serve as startup capital. Once Chen Xian's strength improved, he could earn his own fortune from the secret realms. Thanks, Brother Yi. I'll work hard to get stronger, Chen Xian said, gripping his phone tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. When the subway arrived, the two found empty seats and sat down. Chen Xian immediately began meditating to cultivate, while Qin Yi, in a relaxed manner, opened the Martial World app and started browsing. He recalled the days when he was just a broke kid, only able to dream about the treasures displayed in the app. But now, he could finally indulge. He headed straight for the spirit fruits and plants section, targeting high-quality fruits of the second tier or above. At this level, the items were priced in contribution points, with even the cheapest second-tier spirit fruit costing 3,000 points. Will second-tier spirit fruits still have an effect on my current physique? Qin Yi pondered. After awakening his immortal golden body, lower-tier fruits might no longer provide the external stimulation he needed. Still, to be cautious, he purchased one. Moving on to the third-tier section, he noticed a sharp decrease in variety but a massive spike in prices. The cheapest fruit, the Earth Core fruit, was listed at 180,000 contribution points, equivalent to hunting down 60 second-tier insect beasts. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yi bought one, watching his contribution points drop from over 1.4 million to just above 1.2 million. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked into the fourth-tier spirit fruit section. Only 6 types were in stock, with the cheapest being the Dragon Blood Pure Young fruit, priced at a jaw-dropping 1 million contribution points, and that was on top of completing a specific task set by the seller. The exorbitant cost brought Qin Yi back to reality. He still needed to purchase a crate stealth technique and movement technique. Blowing all his points on spirit fruits wasn't an option. Exiting the spirit fruit section, Qin Yi navigated to the techniques category. Just then, a woman with heavy makeup and a designer handbag sat down beside him. After touching up her makeup, she glanced sideways and noticed Qin Yi browsing the grade techniques section, where items typically cost upwards of 500,000 contribution points. Internally, she scoffed. A guy who still rides the subway dreaming of affording grade techniques? What a joke. Taking out a compact powder case, the woman lightly patted her face, releasing a puff of powder into the already stuffy subway air. Her eyes swept over the noisy surroundings, her expression betraying her impatience. If it weren't for the need to take Qin Yi somewhere, she would never have lowered herself to ride public transportation meant for the so-called lower class. If what I get from this man doesn't satisfy me, Lu Yi, you better be ready to endure my pleasure. The heavily made-up woman muttered to herself, her fingers rhythmically patting on her foundation compact. Tiny particles of powder floated into the air, spreading throughout the subway car. As time passed, a strange fragrance subtly wafted through the carriage, gradually saturating the air. The passengers' eyelids grew heavier, and their consciousness began to blur. One by one, whether seated or standing, they succumbed to sleep. This heavily made-up woman was, in fact, a member of the cult of the other gods. She was on this mission under Lu Ye's orders to intercept and capture Qin Yi. Despite being only a mid-level martial artist, she was highly skilled in the use of poisons, having mastered an A-grade toxic art. Her expertise allowed her to concoct toxins capable of overwhelming even grandmasters. The invisible powder now filling the subway car was called Drunken Bloom, a substance crafted from finely ground second-tier spirit flowers mixed with a single drop of rare third-tier spirit insect blood. Even a grandmaster caught off guard would likely fall victim to it, temporarily losing consciousness. For martial artists below the grandmaster level, the effects were immediate and devastating. They would collapse into a deep sleep for at least half a day and wake with a brief loss of memory. The subway car gradually fell silent as everyone drifted into a deep slumber. Some passengers slumped over on benches, while others slept standing, clutching handrails. Even Chen Xian, a low-level martial artist who had been meditating, was not spared. The moment he caught a whiff of the peculiar scent, he fell asleep in his seated meditative posture. The subway surveillance system had long been disabled by members of the cult of the other gods, rendering it inoperative for the entire day. The heavily made-up woman was preparing to deal with Qin Yi at her leisure when she suddenly noticed something unexpected. "Oh, why are you still on your phone?" she asked in astonishment, turning to look at Qin Yi. She had been strategizing how to carry him away, only to find him sitting calmly, casually scrolling through the grade martial arts technique marketplace. You don't smell the drunken bloom," she stammered inwardly, her heart racing with disbelief. It was inconceivable. Theoretically, even without actively breathing, the toxin should have seeped into his body through the pores of his skin, rendering him unconscious. The only explanation was Qin Yi had indeed inhaled the drunken bloom, yet its toxicity was insufficient to affect him. This realization left the woman even more shaken. Qin Yi was seated right next to her, completely unguarded, in the area where the toxin's concentration was at its peak. A poison potent enough to incapacitate grandmasters had no effect on him whatsoever? Even grandmasters would pass out. "How are you still awake?" she murmured under her breath, staring at Qin Yi in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The heavily made-up woman dismissed any notion of superstition, vigorously patting her foundation and sending a cloud of powder into the air. Qin Yi frowned, casting her a look of disdain as he brushed off the powder that had settled on his clothes. He then refocused on browsing the store interface with unwavering concentration. Zhuang Muqing, this heavily made-up woman's true identity, felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. She had spent years mastering the art of poison, and her prized creation, the drunken beauty elixir, had zero effect on Qin Yi. Lowering her head discreetly, Zhuang Muqing watched as Qin Yi unhesitatingly purchased two grade techniques. One for concealing aura, priced at over 400,000 contribution points, and another for movement skills, priced at 600,000. He spent 1,000,000 contribution points so effortlessly that Zhuang Muqing was left speechless. Recalling her earlier disdain for Qin Yi, she now felt like a complete fool. Piecing together the information provided by Lu Yi, Zhuang Muqing speculated that Qin Yi's wealth might be tied to some extraordinary encounter. This only solidified her determination to seize that opportunity for herself. She reached into her bag and retrieved a light blue perfume bottle, Phantom Blue Mist. Without drawing attention, she began to spray it. The fresh scent of the Phantom Blue Mist quickly overpowered the fragrance of the drunken beauty elixir. This rare item, obtained from a Krade's secret realm, could incapacitate even a grandmaster for at least a minute. Yet, after spraying it more than 10 times, Qin Yi remained as sharp and energetic as ever, showing no signs of being affected. Realizing that her precious Phantom Blue Mist was ineffective, Zhuang Muqing felt a pang of anguish. Just then, she received a message from Lu Yi, urging her impatiently and with a tone of displeasure. Cornered and desperate, Zhuang Muqing resorted to her ultimate weapon. Gritting her teeth, she removed the teardrop-shaped necklace hanging from her neck. As she rubbed it gently, the necklace dissolved rapidly and transformed into an invisible mist that drifted toward Qin Yi. This was the Eternal Dream Fog, a Tier 3 toxin worth over 1,000,000 contribution points, capable of killing a lower-grade grandmaster and surely enough to render a mid-grade grandmaster unconscious. Holding her breath, Zhuang Muqing observed Qin Yi's reaction intently. At last, the ever-energetic Qin Yi showed signs of fatigue. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he let out a yawn. Relieved to see the toxin taking effect, Zhuang Muqing was simultaneously astonished by Qin Yi's remarkable resistance to poison. However, despite appearing drowsy, Qin Yi never fully lost consciousness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and he remained in a state of semi-alertness. Growing increasingly anxious, Zhuang Muqing flicked her wrist, and a poison needle slid out from her sleeve. With a swift motion, she launched the needle toward Qin Yi's thigh. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the needle snapped in half the moment it touched Qin Yi's skin, falling uselessly to the ground. Zhuang Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene, utterly stunned. This is a second-tier poisonous needle, its power utterly terrifying. Zhuang Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. How could an ordinary martial artist possibly withstand such a fearsome attack without any preparation? After all, this kind of needle could easily pierce through the physical defenses of an average person. Just as Zhuang Muqing was about to take further action, Qin Yi seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. He slowly turned his head, his piercing gaze locking onto Zhuang Muqing. Those deep, enigmatic eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, his long, thick lashes trembling slightly, and an amused expression flickered in his stare. Zhuang Muqing's heartbeat quickened abruptly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. In the next moment, Qin Yi's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile as he asked in a near gentlemanly tone, "Are you done playing?" As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted like a tidal wave. A fierce wind howled through the air, and before Zhuang Muqing could react, the overwhelming force sent her flying dozens of meters away. She slammed heavily into an iron gate, coughing up a mouthful of blood before sliding weakly to the ground. Her face was a mix of panic and frailty. Though they were both martial artists, Zhuang Muqing now clearly understood the vast chasm between her abilities and Qin Yi's. This brief encounter had already proven that if Qin Yi wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Driven by the instinct to survive, Zhuang Muqing began to entertain thoughts of escape. She planned to bite down on the venom sac hidden beneath her tongue, using the poisonous mist as cover to flee. However, Qin Yi's movements were faster than her thoughts. In a single step, his figure blurred like a phantom, appearing directly in front of her. He grabbed her throat with one hand, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. A sharp, blade-like aura pierced into Zhuang Muqing's body, severing several critical meridians with precision. This strike not only robbed her of her ability to move, but also denied her any chance of biting the venom sac. Despair filled her heart as she marveled at the ruthlessness of this man and the decisiveness of his actions. Qin Yi studied Zhuang Muqing carefully, the faint smile still lingering on his face. In a soft voice, he said, "A member of the Qin Hui, huh? You people really know how to play the heroes. Helped me quite a bit, actually." Zhuang Muqing froze in confusion at his words. She thought to herself, wasn't I here to poison him? How did I end up helping him? What does he mean by that? No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out how Qin Yi had benefited from the meticulously crafted eternal dream mist she had used. In reality, it was precisely because of this mist that Qin Yi had managed to elevate his poison resistance from level 3 to level 4. Qin Yi was no fool. He had sensed something amiss long ago. But when he realized Zhuang Muqing's strength was mediocre and her only skill lay in using poisons, he devised a plan to exploit her efforts for his own evolution. After all, his original level 3 poison resistance had been achieved through adapting to the spiritual toxins in rare fruits. Advancing to level 4 was exponentially more difficult. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Muqing's arrival had perfectly facilitated his goal. And that wasn't all. Prior to Zhuang Muqing's attempt, Lu Ye's actions had significantly enhanced Qin Yi's physical strength, even boosting his spiritual energy affinity by 1 level. Qin Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself, musing, TSK. Squo says the Qin Hui is an evil organization? They seem like a bunch of do-gooders to me. Chen Xian, wake up. In a daze, Chen Xian felt someone shaking him persistently. Irritated, he opened his eyes abruptly, only to be met with the anxious face of Qin Yi and a disheveled, pale-looking woman standing beside him. Chen Xian glanced around in confusion and realized he was still in the subway car. However, the other passengers around him appeared to be unconscious. Rubbing his temples, he tried to recall. Wasn't I cultivating? How did I fall asleep? Qin Yi quickly and concisely explained the situation. It turned out they had been ambushed by the Qin Hui, a mysterious group, and the frail-looking woman beside them was the one responsible for poisoning everyone. A chill ran down Chen Xian's spine as he looked at the woman, his expression betraying a hint of lingering fear. He realized that, despite his growing strength, he was still powerless against true masters. This realization only deepened his desire to improve his cultivation. "Brothery, what should we do next?" Chen Xian asked, while noticing that the subway was still moving. Qin Yi calmly replied, "Stick to the plan and get off at the city center. But first, we'll report the incident and secure the scene. As for this poison master, I'll personally escort her to the East Suburb Police Station." Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the city center station. Qin Yi, with the woman whom Chen Xian now knew was named Zhuang Muqing, transferred to another train heading to the eastern suburbs. During the ride, Zhuang Muqing, looking weak and on the verge of collapse, asked in a feeble voice, "Why are you taking me to the east suburb?" Qin Yi replied coldly, "Because I can. You don't get to question my decisions." His curt response left Zhuang Muqing speechless. In truth, Qin Yi chose the East Suburb Police Station to repay a favor to Officer Xiao, someone who had once helped him. It was a small gesture, but Qin Yi never forgot those who had supported him. When they arrived at the station, their presence immediately drew curious stares. At first, the front desk officers assumed it was a routine case. However, when Qin Yi mentioned Qin Hui and martial artist, the entire station erupted in commotion. Before long, the officers located Zhuang Muqing's information in the wanted list. Her high danger level left everyone in the room utterly stunned. As the officers eagerly prepared to notify their superiors, a familiar figure stepped into the room. Qin Shan. He instantly recognized Qin Yi, his face filled with disbelief. Is that Qin Yi? Chun Chen's thoughts raced. He actually captured a top-level fugitive? And so, what began as an ordinary day of cultivation turned into a thrilling capture mission. Little did anyone know, this was only the beginning of Qin Yi's legendary story. Just a few days ago, he had been feeling quite pleased with himself for successfully advancing to the rank of martial master. But now, looking back, Qin Yi, who had only been practicing martial arts for less than 2 months, was already a mid-tier martial master, surpassing him in level. Standing at the entrance of the police station, Chen Chen's mind was in turmoil. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and silently reminded himself, I can't compare myself to a monster. Really, I can't. I'll just focus on my own cultivation. Yes, that's the way to go. As Chen Chun was engrossed in his self-reflection, a cold, clear voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Comrade Chen Chun, why are you blocking the entrance and not moving? The voice was like a clap of thunder, jolting Chun Chun back to reality. He spun around abruptly to see Xiao Shi's delicate face. Quickly stepping aside, he gave an awkward smile. Director Xiao, just a heads up, don't be too shocked when you step inside. Xiao Shi raised an elegant brow, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? What could possibly shock me? Is it just that scorpion woman from the Yishan society being captured by a civilian martial artist? Nothing surprises me anymore. As the favored daughter of the prestigious Xiao family in South Central, Xiao Shi had been exposed to countless extraordinary events since childhood. She prided herself on her calm, unshaken demeanor. Seeing her confidence, Chen Chun said no more and simply watched as Xiao Shi strode towards the front desk of the police station. What happened next, however, made Chen Chun shake his head in silence. He saw Xiao Shi's bright eyes scanning the room, only to freeze on a specific spot, her expression shifting to one of utter disbelief. Her usually composed and aloof face displayed an uncharacteristically exaggerated reaction. That was fast. Chen Chun sighed inwardly. You're Qin Yi? The same Qin Yi who came to the station once before? Xiao Shi's voice was filled with shock, a rare moment of losing her composure in years. In contrast, Qin Yi remained remarkably calm. He simply nodded slightly and replied in a steady tone. Director Xiao, long time no see. Oh wait, not that long, less than a month, actually. Xiao Shi stood there stunned, taking a moment to process his words before blurting out, less than a month, and you're already a mid-ear martial master, almost catching up to me? As a prodigy born to the Xiao family, Xiao Shi had been surrounded by abundant cultivation resources since childhood. After 27 years of rigorous training, she had only just reached the peak of martial master and was barely touching the threshold of the grandmaster realm. Yet Qin Yi, in less than a month, had leaped from an ordinary person to a mid-tier martial master. Not only was his cultivation speed astonishing, but his ability to capture the formidable scorpion woman also showcased his capability to fight across realms. Even Xiao Shi, who had seen her fair share of geniuses, found herself at a loss for words in the face of such unprecedented talent. Recalling Qin Yi's background of losing both his parents, Xiao Shi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Her gaze flickered slightly as a bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Qin Yi might be the descendant of two true kings. She was aware that once martial artists reached the grandmaster level, their life essence would undergo a qualitative transformation, even influencing the next generation. Typically, the offspring of grandmasters would possess slightly stronger innate talent compared to ordinary people, making it easier for them to awaken various congenital constitutions. However, even for the child of true kings, it was rare to exhibit a terrifying level of talent like Qin Yi's. Xiao Shi recalled the children of true kings she had encountered in Tianjingthi all seemed slightly inferior when compared to Qin Yi. She gently shook her head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. Raising her head, she called out toward the door, "Take her away." 2 police officers and a medical staff member entered and escorted Zhuang Muqing out. Turning to Qin Yi, Xiao Shi spoke calmly, "Add me on Wujia. The bounty for Scorpion Woman is 250,000 contribution points. I'll transfer it to you in a bit." 250,000 contribution points? Zhuang Muqing is worth that much? Qin Yi's eyes lit up as he quickly added Xiao Shi on the Wujia platform. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Director Xiao, after capturing Zhuang Muqing, I suspect the Yishan Hui will become even more interested in me. Next time, they might send a grandmaster to suppress me." Qin Yi analyzed the situation, explaining that based on Yishan Hui's previous actions, the organization was extremely cautious. When they initially targeted him, a mere second-stage martial artist, they had already dispatched a martial master. Under normal circumstances, a martial master should have been more than enough to deal with a martial artist. But Qin Yi clearly defied conventional logic. Therefore, he speculated that their next move would be far more aggressive. They would likely send a grandmaster to crush him. Giving up on capturing him was not an option for the Yishan Hui. The more extraordinary he appeared, the more intrigued they would be by the opportunities he had encountered. A grandmaster. Xiao Shi found a chair and sat down across from Qin Yi, crossing her long legs elegantly as her gaze lowered in contemplation. If it were anyone else discussing the threat of a grandmaster, she would have scoffed. In Yuhang, a city with a population of tens of millions, grandmasters were among the highest echelons of power. Across all the major families and the administrative office, there were barely over 30 grandmasters. Yet, hearing this from Qin Yi, she had no reason to doubt it. The authorities had conducted extensive investigations into the Yishan Hui, and the findings were alarming. The organization was deeply rooted, rumored to be protected by a true king, and had emerged suddenly as if out of nowhere, unlike ancient hidden forces. Some speculated that the Qin Yi might be linked to alien races, or even be an organization established by them. In recent years, the Qin Yi had been secretly eliminating promising human martial artists across various cities, revealing their sinister intentions. Xiaoxi raised her eyes to look at Qin Yi and asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" A confident smile played on Qin Yi's lips as he replied, "I hope Director Xiao can seek help from the city and arrange for several influential figures to secretly accompany me in 15 days. 15 days? Why not now?" Xiaoxi frowned slightly but didn't outright reject the request. Qin Yi explained, "Because we just thwarted the Qin Yi's plans. They'll likely be wary of an ambush on our side and won't make any major moves in the short term." This was only part of the reason. The most crucial part, which he didn't disclose, was that he intended to spend the next 15 days secluded in Old Wang's supermarket, focusing on advancing his cultivation. With Old Wang around, the Qin Yi wouldn't dare act recklessly. Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment. She initially thought she would dismiss Qin Yi's simplistic plan, but seeing the calm and composed expression on his face, she nodded in agreement. "I'll contact you on Wujia in 15 days. Thank you." Qin Yi smiled as he rose to leave the police station. This arrangement was a win-win for both parties. The police would gain recognition, while he secured his safety. "There's no need for thanks. It's just part of my duty to serve the people," Xiaoxi replied as she also stood up, her usual aloof demeanor returning. "But in these 15 days, make sure you don't die." "Don't worry, I'm safer than anyone," Qin Yi replied without looking back as he walked out of the police station. Half an hour later, Qin Yi arrived at the supermarket in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. Old Wang was sitting behind the cash register, staring blankly into space. Dingling. The doorbell jingled as Qin Yi walked in, and a spark of life returned to Old Wang's eyes. Without looking up, he said, "It's been over 10 days. Have you made any progress?" Qin Yi approached the counter and bowed respectfully. "I have lived up to your expectations, Old Wang. I've made some progress." "Some progress?" Old Wang glanced at him, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. "You're already a mid-tier martial master?" A wave of spiritual energy rippled through the air, and Qin Yi felt a mental force scanning his body. In the next moment, a look of delight flashed across Old Wang's face as he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Your foundation is solid, your limits are exceptional, and there's not a trace of spiritual poison in your body. It seems I underestimated you. Despite starting martial practice so late, it hasn't hindered you at all. You truly are a prodigy." It was no surprise that Old Wang remained composed. He was the first person to see Qin Yi's rapid progress without being completely stunned. The old still have their wisdom, Qin Yi thought. While his current talent was monstrous, Old Wang had likely encountered others of similar caliber. "I initially thought you had an excellent temperament and a strong will to train. So I decided to take you as a disciple after you reached the martial master level," Old Wang mused. "I estimated it would take you at least a year to achieve that, but you've done it in just half a month." With a flick of his wrist, a long, ancient wooden box appeared in Old Wang's palm. "This is the gift I prepared for you upon accepting you as my disciple. If you're willing to join my sect, take it. If not, that's fine too, you can still come to me in the future. But be warned, the martial arts of my sect are extremely demanding. Think it over carefully before deciding." Old Wang placed the wooden box on the counter, closed his eyes slightly, and said no more. Qin Yi respected Old Wang deeply. This elder had shown him great kindness, and he trusted that Old Wang wouldn't lead him astray. Without hesitation, Qin Yi agreed to become his disciple and performed 3 formal bows. "I am not afraid of hardship, only of enduring hardship without growing stronger," he said sincerely. Opening his eyes slowly, Old Wang's admiration for Qin Yi deepened, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Rest assured, the martial arts of our Zhanxian sect surpass even the so-called class techniques of the mortal world. Open the box and take a look. Class techniques can't compare?" Qin Yi's heart surged with excitement as he respectfully opened the box and looked inside. Inside the box lay 2 items: a rolled-up piece of parchment and a withered black seed. Qin Yi carefully unfolded the yellowed piece of parchment. The parchment was densely covered with tiny figures, each performing a different movement. Despite the simplicity of the artwork, the actions of these figures seemed so vivid and lifelike, as if they could leap off the page at any moment. As Qin Yi focused intently on the parchment, an intense pain suddenly shot through his forehead. In a daze, he felt a surge of unfamiliar yet oddly familiar memories flooding into his mind. When he finally regained his composure, the parchment in his hands had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. However, the vivid memories replaying in his mind constantly reminded him that everything he had just experienced was real. Through this abrupt influx of memories, Qin Yi learned that the parchment depicted an extraordinary body tempering technique called the Seed of Arms technique. Unlike the commonly known methods that relied on spiritual artifacts to refine the body, This technique was entirely unique and ingenious in its approach. The core of cultivating the seed of arms technique lay in selecting a withered spiritual seed of a weapon. The practitioner had to plant this seed within their body before breaking through to the grandmaster realm, using their own flesh and blood as soil to revitalize the seed. Once planted, the seed would take root and sprout within the body, its branches growing to strengthen the meridians and expand their capacity. The main stem would fuse with the practitioner's bones, significantly enhancing their durability. Remarkably, at higher levels of mastery, the roots of the spiritual seed could even extend into the practitioner's sea of consciousness, becoming a secondary spiritual root to aid in their comprehension of the Tao. Practitioners of the seed of arms technique were known for their unparalleled strength among peers of the same level, with their martial potential multiplied several times over. It was no exaggeration to call this technique divine. The name Slayer sect might sound arrogant, but perhaps those who mastered this technique to its peak truly had the power to slay celestial beings. As Qin Yi marveled at this astonishing discovery, the serene voice of Elder Wang broke through his thoughts, providing additional insights. Elder Wang explained that the seed of arms technique far surpassed any grade techniques Lin Chongqing had ever encountered. Beyond this grade classification, there existed three even higher tiers: saint grade, divine grade, and immortal grade techniques. According to the founder of the Slayer sect, the seed of arms technique was considered a divine grade technique. If one were to obtain the primordial spiritual seed of a weapon, its power could even rival that of an immortal grade technique. Elder Wang continued to elaborate on the three major challenges of cultivating the seed of arms technique. The first challenge was the arduous process of nurturing the withered spiritual seed back to life. This required immense effort, time, and endurance, as the process was excruciatingly painful. The seed would be planted in the practitioner's heart, drawing nourishment from their very lifeblood. Once it sprouted, its branches and leaves would pierce through the heart and meridians, forcibly reshaping the body, a pain far exceeding the torment of terminal illness. The second challenge arose from the extreme rarity of spiritual seeds, which were nearly extinct. Currently, the only remaining seeds were in the possession of the Slayer sect's leader. At this point, Elder Wang revealed his true identity was the current leader of the Slayer sect and its sole member. The spiritual seed he had given Qin Yi was a sixth-tier seed, a rare and exceptional one left behind by the sect's founder. The third challenge was particularly unique. The spiritual seed used for the technique had to be nearly withered and not fully intact. Using a fully intact seed would result in it instantly draining all the practitioner's life force, leading to their death. Thus, the seed had to be deactivated before being planted. This was a highly complex process that required the intervention of a powerful expert at the marquee level or higher. Due to the seed's high quality and tenacity, even in the harshest environments, it was exceedingly difficult to render it dormant. Only a properly deactivated spiritual seed could be safely planted in the heart and connected to the practitioner's lifeblood. Once the practitioner opened their sea of consciousness and gained control over their spiritual energy, they could channel a strand of their spirit into the seed, achieving a state of unity between body and spirit. Elder Wang explained that even a deactivated spiritual seed still posed potential risks to the practitioner, which was why he required Qin Yi to reach the martial master realm before coming to him. After hearing Elder Wang's detailed explanation, Qin Yi grew increasingly curious about the Slayer sect's founder and couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is the name of the founder of our Slayer sect?" A look of nostalgia and sorrow appeared on Elder Wang's face as he sighed and said, "His name was Chen Ziluo. You may not recognize his name, but you might know his title. During his time, all races across the heavens revered him as the heavenly sovereign, the sovereign of 10,000 tribulations." Qin Yi's heart trembled upon hearing this. The sovereign of 10,000 tribulations. This legendary figure, the first human to reach the heavenly sovereign realm, was actually the founder of the Slayer sect. This revelation gave Qin Yi a newfound sense of awe for Elder Wang, whose background was clearly far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Elder Wang continued, "Our founder ultimately fell at the Southern Sea. Since you have joined the Slayer sect, you will need to visit the Southern Sea Paradise someday to pay your respects." He added, "The power granted by the seed of arms technique depends not only on the seed's development, but also on its inherent quality. The sixth-tier seed I gave you is extraordinarily powerful, but it is not the strongest. The strongest seed is an eighth-tier one, known as the immortal seed, which was buried alongside our founder in the Southern Sea Paradise. If fate allows, you might find that seed." Qin Yi suddenly realized that the primordial spiritual seed Elder Wang had mentioned earlier was none other than this so-called immortal seed. He solemnly replied, "The Southern Sea Paradise, is it? I will make it a point to go there someday." According to the memories in his mind, Qin Yi also came to understand one additional detail. The seed of arms technique did not limit the number of spiritual seeds that could be planted within one's body. If one's physique and soul are strong enough, planting a second spirit weapon seed might not be out of the question, Qin Yi thought to himself. Not only would it further enhance his power, but it could even reach an almost unbelievable level. Unfortunately, apart from the Tin Tribulation celestial venerable, Qin Yi, no one in the Zhanshin sect had ever managed to plant 2 spirit weapon seeds. As for planting 3 or even 4 seeds in a single body, that was pure fantasy. Even Qin Yi hadn't achieved it remained a theoretical possibility at best. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi calculated his next steps. Planting a single spirit weapon seed, as long as it could be nurtured continuously, would at the very least allow him to break through his limits and become a marquis in the mountain and sea realm. The power of this divine-grade technique was already so astonishing that he couldn't help but wonder how outrageously powerful the legendary celestial-grade techniques might be. Carefully, Qin Yi retrieved the spirit weapon seed from the wooden box and held it gently in his palm. He released a faint trace of his life force, letting it seep into the seed. In an instant, the once dormant spirit weapon seed seemed to come alive as if nourished by life-giving rain. Its surface emitted a dim, mysterious glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yi seized the opportunity while Elder Wang was guarding him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the spirit weapon seed directly against his chest. In the next instant, as if drawn by a powerful force, the seed sank into his chest, easily piercing through flesh and bone, and settled precisely in the left atrium of his heart. Suddenly, Qin Yi's heart tightened sharply, and a piercing pain exploded within him like an electric current, spreading through his entire body in an instant. He felt his life force rushing toward his heart like a flood breaking through a dam. The withered 6th-tier spirit weapon seed was like a long-parched traveler, greedily devouring the surging life force, as if it were an insatiable black hole. Qin Yi's face turned deathly pale, and his breathing became erratic and unstable. Elder Wang, who had anticipated this reaction, quickly retrieved a 3rd-tier spirit fruit from the cabinet beneath the counter. This fruit was specifically meant to replenish life force. Just as Elder Wang was about to hand it to Qin Yi, an unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Yi's complexion suddenly became rosy, and the weakness he had displayed moments ago vanished without a trace. Elder Wang froze, his hands suspended midair, momentarily at a loss. Could it be that Qin Yi was able to recover on his own without relying on the spirit fruit? How was that even possible? Elder Wang recalled his own experience with planting a spirit weapon seed, as well as the accounts of disciples and even the sect's ancestors. Everyone had required the aid of spirit fruits to endure the process. As someone who had personally undergone this ordeal, Elder Wang deeply understood just how ravenous a newly awakened spirit weapon seed could be for life force and vitality. Even masters at a grandmaster level would find themselves nearly drained of their essence. How could someone like Qin Yi, a junior, possibly withstand it? Yet the scene before him completely defied his understanding, leaving him utterly perplexed. Elder Wang stared at Qin Yi in astonishment, struggling to believe that this young man had returned from the dranked, dangerous Xintian secret realm with an abundance of divine blood mist comparable to 6th-tier spiritual treasures. What was even more shocking was that Qin Yi's 4th-level iron stomach could completely digest this precious blood mist left behind by venerable beings, converting it into pure blood energy stored within his cells, ready to be refined into life force at any moment. At this moment, Qin Yi was cultivating his seed weapon technique and urgently needed a blood energy supplement. The refined blood energy from the divine mist proved to be immensely useful. Elder Wang watched Qin Yi intently, noticing his complexion shift between pale and flushed, yet showing no signs of energy collapse. Elder Wang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man's physical potential far exceeded expectations, as he could withstand the excessive energy extraction of the spiritual seed. Nourished by the immense blood energy, the once withered spiritual seed gradually regained vitality, emanating a vibrant aura. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed as the black seed coat split open, revealing a tiny white sprout that slowly emerged, its sharp tip pointing upward as it began to grow and take root. Unlike regular plants, the roots of the spiritual seed grow upward, as they need to penetrate the sea of consciousness located above the heart chamber. After sprouting, the growth of the spiritual root becomes exceedingly slow, often taking years to reach the sea of consciousness and develop branches and leaves. To accelerate this process, the only shortcut is to nurture it with other spiritual materials, which is both costly and time-consuming. However, considering the immense boost the seed weapon technique provides to combat power, the effort is well worth it. Qin Yi recalled the knowledge in his mind. The seed weapon technique consists of 6 stages: sprouting, rooting, branching, leafing, soul infusion, and fruition. The soul infusion stage corresponds to the practitioner's advancement to the grandmaster realm, where their spiritual consciousness merges with the spiritual seed. The fruition stage signifies the practitioner's ascension to the Marquis realm, marking the seed's maturity. Subsequent development paths vary, allowing the practitioner to enhance the spiritual seed's tier or cultivate a second seed. The choice would ultimately rest with Qin Yi. Elder Wang earnestly advised, cultivating the seed weapon technique is a long-term endeavor. Don't rush it, take it step by step. Once you've stabilized your realm, I'll teach you a combat-oriented technique for battle. Qin Yi respectfully replied, "Understood, master." He exhaled a deep breath, stood up, and expressed his gratitude to Elder Wang, brimming with anticipation for the combat techniques of the immortal slayer sect he was about to learn. Taking the opportunity, Qin Yi mentioned to Elder Wang that he needed to stay at the supermarket for a few more days to receive deliveries and continue his cultivation. Elder Wang agreed readily, but asked curiously, "What did you order?" "A few spiritual fruits to aid in cultivation," Qin Yi replied honestly. Elder Wang nodded approvingly. "In that case, you can cultivate in the storage room. There's a bed there, and the space is ample." Time flew by, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Staying in Elder Wang's supermarket, Qin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of security and enjoyed a restful sleep. Although martial artists at the warrior realm generally don't require sleep, Qin Yi found that sleeping helped restore his mental state and alleviate fatigue, so he occasionally indulged in a nap. Upon waking, Qin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed and directed his inner vision toward his heart chamber. To his disappointment, 24 hours had passed, but the spiritual seed remained unchanged. The sprout looked exactly as it did when it first emerged. He couldn't help but sigh at the slow growth. After sprouting, the spiritual seed's absorption of nutrients from the body transitioned from aggressive extraction to a steady trickle, no longer burdening the martial artist. Qin Yi suddenly had a thought. Could actively nourishing the seed with blood energy accelerate its growth? To play it safe, he decided to consult Elder Wang. Understanding the impatience of youth, Elder Wang calmly replied, "If you can control the amount of nourishment precisely, it's worth a try. However, if the quality and quantity of blood energy are too low, the effect on the spiritual seed will be minimal. Producing high-quality blood energy is challenging for someone at the warrior realm. Using spiritual fruits as a supplement to increase the quantity is a viable option, but don't overdo it, or you'll risk undermining the seed's foundation. A poorly rooted spiritual seed won't grow properly." Qin Yi thought to himself that with the divine blood energy still abundant in his body, there was no need for spiritual fruits. Yesterday's sprouting had consumed less than 1/10 of the stored energy. "I'll give it a try," Qin Yi said eagerly. He found an open space, sat cross-legged, and began channeling the divine blood energy stored within his cells to nourish the spiritual seed. The divine blood energy was slowly absorbed by the spiritual root. The tiny sprout, which had barely broken through the seed coat, began growing visibly upward. In less than half an hour, it had reached a length of 5 centimeters, almost touching the wall of the heart chamber. Qin Yi opened his eyes, slightly frustrated. Only 5 centimeters? He had already expended 1/5 of his divine blood energy, yet the growth was far below his expectations. He resolved to save the remaining energy for breakthroughs in his cultivation, as the spiritual seed, before taking root, offered him no benefits and was merely a burden. He returned to Elder Wang with a troubled expression. Elder Wang, however, seemed to have anticipated this outcome and offered reassurance. "So, you've tried it? The quality of your blood energy at the warrior realm is too low to have much effect. Using quantity to compensate would only hinder your cultivation. It's not worth it. Stick to the steady approach, one step at a time." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. "You're right, master. I put in so much effort, and yet the root only grew 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters is already weight. Did you say 5 centimeters? Elder Wang's eyes narrowed, his tone suddenly shifting. Confused, Qin Yi repeated, "Yes, 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters?" Elder Wang released his spiritual consciousness to examine Qin Yi's body, clearly perceiving the 5-centimeter-long root within his left heart chamber. It took Elder Wang an entire year in his youth to cultivate a root to this length, yet Qin Yi had achieved it in just one day? This was monstrous. "Is something wrong, master? Is there an issue with 5 centimeters? Qin Yi asked nervously, fearing he had made a mistake in his cultivation. Elder Wang glanced at him, silently marveling at the absurdity of such rapid growth with a stable foundation. Fortunately, his extensive experience allowed him to mask his shock quickly. Shaking his head, he said, "No, there's no issue. You've done very well. Keep practicing like this, and perhaps it won't be long before you surpass me." Elder Wang's tone was filled with mixed emotions. Qin Yi scratched his head, about to say something more, when a knock at the door interrupted them. Turning to look, he saw Jin Pongzi standing at the entrance of the supermarket, beaming with a grin and holding a spatial storage pouch in both hands. The fifth-tier spiritual fruits had arrived. Jin Pongzi went to great lengths to curry favor with Qin Yi, even personally acting as a deliverer man. He escorted a fifth-tier spiritual fruit all the way from the city center of Yuhang to the eastern suburbs to demonstrate his utmost sincerity. Now, standing in front of the supermarket in the eastern suburbs, he wore a carefully maintained smile, though inwardly, he was puzzled. By all logic, Qin Yi should be living in a ground-floor apartment. Why, then, was the delivery address listed as a supermarket? Could it be that Qin Yi had come into some wealth and secretly purchased the supermarket? As a seasoned businessman, Pongzi knew well how to interact with martial artists and wisely chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Ding ding ding, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang as the supermarket door swung open. Qin Yi poked his head out, his gaze first landing on Pongzi and then shifting to the kindly-looking elder standing behind him. Qin Yi immediately understood the situation. This was the classic combination of a young heir accompanied by an elder bodyguard. After observing for a few seconds, he could tell the elder was no ordinary figure, clearly a grandmaster-level expert. Qin Yi couldn't help but speculate how a family could command such a powerful individual to serve them. Noticing Qin Yi's gaze, Pongzi took the initiative to explain. Haha, brother Qin, it's been a while. I heard the eastern suburbs have been rather unsafe lately, so I specifically invited Elder Chu to accompany me here. His candid introduction of the elder revealed not only his cautious nature, but also the strength of his family's influence. Qin Yi withdrew his assessing gaze and smiled as he accepted the storage pouch from Pongzi. A gentle mental probe revealed a heart-shaped, extraordinary fruit inside. Even within the sealed storage space, the fifth-tier spiritual fruit exuded a faint essence of vitality, brimming with astonishing life energy. In addition to the fruit, the pouch also contained what appeared to be a simple blue robe. Pongzi, with a look of anguish, began to explain. This fifth-tier spiritual fruit is called the Ice Heart. Despite the name, it contains no cold energy, only pure life force. It's exceptional for healing injuries or tempering the body. His eyes lingered on the pouch in Qin Yi's hand, filled with reluctance. This fruit was personally bestowed by my father, and is likely the only fifth-tier spiritual fruit in all of Yuhang right now. Pongzi's deliberately pained expression was undoubtedly an attempt to leave a lasting impression on Qin Yi. Qin Yi, seeing through his intentions, found the man rather amusing and decided it might be worth forming a good relationship with him. Nodding, he said, "Thank you, young Master Qin. The Qin family certainly lives up to its reputation for integrity. I can see that now. But I'm curious, what is the purpose of the blue robe in this storage pouch?" Pongzi, encouraged by Qin Yi's response, smiled even more broadly. "Ah, that garment is the Xian Shui robe. Though it's only of second-tier quality, it's extremely convenient to wear and can change its appearance at will. Consider it a small gift to accompany our transaction." Hearing this, Qin Yi immediately took out the robe and put it on. With a single thought, the blue robe transformed into a perfectly fitted tracksuit, complete with matching pants. "This is excellent," Qin Yi remarked, inwardly relieved this solved his long-standing concern about tearing through his clothes during combat. "In the future, he'll have more beast corpses for you, all guaranteed to be at least second tier. He'll contact you when the time comes," Qin Yi said, admiring the tracksuit and marveling at how well capitalists understood the art of winning people over. Pongzi, knowing when to retreat, refrained from lingering further. "Haha, no problem at all. Just stay in touch. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer," he said before departing with Elder Chu. Excited, Qin Yi hurried back into the supermarket, eager to consume the spiritual fruit. Seeing this, Old Wang, who worked at the supermarket, immediately asked, "Did your spiritual fruit arrive? Did you buy a third-tier or a fourth-tier one? If it's too high-tier, with your current cultivation level, it will be difficult to purge the spiritual toxins. It could harm your foundation." Elder Wang had already done his utmost to overestimate Qin Yi's capabilities, yet he still underestimated the young man's true potential. When Qin Yi took out the ice heart fruit from his storage pouch, the entire supermarket was instantly enveloped in a rich, vibrant vitality. The energy radiating from the cracks of the fruit even revitalized the greenery along the roadside, causing the branches and leaves to flourish several times over in mere seconds. Elder Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fifth-tier spiritual fruit before him. This was far beyond what ordinary martial artists could ever come into contact with. Even in the martial world, if such a fruit were put up for sale, priced at 1 billion contribution points, it would be snatched up in an instant. Anyone capable of acquiring such a high-level spiritual fruit was undoubtedly someone with exclusive insider connections and advanced notice. Faced with such a rare treasure, Elder Wang was momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth but ultimately chose to respect his disciple's privacy, refraining from inquiring about the origin of this fifth-tier spiritual fruit. "The spiritual poison of a fifth-tier fruit is far too potent for you," Elder Wang said with a frown. "If you want to consume it at the martial master level, you'll need to have it processed by an alchemist, or allow me to dissipate half of its spiritual energy." However, for Qin Yi, who possessed the ability of adaptive evolution, this so-called poison was nothing short of a divine blessing. There was no way he would let anyone reduce half of the fruit's spiritual essence. Scratching his head, Qin Yi calmly lied to his master, "Master, I discovered some time ago that I'm immune to spiritual poison. It might be due to my unique constitution. No matter the level of spiritual poison, it has no effect on me." In the vast multiverse, martial constitutions were incredibly diverse and peculiar. Although Elder Wang's extensive knowledge contained no records of a constitution immune to spiritual poison, Qin Yi's earnest expression quickly convinced him. Perhaps it's precisely because of your unique constitution that your spiritual seed is growing so rapidly, Elder Wang remarked, not only believing Qin Yi's words, but even offering an explanation for the abnormal growth rate of his spiritual seed. Qin Yi was secretly astonished, amazed that his calm and composed demeanor had proven so effective. It seemed as though this ability to lie without batting an eye truly enhanced the credibility of his words. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, could this be some kind of divine skill for deception? Qin Yi and Elder Wang entered the supermarket storage room. Without hesitation, Qin Yi swallowed the palm-sized Bingxin fruit whole, not even sparing the seed. The seed of a high-grade spiritual fruit was notoriously difficult to cultivate again, so consuming it to absorb more nutrients was a logical choice. The icy fruit pulp entered his stomach, instantly unleashing an endless stream of vitality. This energy flowed like tiny streams through Qin Yi's meridians, nourishing every cell in his body. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as though every pore on his body was rejoicing and opening in celebration. Despite its name, the Bingxin fruit, though associated with ice, contained a sealed vitality. Once melted by Qin Yi's body heat, it was akin to ice and snow dissolving, ushering in the warmth of spring. The energy surged through his body in an instant, filling him with warmth and vigor. However, alongside the diffusion of spiritual energy, a latent spiritual toxin also began to emerge. These toxins quietly accumulated in Qin Yi's organs, attempting to corrode them and ultimately jeopardize his martial foundation. This was the dual nature of spiritual fruits. While abundant in spiritual energy, they also harbored toxins as a form of self-defense, specifically targeting the foundations of martial artists. In this world, consuming spiritual fruits alone could, at best, elevate someone to the level of a high-tier martial artist. To step into the realm of a grandmaster, relying solely on spiritual fruits, was far from sufficient. Yet Qin Yi was an exception. He could completely disregard the effects of spiritual toxins. In fact, he could even turn these toxins to his advantage, using them to accelerate his own evolution. Under Elder Wang's watchful eyes, Qin Yi's complexion flickered unpredictably. For a moment, his face seemed shrouded in shadow, as though deeply poisoned. In the next instant, he returned to normal, his skin fair and radiant as before. The Bingxin fruit in Qin Yi's stomach was being rapidly broken down by his iron-like digestive system. Simultaneously, a significant amount of spiritual toxins was being released. However, to Elder Wang's astonishment, Qin Yi's martial foundation not only remained unharmed, but actually grew more robust. It was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. Elder Wang couldn't help but marvel silently. The world was vast, full of wonders he had never imagined. In all his years, he had never heard of anyone immune to spiritual toxins. Today, his horizons were broadened. What shocked Elder Wang even further was Qin Yi's remarkable speed in digesting the spiritual fruit. For an average mid-tier martial artist, fully digesting a fifth-tier spiritual fruit would take at least 10 days to half a month. Yet Qin Yi seemed to have completed the process in mere minutes. Elder Wang speculated inwardly. Could it be that his disciple was naturally faster at everything? Or was this immunity to spiritual toxins accompanied by an enhanced ability to accelerate the digestion of spiritual substances? If the latter were true, then this physique was overwhelmingly powerful. Among the top 100 martial physiques ranked by the Human Alliance, Qin Yi's emerging physique could easily secure a spot in the top 30. What did immunity to spiritual toxins signify? It meant that Qin Yi could consume spiritual fruits in large quantities without fear of side effects, rapidly advancing his cultivation before reaching the grandmaster level. Theoretically, he could transform from an ordinary person to a grandmaster in just 3 days. Unfortunately, once a martial artist reached the grandmaster realm, further progress required connecting with the Tao. At that stage, consuming spiritual substances alone would no longer suffice for advancement. Before long, the spiritual toxins contained in the Bingxin fruit were entirely released, and its vitality and energy were fully absorbed by Qin Yi. The fifth-tier spiritual fruit was completely digested. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the storage room shifted. Qin Yi's aura surged dramatically. Within his meridians, spiritual particles began to condense into nuclei, autonomously absorbing blood and spiritual energy, refining it into concentrated qi and blood, which flowed endlessly into his body. In just an hour, Qin Yi's qi and blood levels skyrocketed from 500 calories to 1,000 calories. The bottleneck of a high-tier martial artist seemed non-existent for him as he easily surpassed it. Remarkably, Qin Yi had broken into the peak stage of the martial artist realm, just 3 days after advancing from the mid-tier level. Witnessing this, Elder Wang experienced a mix of emotions. He recalled his youth when, despite being hailed as a prodigy, he had been stuck in the martial artist realm for 2 years. Back then, taking 2 years to progress from a low-tier to a high-tier martial artist was considered an impressive feat. But compared to Qin Yi, it was worlds apart. In just 1 month, Qin Yi had transformed from a so-called waste into a high-tier martial artist. Such speed was utterly astonishing. Elder Wang couldn't help but sigh. The younger generation is truly remarkable, with limitless potential. Given his age and experience, he had long grown indifferent to worldly affairs. Rather than feeling envious of Qin Yi's talent, he felt genuine pride and joy. However, if Elder Wang knew that Qin Yi already had the potential to break into the grandmaster realm in one go, he would surely be even more astounded. The truth was, the energy contained in the Bingxin fruit was sufficient to propel Qin Yi into the grandmaster realm. Yet he deliberately restrained this impulse for a simple reason: was cautious about expanding his mental sea too hastily. He planned to consult Elder Wang for guidance before making a decision. Typically, breaking into the grandmaster realm required opening the mental sea. However, due to the influence of a long-lost deity, Qin Yi had already developed a small mental sea. Though modest in size, it was a tangible and real mental domain. If Qin Yi advanced to the grandmaster realm now, he would gain an opportunity to expand his mental sea. But fearing unforeseen complications, he chose to seek Elder Wang's advice first. As time passed, Qin Yi's qi and blood levels continued to climb. Even after surpassing 1,000 calories, they showed no signs of stopping until they reached the high-tier martial artist limit of 2,000 calories. This scene left Elder Wang in awe and amazement. Yet, the elevation in realm was not the most significant gain Qin Yi achieved from consuming the spiritual fruit. His greatest gain is always the new skills he evolves through adaptive progression. Qin Yi felt a warm surge coursing through his body, followed by the system notification sound. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to a 5th-tier spirit toxin and evolved a passive skill poison resistance LV5. The poison resistance, which had previously been raised to level 4 thanks to Zhuang Muqing, was now upgraded further to level 5. Qin Yi calculated silently at level 4, he could already ignore most 4th-tier poisons. Now that it had reached level 5, he could probably drink 4th-tier poisons like beverages without worry. Level 5 corresponded to the 5th tier, meaning that if he encountered a Shanghai realm expert whose primary attack involved poison, Qin Yi might even have a chance to defeat them with his level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body was enhanced with a level 1 immortal golden body, comparable to that of a grandmaster. Under the right circumstances, defeating an opponent one major realm above him was not out of the question. However, as impressive as the level 5 poison resistance was, it couldn't compare to the passive skill he evolved next. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the spiritual essence of the 5th-tier spirit fruit, refined your innate constitution, comprehensively improved your aptitude, and evolved a talent skill spiritual affinity LV19. Qin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the system notification. Level 19 spiritual affinity. He distinctly remembered starting with only level 9, and now, a single 5th-tier spirit fruit had instantly boosted it by 10 levels, effortlessly surpassing the level 10 threshold. Just how powerful was level 19 spiritual affinity? Qin Yi recalled the legendary tales of the martial god physique. Without any cultivation effort, spiritual energy would naturally flow into the body, automatically refining blood and qi to strengthen the martial artist. He had always assumed that such a physique required at least level 50 spiritual affinity. Yet here he was, achieving similar effects at level 19. This meant that from now on, he no longer needed to cultivate deliberately. Even if he spent all day gaming, his body would remain in an optimal state for cultivation, with spiritual energy actively entering his body. It was as if his body had become an automated factory, and the spiritual energy was the tireless workforce, continuously generating strength for Qin Yi. Even more astonishing was the exponential increase in his cultivation speed, dozens of times faster than before. He could now refine 1 unit of qi and blood in just a minute, a speed that far surpassed Qin Xian's. Spirit fruits? Truly miraculous things, Qin Yi muttered to himself in awe. If a 5th-tier spirit fruit could yield such extraordinary results, what about 6th-tier, 7th-tier, or even the mythical 8th-tier fruits? He couldn't help but imagine, could consuming one instantly grant him immortality? Qin Yi understood well that the higher the tier of a secret realm, the more likely it was to produce high-tier spirit fruits. He made up his mind after dealing with the trouble caused by the cult of the other god, he would head to the nearby Tyre secret realm in Yindang Mountain to test the waters. Spiritual energy surged into Qin Yi's body like a tidal wave, yet it could no longer refine his qi and blood. Instead, it began assisting him in tempering his physical body. Qin Yi could feel his qi and blood continuously compressing, with a faint tendency to transform into a solid state. The quality of a martial artist's qi and blood is typically classified into 3 stages: gaseous, liquid, and solid. The gaseous state represents a pre-martial artist level, the liquid state is the standard for martial artists up to the grandmaster level, and solid state qi and blood are the hallmark of a great grandmaster. Refining solid-state qi and blood requires an exceptionally strong physical body as a foundation, much like how diamonds are formed under extreme heat and pressure. Qin Yi's physique not only met the requirements but far exceeded those of ordinary people. A significant amount of his qi and blood compressed into a single drop, merging into his flesh and filling the gaps between his cells. His physical strength was further enhanced, becoming even more solid. If someone were to measure it with instruments at this moment, they would be astonished to find that the density of Qin Yi's flesh and blood was skyrocketing, comparable to metal or stone. This terrifying density was precisely why the corpses of immortal deities from the celestial clan could remain intact. Every piece of their flesh contained boundless solid-state qi and blood, and even a tiny wisp of it could form a pool of blood. The entire cultivation process occurred automatically, requiring no intervention from Qin Yi. When he opened his eyes, he found Master Wang standing in front of him, guarding him. Warmth surged in Qin Yi's heart as he immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Master." Master Wang waved his hand dismissively, but his eyes remained fixated on Qin Yi, filled with deep contemplation. He observed how the spiritual energy actively flowed into Qin Yi's body, making his physique even more robust and his qi and blood increasingly powerful. Master Wang couldn't help but rub his eyes, but the strange phenomenon persisted. Being able to refine solid-state qi and blood at the martial artist stage is already incredible, but this kind of passive cultivation requires an extremely high affinity for spiritual energy, Master Wang thought to himself. As far as I know, only the martial god physique and the nature divine physique possess such abilities. Why does Qin Yi have this? Isn't his unique constitution supposed to be immune to spiritual toxins? Noticing the confusion on Master Wang's face, Qin Yi coughed lightly and forced a calm expression. "Master, have you noticed anything unusual about me?" Master Wang nodded. Qin Yi feigned puzzlement and continued, "Disciple has no idea what is happening. After eating a fifth-tier spiritual fruit, I suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual energy was uncontrollably rushing into my body and even helping me cultivate. Master, do you happen to know why?" Master Wang shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure either. It might still be related to your unique constitution. After all, I've never heard of such an extraordinary physique. In the vast multiverse, there are always rare and unknown constitutions. You don't need to worry. At least for now, the characteristics you're displaying are all beneficial." Relieved that his master neither probed further nor pressed for answers, Qin Yi felt a tinge of guilt. While deceiving his master was far from ideal, the existence of the system was too crucial. It could even suppress the remnant soul of a titan, so he dared not reveal it to anyone. Having temporarily concealed the matter, Qin Yi shifted the topic to ask about the breakthrough to the grandmaster level. Master Wang's expression turned serious as he solemnly said, "Breaking through from the martial artist stage to the grandmaster stage requires opening up the sea of consciousness, which is highly dangerous. A single mistake could leave you severely injured, or even turn you into a fool." Being well-versed in the grandmaster realm, Master Wang cautioned, "The process of opening the brain domain must be gradual. Start by using a strand of qi and blood as a vanguard to explore the path. Determine which areas are safe to touch, and which are not before proceeding further. Everyone's brain structure has slight differences, so following someone else's path may not work for you. It's best if you..." He was about to share his experience in opening the brain domain when he noticed Qin Yi wearing an awkward smile. "What is it? Do you have any questions?" Master Wang frowned. Qin Yi pointed to his head and replied, "Master, your disciple accidentally opened the sea of consciousness while still at the martial artist stage. Now I need advice on how to expand it." Master Wang froze in disbelief. "Opening the sea of consciousness at the martial artist stage? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens already?" The sea of consciousness is one of the most critical parts of the human body, even more so than the heart. It exists in a peculiar state, half real and half illusory, which is why Master Wang hadn't noticed that Qin Yi had already developed it. Only upon reaching the true king realm does the soul and sea of consciousness fully materialize, becoming visible to the naked eye and even tangible. Qin Yi had previously experienced this when he swam through the sea of consciousness of a titan. Before it fully materializes, it's incredibly difficult for others to detect its existence unless they specifically investigate. Elder Wang carefully focused a strand of his divine sense and cautiously infiltrated Qin Yi's brow. As he probed deeper, he indeed discovered a confined space resembling a crevice Qin Yi's sea of consciousness. Although this sea of consciousness was not brimming, merely enough to fill the narrow gap, it appeared weak in Elder Wang's eyes. However, considering that Qin Yi was only at a martial artist's level yet possessed such a sea of consciousness and mental power, it was enough to astonish even the most powerful experts. Even Elder Wang, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but feel a tinge of inadequacy. He silently mused to himself, "A soul defying the heavens, an indomitable physique, unparalleled talent. What kind of monstrous disciple have I taken in? With such freakish potential, he could easily leave his peers in utter despair. No, not just his peers, even martial geniuses 2 generations ahead of him might find themselves overtaken, or worse, defeated by Qin Yi. Elder Wang took a deep breath and said to Qin Yi, I didn't expect your mental strength to already reach about 150 points. Since your sea of consciousness has opened, when you break through to the grandmaster level, you can attempt to expand it outward. However, be cautious, do not deepen it downward for now. After a brief pause, he elaborated, during the martial master stage, control over qi and blood is still crude and imprecise. Attempting to deepen the sea of consciousness recklessly could inadvertently damage critical brain nerves, leading to severe consequences. On the other hand, lateral expansion is relatively safer. As long as you don't overextend, there shouldn't be any major issues. After all, you've already opened a crevice there, and the fact that nothing went wrong suggests the surrounding area is viable for further development. Qin Yi listened attentively, his expression thoughtful. After a moment, he posed another question. Then, if my control over qi and blood reaches a level of meticulous precision, would it be possible to deepen the sea of consciousness at that point? Meticulous precision? Elder Wang was momentarily stunned. That was a level pursued by nobility and rulers, a realm even he had only barely reached in recent years. His first instinct was to refute Qin Yi, to caution him against aiming too high. Yet, recalling the countless miracles Qin Yi had already performed, he hesitated. While Elder Wang was still deliberating, Qin Yi had already taken action. He extended his index finger and gently beckoned. Instantly, a strand of qi and blood surged from his body. It moved like an obedient toy, morphing into various shapes under Qin Yi's control, dancing freely in the air. Elder Wang stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he blurted out, How about you become my master instead? Being able to manipulate vital energy and blood so effortlessly was already a testament to Qin Yi's exceptional level of control. Master Wang, faced with such a remarkably gifted disciple, was momentarily at a loss for words. All he wanted was a moment of quiet contemplation. However, before departing, he still needed to fulfill his promise by imparting the introductory cultivation techniques to Qin Yi. Considering that Qin Yi had already opened his sea of consciousness, Master Wang skipped the traditional method of physical transmission. Instead, he condensed a strand of unique divine consciousness, shimmering with radiant light, and sent it directly into Qin Yi's mind. In an instant, Qin Yi's mental space was imbued with 2 vivid memory sequences, containing the cultivation techniques of the Zhanqian sect. Eager to explore, Qin Yi immediately accessed the first memory. Before his eyes unfolded an awe-inspiring scene. A celestial sword, towering and boundless, pierced through the void and descended from the heavens. Its sword energy swept across 1,000,000,000 miles, and even though it was merely a memory, Qin Yi could feel the piercing intent of the sword, sending chills down his spine. This was none other than the ultimate technique of the Zhanqian secta divine-grade cultivation method known as heaven-splitting sword. As Qin Yi continued to observe, he gradually began to grasp the essence of this lethal technique. After the celestial sword completed its heaven-cleaving strike, it vanished, leaving in its place a strikingly handsome young man in elegant robes. He exuded a refined and scholarly demeanor, yet carried an imposing and sharp aura, like a sword ready to strike. Qin Yi was certain that this figure must be the founder of the Zhanqian sect, the legendary one Jie Tianzun, Chen Ziluo. Chen Ziluo stood silently above the heavens, with an endless, abyss-like sword scar beneath his feet. Though he neither moved nor spoke, Qin Yi managed to perceive the true meaning of the heaven-splitting sword. This technique was not merely about wielding a sword. The foundation of the Zhanqian sect lay in its mastery of weapon techniques, where practitioners could embody the sword itself to unleash this move. The essence of the heaven-splitting sword did not lie in the sword, but in the concept of splitting the heavens. Comprehending the profound meaning behind these words was the key to mastering the technique. In a moment of enlightenment, Qin Yi respectfully bowed with his spiritual body, saying, This junior, Qin Yi, humbly thanks the ancestor. He then concluded his review of the first memory. Driven by curiosity, Qin Yi quickly accessed the second memory. This time, he found himself surrounded by absolute darkness and void, filled with an oppressive silence and emptiness. Qin Yi waited patiently, and after what felt like an eternity, a single star began to shine in the darkness, gradually growing brighter and brighter, emitting countless rays of light. Soon, a second star appeared, then a third, then a fourth. In the blink of an eye, the once pitch-black night sky was adorned with a dreamlike sea of stars, glittering and dazzling. As Qin Yi carefully observed this celestial scene, he began to notice that each star pulsed rhythmically, like waves in a vast ocean, rising and falling in a harmonious cadence. These stars seemed alive, as if they were breathing. In a sudden moment of clarity, Qin Yi realized that this was a rare and invaluable breathing technique, the stellar breathing method, likely at least an grade technique. Such a method was an exceedingly rare treasure in the martial world, capable of fetching astronomical prices. By visualizing the flickering stars, this technique allowed practitioners to align their breathing with the rhythm of the cosmos, not only accelerating their cultivation speed by more than tenfold, but also aiding them in entering a state of enlightenment in the future. For cultivators at the grandmaster level and beyond, a technique that could assist in comprehending the Tao was an unparalleled treasure. Ordinary grandmasters often had to rely on external aids, such as the legendary enlightenment leaves, to achieve such a state. Naturally, entering enlightenment was a privilege reserved for the most extraordinary talents. Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the Zhanxian sect. Joining the sect had bestowed upon him such valuable gifts, making him feel like a cherished seedling nurtured with utmost care. He was eager to begin his cultivation immediately, curious to see how far he could progress in just 15 days with the combined advantage of his level 19 spiritual affinity and the grade breathing technique. Perhaps he wouldn't even need Shaoxi to seek reinforcements from the city. He might be able to handle any adversaries on his own. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a notification on his phone screen, reminding him that a delivery was about to arrive. The spiritual fruits and techniques he had ordered from the martial world were on their way, and the courier was almost at his doorstep. Qin Yi decided to postpone his cultivation plans until the evening. After all, there was no rush, had plenty of time ahead. Qin Yi stood up and, with an apologetic smile, said to Master Wang, "Master, I have a few deliveries arriving soon. I need to go sign for them now." Master Wang's eyelid twitched, and his expression immediately grew tense. He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be another fifth-tier spiritual fruit? Or even sixth-tier? Don't scare this old man. Clearly, Qin Yi's actions had been putting the elderly man through quite the emotional roller coaster. In just 2 days, his emotional ups and downs had far exceeded the total of the past 10 years. Qin Yi was amused by his master's exaggerated reaction and quickly clarified, "How could it possibly be another fifth-tier spiritual fruit? It's just some third-tier ones, along with 2 techniques. One is a grade concealment technique, and the other is a grade movement technique." He thought back to his earlier contemplation on the subway and had ultimately decided to spend the majority of his contribution points on the concealment technique, which cost a hefty 700,000 points. In comparison, the movement technique was a mere 100,000 or so. He now had just over 200,000 contribution points left in his account. "Oh," Master Wang exhaled, an inexplicable sense of relief washing over him. He nodded in approval of Qin Yi's purchasing decisions. "With your talent, it's indeed wise to keep a low profile." But then he added, "However, this concealment isn't for playing the underdog or showing off in human society. The main purpose of buying a concealment technique is to deal with alien races and the beasts in secret realms. As for human society," his tone suddenly lightened, "you don't need to hide your strength or talent. Be as bold as you like. Even if it catches the attention of the alliance leader, it won't matter." Qin Yi was taken aback. He had assumed his master would caution him to be more discreet, especially with the old adage, "The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled." To his surprise, Master Wang not only refrained from discouraging him, but actively encouraged him to showcase his abilities in human society. This reaction left Qin Yi puzzled. Why? He couldn't help but ask. Master Wang cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said with a calm demeanor, "Wondering why I didn't tell you to keep a low profile? It's simple. The brighter you shine, the more resources and support you will get from those above. As for danger," his tone carried a hint of pride, "you're my disciple. In the human alliance, no one would dare lay a finger on you." With those words, the weight of Master Wang's previously pent-up negative emotions seemed to lift, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He looked at Qin Yi, whose eyes now sparkled with admiration, and finally felt the joy of being a master. Internally, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. At last, I get to show off in front of my disciple. This is what being a master is all about. If Qin Yi could have read Master Wang's thoughts at that moment, he would have stifled a laugh, thinking how endearingly amusing his aging master could be. Master Wang's strength was unfathomable, and to this day, Qin Yi still couldn't accurately gauge his master's level. This lingering question had been on his mind for a while. Finally, today, he mustered his courage and asked in a roundabout manner, "Master, your disciple still doesn't know what level of martial artist you truly are. If you could enlighten me, I might better judge who I can provoke and who I should avoid. After all, if I offend someone I shouldn't, and you can't handle it, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Hearing this, Master Wang's face immediately darkened. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied with a touch of exasperation, "I just said I'd protect you, and now you're already thinking about stirring trouble? Fine, since you're asking, I'll tell you. Your master has been in the true king realm for many years, but the barrier of this realm has nearly trapped me. I'm afraid I might not have the chance to advance further in this lifetime. At this point, a trace of melancholy crossed Master Wang's face. The true king realm was nearly the pinnacle of human strength within the alliance. Across the entire human alliance, there were only 128 individuals who had reached this level, and none had managed to break through to become a sovereign. This alone demonstrated the immense difficulty of such a breakthrough. Throughout history, anyone who had achieved the title of king was undoubtedly a prodigy of their era. Yet, in the presence of the one and only celestial sovereign, even they seemed insignificant. This world was dozens of times larger than the Earth from Qin Yi's previous life. Even excluding the hidden realms and secret dimensions, it was still 10 times the size of Earth. Within the borders of Huaxia alone, the population exceeded 5 billion. Yet there were only 68 true kings, already the most of any region in the human alliance. By comparison, the entire European Union reportedly had only 32 true kings. Qin Yi firmly believed he wouldn't be stuck at the true king realm. Not even the celestial sovereign realm could stop his progress. However, seeing his master's silence, he carefully chose his words to lighten the mood. Master, I've read online that those in the true king realm can live for over 800 years. You're still young, it's entirely possible you'll break through. Besides, you have your disciple here. Once I forge an invincible body, I'll definitely find rare treasures to help you overcome your bottleneck. Although Qin Yi spoke in a joking tone, his sincerity was evident in every word. Master Wang could sense the genuine concern in his disciple's voice. Having lived for so many years, ever since his own master, Chen Ziluo, perished in battle, Master Wang had been alone. This was the first time in a long while that someone had shown him such heartfelt care. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Master Wang replied in a lighter tone, "When you leave, don't go causing trouble. If someone challenges you openly, I won't interfere. But there are some sinister organizations out there. If you're too reckless, you might face assassination attempts. Be cautious in your daily life. While humanity is united on the surface, there are always some scoundrels secretly colluding with otherworldly beings. I can't be by your side at all times, but if you ever encounter a problem you can't handle, come find me." Qin Yi nodded solemnly, committing his master's words to heart. This conversation had unknowingly brought the two of them closer. When the discussion concluded, Master Wang gracefully left, returning to the front desk of his shop to continue his cashier duties. Meanwhile, Qin Yi retrieved his package and sat down cross-legged to refine a third-tier spiritual fruit. Though such fruits no longer had much effect on him, the pure energy they contained could nourish the spiritual seed within his heart, aiding its growth. At this moment, Qin Yi needed to focus on cultivating 6 different techniques: the heaven-splitting sword, the seed-bearing art, the star-breathing method, 2 techniques he had purchased from the martial world, and the 7 wounds frenzy fist. In addition to these, he also needed to prepare for his breakthrough to the grandmaster realm. With only 13 days remaining until his scheduled duel with Xiao Shi, Qin Yi was determined to make these days productive and fulfilling. While Qin Yi immersed himself in cultivation, far away in a remote corner of Yuhang, the sky was overcast and torrential rain poured down. The raindrops struck the leaves with a relentless pattering sound. Beneath a massive maple tree stood a round stone table, surrounded by dozens of stone chairs. Each chair was occupied by a figure, sitting motionless. From a distance, an unusual phenomenon could be observed. Despite the heavy rain, none of these individuals were wet. Every raindrop that came close to them would instantly evaporate into a wisp of white mist. This was a result of their martial prowess. When a warrior's vitality reached a certain level, it created a unique aura or pressure that not only intimidated those of lower levels, but also served as a protective barrier against external elements. Suddenly, one of the figures seated on the outermost circle stood up and spoke. "The scorpion woman has been captured. She failed." This voice belonged to none other than Lu Yi, a member of the cult of the otherworldly gods who had previously attempted to abduct Qin Yi. His sharp, sinister features were unmistakable. At this moment, the elite members of the cult of the otherworldly gods in the Jiangnan province had all gathered here. Everyone present was at least at the martial master level, and their seating positions were determined by their contributions and strength. The stronger they were, the closer they sat to the center of the stone table. Regarding Lu Ye's mention of the scorpion woman, it actually pertains to the entanglement between Zhuang Muqing and Qin Yi. Within the Yi Shen Hui, the abnormal deity society, members who achieve a certain level of strength and status adopt prominent code names. Scorpion Woman is the title given to Zhuang Muqing. Lu Yi, as a newly initiated member, has just been granted the code name Madman. Faced with the formidable Qin Yi, Lu Yi knew he couldn't handle the situation alone. He had no choice but to report the intelligence to the organization's upper echelons and request reinforcements. At this point, everyone present was already aware of Qin Yi's background and suspected that he had acquired a high-grade artifact capable of rapidly enhancing a martial artist's cultivation and power. Originally just a martial arts failure, yet in just 1 month, he's advanced to the level of a mid-tier martial master. The grade of this artifact must be no lower than Tier 5. A deep voice remarked from beside the stone table. Rumors say that when that being departed, they left behind two items: one, a blood sword that now guards the spatial rift in Qin territory, and the other, a mysterious artifact hidden somewhere in the mortal world, its whereabouts unknown to this day. Perhaps Qin Yi has inherited it. Another voice chimed in. The stone table was surrounded by 6 concentric circles of stone chairs. At this moment, a figure seated in the second circle spoke. Her silhouette was graceful, her figure voluptuous, and though her entire body was shrouded in darkness, she exuded an allure so captivating that those seated beyond the fourth circle dared not meet her gaze, lowering their heads in submission. To sit in the second circle was a privilege reserved for individuals of at least grandmaster level strength. Within the Qin Yi, there were only 10 such individuals. This woman, however, was extraordinary even among them. Her code name was Shadowthorn, and she was responsible for the organization's assassination and covert operations. Liu Yi recalled hearing from the elders when he first joined the Qin Yi that Shadowthorn had once nearly succeeded in assassinating a renowned marquis. This alone testified to her strength, which was likely at the Shanghai realm level. Is she going to take action herself? Liu Yi thought bitterly. The opportunity that had originally belonged to him would be out of his hands once reported to the organization. At most, after successfully seizing Qin Yi's artifact, he might receive a small share of the spoils. Thinking of the young man who had stood firm against his relentless attacks, even mocking him in the process, Liu Yi felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. He began to plot in his heart. If Shadowthorn captured Qin Yi, he would request to handle the now useless Qin Yi himself. When that time came, he would make sure to exact excruciating revenge on this infuriating man and vent his pent-up fury. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless patter of rain outside. Shadowthorn's piercing gaze swept across everyone present, and a faint, cold smile played on her lips. Then I'll take on this task, she said, her voice calm yet icy. I'll probe the situation myself. What do you all think? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. As a high-ranking member of the Forsaken Gods Society, Shadowthorn had earned her place in the second circle. Her strength and authority were unquestionable. What she referred to as probing was, in truth, a thinly veiled scheme to claim Qin Yi's fortuitous encounter for herself. A powerhouse who might have already reached the mountain and sea realm against a mere martial artist? The odds were overwhelmingly in her favor. Even if Qin Yi possessed extraordinary talent and the ability to fight above his level, the gap of 3 major realms was insurmountable. There was no escaping a mountain and sea realm expert who was qualified to be titled a marquis. But then, a deep, gravelly voice broke the silence. Sitting beside Shadowthorn, a burly man as solid as a mountain spoke up. That kid, Qin Yi, handed Scorpion Woman over to the police. He's probably already tied to the Yuhang authorities. You'd better tread carefully, don't let this blow up in your face. The man, codenamed Stone Man, was also seated in the second circle, granting him the right to speak to Shadowthorn as an equal. His words, though framed as a warning, carried a subtle, mocking undertone. The contrast between his massive, imposing physique and his sly, sarcastic tone was jarring. Beneath her mask, Shadowthorn's expression darkened, and a chilling aura spread from her, sending shivers down everyone's spine. But before anyone could react further, the stone table at the center of the room emitted a low, resonant hum, startling everyone. This unassuming stone table was, in fact, a crucial artifact for communicating with the Forsaken Gods Society's otherworldly patrons. Viewed from above, the table's surface was carved with intricate, dark purple runes that radiated an ominous, malevolent energy. As its name implied, the Forsaken Gods Society revered these alien deities, serving their immortal will. Without the protection of these powerful beings, the group would have been eradicated long ago under the strict surveillance of the Huaxia authorities. The 3 martial artists closest to the stone table, seated within the innermost circle, turned pale and immediately prostrated themselves. Despite being formidable marquis-level warriors, they displayed no dignity or resistance, clearly under the complete control of the alien gods. These 3 had served the deities for years and knew that their master's interest wasn't merely in Qin Yi's potential fortuitous encounter. The true focus was on a man who had risen to prominence over a decade ago, the Heavenly King, Lin Chongqing. The mere thought of his name sent shivers down their spines. Lin Chongqing was a terrifying figure who had risen to power with unstoppable force, annihilating 3 secret realms with a single spear, earning the title of Marquis, and nearly wiping out the 5 Peaks celestial abode in a bloody rampage. After claiming his title, he brought stability to the chaotic Jiangnan province before departing for the Arctic Ocean, leaving behind a legendary blood sword and a mysterious inheritance in his hometown of Yuhang. That inheritance might hold clues to Lin Chongqing's whereabouts. Lin Chongqing was seen as a potential supreme, a being who could ascend to the pinnacle of martial cultivation. The alien gods' upper echelons feared the emergence of another supreme among the human race and had been secretly hunting him for years, intent on erasing him through forbidden means. Yet they had never been able to pinpoint his location. Rumor had it that the divine race once sent an immortal deity to infiltrate Blue Star in search of Lin Chongqing. But the deity mysteriously disappeared before relaying its findings, presumed to have perished. Shadowthorn immediately grasped her master's intent and felt a surge of excitement. Dropping to her knees, she bowed deeply and declared with unwavering resolve, "Rest assured, my lord. I will bring back Qin Yi, along with whatever fortuitous encounter he carries. I will not fail." The stone table offered no response. Instead, a blazing, sun-like eye slowly opened in midair, casting a frigid, disdainful glance at Shadowthorn before closing again. The eerie fluctuations subsided, leaving the room as still as before as though nothing had happened. Shadowfang felt an immense surge of motivation from that single glance. Her entire body trembled with excitement, and it was only after the master had departed for quite some time that she finally managed to stand. Her slender fingers quivered slightly, her eyes brimming with an uncontrollable joy. The official process is always slow. To secure a top-tier protector for Qin Yi, it'll take them at least 5 days to get through the approval procedures, Shadowfang mused, a confident smile curling her lips. But I'll act now. They'll never expect me to move this quickly. She turned to her colleagues nearby, flashing a charming smile. Everyone, they'll be off first. You all carry on. With that, she stretched gracefully, her figure merging seamlessly into the shadows until she vanished without a trace. Those left behind watched the direction of her departure, their eyes glinting with envy. To receive the master's favor was a sign of boundless potential. Especially in a world where the alien races had already carved up Blue Star, completing this mission would undoubtedly pave the way for Shadowfang to seize even greater opportunities. Everyone present firmly believed that the alien races would inevitably triumph over humanity and rule Blue Star. This conviction stemmed from their first-hand knowledge of the aliens' concealed power. While the human alliance had no known sovereigns, the demonic forces they had pledged allegiance to boasted 72 sovereign-class pillar gods. To them, humans who aligned with the alien races early would eventually merge into the ranks of subsidiary races under the demon's protection, much like the infernal and undead clans. On the other hand, those who stubbornly resisted were doomed to face extinction. As Shadowfang disappeared into the shadows, the rest of the group began to disperse. In their eyes, Qin Yi was nothing more than an insignificant martial artist. Against a Shanghai realm warrior, who was 3 major realms above him, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. The actions of the alien deity society had always been meticulous, and this time, it seemed like an overkill. At the outermost circle, Lu Yi rose to leave. His gaze swept across the concentric stone chairs and the central stone table, a burning ambition flickering in his eye. She longed for the day when he could take a seat in the innermost circle. Biting down on the jade talisman in his mouth, the surrounding space rippled gently, and Lu Yi was transported out of the hidden realm. This secret realm served as the headquarters of the alien deity society, accessible through a unique spatial rift controlled by their master. The rift was entirely independent of the official network of entry points, hidden and nearly impossible to detect. Like the Xintian secret realm, any hidden realm could have multiple entrances. The authorities could guard the main gate, but they had no control over the inconspicuous rat holes. Using these secret pathways, the society could operate entirely beyond the reach of official oversight. The scene shifts back to the East Suburb supermarket. Qin Yi was curled up in the cramped, dimly lit storage room, his expression focused as he held a translucent third-tier spiritual fruit in his hand. Closing his eyes, he activated his cultivation technique, carefully channeling the fruit's essence into his body. As the spiritual energy flowed, he could feel the tiny spiritual seedling in his heart greedily absorbing the nutrients. However, when the energy of the fruit was fully depleted, Qin Yi opened his eyes, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face as he looked at the spiritual seedling. Despite the nourishment, its growth was minimal, increasing only by a few millimeters, still hovering around 5 centimeters in length. Qin Yi couldn't help but recall how Elder Wang had been stuck in the rooting phase for nearly 2 years, silently lamenting how difficult it was to accelerate the growth of the spiritual seedling. Thinking back to the remarkable effects of using divine blood essence for irrigation, Qin Yi instinctively touched his chest. The divine blood essence, equivalent to a 6th-tier spiritual item, had now dwindled to a mere trace, which he had to reserve for breaking through to the grandmaster level. For now, he had to set the matter aside and refocus on his cultivation techniques. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Yi began practicing the star breathing technique. This grade breathing method was incredibly profound, and even with Qin Yi's talent, it took him 2 full hours to achieve an initial understanding. What was truly astonishing, however, was that Qin Yi managed to integrate the breathing technique into his natural rhythm, making it indistinguishable from ordinary breathing. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice the hidden intricacies in Qin Yi's seemingly ordinary breaths. Each inhalation and exhalation carried the mysteries of the star-breathing technique. This meant that from now on, as long as Qin Yi continued breathing, his cultivation speed would be doubled effortlessly. Qin Yi vaguely speculated that this might have something to do with his level 19 spiritual energy affinity. Not only did it enhance his absorption rate of spiritual energy, but it also improved his physical foundation, allowing him to maintain the breathing technique permanently. The thought made Qin Yi feel a surge of pride. He couldn't help but wonder if he could raise his spiritual energy affinity to level 100. Would a single breath be enough to ascend to godhood? Setting aside such far-fetched fantasies, Qin Yi turned his attention to the two cultivation techniques he had purchased from the martial world. He first picked up the grade concealment technique, mist within the clouds, and began studying it intently. The core principle of this technique lay in manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy to form an invisible and imperceptible barrier around the body, preventing others from perceiving his true state. Qin Yi quickly grasped the essence of mist within the clouds and experimented by creating 100 layers of spiritual energy barriers. These layers were sufficient to block the probing of even a grandmaster, and even the Li family, known for their mastery of eye techniques, would struggle to see through him unless they reached the Marquis realm. To Qin Yi's delight, his high spiritual energy affinity caused the surrounding energy to naturally flow into his body. With minimal guidance, it would automatically condense into barriers on his body. At this rate, even if he did nothing, he could accumulate 10,000 layers of barriers in about 10,000 days. After spending 9 full hours mastering mist within the clouds, Qin Yi wasted no time and began practicing the Crade movement technique, flowing light step. Although this technique was not particularly challenging, it provided a significant boost to agility. By utilizing specific footwork and leverage techniques, Qin Yi's speed instantly increased to 300 meters per second, nearly reaching the speed of sound. Reflecting on how the heirs of noble families had free access to advanced techniques, Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. With the advantages provided by these techniques alone, they could easily dominate ordinary martial artists of the same level. A single Crade movement technique cost over 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to nearly a year's income for an average martial artist. Fortunately, Qin Yi had his own ways of earning money. He calculated silently. If funds ever ran low, he could always pay a visit to the second-tier brood nest in the Xintian secret realm. At this moment, there was probably no one in the world who hoped for that second-tier brood mother to advance to the third tier more than Qin Yi, perhaps not even the brood mother herself. The upgrade of the second stage brood mother to the third stage was of immense significance to Qin Yi. It could endlessly produce overlord-level beasts and even customize special overlord-class creatures tailored to Qin Yi's needs. These monsters could easily trigger his adaptive evolution, compensating for his weaknesses. Qin Yi was immersed in his cultivation, practicing the flowing light skystride technique, which had already taken 3 hours. Including the time spent before, nearly 16 hours had passed, and the day and night were coming to an end. Just as he was about to fully concentrate on comprehending the most challenging open sky sword technique, the supermarket storage room's door was suddenly pushed open. Looking up, he saw his master, Wang Su, punching as he walked in. His expression was calm, and in his right hand, he tightly gripped a stunning woman whose entire body was pitch black. She looked as though fate itself had her by the throat, utterly powerless to resist. Even though her face was obscured, Qin Yi could still sense the unconcealed terror in her eyes. Master, who is this? Qin Yi's gaze locked onto the woman, immediately detecting an extraordinarily dangerous aura. While it was far from the level of an immortal deity, it was by no means ordinary. She was, at the very least, far stronger than Jiang Tianfang. Could her cultivation have surpassed the grandmaster level? With a casual toss, Wang Su flung the woman, who was as limp as a dead fish, at Qin Yi's feet. This woman infiltrated in secret, carrying murderous intent and heading straight for you. It seems she came specifically to take your life. I've placed a restriction on her. She can't move. Deal with her as you see fit. After speaking, Wang Su gave Qin Yi a long, meaningful look and said with a hint of irritation, "You little rascal, you've already managed to provoke some big shots? You're still at the martial artist level, yet you have a stronghold level expert hunting you down. What the hell did you do to stir up such trouble?" Qin Yi felt a bitter ache in his heart. When had he ever provoked anyone? He had planned to quietly grow stronger and only reveal himself once he was invincible. But the Heretic Gods Association clearly had no intention of letting him stay under the radar. At this point, how could he not realize that the woman lying on the ground was one of their members? However, Qin Yi's bitterness was nothing compared to the overwhelming regret coursing through Yingxi's mind. She had finally received a mission that could potentially change her fate and had come meticulously prepared, confident that success was within her grasp. Yet, who could have foreseen that her target would have a true king as his protector? Damn it! Wasn't Qin Yi supposed to have no backing, just a bottom-tier resident? Yingxi cursed inwardly. How could a rootless nobody have a true king guarding him? Liu Yi, what kind of garbage intel did you give me? You've completely ruined me. Qin Yi briefly explained his entanglement with the Ishan Society to Elder Wang. After listening, Elder Wang nodded calmly and said, 10 days from now, when you emerge from seclusion, I'll protect you from the shadows. You can act without worry. He analyzed the situation, noting that the Ishan Society had invested heavily in Qin Yi and wouldn't give up easily. Especially after the failure of Shadowthorn, their next move would likely involve Shanhei-level martial artists or even a true king-level powerhouse. Qin Yi's worries dissipated instantly. Having a powerful backer felt grave, couldn't help but experience the privilege of being under someone's protection. After leaving these words, Elder Wang quietly departed, leaving only Qin Yi and Shadowthorn in the warehouse. Glancing at Shadowthorn's strange appearance, Qin Yi decided to focus on breaking through to the Master Realm first. The pressure from the Ishan Society was overwhelming. Without the strength of a master, even self-preservation would be a problem. He was unwilling to rely entirely on others she needed to develop his own capabilities. Just as Qin Yi sat cross-legged and prepared to close his eyes to channel his spiritual power, Shadowthorn suddenly spoke. Don't even think about using soul techniques to interrogate me. My soul is bound by my master's restrictions. If I touch on any organizational secrets, it will disintegrate. Trying to get information out of me? Keep dreaming. Qin Yi opened his eyes, looking down at Shadowthorn with a playful smirk. Your Ishan Society sure knows how to play games. Even master-servant relationships? Let me guess you came to assassinate me because your master commanded it? Shadowthorn's face darkened, unable to respond. Seeing this, Qin Yi continued to tease. Your master, could they be from an alien race? Playing servant to an alien SK, that's quite the taste. If Shadowthorn had facial features, she would have been gritting her teeth in fury. Qin Yi leaned in closer, carefully examining her pitch-black skin. As he ran his hand over it, he mused, this black skin of yours is quite unique. What kind of technique is this? If it weren't for my master, you might have actually succeeded in killing me. Shadowthorn trembled with rage at Qin Yi's actions. Suddenly, Qin Yi extended a finger, recalling the destructive sword strike he had once unleashed. With a casual flick toward Shadowthorn's waist, a sharp burst of sword energy sliced through her skin, causing blood to spatter. However, within seconds, Shadowthorn's wound began to heal rapidly. But the newly regenerated skin was no longer pitch black, it was normal, fair skin, standing out starkly against the rest of her dark complexion. Qin Yi's eyes lit up with realization. So that's how it works. Your concealment technique relies on perfection. Even the smallest flaw ruins the whole thing. Shadowthorn was inwardly shocked. Though she had lost the ability to fight back, her physical body was still at the Shanhai level. How could a high-level martial artist like Qin Yi break through her defenses so effortlessly? That seemingly casual sword strike had filled her with dread. She silently thought to herself, Qin Yi is far from the poor nobody described in the intelligence reports. This man's background runs deep. With a true king supporting him, he could very well be a prodigy sent by some hidden aristocratic family for training. Losing interest in Shadowthorn, Qin Yi refocused on his goal of breaking through to the Master Realm. He kicked Shadowthorn into a corner and said coldly, stop putting on an act. I'm not falling for it. If you want my life, don't expect any mercy from me. Qin Yi had no intention of showing kindness to someone who had tried to kill him. Magnanimity was not a virtue he extended to his enemies. Qin Yi sat back with a satisfied smile, calculating that this powerful cultivator in the mountain and sea realm could at least fetch him 1,000,000 contribution points. He steadied himself, focused his mind, and resumed controlling his spiritual energy with precision, pushing forward in his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shadowthorn, who had been flung into the corner, was seething with rage, her blood surging violently. She struggled in vain to break free from the restriction left by Elder Wang, but no matter how she tried, she remained trapped. Humiliated by Qin Yi, her fury burned intensely, yet she had no choice but to endure the insult in silence. That pathetic virgin, she sneered through gritted teeth, claiming he's indifferent to women, bet he can't resist my charm. She attempted to provoke him with her words, suppressing her anger. However, Qin Yi remained utterly unbothered, fully immersed in his cultivation. Shadowthorn clenched her jaw and forced herself to lift her head, carefully observing Qin Yi's state. To her shock, she noticed a faint, dark glow emerging between his brows, a clear sign that he was on the verge of opening his sea of consciousness. In just 2 days, Qin Yi had advanced from a mid-level martial master to the peak of the high-level martial master realm. His vitality was as vast as an ocean, his foundation solid and profound, as if he had been cultivating at this level for years. At this rate, he could step into the grandmaster realm at any moment. Shadowthorn's heart was gripped with alarm. Such extraordinary talent, if Qin Yi were allowed to continue growing, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the Divine Discord Alliance in the future. She grew wary, determined that this danger must not be allowed to persist. Even so, Shadowthorn forced herself to remain calm. She calculated silently. The Divine Discord Alliance had true kings among its ranks, and this mission to capture Qin Yi had even drawn the attention of the supreme leader. Surely, the guild master would personally intervene. When the time came, the guild master could hold off the true king protecting Qin Yi, and any other allies would easily overwhelm him. Unless another true king appeared to protect Qin Yi. But two true kings guarding a mere martial master? That would be utterly absurd. Even the supreme leader of Huaxia wouldn't warrant such a level of protection. Shadowthorn's eyes glinted coldly as she plotted. She had already steeled herself for death, but she was certain Qin Yi would not survive this ordeal. In her mind, allowing Qin Yi to live posed a far greater threat to the Divine Discord Alliance than anything else. At this moment, Qin Yi was fully focused on the changes occurring within his body, completely unaware of Yingxi's thoughts. His consciousness was immersed in his flesh and blood, carefully guiding a strand of vital energy and blood upward. It surged through his chest and neck, finally reaching his brain. The human brain is composed of countless neurons, and the so-called sea of consciousness is developed within it. This is a unique space that exists between reality and illusion, capable of housing the soul and mental power. Although Qin Yi's foundational cultivation had reached the legendary Tongshan level, granting him unparalleled control over his vital energy and blood, he remained cautious. After all, the brain is the most critical organ in the human body. Even the slightest mistake could lead to paralysis or even death. Qin Yi's eyes were tightly shut, his brows slightly furrowed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His fingers trembled faintly, revealing his inner tension. Yet, his breathing remained remarkably steady, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, demonstrating extraordinary composure. From the very beginning of their journey, martial artists are trained to channel spiritual energy into their bodies, allowing it to flow through their meridians and nourish their organs and bones. As a result, every martial artist possesses an intimate understanding of their own body, including the structure of the brain. To open the sea of consciousness, one must locate the Tianyuan within the brain. Only by developing the sea of consciousness at the Tianyuan can safety be ensured. Typically, advanced martial masters require at least half a year to pinpoint the location and boundaries of the Tianyuan before attempting a breakthrough. However, some exceptionally gifted individuals with unique souls may experience the spontaneous manifestation of the Tianyuan. For such individuals, as long as their foundation is solid, stepping into the grandmaster realm becomes significantly easier. Undoubtedly, Qin Yi belonged to this category of prodigy. While his physical body lacked martial talent, his soul was extraordinarily powerful, endowing his brain with the innate qualification for the Tianyuan to reveal itself. Not long ago, within the remains of the giant god, he had even achieved the astonishing feat of opening the sea of consciousness as a martial artistic feat unheard of. Now, Qin Yi had already identified the location of the Tianyuan, and a small fissure had been carved into his sea of consciousness. The vital energy and blood he had channeled were divided into two streams, one to expand the sea of consciousness and the other to deepen it. This dual approach maximized efficiency. If anyone were to witness this precise multitasking, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Even those with microscopic level control rarely dared to handle their own brain in such a manner. Qin Yi's choice to employ this method stemmed entirely from his absolute confidence in his abilities. Time was of the essence, and Qin Yi was acutely aware that the remaining 10 days might not be sufficient. The heaven-splitting sword, a lethal technique of the Zhanqian sect, was far too profound, and even a basic grasp of it could take an extended period. To allocate more time for mastering the heaven-splitting sword, he had to accelerate the process of developing his sea of consciousness. Though confident, Qin Yi was not arrogant. He treated his life with the utmost caution, meticulously controlling his vital energy to expand the sea of consciousness. He cleared his mind of distractions and maintained a steady state of focus. As time passed, the sea of consciousness expanded slowly but steadily. Before he realized it, another day and night had passed. In the storeroom, Yingxi kept a close watch on Qin Yi. He noticed the increasing brilliance at the center of Qin Yi's forehead, with no signs of dimming. From this, he deduced that the development of the sea of consciousness was progressing smoothly with no complications. Typically, a martial master breaking through to the grandmaster realm only required a few hours. The longer the process took, the higher the individual's soul aptitude appeared to be, as it indicated a larger sea of consciousness than that of an ordinary grandmaster. Qin Yi had been immersed for an entire day and night without waking, prompting Yingxi to speculate. How vast could his sea of consciousness become? Could it rival that of a mid-tier grandmaster? Yingxi recalled the information he had gathered. An entry-level grandmaster generally possessed a mental power total of around 100 points. While this number might seem modest, it was actually 10 times that of a pre-grandmaster martial artist. Before reaching the grandmaster realm, martial artists were unable to cultivate mental power, leaving their total mental power fixed at approximately 10 points. Only by consuming rare spiritual fruits could they slightly increase this number. After solidifying their foundation, a low-tier grandmaster could see their mental power grow to around 300 points after a few years. However, cultivating mental power was far more challenging than refining vital energy. Relying solely on spiritual energy to temper mental power was not only slow but also mentally exhausting. Only certain rare spiritual materials or environments could accelerate this process. For instance, martial arts associations around the world often operated dream chambers, specialized facilities for training mental power. However, the cost was exorbitant: 1,000 contribution points per hour, making even ordinary grandmasters reluctant to use them frequently. Beyond the low-tier grandmaster level, mid-tier grandmasters typically possessed a mental power total of around 500 points, while high-tier grandmasters ranged from 800 to 1,000 points. Once mental power surpassed 1,000 points, the sea of consciousness could form a small pool, and mental power would begin to evolve into divine Sansi, hallmark of a great grandmaster. Previously, Qin Yi's personal stats panel had displayed a mental power attribute of 150 points. This figure represented his total mental power, and in Yingxi's eyes, it was utterly astounding. For a martial artist who had not yet broken through to the grandmaster realm, to possess a mental power total of 150 points was nothing short of miraculous. However, that figure of 150 points was now a thing of the past. When a martial artist broke through to the grandmaster realm, their mental power would inevitably experience a significant surge, often doubling or more. Yingxi couldn't help but marvel at the enormous leap Qin Yi was about to achieve. Buzz! The storage room of the supermarket suddenly rippled with invisible waves, shaking the items on the shelves as if an unseen storm had erupted. At the eye of the storm, Qin Yi sat cross-legged, his face expressionless, while the glow at the center of his forehead burned ever brighter. In the corner, Yingxi's eyes widened in shock as a persistent buzzing filled her ears. Her mind felt foggy, her spirit unsettled. As a Shanghai realm expert, she found it unbelievable that she was being intimidated by a mere junior who had just entered the rank of grandmaster. This could only mean one thing: Qin Yi's mental power had already condensed into something tangible, forming a divine consciousness. Reaching grandmaster and already possessing 1,000 points of mental power? How is that even possible? Yingxi muttered to herself, her gaze sweeping again over the still trembling items. She knew well that ordinary mental power couldn't affect physical objects unless deliberately directed. Yet, Qin Yi had caused such a violent reaction merely through passive release. This was undeniably the power of divine consciousness. A storm raged within Yingxi's mind. What exactly was the Yishan society plotting? Why were they targeting such an extraordinary genius? As she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, realization struck her: Qin Yi's astonishing potential only further confirmed the possibility that he might possess the inheritance of the Heavenly King. Let him break through if he wants, Yingxi consoled herself. No matter how impressive he is, it doesn't change the fact that he hasn't been cultivating long enough. He'll still die at the president's hands. If I failed here, that cautious president will definitely send the strongest forces to kill him. Before she could finish her thought, a crisp snap echoed through the room. At some point, Qin Yi had completed his breakthrough and was now standing right in front of her. Having overheard her words, he wasted no time delivering a swift kick. How are you still able to spout so much nonsense? Qin Yi said with a radiant smile. Are all Yishan society members this dumb? You're talking about killing me right to my face, thinking I want just dodge? I can enter a secret realm or leave you hang overnight. I'm not an idiot. If I can't beat you now, they'll just hide and wait until I'm strong enough to deal with all of you. Yingxi stared at Qin Yi's smiling face, momentarily speechless. It suddenly dawned on her that she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered not just in strength but in intellect as well. At dawn, the administrative building in the heart of Yuhang City stood tall, bathed in the soft morning light. Xiao Yang drove up punctually, nodding and smiling at his subordinates as he passed, before stepping into the elevator. The lift descended directly to the top floor, which housed only 2 rooms, the chief executive's office and the most secure archive room in all of Yuhang. Xiao Yang entered the area unimpeded, a clear testament to his status. He pushed open the door to his office, hung up his coat, and had just taken his seat when his eyes fell on a sealed document lying on the desk. Any file delivered here was bound to be extraordinary, either of great importance or from someone with significant influence. Xiao Yang, unfazed by such occurrences, casually opened it. Skimming through the densely packed text, his eyes landed on the sender. Dongjiao Police Department, Xiao Shi. My daughter, he murmured, raising an eyebrow as his curiosity piqued. Xiao Shi had always been known for her strict adherence to fairness and impartiality, rarely seeking exceptions. For her to send a document directly to him hinted at something extraordinary. Although the Xiao family had deep roots in the central South province, Xiao Yang and his daughter had been stationed in Yuhang, Jiangnan Province, due to the Human Alliance's unwritten rules. These rules mandated that descendants of prominent families could enter politics but were barred from serving in their home territories. As Xiao Yang carefully read through the document, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Xiao Shi had requested the deployment of at least 2 grandmasters, possibly stronger, to protect a young man who was merely at the martial master level. The reason? The youth, possessing a remarkable fortune, had caught the attention of the Heretic Gods Society and had already evaded their grasp twice. A third encounter, however, might bring even greater peril. The Heretic Gods Society was an organization Xiao Yang knew all too well. For the past decade, it had entrenched itself deeply in the Jiangnan province, engaging in everything from street-level loan sharking to collusion with alien forces and treasonous plots. Despite relentless efforts, the authorities had made little progress in dismantling the group or locating its headquarters. Xiao Yang hesitated. Protecting citizens was part of his duty, but deploying grandmasters for such a case could easily stir dissatisfaction among them. While deliberating, his eyes fell on a second document, a profile on Qin Yi. Opening the file, Xiao Yang's interest intensified. Qin Yi, born into a humble background with no notable connections, had shockingly advanced from a martial arts failure to a mid-tier martial master in just 1 month. Such rapid progress marked him as a rare prodigy of the highest caliber. One of the Human Alliance's core missions was to protect and nurture talents like Qin Yi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang made up his mind. He would dispatch 3 grandmasters. The government had always been lenient when it came to safeguarding exceptional talent. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, he began to consider whom to assign for the task. Might as well summon all available grandmasters and let them decide for themselves, he thought, already planning the next steps for the operation. Xiao Yang sat at his desk, fingers lightly tapping on the surface as he pondered how to handle the upcoming task. Initially, he planned to assign personnel directly, but after a moment of reflection, he decided to let everyone volunteer instead. After all, forcing assignments could lead to dissatisfaction. It was better to see who would step forward willingly. Reaching for the landline on his desk, he dialed the contact office. Have all the grandmasters available this month come to my office. There's an important matter to discuss, Xiao Yang instructed his secretary. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly frowned. A thought struck him like lightning. Wait a minute, where has Qin Yi been this past month? He quickly hung up the phone and flipped open the files in front of him. His eyes scanned the pages rapidly until 4 words, East Suburb Supermarket, repeatedly caught his attention, causing him to swallow hard. The reclusive figure residing at the East Suburb Supermarket was none other than a legend who inspired fear across the land. Qin Yi had visited the East Suburb Supermarket multiple times, even heading there immediately after returning from a secret realm, and hadn't been seen since. This pattern of behavior was enough for anyone to deduce that he had an unusual connection with that mysterious figure. Xiao Yang's mind raced. The existence of Wang Lao was no secret to the elites of Yuhang and the Jiangnan province. Prominent families, wary of inadvertently offending such reclusive masters, often spared no expense gathering intelligence about them. Even the most idle and uneducated heirs could recite the names of these hidden experts by heart. Among these recluses, Wang Lao was undoubtedly the most enigmatic and formidable. No one had ever uncovered the extent of his true strength. All that was known was his rumored connection to the sole celestial venerable of humankind. With such a background, his influence was practically unrivaled. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? The secretary's puzzled voice on the other end of the line snapped Xiao Yang out of his thoughts. He quickly regained his composure, grabbed the receiver, and hastily amended his instructions. Only summon the 6 strongest grandmasters. The others can stand down. And contact the Misty Rain Marquis and the Chang'an Marquis directly. He paused, feeling this wasn't enough, then added, also, try reaching the Jiangnan King. If he's available, ask him to come as well. The operator on the other end froze in disbelief. Only one thought consumed their mind. Summoning so many powerful figures at once. Are we preparing for a war between races? Qin Yi, who was quietly staying in the eastern suburbs, had no idea about the storm he had stirred up in the city. He was completely absorbed in studying his personal stats panel after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The data on the panel was astonishing. Name, Qin Yi. Life level, stellar level human race 15. Strength, 316, just increased from 315. Constitution, 600. Agility, 240. Spirit, 1000. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. The skill section was packed with high-level abilities. Boneless flexibility, calm under pressure, spiritual affinity LV19, immortal golden body LV1, pain resistance LV5, poison resistance LV5, iron stomach LV4, iron will LV2, keen insight LV1. His combat evaluation was jaw-dropping. Unrivaled at the same level, capable of challenging those above his level. Resistant to poison, extreme heat, extreme cold and illusions, strong defense and rapid recovery. Qin Yi couldn't help but calculate. At this point, he was practically invincible in all aspects, and for a brief moment, he struggled to imagine anything that could pose a threat to him. However, he quickly sobered up, feared not those at the same level, but rather those ancient beings of far higher levels who might descend and overpower him. Analyzing the data carefully, Qin Yi deduced that 200 points in attributes roughly corresponded to the standard of a lower-rank grandmaster, while 500 points represented an average high-rank grandmaster. His strength far exceeded that of a lower-rank grandmaster, his agility was slightly above average, and his constitution and spiritual power had already reached the level of a high-rank grandmaster. Qin Yi began to imagine his future. Once spiritual weapon seeds began merging into his meridians and fortifying his bones, how monstrous would his attributes become? For now, his stats were steadily increasing. Thanks to his level 19 spiritual affinity and the automatic cultivation of the starry breathing technique, every so often, one of his attributes would increase by a point. As for his total blood energy, Qin Yi currently had 2,500 units. Even if he did nothing all day, he could generate 1,500 units of blood energy daily. The standard for a high-rank grandmaster was 20,000 units of blood energy, meaning that in just 10 days, even if Qin Yi slept all day, he would wake up on the cusp of reaching the peak of the high-rank grandmaster level. Of course, breaking through as a grandmaster also required expanding the sea of consciousness to a certain extent, achieving balance between spirit and body. But that was not an issue for Qin Yi. When he broke through to the grandmaster level, he had already expanded his sea of consciousness to a diameter of 58 meters, far surpassing the 50-meter requirement for a high-rank grandmaster. Here, meters refer to the imagined dimensions of the spiritual space, not a literal hole in the head. The larger the sea of consciousness, the farther his spiritual sense could extend. Qin Yi speculated that once he reached the high-rank grandmaster level, the benefits of automatic cultivation would diminish. Blood energy cultivation would eventually hit a ceiling, and without comprehending the Tao, further breakthroughs would be impossible. Perhaps if he elevated his spiritual affinity to level 30, the talent might even enhance his comprehension ability. But raising spiritual affinity was incredibly challenging. He had already consumed 5th-tier spiritual fruits, and 6th-tier ones were nearly impossible to find. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yi thought of another approach, engaging in life-or-death battles with high-level martial artists. He recalled that a month ago, after fighting Lu Yi from the cult of the other gods, his spiritual affinity had increased. Additionally, Qin Yi had just spent 3 hours attempting to comprehend the heaven-splitting sword, but his progress was minimal. He concluded that mere contemplation would not suffice to master the technique required honing through actual combat. Combining all these considerations, Qin Yi's gaze involuntarily shifted to the silent figure of Shadowthorn in the corner. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he thought, "There's a perfectly good whetstone right here." Shadowthorn, who was reflecting on her mistakes in silence, suddenly felt an odd gaze on her back. She turned around with difficulty, only to meet Qin Yi's piercing eyes. In that instant, an ominous feeling welled up in her heart. Half an hour later, at the front desk of the Eastern Suburbs supermarket, Elder Wang's expression was odd as his eyes darted between Qin Yi and Shadowthorn, who was lying in a secluded corner. He confirmed once again, "You want me to lift the restrictions on her and find a spacious area where the two of you can fight?" Qin Yi nodded. All restrictions lifted, without lowering her cultivation level. Qin Yi nodded again. Elder Wang's tone became more serious. "She is at the mountain and sea realm, while you've just stepped into the lower-rank grandmaster level. There's a difference of 2 major realms between you. If something goes wrong, even I might not be able to save you in time." Yet Qin Yi remained resolute, nodding firmly. "I understand, Master. It's fine. I just want to give it a try. If I die, it means I wasn't destined to survive." Inwardly, Qin Yi thought to himself, "If Shadowthorn's power is suppressed to the high-rank grandmaster level, she won't pose any threat to me. Only in her full-strength state can she endanger me and trigger my adaptive evolution. Since she's an enemy, she definitely won't hold back when attacking me." Qin Yi's master, Wang Su, might hold back during their training, which could make it difficult for Qin Yi to undergo true tempering. However, Master Wang noticed his disciple's unwavering determination and understood his eagerness to quickly improve his strength. With a sigh, he remarked, "Ah, the boldness of youth. Not a bad thing. Sometimes, a breakthrough in martial arts is just one step away, fueled by the resolve to risk it all." Before his words fully settled, Master Wang's thoughts shifted. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The ordinary supermarket they had been in vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless expanse of grassland. The lush green field stretched all the way to the horizon, blending seamlessly with the vast, open sky, evoking an otherworldly sense of tranquility. Qin Yi immediately felt an indescribable serenity, as though he had been transported to a celestial realm. Looking up, he saw his master, Wang Su, sitting cross-legged high in the sky, gazing down at him with a calm and composed demeanor. Wang Su spoke in a measured tone. In 3 minutes, I will release the restrictions within her body. Life and death will be decided by your own strength. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Qin Yi squinted as his gaze fell on a small depression in the grassland a few hundred meters away. Within it lay the imprisoned shadow thorn, her figure faintly visible. It was only then that Qin Yi realized where they were within Wang Su's mountain and sea realm. This was a small world formed by a true king's comprehension of the great Tao, a manifestation of their power, also known as the true king's domain. It was the hallmark of reaching the king realm and a testament to a true king's might. Once a martial artist stepped into the mountain and sea stage, their body began to nurture the embryonic form of their mountain and sea realm. However, during that phase, it was incomplete, lacking the essence of the great Tao and incapable of sustaining life. Only upon ascending to the rank of true king could they allow others to enter their domain. Qin Yi now understood how his master had subdued Shadowthorn without a sound, had simply pulled her into this small world. Within the true king's domain, the true king wielded absolute control and could alter everything at will. Only another true king could resist such power. Wang Su could have easily saved Qin Yi at any moment, but he deliberately chose not to, ensuring this life and death trial would have the greatest impact, leaving no room for complacency in Qin Yi's heart. Master Wang watched Qin Yi intently, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. In the martial world, warriors capable of challenging those at higher levels were considered geniuses. Overcoming one minor realm earned the title of genius. Surpassing 2 minor realms made one a super genius. To defeat an opponent from an entire major realm above was to be hailed as a peerless prodigy, one in tens of millions. But to triumph over an opponent 2 major realms higher? That was the mark of a legendary, immortal seed. Such individuals were so rare that their occurrence could not be measured in numbers, but in years. It was said that for a race with a population exceeding 100 billion, it might take a millennium to produce a single immortal seed. Wang Su pondered silently. Could you be the immortal seed destined to emerge for the human race before the coming chaos? In the distance, on the grassy plain, Yingzi lay quietly, feeling the restraints within her gradually dissipating. She was both shocked and overjoyed. She hadn't expected Qin Yi to be so audacious. Despite having captured her, he still chose to release her for a fair fight. She couldn't tell if this was ignorance or sheer arrogance. Did he truly believe that a master of the Shanhai realm could be so easily defeated? As time passed, Yingzi slowly regained control over her body. Rising to her feet, the wound at her waist inflicted by Qin Yi healed in an instant. Her entire figure was once again shrouded in darkness, her presence completely concealed. Even though she stood directly opposite Qin Yi, he struggled to sense her aura or locate her form. Moments later, strands of spiritual energy converged from all directions, flowing into Yingzi's body. Her vitality surged, and with every subtle movement, she exuded a lethal allure. Suddenly, with a faint pop, Yingzi appeared right in front of Qin Yi, her strength fully restored. Surprisingly, she did not attack immediately. Instead, the smooth, shadowy surface of her face transformed, revealing delicate, fair skin. A stunningly beautiful oval face emerged before Qin Yi, radiating an otherworldly charm. Her crimson lips curved into a faint smile, and beneath her slender brows were a pair of mesmerizing phoenix eyes, brimming with an intoxicating allure. Her gaze seemed to overflow with emotion, as if her feelings could spill out at any moment. The perfect blend of innocence and seduction was etched onto her face, creating a beauty so captivating it could overthrow entire kingdoms. This face, so breathtakingly enchanting, was enough to ensnare any man at first glance, leaving them dazed and spellbound. At the same time, Yingzi unleashed a unique, spiritual attack that shot directly toward Qin Yi's brow, targeting his very soul. This was none other than the fifth-tier illusion technique, innate enchantment. The technique's power was formidable, capable of bewildering even fellow Shanhai realm masters if they were caught off guard. It was so potent that even those of the same gender were not immune. Once a soul was ensnared by innate enchantment, the victim would be forever marked, the influence of the technique merging irreversibly with their soul. Not even Wang Lao, standing within his domain, could save Qin Yi if the technique succeeded. The enchantment was akin to a curse placed directly on the soul, impossible to lift once it took hold. Yingzi had long anticipated Wang Lao's intervention at a critical moment. To kill Qin Yi, she knew she had to take a risk and strike with her ultimate move right from the start. High above the clouds, Wang Lao's expression shifted dramatically for the first time. He saw through Yingzi's intent and regretted suppressing her too hastily earlier, failing to fully understand the extent of her abilities. Now, it was about to cost dearly. With a thunderous rumble, his expression turned grim as he extended his right hand, aiming to seize Yingzi. But just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Qin Yi suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Without warning, He launched a punch straight at Ingxi's head. Whoosh! This punch seemed wild and unrestrained, yet it carried an air of madness. It moved with lightning speed, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, and was about to strike Ingxi's temple. Ingxi's expression changed as she swiftly evaded the attack, her figure flashing to a spot dozens of meters away. A thin line of blood appeared on her forehead, a wound inflicted by the sheer force of Qin Yi's punch. To her astonishment, the punch alone had broken through the defenses of a Shanghai realm master. But even more shocking was the fact that Qin Yi had completely ignored her enchantment technique. Only then did Ingxi realize the truth. Qin Yi had deliberately allowed her to use her charm technique, all to close the distance and catch her off guard with a fatal strike. If not for her unique movement skills, that punch would have seriously injured her. What is it about your soul that's so extraordinary? Breaking through to the grandmaster level and gaining divine sense is one thing, but to be immune to a fifth-tier enchantment. Ingxi's face was once again consumed by darkness, returning to its smooth, featureless appearance. Qin Yi chuckled inwardly. With his level 2 unyielding will and level 1 clarity of mind passives, even the lingering soul of a fallen titan could not sway him, let alone the charm of a fifth-tier Shanghai master. This mere trick wasn't even enough to trigger an evolution in his mental resistance abilities. How utterly underwhelming. Without answering her question, Qin Yi lightly stepped forward. 2 radiant streaks of light flared beneath his feet as he instantly closed a distance of dozens of meters, unleashing his signature move 7 Wounds Frenzy Fist. Paired with his newly mastered flowing light step, this was the perfect opportunity to test and refine his technique. Qin Yi's aggressive onslaught forced Yingxi despite her superior cultivation to retreat, rather than face him heat. Her figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows once more. The 7 Wounds Frenzy Fist tore through the air with a deafening roar, but in the next moment, Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He spun around instinctively, but it was too late. Squelch! Ingxi reappeared behind Qin Yi, her left hand like a blade, stabbing toward his heart with all her might. A gaping, bloody wound was torn open in Qin Yi's back, scattering blood and flesh across the green grass. Fortunately, Qin Yi reacted quickly, stepping back just in time to prevent Ingxi from twisting the blade. Though gravely injured, he managed to fend her off and engage her in a brief exchange of blows. Both combatants were left astonished after the clash. Qin Yi was taken aback by Ingxi's elusive movement techniques, while Ingxi was shocked by the sheer resilience of Qin Yi's body. The strike she had just landed was powerful enough to instantly kill a top-tier grandmaster, yet when it pierced Qin Yi, she felt an unmistakable resistance. Qin Yi's mortal body forcibly blocked the fatal sword strike. Though his heart was nearly pierced, it continued to beat stubbornly. Shadow Thorn inwardly cursed, feeling humiliated. How could someone at the mighty Shanghai realm fail to kill a mere grandmaster? Her pride in tatters, she clenched her teeth, abandoning her stealthy assassination tactics and engaging Qin Yi in a direct battle. In an instant, the battlefield turned crimson with blood. Under Shadow Thorn's relentless onslaught, as swift and fierce as a storm, Qin Yi was forced to retreat step by step. The disparity in power between their realms became glaringly evident. His body was riddled with wounds, blood pouring freely, and even the ghastly white of exposed bone could be seen through his torn flesh. Yet, instead of faltering, such grievous injuries only fueled Qin Yi's ferocity. His iron fists thundered forward like bolts of lightning, exuding an aura of lethal determination. This reckless, life-risking combat style left Shadow Thorn deeply shaken. She had never encountered such a maniacal opponent, nor had she ever seen such terrifying intent embedded within a martial art. It dawned on her that Qin Yi's attacks had reached the level of Dao intent. At this level of mastery, his techniques were potent enough to threaten even a Shanghai realm warrior's life. In other words, Qin Yi truly possessed the power to kill her. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, Qin Yi's body was covered in wounds, but he remained vigorous and unyielding, showing no signs of exhaustion. What unsettled Shadow Thorn even more was the realization that the old injuries on his body were healing at a shocking rate, leaving only the fresh wounds still bleeding. This was inconceivable. Every one of her strikes carried a trace of Dao force, designed to continuously damage Qin Yi's meridians and organs, hindering his ability to recover. Yet, this young man, still at the grandmaster level, was effortlessly overcoming the destructive effects of her Dao-infused attacks. What kind of monster are you? Shadow Thorn silently screamed in her mind. The initial shock she felt had morphed into an uncontrollable fear. Confronted with such a monstrous adversary, doubts began to creep into her heart. Could someone like him truly fall to the siege of the Ishan society? Was humanity really doomed? Or was there still hope? Qin Yi entered battle mode, his mind razor-sharp and focused. His 7 Wounds Frenzy Fist not only targeted Ingxi's muscles and bones, but also carried a deadly, murderous aura. Startled by the ferocity of his counterattack, Yingxi's eyes turned icy cold as she decided to avoid a hidden clash. As Qin Yi unleashed another frenzied punch aimed directly at her face, Yingxi's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared behind him, striking like lightning and leaving a bloody gash across his back. Although Qin Yi narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the injury still placed him in grave danger. Yingxi's relentless attacks continued as she disappeared from Qin Yi's line of sight once more. In the blink of an eye, she was above him. Qin Yi managed a hurried glance upward but couldn't fully evade the strike. Her right leg lashed out like a whip, slamming into his shoulder. A shockwave erupted, sending Qin Yi hurtling dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from his wounds. Though not dead, the blow had nearly claimed half his life. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yi would need 3 minutes to recover. However, Yingxi had no intention of granting him that luxury. Still airborne, Qin Yi suddenly sensed a deadly threat closing in from behind. Yingxi had once again flashed into position, targeting the wound on his shoulder for a finishing strike. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yi's mind as he realized her elusive movement technique allowed for nearly unlimited teleportation. In this life-or-death moment, Qin Yi cast aside all hesitation. With 2 fingers forming a sword, he summoned the image of his ancestor Chen Ziluo's legendary strike and slashed with all his might. Sword energy erupted, sweeping through the air like a tempest. Though Qin Yi had yet to fully grasp the profound essence of the heaven-splitting sword, this attack unleashed an astonishing force, barely fending off Yingxi's assault. However, the devastating recoil surged through Qin Yi's body, severely injuring nearly half his internal organs as black blood poured from his mouth. A master-level fighter facing a Shanhei-level opponent was a daunting mismatch. Qin Yi's strength lay in endurance and gradual improvement through prolonged battles, but Yingxi's lethal moves, coupled with her unpredictable movement technique, left him at a significant disadvantage. Despite his critical injuries, Qin Yi dug his toes into the ground, carving a long trench in the soil to stabilize himself. He dared not relax for even a moment. Summoning his mental energy from his spiritual sea, he condensed it into divine perception, extending it 5 meters around him to monitor every subtle movement. Suddenly, Qin Yi noticed a wild blade of grass swaying unnaturally to his right. He spun around, gathering his killing intent, and unleashed a powerful double punch without hesitation. Boom! His fists connected solidly with a tangible form. Qin Yi felt his fists sink into flesh and even strike bone as hard as steel. Without mercy, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with all his strength. A thunderous explosion followed. Pain coursed through Qin Yi's fists as his hand bones fractured, forcing him back several meters. Yet this time, Yingxi wasn't unscathed. A fist-sized hole had been blasted through her abdomen, revealing pale skin beneath. As her black outer layer was torn away, her aura faltered, exposing a critical vulnerability. Focusing intently, Qin Yi used his divine perception to pinpoint the flaw in Yingxi's concealment. Though the wound on her abdomen quickly healed and vanished, Qin Yi had already discerned the secret behind her stealth technique. His sharp gaze swept across the surrounding grass. Suddenly, his energy surged, blood essence erupting like a fiery storm that swept across hundreds of meters. Every blade of grass was incinerated into ash. A muffled groan sounded as Yingxi was forced to reveal herself at Qin Yi's side, caught completely off guard. Her shadow-based technique was nullified, leaving Yingxi nowhere to hide. It became clear that her teleportation relied on the shadows of surrounding objects. On this grassy plain, the inconspicuous shadows of wild grass were her perfect cover. If she had used Qin Yi's own shadow to move, she would have been exposed after just one attempt. Though her movement technique was ingenious and her abilities highly elusive, they became powerless once her true nature was uncovered. By erasing the shadows she relied on, her technique backfired, dealing her severe damage and forcing her into the open. Seeing Yingxi temporarily incapacitated, Qin Yi seized the moment. With a single thought, his killing intent and blood essence surged forth, coalescing into a towering blood-red sword in midair. Without hesitation, he brought it crashing down. The heavens dimmed, and the winds howled as the earth seemed to shatter. This sword is called Qin Yi. Qin Yi silently recited in his heart, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented resolve. He had finally grasped the first profound principle of the Kaitian sword technique: everything in existence could become a sword. There was no need for a physical blade in hand. As Qin Yi's thoughts aligned, his sword intent erupted like a storm. The space around him distorted, the earth trembled, and a blinding white light streaked across the sky. When the radiance faded, a deep, unfathomable sword mark scarred the boundless grassland. At the base of the sword mark lay Yingxi, his body drenched in blood. His once impenetrable black exterior was shattered, exposing his true form, now unconscious and defenseless. High above the heavens, Wang Lao watched the scene unfold in utter shock. As his gaze fixed on the young man standing alone atop the sword mark, he seemed to see the shadow of their sect's founding master, Chen Ziluo. A single thought flashed through his mind. The sect of immortal slayers is about to rise again. Wang Lao recalled the dying words of Wan Jie Tianzuan, the sect of immortal slayers' founding master. Until the sect produces another revered one, never reveal our existence. The reason was simple: the sect's techniques were either painstakingly created by Qin Ziluo or inherited from ancient times. Even the ancient star clans regarded them with fear. If their identity was exposed, the sect would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of alien tribes. Without hesitation, Wang Lao descended swiftly to Qin Yi's side. The young man stood motionless, his face pale as paper, clearly gravely injured. Wang Lao retrieved a spirit fruit radiating vibrant life energy and was about to hand it to Qin Yi, but the latter raised his hand to refuse. Master, my injuries aren't serious. They'll recover on my own, Qin Yi said softly. Wang Lao scrutinized Qin Yi's condition. Half of his meridians were severed, his internal organs were nearly destroyed, his bones were riddled with cracks, and his skin was fractured, with blood seeping out incessantly. How could this possibly be considered not serious? He was clearly hanging on by a thread, barely clinging to life. You call this not serious? Stop being stubborn. There's no way your body can heal from this on its own. Wang Lao's words trailed off mid-sentence as he suddenly noticed something unusual happening to Qin Yi's body. He stood there, momentarily speechless. Elder Wang's spiritual sense swept over Qin Yi's body, and he was astonished to find that every single cell was brimming with vitality, so active it was almost unbelievable. Despite receiving no treatment or consuming any spiritual items, Qin Yi had managed to stabilize his severe injuries purely through self-healing. After all, Shadow Thorn was a formidable expert at the Shanhai realm, and without Qin Yi's clever tactics, the outcome would have been unpredictable. When Elder Wang handed him a healing spiritual fruit, Qin Yi politely declined and instead asked him to bring a few high-grade nutrient sticks from the supermarket. Qin Yi had tasted these nutrient sticks when he first crossed over. They were rich in all the nutrients the human body needed, with just one stick enough to sustain an ordinary person for a whole day. The high-grade ones were specially refined from the flesh and blood of Tier 1 and Tier 2 ferocious beasts, not only providing immense energy but also tasting far better than the previous plastic-like texture. It was even said that long-term consumption could extend one's lifespan. Although high-grade nutrient sticks were expensive, costing 10 contribution points each, many martial artists still bought them in bulk for expeditions into secret realms. After all, before reaching the Shanhai realm, martial artists still needed to eat and couldn't forego food entirely. However, these nutrient sticks were only effective for filling the stomach and had no healing properties. Elder Wang couldn't help but ask, with injuries like yours, even a Tier 2 spiritual fruit would struggle to heal you, let alone nutrient sticks. You're just relying on your body's recovery to stabilize the wounds. Do you really plan to endure like this without proper treatment? He was genuinely worried about Qin Yi's condition. This disciple had crossed 2 major realms to defeat Shadow Thorn, clearly showing the potential of a true celestial being. If such a prodigy were to perish prematurely due to an accident, Elder Wang would deeply regret it. Master, I'm really fine. I'm just hungry. Once I'm full, I'll recover, Qin Yi insisted. He had finally found an opportunity where someone fought him with full force, nearly beating him to death. If he let others treat him, how could he achieve adaptive evolution? He could feel his cells on the verge of transformation, only needing a bit more energy. Seeing his master still unconvinced, he added, Master, I wouldn't joke about my life. Just bring me more high-grade nutrient sticks, and that'll be enough. Hearing this, Elder Wang finally gave up on the idea of giving him spiritual fruits and medicines. With a flash of his figure, he returned with 10 high-grade nutrient sticks. One stick was enough to meet a martial artist's energy needs for an entire day. Even with a voracious appetite, a martial artist could only consume up to 3 sticks a day, while a martial master might manage 6 at most. However, to Elder Wang's astonishment, Qin Yi devoured all 10 in one go and still looked unsatisfied, asking if there were more. Elder Wang's mouth twitched as he silently fetched an entire box from the storage room, containing 36 high-grade nutrient sticks. To his shock, Qin Yi finished them all in just half an hour, leaving not a single crumb behind. Burp, after consuming 46 high-grade nutrient sticks, Qin Yi was finally full. Every cell in his body was now bathed in a sea of energy, greedily absorbing the nutrients. His once gaunt face regained its fullness, and Elder Wang was stunned to see Qin Yi's entire being radiating vitality, with so much life force it seemed to seep from his pores. His cells were undergoing a cycle of death and rebirth, transforming in the process, and his previously life-threatening injuries were healing at a visible rate. Qin Yi felt a warm, soothing sensation throughout his body, so comfortable he almost let out a moan. He sat cross-legged, focusing inward to observe the changes in his body. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Your muscles, meridians, organs, and bones have been subjected to the blood energy impact of a Tier 5 Shanghai realm martial artist. Through destruction and renewal, you have successfully evolved the innate ability Immortal Golden Body LV2. As the notification ended, golden patterns appeared all over Qin Yi's body, radiating an aura of eternal immortality. Elder Wang sensed this aura and, losing his usual composure, exclaimed in disbelief, "Immortal essence? Isn't this a symbol of the sovereign realm?" How could Qin Yi? His emotions were a whirlwind of joy and melancholy. He was overjoyed that his disciple had developed immortal essence at the martial master level, even if it was just a trace, as it signified a guaranteed future as a sovereign. Yet, he couldn't help but feel disheartened that something he had pursued for most of his life had come so easily to Qin Yi. Snapping back to reality, Elder Wang's first thought was to keep this secret safe. His spiritual sense spread out, covering the entirety of the eastern outskirts, ensuring no one was spying on them before he felt slightly at ease. No matter how talented Qin Yi appeared outwardly, it was crucial that no one discovered he possessed immortal essence. A martial artist with exceptional talent might still be hindered by the sovereign threshold, and even other races would hesitate to hunt them down at all costs. The sovereign realm was notoriously difficult to achieve since Zilluo. No human had reached it in decades. But with Qin Yi showing signs of immortality so early, reaching the sovereign realm was no longer a question of if, but when. The Immortal Golden Body ability integrated several of Qin Yi's passive skills, such as copper skin, iron bones, and his remarkable physical recovery. This upgrade brought comprehensive enhancements to his capabilities. Moreover, the evolution Qin Yi gained from this clash wasn't limited to this alone. The system chimed again. Ding! Your cells have withstood the spiritual energy and blood energy impact of a Tier 5 Shanghai realm martial artist, successfully evolving the innate skill, Spiritual Energy Affinity LV20. The intense physical confrontation with the Shanghai realm martial artist had allowed Qin Yi to fully endure the Tier 5 spiritual energy and blood energy within Shadowthorn. This level of energy was nearly equivalent to a Tier 5 spiritual fruit in terms of enhancing his abilities. Although this upgrade only increased the skill by one level, it broke through the significant threshold of level 20. However, Qin Yi didn't notice any immediate changes. In the past, upgrades to spiritual energy affinity always brought obvious transformations. After some tentative exploration, he finally discovered, to his delight, that reaching level 20 had enhanced his comprehension and innate talent. When he opened his eyes to look at the air again, he could see not only the drifting spiritual energy, but also the hidden patterns in its movements. These patterns were the laws of the universe, the Tao itself. Qin Yi focused intently on his surroundings, only to be disappointed as he realized that, for now, he could only glimpse the Tao through the movement of spiritual energy. The Tao of spiritual energy? That seems reasonable, he thought to himself. The name itself suggests a connection to spiritual energy. To truly comprehend the underlying laws governing all things in the universe, it seems I'll need the evolution of other innate talents. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Qin Yi returned his attention to reality. He noticed that Elder Wang was still standing frozen in place, his expression dazed. Qin Yi approached his master and waved a hand in front of him. Startled, Elder Wang snapped out of his trance, trying to appear composed, though the turmoil within him was far from settled. Such severe injuries, yet he can heal completely with just advanced nutrients and his body's regenerative abilities. Elder Wang calculated silently. It seems the immortality within this disciple's body is far more profound than it appears. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Elder Wang adopted a serious expression and began explaining the concept of immortality to Qin Yi. He warned, "You can be as high-profile as you like in public, but never reveal the immortal aura within your body. Otherwise, it won't just be the heretical god society hunting you down, it will be countless ancient starry clans." As a novice in martial arts, Qin Yi had been unaware of the immense danger hidden behind the immortal golden body. After hearing his master's warning, he felt a sense of reassurance. Having a wise teacher to guide me is truly invaluable, he thought, feeling a surge of gratitude. At the same time, Qin Yi's curiosity about the threshold of the so-called revered realm grew stronger. What makes this legendary realm so difficult to achieve? He asked Elder Wang. Elder Wang patiently explained, "Once you enter the mountain and sea realm, a small world will gradually form within your body, known as the mountain sea world. A martial artist in this realm will also transform their sea of consciousness into a tangible space, merging it with their mountain sea world. At that point, a mysterious staircase will appear within the mountain sea world, stretching endlessly upward into the heavens." A phantom of an ancient and ethereal staircase materialized before Elder Wang as he pointed to it and continued, "We martial artists refer to this staircase as the path. But this path isn't just an ordinary path. It represents the great Tao. You could also call it the immortal ascension path. On this immortal ascension path, there are countless steps. Your soul will act as the climber, ascending step by step. Each step is a threshold, and with every step upward, you'll achieve comprehensive growth. Comprehending the intent of the Tao, condensing the embryonic form of the immortal path in your sea of consciousness, and creating the embryonic form of the mountain sea world in your Dantianthus is the process of a grandmaster breaking through to the mountain and sea realm. Beyond the mountain and sea realm, your cultivation advancement will be directly tied to the number of steps you ascend on the immortal ascension path. Elder Wang elaborated further. Most martial artists in the mountain and sea realm linger around the level of 10 steps. For instance, Shadowthorn has barely reached the second step, placing her in the weaker tier of the mountain and sea realm. If she were to face a strong martial artist who has climbed 5 steps, she would likely be subdued in an instant, especially given that you're merely at the inferior grandmaster level. The immortal ascension path is merciless. 99% of martial artists are trapped below the 100th step. Those who surpass 100 steps are all exceptional talents. But even then, 100 steps is just the beginning. Martial artists who remain at that level have limited potential and can at most become pseudo-kings, unable to even approach the threshold of the true king realm. Only by stepping onto the 101st step can one have the hope of becoming a king. A martial artist in the mountain and sea realm who reaches the 101st step is honored as a marquis. Though technically still in the mountain and sea realm, their power and combat prowess are worlds apart, warranting the creation of a separate minor realm, the marquis realm. Qin Yi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The so-called ultimate experts I once learned about were those who had ascended the 100th step in the mountain and sea realm. Elder Wang nodded. Exactly. As for those who touched the 101st step, they are known as limit breakers. They have shattered the constraints and shackles imposed by the great Tao of heaven and earth, transcending them entirely. From that point on, their true strength can no longer be gauged by conventional combat power or realms. After hearing this thorough explanation, Qin Yi finally grasped the purpose behind Su Jinhe, the Martial Arts Union's first president, establishing the martial artist limit ranking. Su Ruoxu wasn't lying, he thought. The purpose of this ranking is to inspire human martial artists, encouraging them to maintain peak performance at every stage so they can better prepare to become marquises and kings in the future. Elder Wang continued. Those who linger between the 101st and 200 steps are classified as first limit breakers. From the 201st to 300 steps, they are second limit breakers, and so on. It's said there are 10 levels of limit breaking, but no one has ever reached such heights. The strongest human on record is the myriad tribulation sovereign, Chan Ziluo, who ascended 650 steps, making him a sixth limit breaker. At this point, Elder Wang's expression grew somber as he sighed. I, too, was once as ambitious as you, brimming with confidence as a so-called prodigy. Yet despite exhausting all my efforts, I could only reach the third limit. Since then, I've been unable to take even one more step forward. Worse, the hidden injuries within my body have accumulated and remain incurable. Perhaps in another decade or so, my vitality will decline, and my soul will wither. When that time comes, the immortal ascension path in my sea of consciousness will vanish, and my chance to ascend will be lost forever. The prerequisite for becoming a venerable is to break through the limits of the 4 stages, which means ascending all 500 steps of the staircase. Elder Wang looked at Qin Yi with a trace of regret in his eyes. In this lifetime, I don't think I have any chance left, he said slowly. I once witnessed my master achieving the breakthrough. The moment you step onto the 500th step, an immortal aura will surge from within, granting your flesh and meridians the quality of immortality. That is the reward of conquering the 500 steps. A look of reminiscence appeared on Elder Wang's face, as if he had returned to that exhilarating moment. Back then, my master stood on the 134th step, gazing toward the higher levels. From the 700th step, he saw a tombstone. Though he was filled with curiosity, he never reached it in his lifetime to read the inscription on the stone. Elder Wang turned to Qin Yi, his eyes glowing with anticipation. I hope you can fulfill his long-cherished wish. Qin Yi nodded firmly, etching this mission into his heart. It suddenly dawned on him that, due to his innate divine ability, the immortal golden body already possessed a hint of immortality without ever stepping onto the path of ascension. This meant that even if he failed to conquer the 500 steps one day, he still had a chance of becoming a venerable. That said, if given the opportunity, Qin Yi was determined to give it his all. He was curious to see how far he could climb. People often said the path of ascension was treacherous, with each step posing tremendous challenges. Qin Yi thought to himself, wouldn't that mean every step forward would subject him to immense pressure? Such a harsh environment seemed perfectly suited for his adaptive evolution. However, a question lingered in Qin Yi's mind. Could his soul also undergo adaptive evolution? By nature, the soul originates from the cells of the body. Would putting pressure on the soul be equivalent to pressuring brain cells? He wasn't entirely sure. After all, No one had ever delved deeply into the connection between the soul and brain cells before. It seemed he would have to test it himself to find an answer. Through Elder Wang's account, Qin Yi gained a new understanding of the martial realm beyond that of a grandmaster. If he hadn't joined his master early on, he figured he would have spent considerable effort searching for information about these stages. As their conversation ended, Qin Yi's gaze swept ahead. The massive sword mark he had carved into the ground not long ago had already vanished, and the grassland had returned to its original tranquil state. About 70 or 80 meters away, Xi lay unconscious and motionless on the grass. Qin Yi stared at her from a distance, and an amusing thought suddenly crossed his mind. Master, you'll leave this woman to me to handle, right? Qin Yi asked with a playful smirk, his gaze falling on the unconscious Xi lying on the ground. Master Wang gave a slight nod, disinterested in dealing with such small fry. However, the mischievous glint in his disciple's eyes piqued his curiosity. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force moved the unconscious Xi to their feet. Xi's body still bore traces of Qin Yi's heaven-splitting sword qi. The strange black skin she used to conceal her aura was tattered, revealing patches of pale, snow-white skin. Qin Yi, unfazed by the suggestive scene, crouched down, reaching for the artery on her wrist. At that moment, Xi suddenly regained consciousness, her eyes snapping open and locking onto Qin Yi in shock and disbelief. She vividly remembered the devastating power of her killing move and had been certain Qin Yi would be gravely injured, if not dead. Yet here he was, alive and well, crouching calmly before her. This must be a dream, Xi screamed internally, trying to shut her eyes again. But the warmth radiating from her right wrist forced her to confront reality. Qin Yi, like a seasoned physician, had his fingers precisely pressing against her meridians. A surge of fiery qi and blood seeped through her skin into her body, causing sharp, searing pain. She struggled to resist, but her limbs felt utterly powerless. What is he doing? Injecting his qi and blood into me? Is he trying to torture me? Xi was baffled. Her body began to react violently, the remnants of her own qi and blood thrashing about in resistance to the invasive force. However, this feeble resistance was obliterated within a single breath by Qin Yi's domineering energy, leaving nothing behind. Qin Yi's qi and blood then flowed unimpeded, skillfully spreading throughout Xi's entire body, even penetrating the smallest capillaries. Suddenly, Xi's limp body convulsed. Her right leg jerked up uncontrollably, landing a hard kick on herself. Her limbs moved erratically, as if each had a mind of its own. After a messy struggle, she managed to stumble to her feet, only to trip and fall face first into the dirt moments later. Master Wang's eyes lit up in astonishment. Are you using such precise qi and blood control to infiltrate her flesh and blood, achieving a puppet-like manipulation? He marveled at Qin Yi's ingenuity, calling it the foundation of an entirely new technique. Yet, he was puzzled. Such meticulous and extensive control required splitting one's qi and blood into millions of threads, something that should be impossible without reaching the Tongshan transcendence level. Master Wang couldn't help but take another long look at Qin Yi, inwardly amazed. Just how many surprises could this disciple of his bring? This blood manipulation technique of yours, once refined, could probably be classified as a brank martial art, Master Wang praised. Unfortunately, most martial artists lack the level of qi control you possess, so even if it's written down, few would be able to use it. Qin Yi chuckled inwardly at this. A casual experiment of his had the potential to become a legitimate martial art? How amusing. After another hour of repeated trials, Qin Yi had largely figured out the functions of various parts of the human body. He could now control Xi to perform simple actions like walking, running, and standing. During this process, Xi's mental state shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to sheer terror. She never imagined she would be reduced to a mere puppet, completely at Qin Yi's mercy. No matter how desperately she resisted, she could only watch helplessly as her body moved against her will. Over time, even her mouth and tongue fell under Qin Yi's blood control, allowing her to produce garbled sounds. At this point, Xi had become a complete marionette in Qin Yi's hands, utterly stripped of control over her own body. This voice, it's not what Shadowthorn intended to say at all. What kind of sorcery is this? Qin Yi was inwardly shocked, his brows knitted tightly. He turned his gaze toward Elder Wang, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Master, Qin Yi spoke slowly, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. Once I fully master controlling Shadowthorn, could I send her back to the Divine Order as my undercover agent? I could remotely control her actions. Elder Wang furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this and fell into deep thought. Qin Yi seized the opportunity to elaborate. The biggest issue is the intensity of my spiritual force. Right now, I have 1,100 points of mental power, plus the 100 points I gained automatically during my deadly fight with Shadowthorn. giving me a spiritual coverage range of only 11 meters. If the distance gets too far, the connection will break. After a moment of careful consideration, Elder Wang finally shook his head. This method of controlling through blood energy threads has its limits. Either your spiritual force isn't strong enough for long-distance control, or your mastery of the technique is insufficient. The only solution is to wait until your mental power improves further. Hearing his master's rejection, Qin Yi shrugged, ready to abandon the idea. Suddenly, a new inspiration struck him. Could I implant a program inside Shadowthorn, so she acts like a robot, following a preset plan? Qin Yi suggested, immediately diving into experimentation. After some effort, he managed to achieve partial success. He left a simple program within Shadowthorn, and then asked his master to send her out of the True King domain. Shortly after, the master and disciple also exited the domain and returned to the supermarket. Standing at the supermarket entrance, they watched as Shadowthorn's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. She turned left, then right, and soon vanished at the end of the street. Where does your program ultimately lead her? Elder Wang asked curiously. A faint, cunning smile appeared on Qin Yi's lips. Nowhere special, he replied nonchalantly. Just to the East Suburb police station to turn herself in. Oh, and shall also declare that it was the virtuous citizen, Mr. Qin Yi, who captured her, reformed her with love over several days, and inspired her to see the light and surrender herself. Elder Wang was momentarily speechless. The image of the police officers at the East Suburb station hearing such an absurd confession popped into his mind, and he couldn't help but imagine the sheer astonishment on their faces. The scene would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. On the eastern outskirts of Yuhang, the weather was clear and cloudless. The main street buzzed with activity, bustling with people and filled with the sounds of chatter and commotion. Suddenly, a woman dressed entirely in black caught everyone's attention. Her outfit, a peculiar mix of a robber's attire and cosplay, concealed her features entirely, yet she still managed to draw countless stares. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, curious and intrigued. Murmurs filled the air. What kind of new trend is this? Can she even see where she's going? Her figure's not bad, though. Young people these days really take things to the next level. A few bold onlookers even pulled out their phones, eager to snap a photo. Hey, miss, can I take a picture with you? Someone called out. But no matter who approached or tried to strike up a conversation, the woman in black ignored them all and continued walking without a word. Why act so aloof? Dressing like that is obviously meant to grab attention. Someone grumbled in frustration. However, a few martial artists among the crowd recognized the enigmatic figure. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they quickly checked their phones, only to pale in shock. Without hesitation, they fled the scene. The woman in black was none other than Qin Yi, an S-class fugitive of Jiangnan Provincia grandmaster-level assassin with a bounty of 5 million contribution points. Qin Yi had once nearly succeeded in assassinating a high-ranking official of the Jiangnan provincial government, a Fenghao-level executive, and had managed to escape unscathed. While not all members of the Yishan society were wanted criminals, someone like Qin Yi, who frequently targeted key figures, was inevitably placed on the wanted list. Several martial artists watched her departing figure anxiously. She seems to be heading for the East Suburban Police Station. We need to alert them immediately. They hurriedly pulled out their phones to contact the station. Meanwhile, Qin Yi had already slipped out of the crowd's view and was nearing the East Suburban Police Station. Outwardly, she appeared calm, but internally, she was deeply distressed. As an assassin accustomed to working in the shadows, she despised being the center of attention. The hundreds of staring eyes earlier had been nothing short of torment for her. But now, even the ability to end her own life was beyond her control. Her body moved forward, as if following a preset trajectory. Hatred burned within Qin Yi's heart for Qin Yi and Lu Yi. If it hadn't been for Lu Yi feeding her false intelligence, she would never have recklessly come to target Qin Yi. At last, Qin Yi arrived at the police station's entrance. Just a few more steps, and she would be within its perimeter. Outside the station, over a dozen officers stood in formation, their expressions tense and resolute. They had evidently been informed of her arrival and were bracing for her. The officers' nerves were stretched to their limits. Upon learning that the infamous Qin Yi was heading their way voluntarily, some of the less experienced ones nearly fainted on the spot. Most of the officers at the East Suburban Police Station were martial artists between the 6th rank and the lower martial master levels, far from being a match for someone like Qin Yi. Even the station's chief, Xiao Shi, was only a high-level martial master, just half a step into the grandmaster realm. Against Qin Yi, escape seemed almost impossible. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The officers knew that their only hope lay in reinforcements from the city, and their immediate goal was to stall for time. Despite his outward composure, Officer Chen Chen's nervousness was betrayed by his hands, which fidgeted restlessly. Xiaoxi stood at the station's entrance with her colleagues, her sharp eyes fixed on the approaching Qin Yi. She couldn't fathom why such a notorious figure would seek them out. Could it have something to do with their recent arrest of Scorpion Woman? The situation was dire. Though Xiaoxi carried a few life-saving artifacts gifted by her family, they would only protect her. Her colleagues would likely perish. Both her sense of duty and her conscience made it impossible for her to abandon them. Are you here to rescue Scorpion Woman? She's already been transferred to the North Suburban Prison. She's not here, Xiaoxi said coldly, trying to buy time. But Yingzi ignored her entirely, continuing her steady advance toward the station. Although Yingzi hadn't displayed any overt signs of power or unleashed the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster, everyone present felt an immense pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain weighed down on their chests, leaving them struggling to breathe. You can't go any further. Stop right there, Xiaoxi commanded sharply, her right hand secretly gripping a pale golden talisman, ready to act at a moment's notice. Shadowthorn's figure came to an abrupt halt, just 1 meter from the police station entrance. The air seemed to freeze, and every officer's heartbeat quickened. In this tense standoff, something completely unexpected occurred. Shadowthorn slowly turned to face Xiaoxi, brought her hands together in front of her, and slightly bent her back, resembling a prisoner surrendering. Her words came out unclear but deliberate, following the instructions of the model citizen Qin Yi. I, Shadowthorn of the Society of Otherworldly Deities, am here to surrender myself to the East Suburb Police Station. Please arrest me. The sudden twist left everyone present stunned. Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? It was as if Shadowthorn had activated some pre-programmed response. She mechanically repeated the same words, maintaining her submissive posture, following the instructions of the model citizen Qin. As Shadowthorn continued to repeat her statement, Xiaoxi finally began to accept this unbelievable reality. Biting her lip lightly, she personally retrieved a pair of specially designed handcuffs and carefully restrained Shadowthorn. The process was surprisingly smooth, filling Xiaoxi with suspicion. A powerhouse of the Shanghai realm, subdued so easily? Qin Yi, Xiaoxi murmured to herself. Even Shadowthorn's surrender is linked to you? Capturing Shadowthorn was already a miracle, but Qin Yi's methods were truly extraordinary, somehow convincing Shadowthorn to turn herself in. Xiaoxi even began to doubt whether this woman was truly the infamous Shadowthorn. A few minutes later, a streak of light flashed across the sky. A woman in a light yellow gown, her long black hair cascading down her back, descended gracefully from above, landing beside Xiaoxi. Her voice was gentle as she asked, "Where is Shadowthorn? Is everyone all right?" Although this elegant woman carried herself with a soft demeanor, no one present dared to underestimate her. She was one of the strongest martial artists in the city, single-handedly guarding the most dangerous branched secret realm in Yuhang Longjiang secret realm. While her real name was known to few, her title was renowned throughout Jiangnan province. She was none other than Mist Rain Marquis. Xiaoxi recounted the events that had just occurred in great detail to Yin Yuho. A flicker of undisguisable surprise flashed across Yin Yuho's face, which usually bore a gentle smile. She turned toward Yingzi, who was still standing motionless nearby, and let her spiritual sense sweep over the figure like a tide. After a moment, she solemnly nodded in confirmation. Shanghai realm, second-tier ladder. There's no doubt this is Yingzi. This black shadow cloaking her entire body is her signature skill. It's unmistakable. Xiaoxi frowned slightly, silently pondering how Qin Yi had managed to compel Yingzi to turn herself in. Just then, Yin Yuho detected something peculiar and exclaimed in astonishment. Yingzi's body is suffused with an unusual force of blood and kits, as if invisible threads run through all her meridians and flesh, controlling her every move like a puppet on strings. Even the words she spoke must have been pre-programmed, not of her own volition. Yin Yuho clicked her tongue in amazement at Qin Yi's method of control. To manipulate a martial artist with such precision requires mastery over blood and qi at the microscopic level. The person who set up these threads of qi and blood must possess extraordinary skill. She turned to Xiaoxi, noticing the glimmer in her eyes, and immediately guessed something. With a smile, she asked, "Xiaoju, could it be that you know this master?" As one of the most powerful martial artists in Yuhang City, Yin Yuho held immense authority and was well acquainted with the strongest local human warriors. Yet among all the martial artists she knew, none had ever demonstrated such a refined technique involving qi threads. Could it be an outsider of great renown? Xiaoxi let out a wry chuckle and nodded. "I do know him, but..." She hesitated briefly. "The martial artist controlling Yingzi is someone you might also be familiar with." Yin Yuho raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, who might that be?" She couldn't imagine anyone she knew possessing such remarkable skills. Xiaoxi offered a hint. "It's the very person you're scheduled to protect in 8 days, Qin Yi." Yin Yuho froze upon hearing this, her first reaction being that Xiaoxi was joking. According to the information she had, Qin Yi was merely a mid-tier martial master. No matter how gifted, it was inconceivable for someone to achieve a breakthrough capable of rivaling a Shanghai realm warrior in just 1 week. More importantly, rivaling seemed insufficient to describe the situation. Controlling Qin Yi, to the extent of making her voluntarily surrender, could only be described as manipulating. How could this be possible? Was it even logical? Studying Xiao Shi's expression carefully, Yin Yu saw no signs of deceit. Though still skeptical, she decided to keep this matter in mind for now. She said, "I'll take Qin Yi into custody first. Your East District Police Department can handle the follow-up." As for Qin Yi, a glint of interest flashed in her eyes. "I'll be meeting him soon enough." Despite her gentle demeanor, Yin Yu was known for her decisive actions. She grabbed Qin Yi and disappeared into the sky in an instant, leaving the officers of the East District Police Department standing in stunned silence. A few seconds later, the group collectively exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with joy at having survived the ordeal. Capturing the Scorpion Woman of the Ishan Society had already been a significant accomplishment, though the credit for such a feat rarely trickled down to ordinary officers. Qin Yi, however, was a different matter entirely. A Shanghai realm warrior voluntarily turning herself in was a monumental achievement. Even the rank-and-file officers felt as though they'd hit the jackpot, unable to contain their excitement. Only Xiao Shi remained calm, standing silently at the station's entrance and gazing toward the direction of the East District supermarket. Her emotions were conflicted. She wanted to see Qin Yi but worried that doing so might expose her presence and alert the Ishan Society, raising their guard. Given her unique background, it was best to avoid unnecessary encounters. After much deliberation, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Taking out her phone, she opened the martial arts network and sent Qin Yi a brief message. "Are you there?" Meanwhile, the incident of Qin surrender in the East District did not spark widespread discussion. Someone seemed to be suppressing the news behind the scenes. Otherwise, the story would have undoubtedly caused a sensation online. While the officers at the East District Police Department were still recovering from the shock, and Qin Yi was engrossed in his cultivation, Jianpengzi was enjoying an exceptionally comfortable few days. Forcing himself to forget about the fifth-tier spiritual fruit, he focused on processing the high-quality insect carcasses he'd acquired from Qin Yi. The resulting rare items brought him immense profits. Although Qin Yi had earned a significant amount of gold cards from him, Jianpengzi couldn't help but feel that suppliers of raw materials could never outearn product processors. Take the most common second-tier firefly insect, for example. While Jianpengzi paid around 3,000 contribution points to purchase one from Qin Yi, the insect's stomach contained a second-tier spiritual material, luminous matter. This substance could be used to craft at least 30 luxurious hanging lamps. These lamps required no electricity to emit a soft, bright glow and could last for decades. With their ornate designs, they were especially popular among the wealthy, particularly those with little martial prowess. Such individuals loved purchasing extravagant goods made from fierce beasts to flaunt their strength. Perhaps it was a case of compensating for their deficiencies. In any case, a single firefly lamp could sell for as much as 1,500 contribution points under the right circumstances, earning Jianpengzi several times the cost of the raw materials. His only expenses were minimal processing fees and distribution costs. The Jin family, with its hundreds of shops and dozens of auction houses, had no trouble selling the products. Striking it rich, heh. Jianpengzi chuckled lewdly as he stood before the production line at the processing plant, watching the steady output of spiritual products. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Qin Yi. He planned to set aside some contribution points to offer as a gesture of goodwill once this batch of goods was sold, ensuring he stayed in Qin Yi's good graces. After all, maintaining this connection was crucial. With the right alliances, the position of family head could be his for the taking. Thanks to this lucrative batch, the current family head had been praising Jianpengzi in front of the other clan members, prompting him to envision an even brighter future. However, unbeknownst to him, several of the Jin family's other heirs were also taking action. Some were bribing Jianpengzi's subordinates, while others were investigating his recent activities, all trying to uncover the source of this windfall. Someone capable of supplying such a large quantity of second-tier insect carcasses must be extraordinarily powerful. Naturally, they too wanted to build a connection with this mysterious supplier. Why should Jianpengzi monopolize the benefits? The position of family head was not so easily secured. I can offer a higher purchase price than Jinfeng, even if it means taking a loss. As long as Jinfeng doesn't profit, I win. In a secluded room, Jin Yuan, the Jin family's second son, smirked as he studied the report handed to him by a servant. His gaze landed on the photo attached to the document. It was none other than Qin Yi. The younger generation of the Jin family was engaged in a tug-of-war centered around Qin Yi. Meanwhile, in a distant hidden realm surrounded by mountains and shrouded in mist, members of the Ishan Society were arriving one after another at a familiar valley. Each person found their designated stone chair and took a seat. The air was thick with an unusual tension. It had been less than 7 days since their last meeting, an unusually short interval for such gatherings. Under normal circumstances, the Ishan Society convened no more than once a month. This urgent assembly clearly indicated that something significant had occurred. Without a doubt, the matter at hand was once again related to Qin Yi, the second circle powerhouse, Shadow Thorn, who had been dispatched to Yuhang fully armed to apprehend Qin Yi, had been out of contact for several days since leaving. The Ishan Society had completely lost communication with her. According to intelligence gathered through their own network, not only had Shadow Thorn failed her mission, but she had also voluntarily surrendered herself to the authorities. If the incident hadn't been kept under wraps by the officials, the Ishan Society's reputation would have been utterly tarnished. The Stone Man, seated in the second circle, finally spoke. His smooth, marble-like face betrayed no emotion, but his voice carried a weighty tone. Defeating and even capturing Shadow Thorn alive is an immensely difficult task, though not entirely impossible. The Marquises of Yuhang, or even the true king of Jiangnan province, any of them could potentially achieve this if they encountered Shadow Thorn Hedon. As soon as the Stone Man finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned toward him. He continued, however, capturing Shadow Thorn is one thing. Forcing her to surrender herself is a whole different level of difficulty. Shadow Thorn specializes in the art of illusions, and her soul has a high resistance to all forms of illusion-based control techniques. Even those at the Marquis level would find it nearly impossible to subdue her. Moreover, the only true king in Jiangnan province, the Jiangnan king, has never cultivated any divine abilities or paths capable of controlling others. His words were like a bombshell detonating in the room. He concluded in a grave tone. This suggests that Qin Yi is likely being protected by a hidden master, and there's a very high chance that this person is a true king. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Even the three top-tier members seated at the innermost circle of the stone table revealed subtle changes in their expressions. The true king realm was no trivial matter. Even among the ancient clans with their rich history and abundance of talent, a true king-level martial artist was a pillar of strength, someone who commanded immense respect. The man seated to the Stone Man's right nodded in agreement. The idea of a true king hiding in Yuhang City makes us hesitant to jump to conclusions. But to control Shadow Thorn into surrendering herself, the minimum requirement would be a Marquis-level expert. To err on the side of caution, we should assume the worst-case scenario that Qin Yi is being guarded by a true king. The Ishan Society had always been known for its cautious and methodical approach. This was precisely why they had initially sent a martial artist to capture the newly initiated Qin Yi. Other organizations, facing a novice who had just stepped into the martial path, might have dispatched 2 or 3 high-level martial artists at most, and certainly no more than 9. Members of the Ishan Society, having cultivated to this level, were naturally intelligent and analytical. Though their assumptions might have been off in some aspects, they had inadvertently arrived at the correct conclusion. Qin Yi was indeed under the protection of a true king, though it was not the true king who had subdued Shadow Thorn. At the outermost circle of the meeting, Lu Yi finally found an opportunity to speak. Straightening his back, he said loudly, Qin Yi himself doesn't have any significant background. Is it possible that the true king guarding him was dispatched by the authorities from another region? Lu Yi's comment drew the attention of the inner circle leaders, which made him visibly excited. In truth, when he first learned of Shadow Thorn's failure, he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he experienced a subtle sense of schadenfreude. It was a reaction akin to how ordinary people might feel a twisted sense of relief seeing someone else suffer the same misfortune they once did. He elaborated on his theory. I believe Qin Yi has already established contact with the authorities. With so many powerful figures protecting him now, they're likely waiting for us to make another move, so they can weaken us further. President, we shouldn't fall for their trap. The best approach would be to leave Qin Yi alone for the time being, assign people to monitor him in secret, and wait for the right opportunity. The authorities can't possibly watch over him forever. They're bound to slip up eventually. Lu Yi's suggestion was consistent with the Ishan Society's typical cautious style. In the past, the group would have independently adopted a similar strategy without needing anyone to suggest it. However, this time, the situation seemed different. The man seated at the very center of the meeting spoke. His shoulder-length white hair gave him an air of age and wisdom, yet his youthful appearance, unmarred by a single wrinkle, created an unsettling contrast. He looked directly at Lu Yi, his tone calm but filled with an oppressive weight. According to your theory, Qin Yi managed to convince the authorities to assign a true king as his guardian. Do you think talent alone is enough to achieve that? Lu Yi froze for a moment before understanding the president's implication. Qin Yi, a low-status martial artist with no influential background, even with exceptional talent, could never warrant the personal protection of a true king. The only possibility was that Qin Yi had truly inherited the legacy left behind by that figure Lin Chongqing, the king of suppression. Lu Yi's eyes widened as a startling thought flashed through his mind. He glanced around and noticed the same shocked expression on everyone else's faces. It was only by receiving Lin Chongqing's legacy that the authorities would place such importance on Qin Yi, even dispatching a true king to personally protect him. After all, Lin Chongqing was not only a righteous martial artist with official backing, but also a legendary figure. The voice of the president of the Yi Shun Association broke the silence, pulling everyone from their thoughts. He continued, "Do you realize how rapidly Qin Yi's strength will grow after inheriting the King of Suppression's legacy, coupled with the full support and cultivation from the authorities?" The president paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. "Let me tell you, the speed will be beyond our imagination. Today, he might only be a high-level martial artist, but in just a month, he could potentially step into the realm of a top-tier grandmaster." A collective gasp filled the room. The president elaborated further. Lin Chongqing, the king of suppression, was a martial artist who rose from the bottom. His cultivation technique is renowned for its unparalleled speed, dozens of times faster than ordinary methods. What's even more astonishing is that despite such rapid progress, Lin Chongqing's technique ensures a stable foundation. The president's tone grew grave. "If we were to follow our usual strategy, temporarily leaving Qin Yi alone while secretly observing him for just half a year, he might already reach the level of a marquis, rendering him impervious to assassination." One member couldn't help but interject, "But our Ishan Association does have true kings. Not just one, we have two." The president shook his head. "A true king may not necessarily be able to kill Qin Yi instantly. Martial artists who step into the marquis realm often possess life-saving techniques or protective treasures. If we miss this chance, it will be nearly impossible to find another." At this moment, a white-haired man, another high-ranking figure in the Ishan Association, spoke up. His voice was low and resolute. "This matter concerns the master's orders. They must be obeyed without question. The assassination of Qin Yi cannot be halted. If we fail to complete this task, after all the effort the master has put into giving us this mission, we might as well be dead." The room fell into a brief silence. Finally, a member broke the stillness, cautiously asking, "President, who will carry out the assassination in 7 days?" A glint of cold light flashed in the white-haired man's eyes as he calmly replied, "I will lead the team. Everyone from the first and second circles will go." This declaration landed like a bombshell in the room. Everyone turned to the white-haired man in shock. The members seated in the first and second circles were at least at the grandmaster level, numbering 12 in total. Among them, 3 from the first circle, including the president and the silent vice president, were in the true king realm. Hearing this arrangement, Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. Such a terrifying force being fully mobilized just to capture a young man who had only been practicing martial arts for a little over a month. This kind of power was enough to annihilate an entire weak race. Even if the authorities were prepared, they likely couldn't anticipate the Ishan Association's sheer madness in deploying all their elites. Lu Yi calculated inwardly. With such a lineup, if Qin Yi still managed to survive, it would truly defy all logic. Several days passed peacefully. Jin Pengzi's face was adorned with an uncontrollable smile, and his eyes gleamed with greed. The batch of Zerg corpses he had acquired from Qin Yi had already been processed into various luxurious martial arts goods ranging from ornate home decorations to practical armor and potions, all of which were of premium quality. The immense profit from this venture had Jin Pengzi grinning from ear to ear for days. However, his joy was soon interrupted by a twinge of unease. Jin Pengzi keenly noticed that a few of his siblings were secretly investigating Qin Yi's background. He instantly realized that they had ulterior motives and were clearly trying to poach his business partner. Jin Pengzi's gaze shifted beyond the immediate benefits, peering toward the long-term future. To him, Qin Yi was far more than just a one-time supplier of Zerg corpses. As Qin Yi's cultivation level rose, Jin Pengzi could not only share in the profits but also acquire more rare spiritual materials from him. In essence, Qin Yi was Jin Pengzi's golden goose, and losing him to others would be a lifelong regret. After much deliberation, Jin Pengzi understood that it was unrealistic to forcibly stop his siblings from approaching Qin Yi, and asking Qin Yi to hide was equally absurd. He decided to subtly express his goodwill and strengthen their partnership through warm gestures in the martial arts community. Jin Pengzi picked up his phone, opened Qin Yi's profile, and sent him a private message. "Hey bro, you there?" After sending it, he anxiously waited, but after a long while, there was still no response on the screen. Is he busy? Jin Pengzi's mindset at this moment was akin to that of an infatuated admirer, always finding excuses for the other party. He waited by his phone for another 2 or 3 hours, yet there was still no reply. Jin Pengzi grew restless, but he couldn't focus on anything else. He kept compulsively checking his phone to see if Qin Yi had responded. Finally, a clever idea struck him. He spent 200 contribution points to send Qin Yi a red envelope. Sure enough, the next second, a small line of white text popped up in the chat. "Qin Yi has claimed your red envelope." Immediately after, Qin Yi's belated reply appeared. "I'm here. What's up?" Staring at the message, Jin Pengzi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Are people really this pragmatic nowadays? Fortunately, Qin Yi had finally responded. The 200 contribution points were a small price to pay. Jin Pongzi began openly and subtly flattering Qin Yi, promising that he would raise the purchase price for anything he acquired from him in the future. All he asked was that Qin Yi ignore any other members of the Jin family who might approach him. His sincerity was undeniable, and combined with the fact that he had already gifted Qin Yi a fifth-tier spiritual fruit, Qin Yi agreed after a brief consideration. While other members of the Jin family might offer Qin Yi higher rewards in their pursuit of the family head position, those deals would be short-lived. Partnering with Jin Pongzi was a more stable and reliable option. With Qin Yi's agreement, Jin Pongzi finally felt at ease. He let out a long sigh of relief, and as his gaze swept over his third brother hurriedly passing by the doorway, a smug smile appeared on his face. You think I don't know what you're up to? Just as Jin Pongzi was contemplating his next business move, one of his trusted aides leaned in and whispered, Second young Master Li of the Li family wants to place an order with us for a batch of second-tier insect armor. Second young Master Li? Li Wufeng. Jin Pongzi's eyes lit up. Now that's a lucrative deal. He had been stockpiling a significant collection of high-quality second-tier insect armor, not worried about selling it, but rather about selling it at the best price. Insect armor was renowned among all kinds of armor for its rarity, lightweight nature, and durability, often commanding high demand but low availability. The main reason for this scarcity was the difficulty of finding height-ear Zerg creatures. Wild Zergs were rare enough, even among first-tier beasts. Only the presence of a queen could lead to the mass emergence of higher-tier Zergs. For this reason, Jin Pongzi felt secure in his partnership with Qin Yi. He firmly believed that Qin Yi must possess the coordinates of a Zerg queen's location, allowing for a steady supply and continued profits. Arrange a meeting with him, Jin Pongzi instructed without hesitation. The Li family, being a prominent family in Yuhang, wielded significant influence. Selling this batch of goods to them was an excellent choice. Not only would it bring in money, but it would also establish a good relationship with the Li family, achieving two goals at once. That evening, the upscale Tianjiang restaurant in downtown Yuhang was entirely reserved for a private event. In the luxurious main hall of the Chinese restaurant, only Jin Pongzi and Li Wufeng sat at the dining table, surrounded by 3 servers and their respective attendants. Li Xiao, long time no see. Where have you been enjoying yourself lately? Jin Pongzi greeted him with a radiant smile, raising his glass for a toast. Li Wufeng downed the contents of his glass in one gulp and offered a wry smile. Enjoying myself? Hardly. I recently went to the Xintian's secret realm with some friends, but it was grueling and full of setbacks. Barely made it back alive. He seemed unwilling to delve into the details of his experience in the secret realm, quickly steering the conversation toward business. The two spent over half an hour negotiating the price of the second-tier insect armor. In the end, Jin Pongzi conceded slightly, finalizing the deal. On the surface, it appeared that Jin Pongzi had made a concession, but in reality, he had used this opportunity to secure the friendship and support of the Li family, which would be invaluable in his future bid for the family head position. It was a strategic move that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. As a shrewd businessman, Jin Pongzi naturally wouldn't let himself incur a loss. Once the deal was finalized, the 2 men, similar in age and social standing, began to drink heartily. After a few rounds, the conversation began to flow, and they started discussing various trivial matters. Li Wufeng took a sip of his drink and asked curiously, Brother Jin, where did this batch of insect corpses come from? How did you suddenly get such a large quantity? Could it be that you found the queen insect? Jin Pongzi shook his round head, his eyes darting around as he selectively revealed some information. I simply acquired them from someone else. Funny thing is, this batch of insect corpses just so happened to come from the Xintian secret realm. The Xintian secret realm? A massive batch of insect corpses? Li Wufeng's heart skipped a beat, and the alcohol-induced haze cleared from his mind. He set down his glass and fixed his gaze on Jin Pongzi. Insect creatures were already rare, but for such a large number of their corpses to suddenly appear and all from the Xintian secret realm, could this really just be a coincidence? Suddenly, a terrifying scene flashed through Li Wufeng's mind. Piles of insect corpses stacked together, rivers of blood flowing endlessly, and an oppressive aura of deadly intent lingering over a desolate slaughter field. He shuddered involuntarily and pressed Jin Pongzi urgently. Can you tell me who you got these insect corpses from? Jin Pongzi frowned at the question, his expression turning cautious. He shot a sidelong glance at Li Wufeng, thinking to himself, could it be that the Li family also has processing channels? Is this Li Wufeng trying to poach my supplier? Noticing the change in Jin Pongzi's demeanor, Li Wufeng realized he had been too hasty. Cursing himself for his impatience, he quickly explained, I'm not after your supplier. I'm just really curious about this insect slayer. You might not know, but I happened to witness a battlefield between martial artists and these insects in the Xintian secret realm. To show his sincerity, Li Wufeng decided to share a secret he had been keeping. He vividly described the terrifying strength of the insect slayer, claiming that the individual was at least of marquis-level cultivation. Hearing this, Jin Pongzi was stunned. struggling to maintain his composure while internally bursting with excitement. No way. So Master Qin Yi is already at the marquee level? I've really hit the jackpot with this connection, he thought, almost giddy with delight. After carefully listening to Li Wufeng's account and determining he wasn't lying, Jin Pongzi hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal two words. Qin Yi, Jin Pongzi said in a low voice. He's just a young man, around 20 years old. The name hit Li Wufeng like a thunderclap. He shot up from his chair and exclaimed, "What did you say? That name, are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Jin Pongzi looked at him in confusion and repeated, "I'm sure. It's Qin Yi, a young man about 20 years old." With a thud, Li Wufeng collapsed back into his chair, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Qin Yi, a young man around 20 years old. Could it really be the one I know? No, it's impossible. It just doesn't make sense." Unbidden, the image of Qin Yi's calm and indifferent face surfaced in Li Wufeng's mind. It was at the Dongjiao supermarket, where Qin Yi, a mere novice in martial arts at the time, had faced him, someone who had already stepped into the martial master realm. Qin Yi had left a provocative remark. "Next time we meet, don't let me surpass you." Back then, Li Wufeng had dismissed it as a joke, something laughable. Yet now, upon reflection, he bitterly realized that the real joke might have been himself. It can't possibly be him. Why would it be him? Li Wufeng muttered in disbelief, unable to accept the fact that Qin Yi had reached the level of a sealed marquee within the martial arts hierarchy. Advancing from a beginner to such heights within a month defied all logic. Even though Jin Pongzi wouldn't lie to him, Li Wufeng still sought alternative explanations in his heart. Perhaps Qin Yi had merely stumbled upon the Zerg battlefield in the western Heaven Mountain range by chance, while others, out of reverence for the strong, had avoided disturbing the insect carcasses. Someone like Qin Yi, who came from humble beginnings, might have taken a risk to steal the spoils left behind by a powerful warrior in a desperate bid to grow stronger. This hypothesis seemed far more plausible. With this thought, Li Wufeng's emotions settled slightly. He inquired about Qin Yi's address from Jin Pongzi, but was met with firm refusal. Jin Pongzi was unwilling to divulge Qin Yi's whereabouts, fearing unnecessary trouble. "If you really want to know, investigate it yourself. Don't come to me," Jin Pongzi retorted bluntly. Li Wufeng wasn't angered by this response. Having just closed a significant deal with Jin Pongzi, he saw no reason to sour their relationship over a minor matter. After finishing his meal, he stood up, bid farewell, and left the restaurant with his entourage. As he stepped out of the restaurant, Li Wufeng gestured toward the shadows in the corner. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe appeared silently, waiting respectfully for instructions. "Find out everything you can about a young man named Qin Yi, around 20 years old, residing in Yuhang, and often seen in the Dongjiao area," Li Wufeng instructed in a low voice. "Understood." The black-robed man acknowledged the order and vanished into the shadows. Li Wufeng climbed into his sleek black car. The driver respectfully inquired, "Young master, where to next?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Wufeng, who had initially intended to return home, felt a sudden inexplicable urge. He finally decided, to Dongjiao. The journey from the city center to Dongjiao would take over 2 hours. Li Wufeng planned to rest for the night at one of his properties in Dongjiao before heading to the supermarket there. He felt an inexplicable need to meet the reclusive Wang Lao in person. Regarding Wang Lao, or Wang Su, the Li family had limited intelligence, only knowing that he was at least at the sealed marquee level. Beyond official channels, it was nearly impossible to uncover any details about Wang Lao's connection to the legendary Wan Jietianzuan. As the car's engine hummed steadily, Li Wufeng closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After his experiences in the Xintian secret realm, he had advanced to the mid-level martial master stage, just a step away from becoming a high-level martial master. He hoped to take that final step before the martial arts exam in 2 months. Meanwhile, in the storage room of the Dongjiao supermarket, Qin Yi sat cross-legged on a wooden bed, deeply immersed in cultivation. His vitality steadily grew stronger as his spiritual energy radiated outward, placing him in a profound and mysterious state. He repeatedly replayed the moment he unleashed his sword strike during his battle with Shadowthorn, comparing it to the techniques of Chan Ziluo's swordsmanship, and gained valuable insights from the comparison. With 6 days remaining until the agreed-upon deadline, Qin Yi had already, through his automatic cultivation aided by a level 20 spiritual energy affinity, successfully broken through the lower grandmaster level and stepped into the middle grandmaster rank. The grandmaster realm was divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Even a lower grandmaster would qualify to teach at a martial arts university, and in a martial arts high school, they could easily serve as a vice principal or principal. Qin Yi's current strength was already sufficient to apply for the position of principal at Yuhang's top martial arts high school, where Chan Xian happened to study. Yuhang's first martial arts high school was renowned in the region. Once deemed unfit for martial arts training, Qin Yi hadn't even qualified to attend such a school. In contrast, the moderately talented Chen Xian had only managed to reach the bottom ranks there. But now, everything had changed dramatically. In recent days, Chen Xian had reached out to Qin Yi, though Qin Yi had simply advised him to focus on his cultivation at school. Qin Yi couldn't help but imagine the scenarios Chen Xian might encounter after his sudden rise in talent, likely filled with classic tropes of pretending to be weak, only to shock everyone later. With 6 days left, Qin Yi was confident he could ascend to the upper grandmaster level before temporarily halting his progress. Advancing from grandmaster to great grandmaster required more than just cultivating vitality. It also demanded an understanding of the Tao and insight into its principles. While Qin Yi could rely on the frenzied intent of the Seven Wounds Mad Fist, or the domineering nature of his heaven-splitting sword to reach the great grandmaster stage, he felt this wasn't enough. He aspired to forge his own path in the Tao to achieve this breakthrough. Suddenly, a faint hum emanated from Qin Yi's body. Upon investigation, he realized that his vitality had reached 10,000 calories, the peak of the middle grandmaster level. While the automatic refinement of his vitality was swift, breaking through the bottleneck required his mental strength to keep pace. Fortunately, his spiritual power had already reached 1,500 points, sufficient for a great grandmaster, leaving no mental bottleneck to overcome. Effortlessly, Qin Yi shattered the barrier of the middle grandmaster level. His vitality continued to refine automatically, pushing toward the upper grandmaster limit of 20,000 calories. Just as he opened his personal status panel to review his updated attributes, the Tier 3 Spirit Beast talisman in his pocket trembled faintly. Is Big Dog about to wake up? A wave of anticipation rose in Qin Yi's heart. Ever since he had used Jiang Tianfeng's gifted Tier 3 Spirit Beast talisman to subdue Big Dog, he had kept the talisman in his pocket, though Big Dog had remained dormant. Now, it seemed the creature's transformation was finally nearing completion. The monotony of solitary cultivation had left Qin Yi longing for the days of bantering with the lively Big Dog. Within the Spirit Beast talisman, a void of chaos floated silently. Apart from the nutrients necessary to sustain the life of spirit beasts, the space was utterly barren. Most spirit beasts confined within would fall into a deep slumber. At this moment, Qin Yi held the talisman in his hand, and a thread of his spiritual consciousness probed into it, allowing him to clearly perceive the situation inside. In the center of this chaotic realm, a blood cocoon, veined with eerie patterns, hovered motionlessly. Pure, surging life energy emanated from it, and the veins on its surface bulged and twisted violently, as though on the brink of bursting. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed. A fine crack appeared on the cocoon's shell, rapidly spreading and expanding until it covered the entire surface. With a sharp snap, the cocoon shattered, scattering into countless drops of blood that dissolved into the void, vanishing without a trace. What remained in its place was a scruffy stray dog. It lazily sprawled there, its fur glistening with a radiant sheen, and its body emanating a robust vitality like a blazing fire. The dog, mottled with yellow and black fur, suddenly stood up on its hind legs, placed its front paws on its hips, and struck a majestic pose. "Huh, the great dog lord is back. All you humans, bow down and throw me some balls," the dog declared smugly. Qin Yi couldn't help but laugh, saying, as expected of the great dog just out and already reeking of dog, the dog had just absorbed a significant portion of the purest divine blood, advancing its realm from the first tier to the third tier, equivalent to a mid-level human grandmaster. It was no wonder it was feeling a little arrogant. Even more astonishing was that half of the pure divine blood remained dormant within its cells, continuously nourishing its body, enhancing its potential, and paving the way for future cultivation. As a reincarnated being, the dog possessed the foundation and experience of its previous life, ensuring that its path this time would go even further. At this moment, it was eager to leave the Spirit Beast talisman and showcase its newfound strength. In its mind, judging by Qin Yi's cultivation speed, the human was likely still lingering at the advanced martial artist level, at best reaching the lower grandmaster tier. I'll definitely outshine him," the dog thought smugly. With a slight movement, it extended its spiritual power, triggering the mechanism of the Spirit Beast talisman. With Qin Yi's permission, it successfully exited the talisman, materializing on the storeroom floor. The moment the dog appeared, it saw Qin Yi sitting cross-legged on the bed, smiling at it. Just as it was about to boast, it froze. It couldn't discern Qin Yi's cultivation level. "How is this possible?" the dog thought in astonishment. "My titanium alloy eyes are comparable to a class ocular technique. Coupled with my mid-level grandmaster strength, no martial artist at the warrior level should be able to conceal themselves from me." Qin Yi's faintly amused expression further irked the dog. It immediately employed its ultimate skill, insightful gaze, a class ocular technique exclusive to the canine race. However, even with this divine ability, Qin Yi's aura remained elusive and indistinct, impossible to pinpoint. In the dog's eyes, Qin Yi seemed shrouded in layers of mist, his figure flickering in and out of clarity, veiled and unreachable. No matter how hard it tried to probe, it could only see an endless haze. Eventually, the dog reluctantly concluded that Qin Yi had at least reached the lower grandmaster tier. What concealment technique did you cultivate? How is it that even my dog eyes and a class ocular technique can't see through it? The dog asked indignantly, its previous arrogance diminishing considerably. Qin Yi merely smiled without answering. Recently, his cloudy mist technique had been automatically layering itself, and in his spare time, he had even added a few layers manually for fun. Now, his body was surrounded by 10 layers of spirit energy barriers. Even martial artists of the same level with a class ocular techniques would struggle to see through it, let alone the dog, who was a level lower. What? We've only been apart for a few days, and now you're hiding things from me? Aren't we supposed to be brothers? The dog grumbled, clearly intrigued by Qin Yi's concealment technique. Do I look like a dog to you? Brothers with you? Qin Yi teased, though he eventually revealed the technique. It's just a class technique, nothing special. Class? The dog was skeptical. How is that possible? You're using a class concealment technique to block my class ocular technique? But as it listened to Qin Yi's explanation of the cloudy mist technique, its expression changed dramatically. This technique is a perfect match for you. It can stack infinitely and even generate layers automatically. Suddenly, the dog had a realization. Wait a second. When did your aptitude become so monstrous? You can now automatically refine your vitality, and your speed is faster than my fooling cultivation? The dog, having painstakingly achieved its transformation, was stunned to find that Qin Yi had effortlessly surpassed it. Is there no justice in this world? No fairness? It shouted in frustration. Remove your spirit energy barriers and let me see your true level, the dog demanded, still unconvinced. Qin Yi didn't argue. He simply dispelled the outermost layers of his barriers, revealing his true cultivation level. When the overwhelming vitality of a top-tier grandmaster and the spiritual power of a master grandmaster level divine sense entered Big Dog's eyes, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his vision. Instinctively, he covered his eyes with his paws and shouted, "You maniac! You're blinding my poor dog eyes." His voice carried a mix of shock and envy. Over 10,000 units of vitality, spiritual power transformed into divine sense. Damn it, I should never have compared myself to you. What was I thinking? Big Dog shook his head in regret, his earlier excitement from breaking through instantly evaporating. With a defeated sigh, he plopped onto the cold floor, legs sprawled out, his gaze filled with frustration. Just cover yourself up already, he muttered listlessly. I can't take it. My Dao heart might not survive this. Suddenly, Big Dog glanced around, his eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. Oh right, he said, as if recalling something important. I completely forgot to ask, where is this place? And what's been happening lately? Fill me in. Qin Yi nodded slightly and began recounting his experiences in detail. He spoke of his return to the human world, the assassination attempts by the Order of the Other Gods, and the process of joining the sect of Immortal Slayers. When the names Sect of Immortal Slayers and Order of the Other Gods left Qin Yi's lips, a thoughtful expression appeared in Big Dog's eyes, as though these names stirred some faint memories within him. The Order of the Other Gods, Big Dog murmured, furrowing his brows as he tried to piece together fragmented information in his mind. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. From what I recall, it's an organization set up by an alien race, with traces of demonic influence behind it. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Usually, when I only know the outcome but not the process, it's tied to my master. Parts of my memory related to him have been erased, so I only know the conclusion about the Order of the Other Gods, but have no idea how I came by this information. Qin Yi's heart stirred as he mulled over Big Dog's words. This implied that Big Dog's understanding of the Order of the Other Gods likely came from his enigmatic master, the same master capable of suppressing the immortal gods of the celestial race with a single spear. Could it be that this mysterious being had once been entangled with the Order of the Other Gods? As for the demonic race, Qin Yi frowned. His knowledge of the myriad races of the cosmos was woefully limited, leaving him unable to gauge the demonic race's strength. However, judging by the power displayed by the Order of the Other Gods, this so-called demonic race was undoubtedly no ordinary force. Big Dog hesitated for a moment, seemingly trying to dredge up a buried memory. In my fragments of memory, he continued, his tone tinged with puzzlement, there's still one more keyword related to the Order of the Other Gods. It's strange, and I have no idea what it means. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What keyword? Big Dog took a deep breath and exhaled two words. Yindang Mountain? Yindang Mountain? The moment this name slipped out of Big Dog's mouth, a thought flashed through Qin Yi's mind. A secret realm. The Yindang Mountain range stretches across the central southern part of Jiangnan province, with its main peak located in Wencheng, more than 4,000 kilometers away from Yuhang. Qin Yi recalled some information he had once come across online. Atop the main mountain of Wencheng's Yindang lies a great secret realm, highly dangerous and not yet fully controlled by the human alliance. Occasionally, fierce beasts escape from the secret realm, wreaking havoc in the surrounding areas. To counter this, the authorities have stationed a significant number of martial artists there, guarding it day and night to prevent any incidents. Frowning slightly, Qin Yi pondered the connection between the Yindang Mountain and the mysterious cult Big Dog had mentioned, the cult of the other god. Could it be that the cult of the other god is hiding near Yindang Mountain, right under the noses of the official martial artists? He shook his head, dismissing the idea. While the hiding in plain sight strategy was clever, it was far too risky to be plausible. His gaze sharpened as a more reasonable theory formed in his mind. The cult of the other god was most likely hiding within the secret realm itself. A secret realm is like a secluded microcosm, cut off from the outside world. Its isolation makes it the perfect hideout. Hundreds of people could take refuge within its boundaries without being discovered. This hypothesis also explained why, despite years of effort, the authorities had failed to locate the cult's headquarters. Qin Yi let out a soft sigh. He didn't believe the authorities hadn't considered this possibility. However, even if they had, they couldn't simply march into the secret realm and start searching. Not only could the cult potentially catch wind of the operation and escape, but the realm's intricate web of other factions would also make such a mission exceedingly dangerous. He thought back to the Xintian secret realm, a grade realm he had previously explored. Its harsh environment was mostly devoid of non-human inhabitants. However, grade and grade secret realms were an entirely different story. These higher grade realms were often divided among multiple weaker factions, which, while competing with one another, would quickly unite against any external invader. Sending a few individual martial artists for training was usually fine, but a large-scale incursion by high-level martial artists would undoubtedly provoke these factions. Worse still, many of these weaker factions were backed by powerful races. Should tensions escalate, the situation would only grow more complicated. Qin Yi's expression fluctuated, his brows tightly knit. Noticing this, Big Dog glanced around cautiously before speaking in a low tone using his unique canine language. Ever since I broke through to the third tier, fragments of vague memories have surfaced in my mind. These memories seem to hint at a great opportunity hidden in Yindang Mountain, something connected to my master. I don't know the specifics, but as they say, don't let good fortune fall into the hands of outsiders. If you get the chance, you must visit Yindang Mountain and see if you can find that opportunity. Although Big Dog had no idea what his master had left behind, he was certain it wasn't meant for him and that he couldn't use it anyway. Since that was the case, he figured it was better to give it to Qin Yi. Qin Yi snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes narrowing as he said meaningfully, Yindang Mountain. It's not the right time yet. Whether I can enter depends on what happens 6 days from now. He was now almost certain that the cult of the other god's headquarters was hidden within the Yindang secret realm. Since the cult had already targeted him, entering the secret realm would first require neutralizing the cult's threat. How much he could weaken the cult's forces in 6 days would determine whether he could set foot in Yindang Mountain. If no cult members came to assassinate him and their core members remained intact, he wouldn't dare to venture into the secret realm recklessly. Qin Yi was willing to take risks, but he wouldn't foolishly throw his life away. Opportunities only mattered if one lived to seize them. Dying halfway would render even the greatest chance meaningless. Suddenly, Qin Yi recalled Big Dog's earlier boasts and asked, by the way, didn't you claim to be a master of runes? Now that you've advanced to the third-tier grandmaster level, can you inscribe runes for me? At the mention of runes, Big Dog's tail immediately shot up, wagging enthusiastically. Puffing out his chest, he bragged, I'm not exaggerating here. Remember that grandmaster Jiang Tanfeng you met before? When it comes to runes, he'd call me his master. No, scratch the they'd have to address me as his grandmaster. Big Dog's pride was palpable, as if he might float into the air at any moment. Tell me, what kind of rune do you want? Just say the word. With my current level, I can consume a bit of divine blood and boost your strength by 30. If not for the limitations of materials and my own vitality, I could easily increase it by 60. Qin Yi currently possessed strength comparable to that of a grandmaster. In a fight, he could even hold his own against a Shanhadier expert. Big Dog was well aware of this, as Qin Yi had previously shared his victory over the assassinancy. Knowing this, Big Dog's bold claim of a 30 boost seemed more than just empty talk. A dog that actually understands the intricate art of rune formations? This world truly never ceases to amaze. Qin Yi frowned slightly, recalling the information Chun Xian had mentioned before. The art of runes was far more challenging than martial cultivation, requiring exceptionally high innate talent. Out of over 3,000 freshmen at Yuhang's first martial academy, only 12 had passed the rune test, earning the qualification to become rune formation masters. For the average person, this ratio would translate to 1 in nearly a million. Qin Yi's gaze fell on the self-assured dog, his eyes flickering with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to him, and he spoke up. If I provide you with unlimited materials and find a few rune masters on Jiang Tianfeng's level to assist you, What level of a killing formation could you create? He deliberately avoided mentioning the topic of inscribing runes onto physical bodies, clearly more intrigued by the potential of formations. The dog let out a pleased grunt, its tail wagging slightly. Zhang Tianfeng is roughly a 5th-tier formation master, capable of creating some basic 6th-tier formations. If you can find 2 helpers of his level and provide unlimited materials, I'm confident I could create a top-tier 6th-tier killing formation. Top-tier 6th-tier? Qin Yi frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. He recalled that Zhang Tianfeng had once set up a 6th-tier illusion formation, the Blinding Sandstorm formation in the Xintian secret realm, but he had no concrete understanding of the power a killing formation might possess. Sensing Qin Yi's confusion, the dog adopted an air of mystery and explained, killing formations are undoubtedly more difficult than other types of formations. Only those who have truly stepped into the 6th-tier mastery of formations can hope to create one. When Zhang Tianfeng set up the Blinding Sandstorm formation, he mainly relied on the terrain, as the area was naturally a desert, perfectly suited for such a formation. His illusion formation could deceive martial artists below the Marquis realm, but against a Marquis realm expert, it would be hit or miss, with about a 50-50 chance of success. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully before asking, and your top-tier 6th-tier killing formation, could it kill a true king? The dog froze for a moment, its front paws folding in a human-like gesture of pride. Of course it can. Before it could finish, it paused abruptly. Wait, what level did you say? True king, Qin Yi repeated calmly. The dog's expression shifted instantly. It stared at Qin Yi in disbelief, as if looking at a madman. Are you seriously suggesting that the heretical god sect would dispatch a true king just to kill a grandmaster like you? The dog questioned, incredulous. True kings aren't just wandering around like cabbages in a field. There's only one publicly known true king in the entire Jiangnan province. Qin Yi glanced at it indifferently and replied in an even tone, with my potential, what do you think? With your potential? The dog suddenly seemed to realize something, its eyes flashing with astonishment. An immortal seed? It couldn't deny that if Qin Yi truly possessed immortal-level potential, it was indeed possible he might attract a true king's relentless pursuit. After all, the heretical god sect was backed by the demon race, and the demon race would never allow humanity to produce another venerated one, especially a supreme venerated one. For someone like Qin Yi, with immortal-level talent, achieving the rank of venerated one was almost a foregone conclusion. There were only 5 days left until the agreed 15-day deadline. In the tranquil surroundings of a high-end villa district in the center of Yuhang City, Zhang Tianfeng and his apprentice, Zhou Yihan, had just returned from the Xintian secret realm and spent an entire day recuperating. Zhang Tianfeng was seated in the spacious living room, reflecting on the many experiences they had encountered in the secret realm. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Zhou Yihan, who was staring blankly out the window. A knowing smile played on his lips. Ever since they parted ways with Qin Yi, his once aloof and proud apprentice had often been lost in thought, gazing at the sky. It was clear she couldn't get the young man out of her mind. Daydreaming isn't going to help. Zhang Tianfeng teased gently as he walked over to her side. You need to take the initiative. Didn't you add him as a friend on the Martial World platform? Talk to him. Startled by his words, Zhou Yihan's face instantly turned a deep shade of red. She quickly turned her head away and retorted, Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Her flustered reaction betrayed her true feelings. Zhang Tianfeng sighed inwardly. As someone who had experienced these things before, he knew all too well the power of emotions. With a serious tone, he advised her, I won't stop you from pursuing what you want, but remember, not everything you do will succeed. Even if you fail, you must pick yourself up and move forward. Your cultivation is what matters most. No matter what you lose, someone with strong cultivation will always fare better than someone without it. I understand, Master, Zhou Yihan replied, nodding slightly as though she half grasped his meaning. Her cheeks still flushed, she quickly left the living room. Zhang Tianfeng sat back down on the sofa and picked up his phone. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly received a text message from a special number. This signaled a new classified mission. He swiftly completed the identity verification and opened the message. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Qin Yi, Zhang Tianfeng exclaimed in surprise. The new mission was related to Qin Yi. As he read through the details, his astonishment grew. In just half a month, Qin Yi had not only advanced from a martial artist to a grandmaster, but had also single-handedly dealt with 2 members of the Divine Discord Society, one of whom was a Shanghai realm powerhouse. If it had been anyone else, Zhang Tianfeng would have dismissed it as impossible. But the impression Qin Yi had left on him was far too extraordinary. Thinking back to when he had considered taking Qin Yi as his apprentice, Zhang Tianfeng couldn't help but chuckle at himself. A genius like that could only be taught by a true king, and even then, probably not for long. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianfeng accepted the mission. On one hand, he owed Qin Yi a favor. On the other, As a fellow prodigy of their kind, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. No matter what, this was a mission he had to take on. Zhang Tianfeng had just completed his remote identity verification and signed the mission regulations when a private message notification sounded in his Wu Realm interface. Opening it, he was surprised to see that it was a private chat initiated by Qin Yi. Feeling a surge of delight, Zhang Tianfeng quickly replied and began exchanging pleasantries with Qin Yi. However, as their conversation progressed, the discussion shifted toward the upcoming mission. Qin Yi got straight to the point, speaking of the plan 5 days later. Uncle Jiang, this time the Yishan Society is coming with the intent to kill me. We can't underestimate them. In planning to set up a killing formation as a trump card, just in case, Zhang Tianfeng felt confident about this, as killing formations were his specialty. He immediately volunteered, saying, "Leave the killing formation to me, Uncle Jiang will handle it. Just let me know what level of formation are you aiming for." There was a brief pause on the other end of the screen before 2 words appeared. 7th tier. Zhang Tianfeng nearly choked on his tea, staring wide-eyed at the screen. A 7th tier killing formation? Are you trying to kill a true king? Even the administrative offices in Yuhang City don't use 7th tier formations, he thought to himself, realizing this was beyond his capabilities. Qin Yi seemed to have anticipated his reaction and explained that someone on his side could handle the setup. However, he needed Zhang Tianfeng to bring along a fellow rune master of equal skill and sufficient materials for the formation. Shortly after, a detailed list appeared on the screen, outlining the various spiritual resources required for the 7th tier killing formation. Glancing over it, Zhang Tianfeng was stunned. The value of these materials was enough to drain the entire fortune of a marquee-level powerhouse. He knew full well that the authorities wouldn't foot the bill for this, especially since it was uncertain whether the Yishan Society would actually send a true king-level assassin. As if sensing Zhang Tianfeng's hesitation, Qin Yi quickly followed up with another message. "I want to take these materials for free. Whether or not the Yishan Society tries to assassinate me, once the formation is complete, it'll provide you and the authorities with 2 sets of 7th tier killing formation rune blueprints, as well as the insights of a top-tier 6th tier rune formation master." These words left Zhang Tianfeng deep in thought, carefully weighing the pros and cons of the deal. Zhang Tianfeng leaned back slightly, relaxing into the sofa as he carefully contemplated Qin Yi's proposal. This young man had come up with a clever plan trading tuition fees for material costs. After a moment of thought, Zhang Tianfeng concluded that the deal was worthwhile. 2 7th tier formation blueprints, coupled with personal guidance from a 7th tier formation master, was an opportunity far more valuable than any expensive materials. However, as a renowned runic formation master within Huaxia, Zhang Tianfeng couldn't help but harbor some doubts. 7th tier runic masters were as elusive as dragons, rarely seen or heard from. Where could Qin Yi have found one? Could it be a formation master from another federation? He vaguely recalled that the European Union and North America had a few active 7th tier runic masters who often hosted seminars. While Westerners approached runic studies with a scientific lens, Huaxia's perspective leaned more towards mysticism. Despite his trust in Qin Yi, the gravity of the matter compelled Zhang Tianfeng to ask, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Qin Yi responded promptly, "The 7th tier runic formation master is right here with me. You can come by tomorrow." Hearing such a confident reply, Zhang Tianfeng hesitated no longer and agreed immediately. "All right, I'll bring my team tomorrow." The East Suburb supermarket, correct? Yes, Qin Yi confirmed concisely. After ending the call, Zhang Tianfeng didn't set his phone down. He searched through his contacts and dialed a close friend. On the other end of the line, Zheng Wei, a peak 5th tier runic formation master, was stunned into silence after hearing Zhang Tianfeng's explanation. He repeatedly asked for confirmation that a 7th tier master was indeed willing to share their expertise. In the end, out of their long-standing friendship, Zheng Wei reluctantly agreed to participate. With 2 assistants already prepared, the next step was to procure the materials for the formation. Zhang Tianfeng glanced at the list Qin Yi had sent over and couldn't help but gasp. Void stones, fire phoenix feathers, black dragon whiskers. The list contained a plethora of 6th tier spiritual items, many of which were exceedingly rare. To top it off, a 7th tier spiritual item was required as the formation's core. Although they wouldn't need to supply the 7th tier item themselves, the remaining materials were enough to make anyone's jaw drop. "This is going to drain both mine and old Zheng's reserves dry," Zhang Tianfeng muttered under his breath. As a peak 5th tier runic formation master, he and Zheng Wei were quite wealthy, with well-stocked private collections. Money had never been a concern for them. But gathering the items on this list would be a monumental task that would undoubtedly take a toll on their resources. After deliberating together, the two gritted their teeth and worked tirelessly through the night, barely managing to piece together the required materials. By early morning, Zhang Tianfeng carefully packed the overflowing spatial storage bag and quietly left his home. After meeting up with Zheng Wei, they set off together for the East Suburb supermarket in Yuhang. Zhang Tianfang decided against bringing his apprentice, Zhou Yihan, along. According to Qin Yi, there was a strong likelihood that the Yishan society would dispatch a true king-level expert, and he didn't want to expose his apprentice to such danger or even inform her of the situation. During the journey, Zhang Wei couldn't stop asking questions about the mysterious 7th-tier runic formation master, clearly uneasy. Offering up such rare and valuable spiritual items in exchange for a chance to break through to the 6th tier was a gamble. If they were deceived, the frustration alone might make them vomit blood. While Zhang Tianfang outwardly reassured Zhang Wei with calm confidence, inwardly, he was just as uncertain, silently praying that Qin Yi wouldn't let him down. Before long, the two arrived at the East Suburb supermarket. The street was quiet in the early morning, with only a few pedestrians passing by. Although the supermarket displayed an "open" sign, the interior appeared deserted, save for an elderly man sitting behind the cashier's counter. A 7th-tier runic formation master, living in a place like this? Zhang Tianfang mused skeptically. Could it be the old man at the counter? A hidden master in disguise? The two hesitated at the entrance, observing the scene. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Tianfang, and he grabbed Zheng Wei's arm, whispering, "This place. It might be one of the secluded residences of a hidden expert." As a formation master with official affiliations, Zhang Tianfang was privy to the list of reclusive experts in Yuhang City. Zheng Wei, hearing this, shivered with excitement and said, "I remember now. There's supposed to be a mysterious recluse in the east suburbs with terrifying power. No clear information has ever been gathered about them. Could they actually be a 7th-tier runic formation master?" The theory seemed plausible. A 7th-tier runic formation master, whose strength could rival that of a true king-level expert and in some cases, even surpass it, would indeed be an enigmatic figure. With this realization, the two began looking at the elderly man with newfound respect and awe. So Qin Yi has connections like this. No wonder he doesn't think much of me, Zhang Tianfang thought to himself. The two cautiously entered the supermarket, intending to greet the elderly man. However, before they could speak, the old man opened his eyes, glanced at them indifferently and said, "The person you're looking for is in the storeroom." Zhang Tianfang and Zheng Wei froze. The storeroom? So the 7th-tier formation master isn't him? Their minds swirled with questions, but they didn't dare defy the old man's instructions. Carefully, they made their way toward the back of the store, heading for the storeroom. The storeroom was packed to the brim with all sorts of daily supplies and cluttered shelves, leaving only a small space in the corner. There, a small bed was placed, and sitting cross-legged on it was a handsome young man. Beside him lay a yellow-brown, scruffy-looking dog. At this moment, both the man and the dog wore remarkably similar expressions. Their faces lit up with amused smiles as they stared at the two people who had just entered the room. Zhang Tianfang and Zheng Wei instantly recognized the man sitting on the bed was Qin Yi and his large dog. A wave of embarrassment washed over them as they realized they had been duped. Zhang Tianfang instinctively began to scrutinize Qin Yi, but was shocked to find he couldn't discern the young man's cultivation level. The ability to conceal one's aura so thoroughly, even from a grandmaster's spiritual sense, was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Tianfang's expression briefly flickered with surprise, but he quickly composed himself and stepped forward, asking directly, "We're here, and we've brought all the spiritual materials. Where is the 7th-tier rune formation master?" Qin Yi stood up with a laugh and gestured subtly toward the dog beside him. Zhang Tianfang and Zheng Wei followed his gaze, their eyes landing on the scruffy dog, which was now standing on its hind legs, arms crossed over its chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Their faces immediately darkened. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Wei couldn't help but demand. "We're asking about the 7th-tier formation master, and you're pointing at a dog?" Qin Yi scratched his head awkwardly and offered a sheepish grin. "Ahem, this big guy here is the 7th-tier rune formation master I mentioned?" For a moment, Zhang Tianfang and Zheng Wei's expressions were a sight to behold. They wanted to laugh, but were too stunned to do so. After all the effort they had gone through gathering such rare spiritual materials to find a top-tier teacher, they were now being told that the teacher was a dog? Their emotions were a tangled mess of disbelief and frustration. The dog, however, had clearly noticed their disdainful looks and was visibly displeased. With a snort, it spoke in a distinctly human-like tone. "What's wrong with being a dog? Are you discriminating against dogs? Dogs can learn formation techniques too, and better than you, might I add." As it spoke, the dog raised a paw and made a casual gesture in the air. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and a dazzling golden rune materialized out of thin air. The rune radiated an aura of profound and intricate energy, hovering right in front of Zhang Tianfang and Zheng Wei. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the rune, utterly speechless. The sheer complexity and brilliance of the formation far surpassed anything they had ever seen, even from human formation masters. The large dog casually waved its paw, and a fifth-tier rune appeared out of thin air. This seemingly simple action left Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei utterly dumbfounded. As rune array masters who had yet to reach the 6th tier, they were acutely aware of how much harder it was to draw runes out of thin air compared to engraving them on a physical object. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei instinctively exchanged a look of astonishment. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed that a dog could perform such a high-level technique with such ease. Even Qin Yi was drawn to the scene, stealing a few extra glances at the large dog as he silently pondered just how powerful this creature had been in its previous life. The large dog raised its head proudly, its nose in the air. Humph! Stick with me, and breaking through to the 6th tier will be a breeze. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and used its paw to pull out one of its own teeth. This seemingly ordinary tooth, however, shimmered with a dazzling light of runes in the eyes of Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei. Intricate 6th and 7th tier runes were interwoven across its surface, forming an extraordinarily complex array. Even with just a glance, Jiang Tianfang recognized a 6th tier durability rune and a 7th tier flexibility rune, while countless others likely numbering in the hundreds were beyond his ability to identify. The large dog explained, "This tooth has been refined by me and can serve as the core of a 7th tier killing array." It turned to Qin Yi, its tone tinged with reluctance. "Where do you want to set up the killing array?" Clearly, these precious teeth were treasures it had left behind in its past life, and using even one caused it considerable heartache. Qin Yi answered without hesitation, his plan already in mind. "Engrave it on me. I will be the killing array Itselfan array that moves wherever I go. What do you think?" His bold idea left Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei once again stunned. They instinctively looked toward the large dog, who nonchalantly nodded. "No problem. We'll use you as the core and set up a void killing array, one that can move through space continuously." Hearing this, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei were thrilled. To personally participate in the creation of such a high-tier array was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Zheng Wei, ever cautious, asked, "Brother Qin, engraving a void killing array on your body might cause immense pain, and your physical body will endure significant strain. Are you sure you can handle it?" Qin Yi smiled confidently. "Don't worry about me. It'll be fine." Far from being concerned, he was eager to see how this 7th tier killing array would transform him. With his confirmation, Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfang immediately got to work, following the large dog's instructions to gather the necessary spiritual materials for the array. Meanwhile, Qin Yi removed most of his clothing, leaving only a pair of shorts, and sat cross-legged on the ground, ready for the rune engraving. His well-built physique was fully revealed, the eight-pack abs sharply defined, his muscular arms not overly bulky but radiating explosive power. Every inch of his body exuded extraordinary strength. As the process began, the large dog's expression grew serious. Engraving a killing array onto a human body was an extremely risky endeavor. Even with its vast experience, it dared not take this lightly, knowing that even the smallest mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. After carefully inspecting each enchanted object, Big Dog skillfully crushed a gel-like magical item and applied it to his paws. He began channeling the power of runes, as faint traces of mystical energy emanated from his claw tips. With the continuous movement of his small yet nimble hands, this power gradually spread, enveloping the entire space. Through a mysterious process, the force of the Great Tao used a high-grade enchanted object as a medium and began etching itself onto Qin Yi's exposed skin. Each stroke of the rune seared into his flesh like a red-hot brand, causing thick plumes of smoke to rise from his skin. This rune engraving was 100 times more excruciating than the ancient punishment of branding with hot iron. The dispersing power of the Great Tao not only burned the surface but also surged into his meridians, and even his very soul, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Not far away, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei stood in opposite corners of the storage room, carefully setting up an external formation centered around Qin Yi. They meticulously placed magical artifacts while keeping a close eye on both Big Dog and Qin Yi, wary of any potential mishaps. Zheng Wei couldn't help but glance at Qin Yi's face. Though he had no first-hand experience with the agony of engraving a 7th-tier killing array, he vividly remembered the near-unbearable pain he had endured during the creation of a 5th-tier array. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yi's expression was eerily calm, as if nothing was happening. This unnatural composure left Zheng Wei deeply shaken. It suddenly dawned on him why neither Big Dog nor Jiang Tianfang had warned Qin Yi about whether he could endure such pain. Clearly, the two of them understood Qin Yi far better and were confident in his ability to withstand such intense suffering. Indeed, they were right. To Qin Yi, the pain of these rune engravings was negligible compared to the soul-tearing agony he had once endured within the corpse of a giant deity. With his level 5 pain tolerance, he could almost completely disregard it. As time ticked by, 10 minutes later, the first rune on Qin Yi's body was finally complete. At a glance, The rune vaguely resembled the character for death, though its distorted strokes bore only a faint resemblance. As more time passed, additional runes appeared on his body, gradually forming a complete array pattern. The design coiled around his body like a dragon, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, the Tao energy surging into Qin Yi's body suddenly intensified, and for the first time, he felt the weight of true pressure. Qin Yi's meridians had undergone 2 evolutions, having been eroded by both the aura of slaughter and the blood mist of the giant deity. These experiences endowed him with an immortal constitution, granting his physical body a strength far surpassing others at the same level of mastery. Even among grandmasters, he ranked near the top. However, his understanding of the 7 wounds frenzy fist remained at the 2nd level, and the aura of slaughter within him only reached the level of a martial artist, barely perceptible in daily life. As for the blood mist of the giant deity, being the remnants of a deity who had perished decades ago, its quality had greatly diminished, barely qualifying as a 6th-tier spiritual material equivalent to the Marquis realm. At this moment, Qin Yi was enduring an unprecedented level of pressure. The array patterns being inscribed on his body were part of a 7th-tier killing array, far more powerful than the aura of slaughter or the deity's blood mist within him. As the first pattern was completed, fine cracks spread across Qin Yi's skin, and pale golden blood began to seep out, dripping to the ground. A faint sense of immortality permeated the air as his wounds rapidly healed. Yet, as the second pattern was carved, new cracks emerged, plunging Qin Yi into a relentless cycle of injury and recovery. Mindful of his master Wang Lao's advice, Qin Yi used the cloud mist technique to conceal his immortal aura. Apart from the loyal big dog, only Jiang Tianfeng might be trustworthy. Zheng Wei, however, remained a stranger, and Qin Yi couldn't afford to reveal his unique traits. The chilling power of the great Tao was omnipresent, agitating every cell and meridian in Qin Yi's body. Black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of injuries inflicted by the Tao. Fortunately, he had previously upgraded his immortal golden body to level 2 via Shadow Thorn. Had it remained at level 1, it would have been impossible to withstand the inscription of the 7th-tier killing array. Despite the excruciating pain, Qin Yi cautiously released his divine sense to investigate the rampaging Tao force within him. Most of his divine sense was obliterated the moment it touched the Tao force, but after numerous attempts, he finally identified 2 distinct streams of Tao energy. One stream was elusive and profound, seemingly untouchably a hallmark of the Tao of Void. The other stream coursed through his chest, sharp and unyielding, like an indomitable blade. It appeared to embody either the Tao of the sword or the Tao of slaughter. Qin Yi noticed that this sharp Tao energy seemed to be drawn by some force, moving steadily closer to his heart. Could it be targeting the spiritual seed in my left atrium? Qin Yi speculated. Recently, due to a lack of new spiritual materials, the growth of his spiritual seed had stagnated, remaining at a length of 6 centimeters. Yet now, as if sensing this sharp Tao energy, the spiritual seed in his left atrium became active, its tender 6-centimeter root swaying gently, as though beckoning the Tao energy closer. A sudden realization struck Qin Yi. Could similar Tao energies nourish the spiritual seed? With this thought, he chose not to resist the approaching Tao energy, allowing it to flow freely until it finally pierced his atrium. Arg! In an instant, a searing pain erupted, and Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. This heart blood, far deeper in hue than the pale golden blood seeping from his skin, carried an even greater concentration of immortality. Losing this blood was a significant blow to Qin Yi. His face turned deathly pale, his breath weakened, and even his posture slumped, as though he lacked the strength to stand upright. Qin Yi, are you all right? Jiang Tianfeng, who had been closely observing him, asked with concern. Qin Yi forced a faint shake of his head. I'm fine. Just focus on your task. I won't risk my life needlessly. If I'm truly in trouble, they'll let you know. All right. Relieved to hear Qin Yi could still speak, Jiang Tianfeng resumed his work. The cloud mist technique concealed Qin Yi's aura and cultivation level, leaving Jiang Tianfeng to rely solely on visual cues like his complexion to assess his condition. What Jiang Tianfeng didn't know was that while the sharp Tao energy's intrusion had dealt Qin Yi a heavy blow, it brought an even greater benefit in return. To Qin Yi's astonishment, the spiritual seed in his left atrium swayed with newfound vigor. Though its length remained unchanged, its fundamental essence underwent a significant transformation. Originally an ordinary 6th-tier spiritual seed, it had now ascended to a mid-tier 6th level in essence after absorbing the sharp Tao energy. This qualitative enhancement was far more valuable than a mere increase in size. The nourishment of similar Tao energies had allowed the spiritual seed to undergo a fundamental metamorphosis, akin to an ordinary sparrow being reborn as a mythical phoenix. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. Could this mean that as long as he could provide stable Tao energy of the same type, He could elevate a 6th-tier spiritual soldier seat to the 7th tier, or even the 8th or 9th. He seemed to glimpse a new path unfolding after perfecting the art of soldier cultivation. However, the joy was short-lived as an unexpected crisis struck. The elusive void Tao energy within him suddenly vanished, only to reappear in his brain domain the next moment, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Yi's forehead instantly. The brain domain was his most vulnerable area. If it endured the impact of the Tao energy, at best, he would become a fool. At worst, it would claim his life. He quickly mobilized all his divine sense in an attempt to block the spread of the void Tao energy. Unfortunately, his mere 1,500 points of spiritual power were like a mayfly trying to topple a tree, obliterated the moment they approached. Damn it, that big mutt never mentioned the Tao energy could invade the brain. Qin Yi cursed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, Tao energy indeed wouldn't intrude into the brain domain. Clearly, this situation was far from normal. The crisis struck so suddenly that Qin Yi was caught off guard. He wanted to shout out and interrupt the inscription of the killing array, but just as the words reached his throat, inspiration struck, and he thought of another solution. Time was of the essence. Qin Yi acted immediately. He gathered his remaining divine sense, weaving it into a large net, and delved into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness before casting it upward. In a flash, a dark golden remnant soul was precisely pulled out by the divine sense net and hurled directly at the rampaging void Tao energy. It was none other than the remnant soul of a Titan god from the heavenly race. Qin Yi had been quietly absorbing the remnant soul's power to strengthen his own soul and spiritual energy. Little did he expect that it would serve a new purpose to suppress the void Tao energy. Though the void Tao energy invading his brain domain was not vast, the Titan god's remnant soul had once nearly reached the pinnacle of the Tao. Its strength and level of existence were more than enough to subdue the void Tao energy. Qin Yi even speculated that the void Tao energy's inexplicable appearance in his brain domain might have been drawn there by the remnant soul itself. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Qin Yi awaited the outcome of this life-and-death confrontation. Buzz. The fragmented soul of the colossal deity, cast out of the sea of consciousness, remained in a deep slumber. Yet, the moment it came into contact with the power of the void, it instinctively emitted a mysterious wave of energy. Although Qin Yi couldn't discern the exact nature of this energy, he witnessed an astonishing scene. The previously elusive and ethereal void energy suddenly solidified 100-fold, transforming from an abstract concept into something tangible. Immediately after, the void energy began to flow like a gentle stream into the fragmented soul of the deity. The soul, like a ravenous black hole, devoured the energy entirely, leaving no trace behind. Even the continuous influx of void energy from the outside world was absorbed, ceasing its rampage within Qin Yi's body and causing no further harm. This seemingly uneventful process sent chills down Qin Yi's spine. He watched the fragmented soul intently, fearing it might suddenly awaken. Fortunately, even after consuming the void energy, the soul showed no signs of stirring. A bold hypothesis flashed through Qin Yi's mind. Could it be that this deceased celestial sovereign had mastered the Tao of the void during their lifetime? He had always assumed the sovereign had studied the Tao of gravity, given the massive gravity crystal mines formed after their death. Yet, the current scene suggested another possibility. As the thought settled, Qin Yi realized a critical point. Who said a sovereign could only comprehend one Tao? It was entirely possible for this celestial sovereign to have mastered both the Tao of gravity and the Tao of the void. This would explain many mysteries. For instance, according to Old Wang, alien sovereigns should have been unable to penetrate the world's barrier and enter Blue Star in recent decades. However, if this sovereign was adept in the Tao of the void, they might have used a secret technique to sneak into the human realm ahead of time. As Qin Yi pondered deeply, the giant dog had nearly finished engraving the array patterns. All that remained was to establish the core of the array and integrate a single canine tooth. Although the dog had anticipated that Qin Yi would withstand the engraving of a 7th-tier array pattern, witnessing it firsthand still left him in awe. As a seasoned rune array master, he knew just how challenging it was for even a top-tier grandmaster to endure such a process. In his long career, this was the first time he had seen it happen. Yet, it was precisely because of the immense difficulty that the rewards of overcoming it were all the more extraordinary. And this time, the rewards had far exceeded Qin Yi's expectations. The system notifications sounded one after another. Ding! Through the tempering of the Tao of slaughter, your meridians, body, bones, and organs have successfully evolved, unlocking the innate divine ability Immortal Golden Body LV3. Ding! Your soul and consciousness, having long been exposed to the Tao of the void, have adapted to its energy, unlocking the innate divine ability Tao Comprehension LV5. Tao Comprehension. This was the missing key Qin Yi needed to break through to the grandmaster level. Overjoyed, he realized that the soul could be considered a type of seller rather a product of cells capable of adaptive evolution. After all, nerve cells were cells too. But the system notifications didn't stop there. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to 2 types of Tao energy, unlocking the innate divine ability spiritual affinity, LV22. Ding! It has been detected that you meet the requirements for divine ability fusion. Automatic fusion initiated. Spiritual affinity LV22, Tao comprehension LV5 keen insight LV1 iron, will LV2 enlightened Tao heart LV1. You have successfully evolved an ultimate divine ability enlightened Tao heart LV1. An ultimate divine ability? Qin Yi had previously only known about 3 types of abilities resulting from adaptive evolution: passive skills, innate divine abilities, and active skills. The concept of an ultimate divine ability was entirely new to him. Even the name alone was enough to inspire awe. He quickly calmed his mind to carefully explore the effects of this newly acquired ultimate divine ability enlightened Tao heart. As he delved deeper into its capabilities, a faint smile crept onto Qin Yi's lips, and an overwhelming tide of joy surged within him. Though enlightened Tao heart was only at level 1, it combined all the strengths of Tao comprehension, spiritual affinity, keen insight, and iron will, while also generating unique advantages. Even at its initial level, enlightened Tao heart granted Qin Yi immunity to all illusions, enchantments, and eye techniques below the 6th tier. It also significantly enhanced his mental energy reserves and the strength of his soul. To his delight, the auto-cultivation ability provided by spiritual affinity LV22 not only remained but had become far more efficient. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was the true power of enlightened Tao heart. It granted Qin Yi the ability to comprehend any Tao. Once a week, he could actively enter a state of enlightenment and freely choose which Tao to study. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. Even peerless prodigies might never experience enlightenment. In fact, even the legendary immortal seeds could only attempt to enter such a state upon finding the right opportunity, rather than initiating it at will like Qin Yi. The potential of this ability was immeasurable, enough to make any cultivator go mad with envy. Qin Yi felt a surge of uncontrollable joy rising in his heart. He thought to himself that even the first level of Tao heart enlightenment was enough to benefit him all the way to the true king realm. He could only imagine the astonishing enhancements and abilities that higher levels of Tao heart enlightenment would bring in the future. Unlike other grandmasters who merely comprehended martial intent, sword intent, or similar principles, Qin Yi directly grasped the essence of the great Tao itself. His starting point was far beyond theirs. It was as if others were still learning elementary school subjects while he was already delving into university-level knowledge. While Qin Yi was lost in his thoughts, Big Dog was fully focused on completing the final touches of the 7th-tier void-killing formation. As the formation neared completion, Big Dog's tightly strung nerves relaxed slightly. It wasn't just him, 2 formation masters assisting him also breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that not only had they learned a great deal this time, but they were also on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of becoming 6th-tier rune formation masters. Zhang Wei and Jiang Tianfeng both sensed the same. They estimated that as long as they obtained the insights and experiences Big Dog had promised to share, then spend a few days in quiet reflection, they might very well achieve a breakthrough. This collaboration had been mutually beneficial. The only cost involved was Big Dog's energy and one of his teeth. However, considering Qin Yi's great kindness to Big Dog, coupled with their friendship, Big Dog naturally helped with unwavering dedication and without a single complaint. At this moment, Big Dog carefully placed his tooth at the core of the runic patterns on Qin Yi's body. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Qin Yi seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, after scrutinizing him for a long while, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. With the formation fully set up, Big Dog decided to conduct a trial run to ensure there were no errors. As an experienced rune formation master, he always left a backdoor in his formations, so this 7th-tier killing formation would never harm its creator. Big Dog's nimble paws formed an intricate hand seal, preparing to activate the formation. At that very moment, the doors of the eastern suburb supermarket were suddenly pushed open. A figure with a respectful expression hurriedly stepped inside. It was none other than Li Wufeng, who had rushed over in a great hurry. After concluding his transaction with Jin Fong, also known as Fatty Jin, Li Wufeng was overcome by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Instead of heading home to rest, he decided to head straight to the eastern outskirts of Yuhang. By the time he arrived at his destination, night had already fallen. Considering the late hour, he chose not to disturb the enigmatic Elder Wang and instead checked into a modest hotel near the east suburb supermarket. The next morning, Li Wufeng left the hotel at 10 a.m. He understood that a martial artist's intuition often carried a subtle warning, much like an animal's instinct for avoiding danger. Although such a sense was rare among human martial artists, triggering infrequently, and with limited accuracy, Li Wufeng was always cautious and never dismissed these feelings lightly. The street where the east suburb supermarket was located was sparsely populated, and with most residents already off to work, it was eerily quiet. As Li Wufeng pushed open the supermarket door, his eyes immediately fell on Elder Wang, who was seated behind the cashier counter. The old man's gaze was sharp and piercing, locked directly onto him. The supermarket was empty, and the air carried a heavy, tense atmosphere. Li Wufeng could sense a faint yet distinct ripple of spiritual energy pervading the space, carrying an undertone of danger. He followed the source of the energy with his eyes, which eventually landed on the door leading to the storeroom. His throat felt dry, and he swallowed hard unconsciously. Good morning, Elder Wang, Li Wufeng greeted, his voice trembling slightly. Elder Wang scrutinized him intently for a moment, as if he could see right through him, before calmly asking, "You're here for Qin Yi?" Li Wufeng felt a chill run down his spine, his thoughts seemingly laid bare. He knew this seemingly unassuming old man possessed unfathomable power and an uncanny ability to perceive the truth. Very few people, aside from Qin Yi, could elude Elder Wang's penetrating insight. Steadying himself, Li Wufeng replied honestly, "Yes, senior. I came to verify a theory and was hoping I might find Qin Yi here." Elder Wang fell silent, his expression unreadable. He was well aware that Qin Yi was in the midst of crucial preparations and should not be disturbed. The silence stretched on for nearly 10 minutes, the oppressive stillness in the air almost suffocating. Finally, Elder Wang seemed to sense something and spoke. "Qin Yi is in the storeroom. Go ahead." Relieved, Li Wufeng quickly expressed his gratitude. He could still feel the invisible pressure emanating from Elder Wang, a spiritual weight that only someone of kingly stature could exude. This overwhelming presence made Li Wufeng wonder if there was a deeper connection between Qin Yi and Elder Wang, perhaps a master-disciple relationship? With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, Li Wufeng pushed open the storeroom door. A surge of powerful energy hit him like a tidal wave, carrying an aura of blood and fury that made his clothes billow. In an instant, for sharp gazes locked onto him, sending a chill down his spine and causing his heart to skip a beat. Forcing himself to look up, Li Wufeng was met with the sight of 3 individuals and a dog, all staring at him intently. The most suffocating sense of danger came from none other than Qin Yi himself. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Qin Yi appeared calm, his upper body bare. A radiant glow shimmered over his skin as deep, horrifying wounds on his body visibly healed at an astonishing rate, sealing the overflowing energy within him. At that moment, Li Wufeng realized he might have underestimated Qin Yi's true strength. Li Wufeng stood frozen in place, his entire body tense, his face still bearing the marks of the recent fight. Yet at this moment, his attention was not on his injuries, but entirely captivated and terrified by a seemingly ordinary glance from Qin Yi. His mind raced, replaying the events from just over 2 weeks ago. Back then, Qin Yi was merely a novice martial artist, so weak that Li Wufeng alone could have easily taken down 10 of him. But now, with just a single look, Qin Yi made him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body chilled to the core. Li Wufeng struggled to maintain his composure, but deep within, an undeniable, unsettling truth was beginning to take shape. He stared intently at Qin Yi, desperately trying to find even the smallest flaw or weakness. It was then that Qin Yi's aura began to withdraw. As it turned out, in order to test the 7th-tier void-killing array, Qin Yi had temporarily removed the spiritual energy isolation layer to prevent the hard-earned tenfold spiritual energy barrier from being shredded by the array. Because of this, the true extent of his cultivation and aura, previously concealed, had been inadvertently revealed. With great effort, Li Wufeng lifted his head. While Qin Yi had not yet fully suppressed his aura, Li Wufeng pushed himself to the limit, straining to sense the energy emanating from him. The aura was vast and immeasurable, far beyond anything a low-grade grandmaster could possess. Unwilling to accept it, Li Wufeng repeatedly assessed the situation, but the conclusion remained the same. Qin Yi had already broken through to the high-grade grandmaster level and very likely had reached its pinnacle. This realization struck Li Wufeng like a sledgehammer, hitting him square in the chest. He knew all too well that even for a prodigy, reaching the high-grade grandmaster level required at least 10 years of cultivation, along with the aid of rare spiritual resources. For someone of unparalleled talent, it might take 3 years at best. But Qin Yi? Li Wufeng had witnessed his meteoric rise with his own eyes just a month and a half ago. He was an ordinary man, and now, he had ascended to the level of a peak high-grade grandmaster. What was even more terrifying was the faint suspicion gnawing at Li Wufeng. Qin Yi might still be holding back, concealing the true extent of his power. Recalling the scene of the devastated insect carcass within the Xintian secret realm, Li Wufeng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Judging by the sheer destructive force on display, Qin Yi's strength had likely already reached the Grandmaster level or perhaps even touched the legendary mountain and sea realm. A single question echoed relentlessly in Li Wufeng's mind. Just how much of a genius must one be to ascend to the mountain and sea realm in a mere month and a half? He tried to comfort himself, to deceive himself into believing that Qin Yi had always been hiding his true cultivation level, that he had possessed this terrifying power from the very beginning. But when he thought back to their first encounter, with Elder Wang present, Li Wufeng was forced to admit that this self-delusion was utterly baseless. Looking at the calm and unassuming young man before him, Li Wufeng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized that he might be standing in the presence of an unprecedented, peerless genius, a thought that both exhilarated and terrified him. As a scion of a noble family and an unparalleled genius, Li Wufeng's aura was enough to make ordinary people envious for a lifetime. He had always taken pride in his talent and strength, a fact evident from the disdain and contempt he had shown upon first meeting Qin Yi. Yet now, faced with Qin Yi's astonishing abilities, Li Wufeng couldn't help but compare the two of them, and the result was a crushing defeat. A wave of frustration surged through him. Li Wufeng looked at Qin Yi, whose expression carried a subtle intrigue, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. The words Qin Yi had said earlier echoed in his mind. "Next time we meet, don't let me surpass you." In an instant, Li Wufeng's face turned ashen. It felt as though his throat was blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. He stood frozen at the doorway for a few seconds before abruptly turning and walking away in a hurried, unsteady manner, nearly stumbling in his haste. "Hey, you!" Qin Yi scratched his head, about to speak. But as soon as Li Wufeng heard his voice, he quickened his pace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Yi was left baffled. He thought back to his previous bet with Li Wufeng, which had earned him a few first-tier spiritual fruits as starting resources. Though there had been some verbal sparring, Qin Yi hadn't taken it seriously, nor had he intended to humiliate Li Wufeng. Yet, upon meeting again, Li Wufeng had fled as if he'd seen a ghost. "That guy's the second young master of the Yuhangli family, right? Qin Yi, do you know him?" Zhang Tianfang asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he watched Li Wufeng's retreating figure. Qin Yi nodded and replied, "I guess you could say I know him, but we're not close. Was he here to see you?" "I'm not sure. He left without saying a word." "I'll ask Old Wang about it later," Qin Yi said cautiously, deliberately avoiding mentioning his master-disciple relationship with Old Wang, as the existence of the Zhanxian sect was extremely sensitive. With the killing array fully set up, Qin Yi and Zhang Tianfang chatted idly while the large dog lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Given the dog's current cultivation level, it would have been impossible for it to arrange a 7th-tier killing array without the help of pure divine blood. Even so, the effort had drained its energy, and its eyelids drooped as if it were about to fall asleep. However, the dog couldn't resist boasting. "Not bad, huh? Who else but me could set up such a high-level array at the grandmaster level?" It struggled to roll onto its side, grinning foolishly as it admired the hidden void killing array now etched into Qin Yi's body. For once, Qin Yi refrained from making a sarcastic remark. After all, the dog had genuinely done its best to help, so he decided to let it enjoy its moment of pride. Zhang Tianfang, on the other hand, didn't dare say a word. He was thoroughly impressed by the dog's expertise in runes, and was even considering asking it to be his master. However, he hesitated not because he feared the embarrassment of having a dog as a teacher, but because he doubted he was worthy of being accepted as a disciple. Better to wait and see for now. I'll try to get closer to the dog first, Zhang Tianfang thought to himself, shifting his gaze to Zheng Wei, who stood silently in the corner. At that moment, Zheng Wei's expression was complex, a mix of shock, hesitation, and confusion. He stood there like a puppet, frozen in place. Zhang Tianfang assumed he was awestruck by the dog's mastery of runes and chuckled as he sent a telepathic message. "Old Zheng, why are you spacing out? Blown away by the dog's skills?" Zheng Wei snapped out of his daze, his face still complicated as he replied, "Aren't you shocked? Qin Yi is only at the upper grandmaster realm, yet he managed to withstand the inscription of a 7th-tier void killing array." Zhang Tianfang's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, you're right. Based on the aura Qin Yi just leaked, he's only at the upper grandmaster level. How could he possibly endure the inscription of a 7th-tier array? You know, the Tao energy within those runes invades the host's body and wreaks havoc. It usually requires someone at least at the mountain and sea realm to even attempt it." Suddenly, another thought struck him, and his shock deepened. Hold on. When did Qin Yi suddenly reach the upper grandmaster level? Recalling that Qin Yi had only been a martial artist when they first met, just 13 or 14 days ago, Zhang Tianfang couldn't help but sigh. Man, you really can't compare yourself to monsters like him. It only brings frustration. The more you compare, the worse it feels. Even my Tao heart feels shaky. Given his age and experience, Zhang Tianfang was more level-headed than someone like Li Wufeng and didn't dwell on such matters. He consoled himself with the thought that at least Qin Yi didn't understand the art of runes. Unaware that Qin Yi's innate talent, the Tao heart of clarity, made learning runes far easier for him than for others. "My thanks to both of you," Qin Yi said, clasping his hands in gratitude. As for the dog's reward, I'll make sure to personally deliver it to you both after this matter is settled. However, the assassination attempts by the Yishan Society might affect you as well. Would you prefer to return home and wait for news? Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei exchanged glances before quickly shaking their heads. We'd rather stay and observe the magnificence of the 7th-tier void-killing array. As for the reward, there's no rush. Let the dog rest first, they said. The opportunity to study a 7th-tier void-killing array was too rare to pass up, and they were determined to stay and witness it firsthand. All right, Qin Yi agreed, seeing their resolve. He was about to head off to find his master to ask about lodging when his phone, resting on the bed, buzzed. Picking it up, he saw a message from Xiao Shi. I've arranged everything on my end. How do you want to proceed with the setup? Finally, it was happening. Qin Yi felt a tinge of unease in his heart. Ever since reaching a verbal agreement with Xiao Shi, there had been little communication from the officials. He worried that in the end, only his master, Wang Su, would be willing to collaborate, while everyone else would steer clear. However, the current situation proved his concerns to be unnecessary. Qin Yi quickly replied, "What's your team setup like? Can you send me a list of names to review first?" He began calculating the potential scenarios for this mission. Either things would remain calm with the Yishan Hui staying dormant, or the opposition would mobilize in full force, aiming for a decisive strike. Regardless, if the Yishan Hui made a move, it would undoubtedly be with their full strength. Therefore, the combat capabilities of the official fighters sent to protect him were critical. If their cultivation levels were below the Mountain Sea realm, they might end up being more of a liability, requiring him to protect them instead. Xiaoxi replied with confidence, "Don't worry. The team the officials have sent this time will exceed your expectations. You'll be perfectly safe, no question about it." When Xiaoxi received the personnel list from her father, even she was stunned. The lineup was so formidable it could easily protect a provincial governor. She immediately forwarded the list to Qin Yi, eager to see his reaction. To her surprise, Qin Yi responded with nothing more than a simple and no further comments. Even with the province's only publicly known true king personally coming to his aid, he remained this composed. Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to herself that even for someone like her, born into a prestigious family, meeting a true king was no easy feat. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on Qin Yi's reaction and instead asked, "With so many high-level fighters around you, how can you be sure the Yishan Hui will still come after you for an assassination attempt?" She was concerned that all their efforts might end up being for nothing, making the trip pointless for the likes of Yin Yu Ho and Jiangnan Wang. Qin Yi replied with unwavering confidence, "I can't guarantee it 100, but I'm 80 sure I can provoke the Yishan Hui into making a move against me with their main forces, no less. Just sit back and watch the show." He briefly outlined his plan. Xiaoxi was left in awe. "You can actually pull this off? Is this really something that can be done just because you want to?" Though she had her doubts, Qin Yi's track record of creating miracles made her choose to believe in him. Besides, with the officials already in place, there was no way to send them back now. Meanwhile, near an east suburb supermarket, a man and woman emerged from a rented guest house, strolling leisurely down the street. The man appeared ordinary, in his early 30s, with unremarkable features. However, his eyes were clear, and his demeanor exuded warmth, giving him the approachable vibe of a friendly uncle. Dressed in pristine white training attire, he seemed no different from a regular person, with no discernible energy fluctuations. Yet this man, named Shinimo, was in fact one of the most powerful martial artists in Jiangnan province, known as the Jiangnan King. As they neared the supermarket, Shinimo paused, glancing subtly around before remarking, "This young man Qin Yi is something else. A mere martial master, yet he's managed to draw the two of us here to guard him. Back when I was a low-level martial master, I crossed 2 minor realms to suppress a high-level martial master and bragged about it for years. But now, here comes someone who's been practicing martial arts for only a month and can subdue a Mountain Sea realm expert. What a monster." The gentlewoman beside him also stopped, turning to look at him with bright, sparkling eyes. She chuckled lightly. "Are you thinking of taking him as a disciple? Too bad. Qin Yi's been staying near the east suburb supermarket for so long, surely acquainted with that person. You've got no chance." This woman was none other than Yin Yu Ho, and she clearly knew a great deal about the reclusive Wang Lao, who lived in the area. Apart from protecting Qin Yi, the Jiangnan king was also eager to catch a glimpse of Wang Lao and gauge his strength. Based on the intelligence they had, Wang Lao was at least at the marquee realm. Yin Yu Ho suddenly asked, "Do you think the Yishan Hui will really send a true king to assassinate him?" The Jiangnan king shook his head slightly, his tone calm. "Doesn't matter if they do or don't. My job is simple kill." As he spoke, a sharp and overwhelming aura burst forth from him, as if a blade had just been unsheathed. Yin Yu Hao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, the aura dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, and the Jiangnan king returned to his usual gentle demeanor. He stood quietly at the street corner, gazing towards the supermarket, lost in thought. The surroundings fell silent once more, disturbed only by the occasional sounds of passers-by. A few minutes later, the calm was interrupted by the honk of a car horn. A sleek black luxury sedan turned onto the street and came to a stop in front of the East Suburb supermarket. The luxury sedan had barely come to a stop when a loud roar echoed from the street. A red sports car sped in, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the East Suburb supermarket. Moments later, a sleek and understated black business car pulled into the parking area. The three high-end vehicles parked side by side in front of the supermarket, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. However, the passengers inside the cars remained motionless, as if locked in some kind of silent standoff. Standing nearby, Jiang Wang and Yin Yuho exchanged puzzled glances, clearly intrigued by the unexpected spectacle. Their spiritual senses had already scanned the interiors of the vehicles, confirming that these individuals were not members of the Yi Shun Hui. Their cultivation levels were far too weak to pose any threat to Qin Yi. Inside the cars sat two men and one woman, their features bearing a striking resemblance that marked them as family. They were none other than the siblings competing for the position of the next head of the Jin family. Jin Pengxi's elder brother, younger brother, and elder sister. Having gone to great lengths to locate Qin Yi's residence, they had rushed here, fearing they might miss their chance. Through the car windows, the three Jin siblings exchanged knowing smiles. Breaking the silence, the youngest spoke first via sound transmission. Brother, sister, how about we work together to split second brother Jin Pengxi's channel? The eldest sister smiled and replied, no rush, let's each try to forge a connection first. If that fails, we'll join forces. The eldest brother nodded in agreement. With their preliminary plan in place, the three adjusted their appearances and slowly made their way toward the supermarket. Suddenly, the eldest sister halted in her tracks, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She had spotted Yin Yuho standing at the supermarket entrance. Quickly changing direction, she plastered a friendly smile on her face. Yin Yuho, my lord, what brings you here? Her two brothers hurried over, joining in the polite greetings. Though their curiosity about Yin Yuho's presence was evident, they dared not ask directly. Outwardly, they engaged in casual conversation, but secretly, they communicated through the Jin family's unique sound transmission technique. Big sister, do you recognize the man standing next to Yin Yuho? The youngest brother asked via transmission. No, but he's definitely no ordinary person, the eldest sister replied. Look at how Yin Yuho defers to him. It's clear this man holds a higher status. The two brothers exchanged uneasy glances, their demeanor growing even more respectful. They subtly steered the conversation toward the enigmatic man beside Yin Yuho, hoping to establish some rapport. For now, their original target, Qin Yi, was temporarily forgotten. Although Qin Yi was mysterious, he was merely someone suspected to have reached the marquee realm. How could he possibly compare to these two true powerhouses standing before them? The three siblings of the Jin family chatted while observing, but their intentions were quickly seen through by Jiangnan King Shinamo and Yin Yuho. Yin Yuho furrowed her delicate brows, a trace of displeasure evident on her face. She did not want Shinmo's identity as the Jiangnan King to be revealed, fearing it might jeopardize their plans. If the Yixin Hui learned that the Jiangnan King was present in the eastern outskirts, it would be tantamount to announcing that Qin Yi had a true king protecting him. However, Shinmo seemed unfazed by this. He transmitted his voice to Yin Yuho, saying, it's fine if you tell them my identity. In truth, not only the three Jin siblings but the entire eastern outskirts of Yuhang were under Shanmo's control. His divine sense had already silently left its mark within the three siblings. If they so much as attempted to divulge anything, the Jiangnan King would instantly know. Reassured by Shinmo's approval, Yin Yuho eased her concerns. She knew Shinmo was always meticulous in his actions, and his agreement meant there was no chance of a leak from the Jin siblings. Thus, she introduced herself, saying, I'm merely accompanying the Jiangnan King for a casual stroll today. Jiang what? Jiangnan King? The Jin siblings were stunned upon hearing this. The elusive number one expert of the Jiangnan province, someone even their family head had never met, was now standing before them in person. The youngest of the Jin siblings, overwhelmed with excitement, couldn't hold back and blurted out, you and the Jiangnan King are out Hurido, you need any assistance? If there's trouble, I'd be happy to help. As soon as these words left his mouth, the eldest sister and brother of the Jin family turned pale with anxiety, glaring at their younger brother. Whatever the Jiangnan King and Yin Yuho were collaborating on was far beyond their station to inquire about. The youngest brother's rash comment was utterly reckless. Despite their internal competition, the Jin siblings ultimately prioritized their family's interests. They knew that such an impulsive statement from their younger brother could potentially bring trouble to the entire Jin family. Realizing his mistake, the youngest brother immediately regretted his outburst. His face turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Fortunately, Shinmo didn't seem to mind. Not only did he take no offense, but he even smiled and responded to the question, I'm here to find a young friend of mine named Qin Yi. Qin Yi. The familiar name struck the three siblings of the Qin family like a bolt of lightning. Standing on the bustling street of the eastern outskirts, a flicker of disbelief crossed their faces. Could such a coincidence really exist? The Qin Yi that Jiang Wang and Yin Yu Ho had been searching for, the one they had been tirelessly pursuing, turned out to be the very person they were looking for. The Qin siblings exchanged uneasy glances. Their earlier confidence, the belief that they could easily manipulate Qin Yi, now seemed utterly laughable. This young man named Qin Yi's status was likely far beyond anything they had imagined. Jiang Wang had traveled thousands of miles to find him personally. What standing did a few members of the Qin family have to negotiate with someone like Qin Yi? Even if they offered everything they had, it would probably be insignificant in Qin Yi's eyes. Shock and despair clouded their expressions as they felt their confidence crumble. How on earth did Qin Pengzi manage to connect with someone of this caliber? They wondered silently. With Qin Yi on his side, does the position of family head even stand a chance of being contested? If not for the presence of Jiang Wang and Yin Yu Ho, they might have struggled to maintain even a semblance of composure. Just then, Yin Yu Ho's sharp gaze swept over the three of them. There was an interrogative edge to her tone as she asked, "Why have you come all the way to the eastern outskirts with such fanfare? What are you up to?" The Qin siblings hurriedly waved their hands, forcing awkward smiles. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. We're just siblings out for a casual stroll. We heard the air and scenery in the outskirts were nice, so we thought we'd come for a little outing." At this point, how could they dare admit they were here to find Qin Yi? That would have been asking for humiliation. The eldest sister of the Qin family, sensing that everything that needed to be said had been said, quickly decided it was time to leave. She was too afraid of irritating Jiang Wang to linger any longer. Tugging her two brothers along, she hastily bade farewell. The three luxury cars roared to life and sped off, disappearing down the street in no time, their taillights vanishing from sight. Jiang Wang and Yin Yu Ho remained standing quietly on the street, watching them leave. The stream of pedestrians came and went, yet the two figures stood still, not entering the nearby supermarket. Strangely, none of the passers-by seemed to notice their presence. It was as if the two of them had vanished into thin air. Neither the eyes of the crowd nor the surveillance cameras could capture their forms. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched slightly. He raised his gaze and looked toward a shadowed corner in the distance. Just as he was about to act, a mysterious voice transmitted directly into their minds from behind. "Don't alert him. Let him stay hidden." A trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Wang's eyes, but he quickly nodded and refrained from making a move. Yin Yu Ho, however, was visibly startled. She realized that the voice had come from within the supermarket, effortlessly bypassing her defenses. This could only mean that the mysterious Wang Lao within the supermarket was far more powerful than she had assumed. A true king, she thought to herself, quickly steadying her turbulent emotions. "Why would Wang Lao stop you from dealing with the spy from the Yishan Hui?" she asked curiously. Jiang Wang's spiritual sense had long since enveloped the entire eastern outskirts. He had noticed the spy from Yishan Hui the moment they approached. "I don't know, and I don't need to know," Jiang Wang replied calmly. "Our role is to guard the path. Nothing more. If we need to kill, we kill. If not, we don't." From start to finish, Jiang Wang's demeanor remained composed and indifferent, as if embodying a deeper, unspoken principle. Since he seemed so unconcerned, Yin Yu Ho chose not to press further. The two of them fell silent once more, standing quietly on the street. Meanwhile, inside the eastern outskirts supermarket, Wang Lao had also noticed the presence of the Yishan Hui spy. By usual practice, he would have left some sort of mark on the spy. But this time, due to Qin Yi's prior warning, he refrained from taking action and even dissuaded Jiang Wang from intervening. Wang Lao glanced at Qin Yi, who appeared utterly at ease. For a moment, he couldn't discern what his enigmatic disciple was planning. "I can't see through him. I can't figure him out," Wang Lao muttered to himself. Qin Yi, casually scrolling through his phone, double-checked that Jiang Wang and Yin Yu Ho were in position. Satisfied, he put his phone away and turned to his master. "Master, I'm heading out for a bit to lure the Yishan Hui agents." Wang Lao gave a silent nod, opting to follow Qin Yi from the shadows. Though he didn't ask how Qin Yi planned to draw out the Yishan Hui, the confident air of his disciple made it clear that a meticulous plan was already in place, one with a high likelihood of success. "We'll just wait and see. No need to ask," Wang Lao thought. The master and disciple exited the supermarket, one after the other. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the supermarket, three figures, two men and a dog, were crouched down, secretly observing Qin Yi's every move. Jiang Tianfeng, Zheng Wei, and the large dog, while unqualified to participate in the unfolding chaos, couldn't resist the urge to watch. They lay low on the rooftop, quietly spectating. As soon as Qin Yi stepped out the door, he sensed an unusual disturbance not far ahead. Relying on his keen Taoist perception, he faintly discerned two figures. One was clearly visible, a gentle and beautiful woman, The other was blurry, seemingly a man. These two were undoubtedly Jiangnan Wang and Yin Yu Ho. Noticing Qin Yi's gaze, Shinamo and Yin Yu Ho turned their heads almost simultaneously, locking eyes with him. In that instant, both were utterly shocked. They could never have imagined that in less than 10 days, Qin Yi had leapt from the mid-level warrior rank, as indicated in their files, to a top-grade grandmaster, with robust vitality and on the verge of breaking through to the great grandmaster realm. Even more astonishing was the fact that Qin Yi, at the grandmaster level, had seen through their concealment techniques. This turn of events was beyond belief. The only reason Shinamo and Yin Yu Ho could see through Qin Yi's clouded mist technique was due to their overwhelming superiority in cultivation. Even practitioners at the great grandmaster or mountain sea levels were unable to discern Qin Yi's true abilities. Only those at the marquis or true king levels could achieve such a feat. Following close behind Qin Yi, Wang Lao was equally stunned. He hadn't expected his apprentice to not only possess extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled talent, but also such remarkable perceptiveness. Inwardly, Wang Lao speculated. Could it be that Qin Yi had cultivated some kind of advanced eye technique? But there were no visible signs of it. Wang Lao couldn't help but feel like he had fallen short in his role as a master. Having just learned of the arrival of spies from the Yi Hui, Qin Yi had deliberately revealed himself. But what was his purpose? Was he trying to lure the Yi Hui members into making the first move? Wasn't this approach a bit too obvious? Yin Yu Ho glanced at the lurking figures in the shadows, who were stirring restlessly in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Meanwhile, Jiangnan Wang simply shook his head without saying much, though the curiosity and anticipation on his face grew stronger. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Qin Yi, he had sensed that this young man was akin to himself, a person brimming with absolute self-confidence. Outwardly humble, yet inwardly bold and audacious. When someone like this takes action, it is always with absolute certainty. Qin Yi began walking down the street, his steps light yet producing a resonant sound with each stride. Just as he was about to step onto the road, he suddenly halted and closed his eyes, standing motionless like a statue. Both Yin Yu Ho and the Yi Hui spies froze, puzzled by Qin Yi's abrupt action. Qin Yi stood at the edge of the street, his breathing steady, eyes shut tightly as though he had transcended reality, his mind wandering into another real mirror. Perhaps he was simply sleeping on his feet. Yin Yu Ho and Jiangnan Wang scrutinized him closely and suddenly detected a faint, peculiar ripply Taoist wave emanating from Qin Yi himself. Yin Yu Ho's face betrayed her disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is he comprehending the Tao?" After staying cooped up in a supermarket for so many days, he takes a stroll, walks a few steps, and just starts comprehending the Tao? Are you kidding me? Someone who doesn't know better might think comprehending the Tao is as easy as eating or drinking. For anyone who isn't an unparalleled prodigy, entering the state of enlightenment is incredibly difficult. Even for the most gifted individuals, achieving enlightenment requires a combination of opportunity and fortune. Enlightenment is an enigmatic and unfathomable state. When one enters it, their soul seems to drift away, reaching the legendary source of the great Tao, where they seek the essence of the Tao most aligned with themselves and begin to comprehend it at the closest possible level. In theory, one could suddenly achieve enlightenment while walking down the street. However, when such a moment is witnessed by others, it inevitably leaves them in shock. Qin Yi's level 1 Tao heart transparency talent is truly extraordinary. He can actively enter a state of enlightenment once a week. What's even more astounding is that he can freely choose which essence of the Tao to comprehend. Given enough time, Qin Yi could potentially grasp the 3,000 Das, becoming the only martial artist in history to master such a vast array of paths. Although 3,000 Das is a general term, the actual number of Das likely exceeds this figure. This time, Qin Yi chose to comprehend the Tao of the flesh. Unlike most martial artists who favor the sword Tao or the path of carnage, Qin Yi views his own body as the most powerful weapon of destruction. As for the sword Tao, he could rely on the memory images left behind by the ancestor Chen Ziluo to comprehend it later, so he decided not to waste this opportunity. Qin Yi felt his soul ascending higher and higher, passing through clouds and layers of atmosphere, gazing down at the ever-shrinking blue planet. After an indeterminate amount of time, he arrived in a void-like realm. It was dark, silent, and vast. Within this emptiness, as far as the eye could see, there was only a single drop of crimson blood floating in the void. Drawn toward this drop of blood, Qin Yi approached it involuntarily. Its red hue was extraordinary, a pure and untainted crimson. Despite its minuscule size, the blood emanated an overwhelming sense of fullness, as though it contained an endless ocean of blood, a surging, boundless sea. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted again. His perspective continued to rise, and what had once seemed like an immense sea of blood shrank into a small stream of flowing crimson within the body of an unimaginably colossal creature. Qin Yi couldn't fathom the existence of such a massive being. His gaze couldn't fully capture its form, nor could he discern its true nature. He could only sense the pure and diverse energies radiating from the creature, imbued with the essence of the Tao. Dominance, vastness, fragility, resilience, vitality. The Tao of the flesh encompasses countless aspects. Different individuals have different interpretations of the body. Some believe that the larger the body, the stronger it is. Others argue that a body refined to the smallest extreme is the most powerful, capable of evading all attacks and effortlessly bypassing an enemy's defenses. Each Tao contains an immeasurable number of profound insights. Faced with the overwhelming tide of countless Tao principles, Qin Yi made his decision without hesitation. He'll take them all. Meanwhile, on the street outside the East Suburb supermarket, time seemed to freeze. Pedestrians, as if subtly influenced, quickly left the area, and no new passers-by appeared. Yin Yu Ho, Jiangnan King, and Elder Wang stared intently at Qin Yi. They were certain that Qin Yi was indeed in a state of enlightenment. Judging by the Tao energy emanating from him, it was clear he was comprehending the Tao of the flesh. Yin Yu Ho murmured to himself, his tone filled with admiration and awe. No wonder the city was in such a rush, even calling Jiangnan King and me to act as protectors. With talent like this, it's certainly worth it. In China's top-tier cities like Tianjin and Shanghai, the most exceptional prodigies are often accompanied by marquis or true king-level experts as protectors. Of course, this is more of an honorary title, as these prodigies typically follow the true kings for training purposes. Regardless, China's emphasis on nurturing its top talents is no exaggeration. Now it's clear that Qin Yi fully deserves the protection of a true king. He's in no way inferior to the top prodigies of those super-tier cities. Elder Wang glanced at a spy from the cult of the other gods, who had quietly emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, everything became clear in his mind. Qin Yi's earlier instruction to avoid alarming the cult's spy now made perfect sense. He had planned this all along, choosing to achieve enlightenment in the middle of the street, so the spy would report the news back to their organization. After all, when one is in a state of enlightenment, they are at their most vulnerable, making it the perfect opportunity for the cult of the other gods to attempt an assassination. Qin Yi had already demonstrated extraordinary talent at the supreme grandmaster level, which undoubtedly left the members of the Ishan society deeply unsettled. They knew all too well that if such a prodigy were allowed to grow for a few more years, given Qin Yi's irreconcilable enmity with their organization, he would inevitably devote himself to hunting them down and wiping them out. Faced with the choice between a relatively weak supreme grandmaster and a potential true king, the Ishan society had no option but to act now. As Qin Yi had anticipated, the undercover agents of the Ishan society could no longer contain themselves. They skillfully dispersed the bystanders, disabled the surveillance cameras, and emerged stealthily from the shadows. The spies approached Qin Yi cautiously, intending to confirm whether he was truly in a state of enlightenment. If the opportunity presented itself, they were even prepared to strike and capture him on the spot. The Ishan society maintained their characteristic caution. This time, the agent they dispatched was a marquis-level expert known as Huaxin Marquis, one of the three individuals seated in the innermost circle. Although he was the weakest among the three, the fact that he occupied a seat in the first circle was a testament to his strength. Huaxin Marquis was particularly skilled in concealment and intelligence gathering. Under normal circumstances, he would never reveal himself so easily, but this time, he had no choice. After all, they were dealing with potential true king-level opponents. However, what Huaxin Marquis did not realize was that he had long since been targeted by three formidable figures. At this moment, he was the one exposed in the open, while Wang Lao and the others remained hidden in the shadows, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. As Huaxin Marquis gradually moved closer, Wang Lao transmitted a telepathic message to the eager Jiangnan King and Yin Yu Marquis: "Do not act. He'll handle this when the time comes." This was in line with Qin Yi's strategy. Wang Lao would deliberately release a faint trace of his aura to intimidate Huaxin Marquis. While Wang Lao's identity could be exposed, Jiangnan King and Yin Yu Marquis had to remain concealed. The death of Ingshi had already heightened the Ishan society's vigilance. They must have deduced that Qin Yi was under the protection of powerful individuals. If Wang Lao refrained from acting, it would only raise further suspicion. As time ticked by, Huaxin Marquis continued to cautiously probe the area. Both he and the organization believed that Qin Yi was likely under the protection of a high-level expert, and thus, he dared not approach recklessly. Suddenly, with a faint swish, Huaxin Marquis froze mid-step. He had keenly sensed an almost imperceptible fluctuation behind Qin Yi, and his heart sank in shock. A true king. So it's true. His mind was thrown into turmoil as his suspicions were confirmed. The Marquis of Bewilderment, facing the oppressive might of a true king, unhesitatingly unleashed all his trump cards. In an instant, intricate patterns of runes lit up across his body, resembling dozens of dark, serpentine lines slithering over his skin, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. This was a top-tier 6th-level teleportation array, meticulously crafted by the rune masters of the cult of the otherworldly god. However, Elder Wang's seemingly slow yet terrifyingly swift palm was already closing in. The sheer pressure of the true king's aura emanating from his hand was enough to suppress the spatial fluctuations, forcing the teleportation array to a standstill. Yet the Marquis of Bewilderment was prepared. He seized the moment to imprint Qin Yi's state deep into his consciousness, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of dark green blood. The blood transformed into a mist, spreading and unleashing an astonishingly malevolent energy that temporarily stalled both the true king's hand and his domain. At that moment, the sky split open, revealing a colossal eye filled with malice and fury. It was the eye of a demon lord, its oppressive presence so overwhelming that even an ordinary true king would be compelled to lower their head. Jiangnan King's expression turned to one of shock, once more his second lapse in composure within mere minutes, an unprecedented occurrence. The appearance of the demon lord's eye provided the Marquis of Bewilderment the chance he needed. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation array and vanished from the scene. Reappearing 300 miles away in a desolate mountain range, the Marquis of Bewilderment remained on high alert. He retrieved a vial of green liquid and, enduring immense pain, poured it over his body to eliminate any lingering traces of the true king's influence. Following this, he activated a 4th-level teleportation talisman to continue his escape. After traversing 1,000 miles and reaching the entrance of the secret realm at Yindang Mountain, the Marquis of Bewilderment finally let out a long sigh of relief. He silently thanked the foresight of both his guild master and his master. This mission had indeed been fraught with peril. Nonetheless, the most crucial piece of information had been secured. Qin Yi's state during his moment of enlightenment was now etched firmly in his mind, ready to be delivered for analysis by the guild master. Meanwhile, above the eastern outskirts of Yuhang, the demon lord's eye lasted less than a second before being bound by the fundamental laws of Blue Star. Countless chains coiled around it, banishing this existence that exceeded the realm of true kings. The eye's aura quickly diminished, and its form faded into obscurity. Yet even in its final moments, it remained fixated on Qin Yi, as if determined to etch his image into its memory forever. If one observed closely, they could catch a fleeting trace of apprehension and hesitation deep within the demon sovereign's eye. This subtle emotion stood out starkly amidst the cold and merciless gaze, as though it foretold an inevitable conclusion. Indeed, about 5 minutes later, the demon sovereign's eye was finally bound completely by invisible chains of rules. These chains, like transparent spider silk, tightly entwined the eye from another realm. With a barely audible hum, the demon sovereign's eye, along with those rule-bound chains, vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Wang Lao stood silently in place, his eyes fixed on the spot where the demon sovereign's eye had disappeared, his expression unreadable. In the shadows not far away, Jiangnan King and Yin Yu Marquis had also witnessed this heart-stopping scene. At this moment, they gazed thoughtfully at the now empty sky. The rumors of the death of Wan Jie Tianzuan echoed in their minds. It was said that the Tianzuan's demise was not merely to suppress the southern sea cave heaven, but also involved some mysterious means. He had sacrificed something unimaginable to alter the fundamental rules of the Blue Star world. This change ensured that beings of the exalted sovereign level from other races could not set foot on Blue Star, granting humanity a precious respite. A few minutes later, Jiangnan King Shenemo withdrew his solemn gaze and turned toward Wang Lao, who stood behind Qin Yi. A trace of a friendly smile appeared on his face, and his voice carried a hint of admiration. "Friend, that was quite the performance." With this, the alien deity society might be compelled to send a true king-level expert. Shinamo remained inwardly vigilant. He could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Wang Lao, a presence that carried a lethal threat. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Shinamo understood that if the other party chose to act, he might not be able to withstand it. The power gap between true kings could sometimes be far greater than one imagined. Shinamo considered himself one of the elite among the true kings, yet he knew he was still far from the pinnacle. Those who stood at the very summit were known as peak sovereign kings. These individuals, who had broken through the limits of true kings, could even challenge exalted sovereign-level beings. Shinamo speculated inwardly that Wang Lao before him might very well be one of these peak sovereign kings. If such a formidable figure decided to act, the marquis-level warrior from the alien deity society, regardless of their methods, would likely be instantly subdued or obliterated. As for why the bewitching heart marquis had managed to escape, it was not due to the so-called miraculous power of the drop of demon sovereign's blood he carried. In truth, it was merely a deliberate act by Wang Lao to let him go. After all, to stage a convincing performance, the details had to be meticulously crafted. If Qin Yi's side lacked even a single protector yet dared to appear so brazenly, it would have seemed far too suspicious. A true king taking action but allowing a marquis-level warrior to narrowly escape and bring back critical intelligence, that kind of outcome was far more believable. In the hidden depths of the Yindang mountain range lies a secluded valley. Beneath the shade of towering maple trees, a rustic stone table stands silently, surrounded by concentric circles of stone chairs. Most of the seats are occupied, with a few scattered empty ones conspicuously standing out. In recent days, the Ishan society had suffered losses not enough to cripple them, but sufficient to provoke frustration. Their humiliation was not caused by a renowned elite warrior, but by an unremarkable, low-ranking individual. However, this seemingly ordinary opponent was protected by a true king-level guardian, making their plans for retaliation exceedingly difficult. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered members, the leader of the Ishan society, King Ma Yuan, extended a slender finger and lightly tapped the forehead of Huixin Ho. In an instant, a fragment of memory projected into the air, vivid and unmistakable. As the scene unfolded, the expressions of the society members shifted drastically. Those in the outer circles, in particular, were rendered speechless by the overwhelming power displayed by the senior king. This seemingly effortless gesture, devoid of any overt signs of technique, exuded a suffocating pressure, like a mountain crashing down. Huixin Ho's secret art not only flawlessly captured the visuals, but also preserved the aura, suppression, and Tao force of that moment, immersing the onlookers as though they were present. For many Ishan society members, this was their first time witnessing a true king in action, leaving them deeply shaken. Fortunately, the figure they revered, the demon lord, had intervened just in time. With a mere glance, he had subdued the formidable true king and successfully rescued Huixin Ho. This scene further solidified the members' resolve to align themselves with the demon race. They firmly believed that humanity's current dominance was merely a result of the blue planet's primordial laws favoring them. Once the myriad races of the cosmos descended upon the world, the existing order would be completely overturned. This was an irreversible trend, and they saw themselves as wise individuals embracing the inevitable. Among the outermost circle, Lu Yi felt a sense of relief. He realized that he was powerless to deal with the troublesome Qin Yi, but he wasn't concerned. In his mind, Qin Yi was destined to perish sooner or later, while he himself could rely on the demon race's power to live a far better life than he currently did. While those on the periphery were merely observing the spectacle, those closer to the center were analyzing the deeper implications. King Ma Yuan, the leader of the Ishan society, carefully scrutinized the projection of the senior king's brief display. A deep sense of dread welled up within him. He realized that this guardian might not be an ordinary true king. As the leader of the Ishan society, King Ma Yuan was no ordinary true king himself. His strength was at the pinnacle of the true king realm, just one step away from reaching the peak of kinghood. His original title was Demon Abyss King, but as he was not a pure-blooded demon, using the word demon in his title violated the demon's taboo, forcing him to adopt the homophonic Ma Yuan instead. King Ma Yuan's gaze shifted past the senior king in the projection and fixed on Qin Yi, who stood outside a supermarket. By observing the Tao rhythm emanating from Qin Yi, he confirmed that this individual was indeed comprehending the Tao and deeply immersed in it. The path of the flesh. Qin Yi's talent was monstrously exceptional. He could not be allowed to continue growing. A cold glint flashed in Ma Yuan's eyes as he made up his mind. Though Qin Yi's guardian was overwhelmingly powerful, the Ishan society did not rely on a single true king. Vice leader King Pomi was also a true king, with mid to high level strength, easily capable of suppressing an average true king. Additionally, they had 9 grandmasters or higher-ranking warriors to support them, ensuring their overall superiority. As King Ma Yuan prepared to announce his decision, a member from the third circle raised a concern. Leader, isn't it too much of a coincidence that Qin Yi began comprehending the Tao as soon as he appeared? Could this be a trap? Before Ma Yuan could respond, Vice leader King Pomi sneered. Using a state of Tao comprehension as bait for a trap? That's absurd. To lure someone with such a state, one would have to ensure they could enter it at will. Do you think that's possible? The state of Tao comprehension is tied to countless factors. It's the hallmark of the most exceptional talents and requires fate and opportunity. It's not something one can achieve at will. Besides, if our strength is overwhelming, no trap, no matter how intricate, can stop us. King Ma Yuan chuckled lightly in agreement. He then turned and knelt reverently before the central stone table, murmuring incantations as though attempting to communicate with the demon lord. Moments later, the table began to emit an eerie glow, and the inscriptions on its surface seemed to come alive. Runes floated into the air, coalescing into a shadowy face wreathed in demonic energy, gazing down upon the gathered members. Qin Yi must die. The icy message echoed in the minds of everyone present. The guardian behind him is a warrior who has touched the peak of kinghood. Even the two of you combined may struggle to deal with him. Before the words fully faded, the sky above the Yindang Mountain secret realm suddenly darkened. A severed finger, stained with black blood and engulfed in strange flames, tore through the void and appeared above the crowd. I grant you this demonic finger. It is sufficient to subdue a peak king. The Demon Lord, having observed Qin Yi and the Senior King through the Demon Lord's eye, had gleaned much information, including the Senior King's approximate level and Qin Yi's potential. Restricted by the Blue Planet's primordial laws, the Demon Lord could not intervene directly and could only watch. However, the Yindang Mountain's secret realm, as an independent space attached to the Blue Planet, was less constrained by these laws. This allowed the Demon Lord to pierce through countless barriers and send forth a severed finger. The finger's power was suppressed to the level of a revered warrior, far below the Demon Lord's own heavenly sovereign strength. Yet, only by suppressing it to this degree could it be sent through. Moreover, it required Ma Yuan himself, a native of the Blue Planet, to cleanse the finger's foreign aura with his own blood. Otherwise, bringing the finger into the Blue Planet would still trigger complications. The cost of using such a heavenly sovereign's finger was extraordinarily high, highlighting the immense suppressive power of the Blue Planet's primordial laws. Nonetheless, to deal with Qin Yi, it was deemed worthwhile. With the demonic finger, alongside two true kings, capturing Qin Yi alive was now within reach. The Demon Lord's shadowy visage dissipated into the air, and the members of the Ishan society bowed in reverence for a long time before rising. Vice leader King Pomi turned to King Ma Yuan and asked, "When shall we act?" Carefully storing the demonic finger, King Ma Yuan began cleansing it with his blood and replied, "It will take about 3 hours to fully refine the demonic finger." However, Huaxin Ho caused quite a commotion in the eastern outskirts of Yuhang, which is bound to attract official attention. Under normal circumstances, it would be unthinkable for us to strike again so soon after fleeing the scene. He paused, a cold smile forming on his lips. "But we will do the unexpected. We'll act tonight, catching them off guard with a surprise counterattack. Once I've finished refining the demonic finger and recovered slightly, we'll set out immediately." A cruel light gleamed in his eyes. "This time, bring everything we need. We'll take the head of that Peak King and present it to our master as a plaything." The setting sun painted the sky with its golden hues, and stars gradually emerged in the twilight. Workers from the eastern suburbs, bound by the relentless 996 grind, were finally leaving their offices, filling the streets with bustling activity. Yet, several streets near the eastern suburbs supermarket stood eerily deserted, as if they had become ghost streets. Atop the supermarket roof, De Go led Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei in setting up a top-tier 5th-level illusion array, concealing their presence and aura. The three lay flat on the rooftop, their gazes fixed tensely on Qin Yi, who stood motionless below. Jiang Tianfang asked respectfully, "Do you think the otherworldly god will show up tonight?" De Go's eyes remained locked on Qin Yi, sensing the increasingly intense surge of vitality coursing through him, like a blazing red sun in the darkness. "I'm not sure," De Go replied, "but tonight feels too quiet. Unnaturally quiet." The aura emanating from Qin Yi was unpredictable, an intertwining mix of dominance, power, coldness, and searing heat. De Go speculated silently that Qin Yi might be attempting to comprehend all the principles of the path of the physical body. Such endeavors were not unheard of in history, but they almost always ended in failure. Meanwhile, Wang Laowang's also noticed Qin Yi's unusual state and sighed inwardly. He resolved to give his proud disciple a stern lecture once they survived this ordeal. As the night deepened, the October breeze swept through the streets. Jiang and Wang and Yin Yu Ho stood steadfast, their expressions tinged with a solemn determination. Shinamo had a foreboding sense that a great battle was imminent, suspecting that the otherworldly god would send out their strongest forces. Suddenly, ripples of distortion appeared in the fabric of space. Wang Lao vanished in an instant, engaging a true king in a silent battle within the realm of domains. Moments later, the night sky above the street violently fluctuated. Hua Xian Ho and a crimson-clad true king emerged, striding directly toward Qin Yi. They intended to capture him while Wang Lao was preoccupied. Just as Jiang and Wang Shinamo prepared to intervene, the heavens exploded with a deafening rupture. From a scarlet rift in the sky, a black-clad true king none other than Mo Yuan Wang, the leader of the otherworldly gods faction, fell through, his body covered in wounds. His face was etched with disbelief and terror. It was clear that the plan to entrap Wang Lao in the true king's domain had gone disastrously wrong. In a strange, otherworldly space, King Ma Yuan clashed with his opponent in a single move, and his domain crumbled instantly. He fled in panic, fully aware that if he didn't retreat, he would inevitably be killed by Elder Wang in the true king's domain. Once he escaped danger, the fear on King Mo Yuan's face faded, replaced by a calm composure. He had long suspected that Elder Wang possessed extraordinary strength and had prepared contingencies for this scenario. Elder Wang hovered in midair, gazing silently at the retreating King Ma Yuan. With a mere thought, he pulled the recently escaped King Ma Yuan back into his domain. To his surprise, this time King Ma Yuan did not resist. On an endless grassland, Elder Wang watched the composed King Ma Yuan with heightened vigilance, deciding to hold nothing back. A surge of immense vitality, tinged with lethal intent, coursed through his meridians, heart, and the mental sea of his mind. As a master from the sect of Slayer Immortals, Elder Wang was proficient in the art of weapon cultivation. The spiritual weapons within his body had reached their pinnacle, spreading throughout him and capable of multiplying his combat strength in an instant. King Moyuan's expression grew grave as he dared not underestimate his opponent. Swiftly, he retrieved a withered, charred finger, a move that caused Elder Wang's eyes to narrow sharply, his sense of caution intensifying. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, King Pomi charged toward Qin Yi with Hua Xian Ho, intending to capture him. However, at the critical moment, the surrounding world abruptly transformed. A gentle, spring-like breeze swept through, enveloping the two and drawing them into a different realm. Birds chirped melodiously, ancient trees towered, streams gurgled, and mountains stretched endlessly. This was the true king's domain of the Jiangnan king, a scene of serene, picturesque beauty reminiscent of Jiangnan's spring landscape. King Pomi and Hua Xian Ho felt a chill in their hearts, instantly realizing that Qin Yi was under the protection of another true king and a marquee-level guardian. Despite the sudden turn of events, King Pomi remained composed. He took solace in knowing reinforcements awaited outside and was confident that even if Elder Wang had reached the pinnacle of a crowned king, he would struggle to withstand King Moyuan wielding the demon sovereign's finger. King Pomi smirked as he gazed at Shen Imo, who stood atop the mountains, calm and unflustered. In King Pomi's mind, as long as he focused on defense, stalled for time, and ensured his survival, the plan would ultimately succeed. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already exchanged blows in a fierce round of combat. On the supermarket rooftop, De Go and Jiang Tianfang managed to remain composed, but the less experienced Zheng Wei was left utterly stunned, as though he were witnessing gods clashing in a divine battle. Am I seeing this right? The Yi Shenhui sent not just one true king but two. Zheng Wei's face turned grim. Our Jiangnan province only has one true king officially, right? Jiang Tianfang explained, officially, there's only one true king, but in reality, there are a few old masters hiding in the shadows. As a leading figure from the previous generation of the Jiang family, he was privy to many secrets. The highest official in Jiangnan province is rumored to have reached the true king level as well. Across Huaxia, there are 68 officially recognized kings, but if you count those in seclusion or hidden within secret realms, the total likely exceeds 100. Still, even if there are over 100 true kings, the number of peak kings wouldn't surpass 10. De Go silently mused. I never imagined that Qin Yi managed to secretly align himself with a peak king. That's already on par with how strong my master was back in the day, isn't it? Based on his fragmented memories, De Go deduced that his master, when arranging for his safekeeping, must have also been at the peak king level. A peak king against a true king would be a one-sided domination. Yet, 3 minutes had passed, and old Wang still hadn't defeated the black lad true king. This could only mean the enemy had some kind of trump card. Was it a high-level rune array? Or perhaps a rare spiritual artifact? De Go couldn't be sure. By rune array standards, a first-tier array matched a martial artist, second tier corresponded to a martial master, third tier to a grandmaster, fourth tier to a great grandmaster, fifth tier to the mountain and sea realm, sixth tier to the marquee realm, and seventh tier to the true king realm. To contend against a peak king, at least an 8th tier array would be required. From what De Go remembered, only the capital city and a few grade A secret realms in Huaxia were equipped with 8th tier arrays. In his previous life, at his peak, De Go had only reached the level of a top-tier 7th tier rune master. As for the elusive 9th tier, it likely existed only in dreams. While De Go was lost in thought, another transformation occurred on the street below. Following the arrival of the first wave led by King Mo Yuan, and the second wave featuring King Premier and King Hua Xian, a third wave of space transmission began. This time, 9 unfamiliar warriors materialized on the street. As soon as they landed, they charged straight toward Qin Yi. The group consisted of 6 grandmasters and 3 mountain and sea realm fighters. Combined with the earlier 2 true kings and 1 marquis, the Yi Shenhui had now deployed a total of 12 high-level combatants. This organization, their strength has reached such a terrifying level? Zheng Wei stared at the 9 shadowy figures moving under the night sky, his face filled with alarm. Should we step in? Something feels very off. Jiang Tianfang stood up, already prepared to leave the illusionary array to intervene. The officials had only dispatched Jiangnan King and Yin Yu Marquis to this operation, claiming that these were all the high-level forces available in the region, and sending more fighters would just lead to needless deaths. While there was logic in their reasoning, they hadn't anticipated the Yi Shenhui sending 2 true kings, one of whom possessed the means to contend with a peak king. As the group drew closer to Qin Yi, De Go grew anxious as well. However, what followed defied all expectations. The 6 grandmasters and 3 mountain and sea fighters inexplicably slowed down upon nearing Qin Yi, their movements becoming unsteady, as if they were drunk, stumbling and swaying. Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by this rare phenomenon, and turned to Dego for an explanation. Feigning thoughtfulness, Dego stroked his chin and said, "It seems they've been affected by the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi. This kind of Tao intent resonance is exceedingly rare and only occurs when the Tao intents comprehended by both sides are highly similar. The path of the physical body is something nearly every martial artist studies to some extent, but to varying degrees. When one martial artist comprehends a specific Tao intent along a certain path and encounters another martial artist exploring the exact same path and intent, this unique phenomenon of Tao resonance occurs, making them appear intoxicated and disoriented." Dego continued, "Such Tao resonance is incredibly uncommon due to the stringent conditions required. Not only must someone be comprehending the Tao, but they must also be on the same path and exploring the same specific intent. It's something you might only see once in 100 years. However, when it comes to Qin Yi, this resonance seems almost inevitable. That's because Qin Yi has chosen the path of I want it all, comprehending all the Tao intents of the physical body path, embracing everything, understanding everything. Tao resonance is a passive phenomenon, and it's especially difficult for martial artists above the grandmaster level to resist its pull. It's akin to how a martial artist can't easily exit a state of enlightenment voluntarily. These assassins who came for Qin Yi have essentially fallen into a second-rate state of enlightenment. For at least the next 2 hours, unless someone from the outside forcibly breaks them out, they won't regain their clarity." Dego's expression was complicated. Entering a state of Tao enlightenment was typically a fortuitous opportunity, but for these enemies, it had become a liability, delaying their mission. For the assassins, the longer this dragged on, the worse their odds of success. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei had already begun using their connections, calling for reinforcements through their phones. In an hour, it was likely that a number of grandmasters and mountain and sea fighters would arrive at the eastern outskirts of Yuhang. As Dego stared at Qin Yi, who sat steadfastly and calmly immersed in his Tao comprehension, he couldn't help but bare his teeth in frustration. Could this have been part of Qin Yi's plan all along? If he really foresaw this far ahead, that'd be absurd. Did he deliberately choose to comprehend all the Tao intents of the physical body path? "Let's keep the 7th-tier void-killing array on standby for now," Dego muttered to himself. "If we don't have to use it, we shouldn't. I have a feeling that more is yet to come." He gazed into the night sky, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawing at him. The void-killing array, apart from Qin Yi himself, could also be activated by Dego. This was a sign of Qin Yi's trust in him, as well as a precaution in case Qin Yi lost control or consciousness and couldn't activate it himself. That night, the streets of the eastern outskirts appeared calm on the surface, but beneath the facade, a storm brewed. In the shadows, fierce and terrifying battles raged on. In one distant grassland, demonic energy surged to the heavens. In another mountain range, mist shrouded the peaks, and snow fell heavily. High above, in the origin space, Qin Yi voraciously absorbed Tao intent. Like an insatiable beast, he devoured knowledge endlessly, teetering on the edge of losing himself in the boundless sea of Tao comprehension. The primordial power and intent of the Tao are like a potent poison, their addictiveness capable of ensnaring those who seek enlightenment, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Even the unintentional release of Tao intent by an enlightened individual can spread like a virus, compelling others to enter a state of profound Tao comprehension. Qin Yi, with his level 1 clear Tao heart, should have been able to resist the allure of the Tao and remain clear-headed. However, his greed drove him to take a reckless gamble. In his first encounter, he audaciously attempted to absorb all the Tao intent of the flesh Tao. It was akin to a novice swimmer attempting to cross an oceana, decision bound to come with dire consequences. At this moment, Qin Yi was drowning in an endless tide of Tao intent. He desperately tried to absorb it, only to find that the intent not only failed to diminish but instead grew incessantly. His consciousness began to blur, and his understanding of the Tao turned into a dull, instinctual repetition of the same actions. Externally, Qin Yi's physical body underwent astonishing transformations. Every cell in his body began to glow, emitting a unique fragrance. It wasn't an ordinary aroma but a transcendent Tao scent that captivated the surrounding martial artists from the Yishan Hui, who had already been influenced by the Tao. They became even more entranced, losing nearly all sense of reason. The Tao intent and power seeped into Qin Yi's every cell, akin to yeast fermenting a rich, aged wine. Even those dozens of meters away, like Big Dog and the others, felt themselves nearly slipping into a state of bewilderment and intoxication after catching just a faint whiff. Big Dog quickly shut off his sense of smell, his face filled with shock. He muttered to himself, "A body exuding Tao scent, isn't this a sign of achieving sanctification of the flesh? What's happening to Qin Yi?" Legend has it that only saints emit a strong Tao scent upon achieving sanctification, symbolizing the fusion of every fiber of their being with the Tao. The saint realm is a level above the celestial sovereign realm, and on Blue Star, saints are figures of myth and legend. No living saint has ever been seen. Perhaps only the ancient clans among the stars possess such saint realm powerhouses. Nearby, Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei, following Big Dog's lead, held their breath. As grandmasters capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, they could go days without breathing. In their view, Qin Yi's early sanctification of his flesh seemed like a monumental achievement. Big Dog glanced at them and explained. The body of a saint and Qin Yi's current body are on completely different levels. Only a nearly sanctified, eternally indestructible body can serve as a vessel for the primordial Tao and endure its essence while remaining alive. Qin Yi's current physical strength, no matter how formidable, is far from reaching the level of a near saint. His premature contact with the primordial Tao could very well ruin his foundation, causing irreversible damage. Hearing this explanation, Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces now showing deep concern. Yet, despite their worry, they were powerless. Even Big Dog, encountering such a scenario for the first time, had no idea how to assist Qin Yi. Zhang Tianfeng observed the 6 grandmasters of the Yi Shin Hui, who were now like mindless puppets surrounding Qin Yi. He confirmed that they were thoroughly ensnared by the Tao intent, unlikely to awaken even under external stimuli. Quietly, he and Zheng Wei began setting up a killing formation to eliminate these enemies from a distance. Though they were of the same grandmaster level, the 6 opponents were as defenseless as lambs to the slaughter in their current state. Within a short half-hour, Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei had dealt with them all. However, the remaining 3 Shanhai realm fighters posed a more challenging problem. Their Tao hearts appeared more stable, and they hadn't completely lost consciousness. A reckless attack might backfire, potentially awakening them. Let's wait for reinforcements, Zhang Tianfeng suggested. In about 10 minutes, a few reinforcements should arrive at the eastern outskirts. Having done all they could, the 2 men and Big Dog returned to their position on the supermarket rooftop, keeping a close eye on Qin Yi. The Tao scent emanating from him grew increasingly intense, spreading outward. To their eyes, Qin Yi no longer seemed human. He was transforming into a tangible manifestation of the primordial Tao itself. If this continues, Qin Yi might be assimilated into the Tao itself. The trio watched anxiously, unable to intervene, their helplessness mounting. This was a scenario none of them had anticipated, and they had no prepared solutions. The only way out now relied entirely on Qin Yi himself. At this moment, Qin Yi's soul flickered faintly in the void, surrounded by the ethereal flesh Tao, which drifted around him. He could feel his power surging uncontrollably, his soul gradually merging with the flesh Tao. He was on the verge of becoming one with the Tao, transforming into its primordial essence, and attaining unparalleled combat strength. Invincible, invincible, Qin Yi shouted inwardly. Isn't this what I've always pursued? Yet, a trace of doubt crept into his heart. But why doesn't it feel like something I truly desire? Qin Yi began to reflect. Suddenly, he realized that his longing for union with the Tao and invincible power seemed to have lost its allure. To live? He asked himself, then answered, it doesn't matter anymore. Living or dying, it's all the same. Qin Yi jolted awake, a chilling sensation gripping his heart. He realized, with growing unease, that his emotions and humanity were silently slipping away. Memories of the bleak days when he first transmigrated flooded back, suffering from cancer, penniless, and awaiting death. Yet, he had fought desperately, clinging to life with every ounce of strength. After miraculously recovering from the disease, his desire to survive only intensified. He trained relentlessly in martial arts, ventured into dangerous realms, and explored forbidden secrets, all to grow stronger, all to live a better life. How could I ever think that dying wouldn't matter? Qin Yi suddenly came to a startling realization. Achieving unity with the Tao might grant near invincible power, but the cost was the complete eradication of all humanity and emotion. This was the unyielding law of the multiverse. A supreme Tao essence could be immensely powerful, but it could not coexist with feelings. His gaze grew sharp and resolute. At last, he understood why he pursued enlightenment and adventure. It was for the sake of living, not to become a hollow shell devoid of humanity. The eerie scent of the Tao began to dissipate, and a newfound clarity emerged in his heart. I am here to master the Tao, not to be mastered by it, Qin Yi thought with unwavering determination. In an instant, his Tao heart became crystal clear, his soul gleaming like radiant jade, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of the Tao. The light in Qin Yi's eyes grew brighter, outshining even the surrounding radiance of the Tao. My Tao is one of mastery, of encompassing everything, of possessing it all. The Tao of the physical body, I've claimed it, Qin Yi roared inwardly. The illusory Tao surrounding his soul began to tremble violently, emitting a deep hum. In the tangible world, countless beams of dazzling light erupted from Qin Yi's body, illuminating the night sky in a flash. Celestial spirits descended gracefully, bathed in heavenly radiance, their voices singing a profound and ethereal Tao song. At that moment, the young man standing in the street slowly opened his eyes. Yet, it seemed as though fate mocked his triumph. A corner of the sky suddenly tore open, and the figure of Wang Lao plummeted from the heavens. A surge of boiling demonic energy exploded forth, engulfing the entire street in an instant. The demon sovereign's finger, a supreme treasure from another realm, finally revealed its divine power under the tempering of King Ma Yuan. Though King Ma Yuan had poured his heart and soul into refining it, leaving him far from his peak condition, the price paid was worth it, as it turned the tide of battle. The finger unleashed overwhelming demonic energy, forcing Wang Lao, a peak king-level master, into a grueling struggle. Among the human race, it had taken years to produce a venerable figure like Chen Zilluo, underscoring the vast gulf between a venerable and a true king. An ordinary true king would have long been subdued by the demon sovereign's finger, fleeing in panic. Yet Wang Lao, as a peak-level king, managed to hold his ground despite being at a disadvantage, skillfully maneuvering against the formidable artifact. During the fight, the demonic energy emitted by the demon sovereign's finger began to corrupt Wang Lao's true king domain. This domain, essentially Wang Lao's unique interpretation of the Tao, was fundamentally damaged by the invasive force. Left with no other choice, Wang Lao withdrew his domain, temporarily halting the confrontation. Back in the real world, Wang Lao waved his hands, summoning supreme Tao power to form a celestial barrier, confining the demon sovereign's finger's influence to the surrounding district. King Ma Yuan and Wang Lao each stood their ground at opposing corners of the sky, locked in a renewed standoff. Though King Ma Yuan held the upper hand with the demon sovereign's finger, he found it difficult to completely overwhelm Wang Lao. However, defeating Wang Lao was not King Ma Yuan's ultimate goal. Through a secret technique, he maintained communication with King Pomi, learning that the latter was facing a life-threatening crisis. King Ma Yuan understood that his immediate priority was to take Qin Yi and fulfill the mission entrusted to him by his master. The lives of King Pomi and Marquis Huixin, in his eyes, were nothing more than insignificant sacrifices. At that moment, King Ma Yuan's gaze fell upon Qin Yi, and he was instantly taken aback. The once immersed Qin Yi, who had been in a state of enlightenment, was now awake and radiating an extraordinary transformation. Qin Yi's entire being glowed with Tao light, his skin shimmering, and mysterious Tao patterns emerged on his body, making him appear as though he were on the verge of ascension. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius seemed to respond to some invisible call, converging frantically toward Hyman, unmistakable sign of an impending breakthrough. King Ma Yuan was shocked to discover that the purity of the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi's body far exceeded that of an average grandmaster and even rivaled that of a true king. Even more perplexing was the fact that Qin Yi's Tao intent was diverse and contradictory, encompassing attributes that were fundamentally opposed. Could it be that he had comprehended all possible Tao intents of the physical path? Such an approach, biting off more than one can chew, was typically doomed to fail. Not only was King Ma Yuan bewildered, but even Qin Yi's master, Wang Lao, was left speechless. He had initially assumed that his disciples' enlightenment would yield no results. Yet Qin Yi had not only gained insights but had surpassed all expectations, shattering the limits of a grandmaster and standing on the brink of a breakthrough. The two silently observed Qin Yi's transformation, though King Ma Yuan soon dismissed his curiosity. To him, a man destined to die, no matter how talented, was of no consequence. With a single thought, King Ma Yuan slowly spat out a charred, withered finger. As overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, the finger hurtled toward Wang Lao, aiming to suppress him. Wang Lao stood prepared, his sea of consciousness unleashing countless divine thoughts that roared like sharp swords. Clang! A sword hum resonated, as though it could tear apart the night sky. A sharp, unyielding sword intent erupted, barely holding back the power of the demon sovereign's finger. This was none other than the signature technique of the Zhuxian sect, the heaven-splitting sword. Compared to the version wielded by the sect's founder, Chen Zilluo, Wang Lao's execution lacked some of its domineering force but carried a more refined sharpness and lethal edge. It exuded a menacing aura, revealing a side of Wang Lao that few had ever seen. Qin Yi keenly observed Wang Lao's Tao intent. With his level 1 state of Tao clarity, he could distinctly discern the presence of 3 types of Tao: the Tao of vision, the Tao of emotion, and the Tao of slaughter. Among them, the Tao of vision was the most profound, followed by the Tao of emotion. This unique combination of Tao intent reminded Qin Yi of Wang Lao's mysterious ability to perceive people's inner thoughts, as if the Tao of vision and the Tao of emotion had been perfectly intertwined. However, he had no time to delve into these details. The king of Mo Yuan had already made his move. With a wave of his sleeve, the starry sky twisted and distorted. This divine technique, akin to a universe within a sleeve, could forcibly shrink its target and capture it into the wielder's hand. Wang Lao was locked in a fierce battle with the demon sovereign's finger and couldn't provide assistance. The king of Jiangnan was still occupied with the king of destruction and was equally unable to intervene. Despite the ferocious attack, Qin Yi showed no intention of resisting. Maintaining his state of breaking through his cultivation level, he allowed himself to be seized into the right palm of the king of Mo Yuan. Feeling a moment of ease, the king of Mo Yuan immediately turned to flee, simultaneously splitting a wisp of his divine sense to control the demon sovereign's finger and continue restraining Wang Lao. But just as the king of Mo Yuan turned, the space around him suddenly quaked violently. Streams of silvery gray spatial turbulence gushed out from cracks in the void, rapidly forming a terrifying storm. A sharp pain shot through his right hand, and as he glanced down, his pupils constricted in shock. In his palm, the miniature Qin Yi stood bare-chested, with black and purple array patterns forming on his body, emanating a chilling, murderous aura. This power instantly tore apart large sections of flesh from the king of Mo Yuan's palm. Standing amidst the mangled flesh of the palm, Qin Yi curled his lips into a cold smile. "Trying to run?" he sneered. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a seventh-tier void-killing array erupted into existence. The chaotic void currents were like a sharp guillotine, instantly claiming the lives of 3 powerful cultivators at the Shanhai realm. These 3 were the last Shanhai realm warriors of the Ishan society. Just as they broke free from Qin Yi's Dao intent control, they were seized by King Ma Yuan. The 7th-tier void-killing array erupted, and they were the first to suffer its wrath. Silvery gray spatial turbulence surged violently, reducing the 3 warriors to fine blood mist that dispersed into the currents. Such a peerless killing array could rival the pinnacle of king-level powerhouses. Even a venerable would struggle to escape unscathed, let alone Shanhai realm cultivators. Even King Ma Yuan, who had reached the true king level, was not spared. His right hand was mangled by the chaotic void currents, flesh torn and blood flowing, with deep, jagged wounds crisscrossing his palm. However, this was only the beginning. The runes carved onto Qin Yi's body were merely the array's core. Countless other hidden runes lay dormant in the surrounding space. As waves of violent energy exploded, thousands of dazzling beams of light illuminated the area within tens of meters. Exquisite void runes coiled like serpentine dragons, swirling the winds and clouds, suppressing the entire domain. King Mo Yuan's expression darkened, his composure slipping. He sensed the surrounding space sealing him in, making it impossible to break through in a short time unless he could deploy an array of equal caliber. Unfortunately, King Ma Yuan was not skilled in formations, and the only one proficient in arrays, King Pomi, was currently locked in a desperate battle with King Jiangnan. King Ma Yuan fell silent, withdrawing his divine intent that sought to tear through space. His face grew grim as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yi in his palm, finally realizing he had fallen into a carefully laid trap. At this moment, the runes on Qin Yi's body grew darker and extended outward, intertwining with the surrounding array patterns, fully activating the 7th-tier void-killing array. The terrifying void currents coalesced into a massive blade, poised to sever King Mo Yuan's right hand and free Qin Yi. King Ma Yuan sneered coldly, "Breakthrough? You still think you can safely break through? Even if I die here today, I'll make sure to take you down with me." Within the 7th-tier void-killing array, the space was sealed so tightly that even the true king domain could not be unleashed. The space around King Ma Yuan continued to fracture, revealing the pitch-black void beneath. Endless chaotic currents poured in, further constricting his already limited survival space. Already gravely injured from earlier battles, King Ma Yuan now found himself struggling even more within the killing array. His robes were in tatters, his body riddled with wounds, and hundreds of gashes deep enough to expose bone marred his frame, a horrifying sight. In stark contrast, Qin Yi remained steady, as calm as a fisherman, fully focused on his breakthrough. Enraged and on the brink of losing control, King Ma Yuan launched a ferocious attack. His right hand pierced through multiple layers of spatial barriers, disregarding the chaos of the void currents. Even as his flesh was torn apart, his hand surged forward, aiming directly at Qin Yi. This was the desperate gamble of a true king, and it might just be enough to breach the array's defenses. Within the void-killing array, the space around Qin Yi twisted like layers of folded paper. Though King Ma Yuan appeared to be only 4 or 5 meters away, his strike had actually traversed thousands of meters of warped space to reach its target. The mere distance of 4 or 5 meters felt as vast as the ends of the earth. The demonic hand of King Ma Yuan advanced slowly, as if its movement had been slowed down thousands of times. On the rooftop, Zhang Wei and Jiang Tianfang stood up nervously, their eyes fixed on the scene. As the hand inched closer to Qin Yi's nose, they were on the verge of shouting, urging him to dodge. Meanwhile, the large dog remained calm, crossing its paws over its chest, silently observing the changes in Qin Yi. Qin Yi seemed entirely detached from the situation, fully immersed in his breakthrough. His total energy surged past the critical threshold of 20,000, nearing 25,000 calories. His entire being radiated an aura as intense as a blazing sun. Between his brows, his spiritual sea churned and rippled, while countless strands of the physical path's Tao intent cascaded down like ocean waves, nourishing the depths of his soul. Under the baptism of these Tao intents, Qin Yi's soul underwent continuous transformation, exuding unprecedented vitality. As he absorbed the Tao intents and his soul evolved, in that moment, his soul transcended its mortal limits, ascending to become a divine soul. If someone could peer into Qin Yi's spiritual sea at this time, they would witness the myriad Tao intents washing over his soul, complex, diverse, and all-encompassing. However, upon closer inspection, it would become evident that Qin Yi's comprehension of most of these Tao intents was relatively shallow. Only 3 of them had reached a state close to perfection. Considering that Qin Yi had been comprehending the Tao for merely a day or so, achieving near perfection in 3 Tao intents in such a short span was nothing short of extraordinary. This undoubtedly reflected his luminous Tao heart. Despite being at only level 1, his potential was nothing less than astonishing. At this critical moment, King Moyuan's hand finally came to a halt. Though it was mere millimeters away from Qin Yi's forehead, it could advance no further. However, King Moyuan's assault did not end there. An eerie force of Tao power, viscous and dark like black sludge, seeped through the currents of his palm strike, invading Qin Yi's body through his pores. In an instant, Qin Yi's previously immaculate body cracked open with countless black fissures. Disgusting, inky black Tao energy oozed out from the cracks, dripping relentlessly. The scene was utterly horrifying. The Tao power of King Mashwan surged into Qin Yi's body like a tidal wave, reminiscent of the onslaught of the 7th-tier void slaughter array. Qin Yi's meridians shattered inch by inch, and the black Tao energy spread wildly, threatening to engulf his entire body and assault his sea of consciousness. His 5 senses were instantly stripped away, his thoughts mired as if trapped in quicksand, unable to flow coherently. The sheer force of this strike was so overwhelming that the Tao energy carried by the palm's wind alone almost claimed Qin Yi's life. Had the strike landed directly, death would have been instantaneous. The chasm between a half-step grandmaster and a true king was laid bare in that moment. Fortunately, Qin Yi was protected by the 7th-tier void slaughter array, preventing this fatal blow from physically touching him. Even so, the sinister Tao energy he was enduring now had already pushed him to his limits. However, drawing from his previous experience dealing with void Tao energy and the power of slaughter, Qin Yi's immortal golden body had advanced to level 3, and his level 1 Tao heart's clarity offered further protection to his soul. Though the situation appeared dire, it was, in fact, under his control. That said, Qin Yi's current state was undeniably wretched. His entire body seemed tainted by some ominous force, with black, viscous liquid seeping continuously from his wounds. The liquid dripped to the ground, producing a piercing corrosive sound as it instantly ate through large sections of the concrete beneath him. Qin Yi appeared as though he were coated in sludge, his aura entirely obscured. This was the Tao energy of the Path of Darkness. King Mashwan specialized in the Path of Darkness, comprehending Tao intent deeply intertwined with darkness and coldness, which manifested in such eerie effects. Is Qin Yi really going to be okay? On the rooftop, Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfeng, who had just sat down, stood up again, their faces full of worry. Big Dog, however, remained calm and unbothered, waving his paw to signal the two to quiet down. Relax. Just sit back and watch Qin Yi show off. This is nothing. Back in the Xintian secret realm, the corpse of the venerated one was far more dangerous than this, and Qin Yi still made it through. Look at how composed he is, definitely got something up his sleeve. Big Dog felt certain that he understood Qin Yi thoroughly. Hish's large amounts of dark Tao energy seeped into the ground, corroding it and releasing a hazy vapor that completely obscured Qin Yi's figure. At the same time, a terrifying killing force erupted, accompanied by a torrent of chaotic void energy, slashing down like a sword. Clang! Silver-gray streams of energy burst forth, and a flash of crimson streaked through the air. King Mashwan's outstretched right hand was severed in an instant, the dismembered limb consumed by the chaotic void currents within moments. The residual power of the 7th-tier slaughter array continued unabated, slashing directly toward King Mashwan. The wounded King Mashwan grimaced in pain, hastily conjuring a barrier with his divine sense to slow the onslaught of the killing force, barely avoiding the fatal strike. Glancing at the severed stump of his right arm, he noticed traces of void Tao energy lingering on the wound, hindering his body's natural regeneration. It would take considerable effort to purge it. By this point, it was clear that his defeat was inevitable, and any chance of turning the tides had vanished. Yet, knowing that his dark Tao energy had successfully infiltrated Qin Yi's body, he felt no despair. Instead, He burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, utterly unrestrained. I'm already a broken Mandying means nothing to me. But Qin Yi, he's different. He's destined to become a venerated one. To drag him down with me? What an honor. Ha ha ha. A crazed expression spread across King Mashwan's face as he faced the oncoming void currents. Instead of evading, he charged headfirst into them. Hearing this, Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei's blood boiled with anger. This guy isn't even human anymore. Even in death, he wants to harm one of our human race's prodigies, all for the sake of the demon clan. What kind of twisted mind does he have? Big Dog shrugged. You wouldn't understand because you've never been a traitor to your own kind. Traitors like him, who reach the true king realm, often cultivate their master's self-created Tao intent. Once that Tao intent takes root in their minds, they stop seeing themselves as human. It's basically brainwashing. At those words, Zhang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei exchanged odd glances before simultaneously eyeing Big Dog. Never been a traitor. So does that mean you have? Ahem. Don't look at me like that. Of course, I've never been a traitor. I'm a dog, how could I betray humans? Big Dog replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. It's just that, back when I served my master, I went through a similar brainwashing process. It wasn't as extreme though. I mean, it's understandable I am not human, so my master had to add an extra layer of precaution to ensure I wouldn't harm the human race. Realization dawned on Zheng Wei and Zhang Tianfeng, and they shifted their focus back to the battlefield. At this moment, King Mashwan was desperately charging into the slaughter array, his momentum fierce, with royal blood staining a large portion of the ground. He appeared to cling to a faint sliver of life. Meanwhile, in the distance, Elder Wang continued his clash with the demon sovereign's finger. However, Elder Wang was now gaining the upper hand, on the verge of completely suppressing the demonic force. After all, the demon lord's severed finger was merely a detached remnant without the support of its body. It couldn't sustain a prolonged battle. As time passed, its power was gradually waning. The tide of the battle was overwhelmingly in their favor, with the sole lingering concern being Qin Yi, who remained shrouded in mist. His fate was still unknown. The Big Dog curled its lips dismissively and said with a hint of nonchalance, "You all don't need to worry about Qin Yi. Just give it a few more minutes, and I guarantee you'll see him emerge unscathed." He might even have had a breakthrough. Barely 5 minutes later, a blinding beam of light suddenly pierced through the mist, slicing through the darkness like a sharp sword. The dense fog was dispelled by this powerful force, revealing a massive black egg formed from congealed sludge. The dark energy on the egg's surface had ceased its flow, appearing stagnant and hardened into a solid shell. Crack, crack, the shell began to fracture, with cracks spreading across its surface until it started to crumble. The dazzling white beam of light emanated from one of these fissures. Along with the light came an overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura that sent shivers down their spines. A system notification echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Ding! Your cells have successfully endured the baptism of true king level tier 6 dark energy, evolving a new innate ability Tao Heart Clarity LV2. Although the dark energy of the Mo Yuan King failed to elevate Qin Yi's immortal golden body to level 4, it unexpectedly strengthened his Tao Heart Clarity ability. All things considered, it was a favorable outcome. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a surge of energy waves tore through the air, shattering the dark energy that had been binding Qin Yi's physical body. As the dust settled, his renewed figure was revealed. His muscles were sharply defined, exuding an aura of immense power. The Big Dog's prediction came true. Qin Yi not only emerged unscathed, but also underwent a transformative breakthrough with the help of the Mo Yuan King's energy. His aura had stabilized, marking his official advancement to the grandmaster realm. His total vitality surged to an astonishing 28,000 calories, his spiritual power reached an extraordinary 2,000 points, and his physical strength now rivaled that of a peak-level mountain and sea realm expert. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Qin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his gaze toward the Mo Yuan King, who was still struggling desperately, and sincerely said, "I must thank you, Senior, for your assistance in helping me break through my bottleneck." Upon seeing Qin Yi alive and well, the Mo Yuan King was utterly devastated. Blood spurted from his mouth as rage overwhelmed him. How could he not realize that Qin Yi had exploited his energy to gain immense benefits? The Mo Yuan King let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Fortune favors the bold. This kid must have calculated that the tier 7 killing formation would weaken my power, rendering me unable to kill him. That's why he just stood there and let me attack. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.